Chapter 1: An unexpected discovery of the innocent Sine's secret. Nightfall. In a modest boarding house in Seoul, Suyang, an university student from the Dragon Kingdom, had buried himself under the covers, pressing a pillow against the sheet. The verses emanating from the adjacent room rendered him unably to sleep. Ever since a Thailand lord's wife passed away, Thailand lord had taken to such behaviour every weekend. Today was Sunday, and as a first-year student, Suyang heard classes student following day. At that moment, he called Harthik's Shanja voices from next door once more. "Uncle, don't you think we're speaking too loudly? It might disturb your tenant." "Don't worry about that. If he doesn't want to listen, he can just leave. Immer worry either bar trenting this place and Hawk knows, he might even. Har 11 Euroquit at the comedian." Upon hearing the brassive remarks from next door, Suyang felt her Sergio Fanger yethi hardnakos but to endurite. After all, the detestable and Lord Appointment for this place was quite affordable, and it was not too far from the university, making it as a after option. Their entire price had been while the landlord's wife was still alive, and he had not raised it over the years. Coming from family of modest means, Suyang heard Toja press his frustration and continue living here, at least until he could find a more suitable place. Were it not for Thelius still being in effect, I were Dave Kickheim at long ago. On set the contract expires, Ilray Sethant, by then he won't be able to afford it, and Il rentito beautiful university student, ha. You're quite a scoundrel, uncle. Scoundrel? Suyang could no longer endure the noise he lead tutor helpless eye, dressed himself, and left house. As senior she stepped outside, he encountered the landlord's daughter, Choi Seoler. Seoler was this immediate Suyang Anderdon's being an excellent student. However, the sudden passing of her mother had taken a significant toll on her, ultimately resulting in her failure to gain admission to university. Since then, she had moved to Taft from Malayam, returning on Lito collects Haralow once. Seoler bore a little resemblance to a further she was still in striking, particularly her long, fair legs, which were quite captivating. Ever since her mother's death, a perpetual expression of aliveness had set a lead on Seoler's face. It was survived that Chardle soared her farther chatting with another woman inside the house, prompting her to wait outside for the time. When Seoler's mother was still alive, Suyang had enjoyed a relatively good relationship with her. However, the noise from the house now sent a chill down Suyang's spine. Feeling somewhat awkward, he greeted Seoler. "Seoler, you're back. Millimeter." Upon seeing Suyang, Seoler felt her twinge of shyness, but of politeness, she responded. Noticing the quiet atmosphere, Suyang refrained from further conversation and leaned against Joel, engrossed in his phone. He had merely sought refuge from the clamor inside the house, and with no whirl set ago, had planned to wait until the landlord on disgusted finished before returning to his room to sleep. Having listened for some time, Suyang was well aware that the landlord, Uncle Choi, wouldn't be occupied for long. Sure enough, shortly thereafter, a flamboyantly dressed woman swung open the door and sessued out of the house, her makeup slightly askew. Despite her smeared cosmetics, she strode past Suyang and Seoler with an air of arrogance. As the woman walked by, Seoler ring-clad her nosy and took her couple of sniffs before spitting on the ground. "Par." The heavily-murdered woman turned dart the sound, immediately confronting Choi Seoler. "You little brat, warrior spitting at?" Those in her line of work typically exhibitony of two personalities and taught desperately wishes to remain unseen, avoiding getting time at all costs, and another, like the heavily-murdered woman, hoi sensitive and quick to anger. "Spitting at all whore, ill spit at whoever I deem a whore," Seolari taught defiantly, unyielding in the face of the woman's accusation. The weirman snored. "You little wretch, what a lack of manners. But I can't blame you entirely after all, who taught you anything without a mother?" "Well, that's still better handsome people, who can't shamelessly flirt with smoney oldener to better further," Seoler shot back angrily. "You're reporting on quite a thick in front of that old man, aren't you?" At this, the heavily murdered woman's expression twisted momentarily before she regained her composure, brushing her hair behind her ear. "You little brat, I've been with your father for quite some time now, who knows, wonder might just become your mother. I suggest you stop dreaming, noon would marry a mistress like you. You should prepare yourself for a lifetime of being single, Seela countered, turning her back in Thuman and stepping into the house. The weirman stood there, trembling with rage, muttering to herself, just you wait, Seela. One day you'll call Mom. With that, shattered her hair and stormed off. After witnessing the spectacle, Su Yang intended to return to his room for some sleep, but just then his phone rang. Her Bluetooth speaker, costing gamer a few bucks, was looping the soundtrack. Su Yang picked up his phone, seeing Tatha caller I display Genju. Genji ways or ilthc congenerationer with whom Su Yang had been quite close during iCool. However, since at the enrolled in different universities, they had rarely been in touch. He wondered had prompted Genju Skelter Day. Su Yang extracted Tika from the lock and opened a door, answering the call. Su Yang, what are you up to? Genju asked. Nothing much, just getting greedy forbed, Su Yang replied. What am is it? Sleep? I'm treating, so come me out and have some efen. Where to? Su Yang inquired. Let's shith Katie and find Sir Meg Star drink with us. Although Su Yang had felt a bit tired, the mention of Jill piqued his interest. Use eager to enjoy the night. Send methyl location. No need to send it. I'm just a turn away from my place. Get ready to head out now. Hearing that Genju was close, Su Yang quickly hung up, rushed back to his room, and changed into what the considered his best outfit. Hethan went to the bathroom to tidy his hair in front of the mirror. Still looking pretty good, Su Yang thought to himself, admiring his reflection. While he was spreening, he suddenly heard a heated argument coming from the neighbouring room, where Ciarla and Uncle Choi were embroiled in a fierce dispute. Yun lick him home when you want money. What are you doing out the river day? What I do side I know neo fi are abusing us. One ave a weaver cared about him. You claim way haver nothing to dowie the ashother, then don't come at home for money any more. Fine, choosing mean you can spend a lawyer money on those fall thigh mistresses. It won't taste you for raising lepernoy again. After Ciola's outburst, Shizla met a Doran stormy doot. Sealer. You better not ever ask me for money again, just like it yard mother, but hopefully you're nothing but a burden. Uncle Choice houted chased after her. Tears streamed down Seala's face, yet she bit elliptically, making no sound. As Su Yang stepped out of the bathroom, Hewitt Nesty sheared her enching scene, when Tyrese met, Hackwickly averted his gaze, no to fear of confrontation, but her spicy Ella ran the embarrassment. After all, Noon wants Stope seen in their most vulnerable moments. Her Bluetooth speaker, costing gamer a few bucks, was looping the soundtrack. Just then, his phone rang again, and answered it immediately. I'm here, where are you? Genju asked. I'll be right there, Su Yang replied, hanging up the phone. He hurried Limadi's were at the door, practically a singa heat of Sealer. Soon, Su Yang found himself in Genju's sports car, and the quickly a Riverdater KTV.nh country Kative Stipica line Volvi hostesses, while a those without her affair to a singing grooms. As the exit ethiker, the longer-waited female booking manager approached him with enthusiasm. Mr. Che, your professor is ready, this way please. Genju nodded in acknowledgement, and the two followed team Maniga to therum. Once seated, the manager respectfully asked, Mr. Che, shall I call the girl Saverno? Bring in some Tractavians, if the really class time I want bat earning, Genju replied, stretching his neck as shall I need back on the sofa. The manager smiled apologetically. Don't worry, Mr. Che, Tunu Beauty just arrived today. Knowing you were coming, I kept them from working, I'll bring them right in. Genju said nothing, merely gesturing for her to hurry. Before long, the manager returned with Toyan women. Only of them wore a pink Jake outfit, her face irradiating innocence, and her long, lustrous black hair framed her features beautifully. Her long, fair legs were particularly eye-catching, capturing Su Yang's full attention. However, it wasn't merely infatuation his Joe was actually a senior from school. She was known for her aloof demeanour, one of the three campers' beauties, and widely guarded by the boys asked he epitome of unattainable beauty minute Juhi. Chapter 2. Senior, rest assured, absolutely will not speak of Istoanan. Minute Juhi, like a Theotha where man beside her, entered the room with a radiant smiley plastered across her face. Chejegu turned to Su Yang and inquired, what do you think of the set wo? I want the only antherite, Suyang replied, pointing got minute Juhi. Upon seeing this, the female booking manager immediately gestured 4-minute Juhi to sit next to Suyang. With her long legs gracefully striding towards him, minute Juhi Shihil Sekui on the floor, each step resonating in Suyang's heart, causing Jito flutter. Once seated, minute Juhi cheerfully greeted Suyang, "Your looks so do." "Oh really?" He Suyangan's wide awkwardly and over sweat forming in his palms. Minute Zuhi did not recognize Suyang she typical lion tracted with her were close friends sang seldoming led with burrs from school, let alone so many as inconspicuous as Suyang. Her alluring demeanor made it difficult for Suyang to reconcile her with the Lufgo de Shenyu, leaving him to and Rifi hard mistaken her identity. Just then, Chijenju suddenly snappy dat the female booking manager, "Have you forgotten what I like?" Seeing Zhengyu Sanger, the manager quickly offered her humbly explanation. "I'm sorry, Mr. Che, I thought you might prefer something fresh. I'll bring in some money more mature right away." With that, she left with Theo Thurgeland, soon returned with Avalop cheers women in her late 20s. Upon seeing this curvaceous woman, Asmail instantly spread across Churgenjia's face. Share patted Theser Fabe beside him, saying, "Beautiful, come sit with me." Suyang cold and thelp bothink, rich kid Saria lay bat indulgence so high do she prefer mature women, perhaps she's tired of their angons. For oft hem then begin to pyro fand enjoy their to met together. In KTV's INH country, the hostessers donor to engage in our varier of game is like thousand of the country esh, their online play simple game is slick rock paper scissors. This game was far too mundane for Suyang, who had a little interest. Minute fu he smiles weakly, upper what song are you going to sing? Let me help you choose. Our daughter think I want sing, let them take a thestage, Suyang replied. Upper just sing gunny song form please. As her playfully pouted, minute Ju hegantly removed Suyang shand from her thigh hand quickly stood her fethy song selection devisi in Dathik songbook. Suyang Hadel waste wondered we must KTVSINH contry a siege search out dated equipment that is bled so me thing from 1990s. Seeing thought minute Ju he had brought the song selector and the songbook, Suyang felt the cold gnawing a refuse. Let me request her song bijicho. Just give mon songs word hove time, Suyang said, tacking gas a puff beer. Jay Cho, minute Ju he exclaimed, who is widening in surprise. Upper are you from the Dragon Country? Suyang confidently replied, "Yes, I am from the Dragon Country." "Where?" Minute Ju he wester aback, Hurius no fixed in Suyang with curiosity. After selecting a song for him, she handed Themi Crowferny to Suyang. Old how he didn't particularly want her waste at messaging, he felt compelled to perform at least own song. Can he urge of mon songs word hove time totter and thate embrace into forever. Under thien chanting a low roth chine sessing, onse hefenished minute Juhi's gazetta words Suyang had transformed, sparkling with clarity. It went until Suyang play shedishand back in her thigh thought she snappy back to reality. Minute Juhi attempted to remove a shand, but upon seeing her kalar guiza tingan slop, she hesitated, feeling embarrassed todathisa mito Suyang and her first day at work. The major were man beside the murd money stuff ed into a low cut blouse. Under Che Jengi's financialer, the major women found herself in obliter refusorny of his requests. Che Jengi glanced at Suyang be forwarding towards their restroom, with two mature women following closely behind. Minute Juhi was momentarily frozen with his sound scumming from the restroom. Shad kumi to unsa memenia saherstes, never expecting to encounter Sakasine. In Hermond, even if an eye willing to entertain a guest, they would cooster go to hotel room or they nengagen sir quok divities direct line the private room. Thys way struler shocking tower. Minute Juhi Bergen to contemplate her situation, and after deep consideration, shed aside dead to quit his job. She gently removed Suyang Shandon stood up from Thesafer, heading towards the exit. Thyssen left Suyang bewildered. Justers minute Juhi weighs a batterly vethi privatirum, Suyang hurriedly called out to her. "Senior, where are you going?" At the sound of Suyang's verse, minute Juhi initially ignored him, continuing her wait. It wasn't when Shrachid Fothidor handleth Ach suddenly paused, realizing his words. "What did you call me?" Minute Juhi asked, astonished, her hand gripping the door knob. "Senior." At that moment, Soo-yang realised he had not asked for her stage in Amy and didn't know how to dress her in his shaste heart simply called senior. Upon hearing Soo-yang's definitive answer, minute Joo-hee poured fluster.yo for from a show. Yes, that's right, senior minute Joo-hee. Noticing the shift in her demeanour, Soo-yang decided to take the initiative. Senior, were you headed just now? Aye. Minute Joo-hee's expression was conflicted, and after a moment of hesitation, chef analysed, I don't think this job is a table form, so I've decided quit. Soo-yang nodded in understanding. Oh, I'll so believe this kind of work isn't right for you, senior. Upon hearing his response, minute Joo-hee felt a glimmer of hope and quickly added, then I'll take my leave now, I'll won't telling you about this. Soo-yang understood Tatif hellet minute Joo-hee leave now, Hewald Lucy and I can so find her acting with her in the future. Thus, owner whim, Soo-yang poledeth his ferny and snappy dar picture of minute Joo-hee. Duetto thedum lighting ginthrum, thiefonus flash went off automatically. This startled minute Joo-hee were immediately asked, Junior, what do me on by this? At that moment, Soo-yang steeled himself and said, Senior, don't worry. I'll help you keep thy secret. Minute Joo-hee's heart skipped Davy at her this words. What doyant? Her expression turned shy as who realised top leading for mercy was futile this burnt. When Soo-yang spoke, he hadn't fully considered what actually wanted, but seeing minute Joo-hee short attitude remembered him of how the landlord next door dismissed him, igniting a spark of anger within him. A mischievous smile crept onto Soo-yang's lips. What do I think I want? Surely you must know below. Soo-yang thought to himself, you want to leave just one fun starting, yuckly allied onto guard me significant, at the ever released you should stay and finish thighs with him. What exactly do I want? Minute Joo-hee's voice trembled slightly. Soo-yang replied with a grin, what'll second it be? Of course, I want you to stay with me. Upon hearing this, minute Joo-hee elliptically lost in thought. After deliberation, chef analysed, all right, but it can only be ins. Soo-yang was momentarily taken aback, unsure of what minute Joo-hee meant. Only once? Suddenly, it dawned on him what she was implying, and excitement surged through him. He immediately responded, okay, just as I say. Ash spoke, a broad smile spread across his face, honourably to be contained. Chapter 3, accompanying the campus belle to her apartment, then let us depart, minute Joo-hee declared resolutely. Soo-yang inquired, where to? Of course, we are heading to the motel. Do you wish to remain here? I assure you, I will never agree to that, minute Joo-hee replied, her expression darkened, clearly irked by Soo-yang's suggestion. Soo-yang hastily clarified, that is not what I meant, I simply prefer not to go to the motel, may we go to your home instead? My home? Minute Joo-hee pondered, for she shared her apartment with 2 female classmates, and they had never brought a male back before. Though she felt it inappropriate to initiate such a proposal, she feared repeatedly rejecting Soo-yang might anger him, potentially leading to the revelation of her KTV escapades at school. Checking the time on her phone, she noted it was 11:47 in the evening, likely indicating that her roommates were already asleep. Sighing, she chose to relent. Very well, let us go to my home. Upon hearing this, Soo-yang's spirits lifted instantly, and he stood up, eager to leave. Elated at the prospect of shedding his virginity with someone as stunning as minute Joo-hee, a smile broke across his face, which did not go unnoticed by her, prompting her to frown slightly. She could surmise the thoughts racing through his mind. After exiting the KTV, minute Joo-hee hailed a taxi, taking her seat in the back. Soo-yang attempted to join her but was promptly pushed out by minute Joo-hee. You sit in the front. Don't sit next to me. This treatment irked Soo-yang, who thought to himself, what with all the fuss, we're about to engage in intimacy, and now I can't even sit beside her. Under the taxi driver's watchful gaze, Soo-yang exhaled in resignation and took his place in the front seat, contemplating the upcoming events. Their cab soon arrived at the residential complex where minute Joo-hee resided, and as they walked through the premises, Soo-yang's excitement mounted. After what felt like an eternity of walking, minute Joo-hee halted in front of an entrance, and Soo-yang, caught off guard, collided with her. Minute Joo-hee turned, frowning, why did you bump into me? Her repeated brusqueness stirred annoyance in Su-young. You stopped suddenly. That's why I bumped into you. Choosing not to argue, Minajushi, still flustered from the unexpected contact, hurriedly ascended the stairs in her high heels. Upon reaching the third floor, she paused before a door, whispering, "Once we enter, be quiet. I don't want to wake my roommates, they should be asleep by now." "All right, rest assured," Su-young replied softly, though internally he was already plotting how to vent his frustrations on Minajushi. Inserting the key into the lock, Minajushi turned it cautiously. Mindful of disturbing her roommates, after a moment of struggle, she managed to open the door before entering. She turned back to Su-young and gestured for silence. "Show." Su-young remained silent, giving her an okay sign. However, just then, his phone rang. Her Bluetooth speaker is playing a looped track. Reacting quickly, Su-young silenced his phone, but the sudden noise startled Minajushi, causing her heart to race. "What is going on?" Minajushi whispered, and Su-young could only decipher her words by reading her lips. "It's a call from a friend, the one from KTV, Su-young whispered back, mimicking her discretion. Fearing the disruption of their plans, he promptly powered off his phone. Together, they tiptoed towards Minajushi's room when suddenly a clear voice emerged from the adjacent room. "Who's prettier, me or Minajushi?" The unexpected question startled Minajushi, causing her to freeze. Har har har, laughter erupted from within, suggesting it was merely one of the girls talking in her sleep. Minajushi pressed a hand to her chest, exhaling slowly, the earlier fright still lingering. Confirming her roommates remained undisturbed, she led Su-young into her room. Once inside, Su-young wasted no time encircling Minajushi's waist, having been unable to contain his desires. Yet, Minajushi, still shaken from the previous scare, expressed her need to freshen up first. Grasping his hand, she instructed, "I'm going to take a shower." "All right," Su-young complied, withdrawing his arm and reclining on the bed. Noticing him lying down, Minajushi frowned and asked, "Aren't you going to shower?" "I washed before heading to KTV, but if you want me to freshen up again, I can," Su-young replied as he sat up. Upon hearing this, Minajushi suggested, "After I'm done, you should shower too." "Sure," Su-young agreed without hesitation. Once in the bathroom, Minajushi removed her clothes and began to cleanse herself. As she washed, she gazed into the mirror, pondering how her simple intention to earn some money had spiraled into this situation. Was it truly worth jeopardizing her reputation at school for this? If word of this reached Su-young's lips, how would her classmates perceive her? If the teachers found out, expulsion could be a consequence, rendering her parents' sacrifices meaningless. Minajushi was unwilling to gamble, knowing that a loss could shatter her entire life. With that thought, she found some solace. Moreover, Su-young wasn't entirely unappealing. Aside from his somewhat uncouth appearance, he seemed devoid of any significant flaws. Meanwhile, Su-young awaited her return, oblivious to the fact that he was perceived as a mere loser in her eyes, nervously rubbing his hands together. Creak, the door swung open, and Minajushi entered, her long, fair, and slender legs on display, clad only in a bath towel. Her hair, still damp, dripped water as she stepped inside. Su-young was momentarily entranced by her beauty, even in her natural state, rivaling that of some celebrities. "You go wash," Minajushi whispered distinctly. Su-young rose, silently agreeing with a nod. As he stood, Minajushi swiftly dove under the covers. Just as he was about to exit, she unexpectedly called out to him. "Wait, hold on." Turning back in confusion, Su-young asked, "What is it?" "Here's a bath towel for you," Minajushi said, extending her delicate, pale arm from beneath the covers, holding out a towel. Seeing the towel in her hand, Su-young. Chapter 4. Don't hold it. In the moment this thought crossed Su-young's mind, his cheeks flushed with heat. Upon witnessing this scene, Minajushi's face immediately blossomed with a rosy hue. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Su-young instinctively used his towel to cover himself. "You hurry up and wash," Minajushi shyly urged. "Oh, all right," Su-young replied, momentarily forgetting to speak softly. His sudden exclamation startled Minajushi, prompting her to immediately signal for silence. "Show." Observing Minute Juche's pouting lips, Su Yang couldn't help but swallow hard. I am going to wash, he said, his laughter punctuated with pauses. Millimeter. Minute Juche nodded, her face still aflame. Stealthily, as if a thief, Su Yang made his way to the bathroom, turned on the light, and securely closed the door. Every action was executed with utmost caution, even the showerhead was set to a gentle stream. He feared that awakening Minute Juche's roommate might jeopardize their deeper exchange. In the room, after Su Yang exited, Minute Juche touched her face, which felt feverishly warm. She then placed her hand on her chest, realizing her heart raced furiously, inducing a sensation of dizziness, as if her heart might leap from her mouth at any moment. What am I feeling right now? Fear? Shyness? Or perhaps excitement? Minute Juche shook her head, patting her cheeks in an effort to dispel her wandering thoughts. If I can just endure tonight, everything will return to normal by morning. I will still be the aloof goddess of the school, she reassured herself, after taking several deep breaths. Minute Juche's heartbeat calmed considerably, yet, upon Su Yang's return, her heart raced anew. Clad only in a towel and holding his clothes, Su Yang's bare torso appeared slender, lacking both muscle and excess fat. Minute Juche observed his physique and thought, while it may not provoke admiration, at least it wouldn't repel. If he were of the rotund variety, she would never consent to intimacy, even if threatened. Su Yang carelessly tossed his clothes onto the floor. Senior, I'm coming up. Don't ask, just do as you wish, Minute Juche internally lamented. It seemed as though Su Yang was now playing the role of a lover, embarking on their first night together. All right, here I come. With that, Su Yang swiftly shed his towel and dove into Minute Juche's bed. So warm was Su Yang's immediate reaction upon contact, while Minute Juche felt a contrasting chill. This was due to Su Yang's earlier decision to cool himself with cold water, fearing that excitement might render him overly sensitive. Shall we turn off the light? Minute Juche stammered, her face now so flushed it seemed it might bleed. Oh, okay, Su Yang replied, though he felt a swell of urgency within. Reason reminded him to temper his eagerness, lest he appear foolish. Rising from the bed, he proceeded to extinguish the light, while Minute Juche hurriedly turned her head away, yet she couldn't suppress her curiosity and stole a glance at Su Yang. On her third furtive peek, the light was extinguished. It's too dark. I can't see their way, Su Yang murmured softly, enunciating each word. Can you use your phone to shine a light? Minute Juche fumbled for her phone, turning on the flashlight to illuminate Su Yang. However, as her head was turned away, the beam directly struck Su Yang's eyes, causing him to squint. What are you doing? Minute Juche heard his question but maintained her gaze averted. Su Yang sighed in resignation, shielding his eyes as he carefully navigated his way to the bed. The moment he climbed onto the bed, Minute Juche promptly switched off the flashlight, as light only intensified her shyness. Just as Minute Juche resigned herself to Su Yang's intentions, a sudden commotion erupted in the living room. The urgent sound of a door opening, followed by the flick of a light switch, and hurried footsteps rapidly approached Minute Juche's room. This noise jostled her from her dazed state. In a flurry, Minute Juche glanced around, searching for a hiding spot for Su Yang, but the footsteps had already reached the door, knocking insistently. Did you lock the door? Minute Juche whispered anxiously. No. Su Yang replied, shaking his head nervously, fearful that should this situation be discovered, Minute Juche would withdraw her consent. Juche, are you asleep? A voice from outside inquired, accompanied by the sound of the doorknob twisting. Hearing the handle turn, Minute Juche panicked, disregarding everything else as she pressed Su Yang's head down and shoved him beneath the covers. In the next moment, the door swung open, and a girl entered, clutching her stomach. Their eyes met, and the girl spoke first. Juche, do you have any? My period was supposed to end today, but it hasn't, and I'm running low. Minute Juche had what she needed, but if she got up to retrieve it, Su Yang would surely be discovered by Han Jiaying. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, Jiaying, I don't have any either. You might want to ask Cai Hui. All right, I'll go ask Cai Hui. Han Jiaying turned to leave, but just as she was about to close the door, she suddenly paused, her eyes scanning Minute Juxi's bed. Minute Juxi felt a surge of anxiety as she curled her knees to prop the blanket up. Juxi, Han Jiaying suddenly called out upon hearing her name. Minute Juxi's face turned crimson, as if it might bleed, and she stammered, "Oh, what? What is it, Jiaying? Are you feeling feverish?" Han Jiaying inquired. Feverish? Minute Juxi's face reddened even more, and she stuttered, "No, not at all, But you look quite flushed. I have some fever-reducing medicine. Would you like me to get it for you?" Han Jiaying offered with concern. Minute Juxi pressed the blanket tightly, responding, "I'm fine. A good night's sleep will suffice. No need for medicine. All right then, I won't disturb you further. Do sleep well." With that, Han Jiaying closed the door, plunging the room back into darkness as the light from the living room faded away. Once the door was shut, Minute Juxi finally exhaled in relief. "She is gone. You can come out now," Minute Juxi whispered softly. Chapter 5. Trapped in bed. After Minute Juxi finished speaking, a moment passed, yet Su Yang remained ensconced beneath the covers. "Hurry up and come out," she urged. Noticing Su Yang's continued reluctance to emerge, Minute Juxi shyly inquired, "Are you not going to do anything tonight?" Su Yang remained silent, offering no response, which puzzled Minute Juxi. Just moments ago, when Han Jiaying had not yet exited, Su Yang had been fervently kissing, grabbing, and biting her, exhibiting an impatient demeanor. How could he now be so subdued? Sensing something amiss, Minute Juxi abruptly threw back the covers, only to discover Su Yang sprawled atop her, unconscious. Panic surged through her as she hastily checked for his breath. Finding that he still drew breath, she felt a slight relief. Yet, another dilemma loomed before her. Should she call an ambulance for the unconscious Su Yang? If she did, her two roommates would undoubtedly uncover the scandal of her sharing a bed with a man. Conversely, if she refrained from calling for help and something dire occurred, the fallout would extend far beyond her roommates discovering it. Rumors would likely spread throughout the entire school, perhaps even nationwide. Shock. A foreign man dies in the bed of sophomore Minute at a Seoul university. Was it love or a transaction? Details remain undisclosed for now, but our reporter Yu Wenbo will continue to provide updates. Minute Juxi could already envision the sensational headlines, causing her to break into a cold sweat. Gazing at the motionless Su Yang atop her, she pondered whether to dial 119, the emergency number in each country, equivalent to 120 in our nation. The scene shifts back a few minutes. Su Yang had been pressed into the covers by Minute Juxi just as Han Jiaying entered the room. Initially, he dared not move when ensconced in the bedding. However, the suffocating warmth soon left him gasping for air, and with Han Jiaying lingering, the oxygen-deprived Su Yang began to feel lightheaded. This was also the reason for Minute Juxi's face suddenly flushing crimson. Just as Han Jiaying closed the door, Su Yang could no longer contain his excitement, unable to endure another moment. Yet, with the sound of the door closing, darkness enveloped him, and he succumbed to unconsciousness, a mechanical voice echoing in his ears. "Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received the opportunity to bind the weakness system. May I ask if you wish to bind it immediately?" System? As a young person of the modern era, Su Yang was no stranger to systems. They typically signified a chance for the underdog to rise and conquer. But what is this weakness system? Who cares? Any system is better than none. With that thought, Su Yang mentally replied, "A bind." Congratulations on becoming the esteemed host of the weakness system. Every individual possesses weaknesses. Understanding others' vulnerabilities will grant you the upper hand in any situation. Weakness system binding successful. Initializing. Time passed, and when Su Yang finally reopened his eyes, daylight had arrived, and he found himself alone on the pink bed. He shook his head, attempting to recollect the events of the previous night. "Last night, I arrived at Minute Juxi's rental with her, emitting 300 words. Why can't I remember what happened afterward? Did Minute Juxi and I? Damn it, why can't I recall such an important matter?" No matter how hard he tried, the details of the previous night eluded him. Su Yang shook his head and reached for his phone to check the time. As he picked up the device from the bedside table, he noticed a note lying atop it. He took the note and read its contents. The note read, "Sad smiley once you wake up. Please add me on Kakao Talk. My number is XXXXXXX. Kakao Talk holds a similar status in each country as WeChat does in our nation." After reading the note, Su Yang powered on his phone. He had turned it off the previous night to avoid disturbances while spending time with Minachushi. The screen lit up, revealing the time, 11:46. He was instantly bewildered. Damn it, how is it almost noon? I've missed all my morning classes, and most importantly, I had class with the witch, Jiang Yuanjing. This is going to cost me credits. After graduating from university, Jiang Yuanjing had directly joined Su Yang's school as a teacher. She was the youngest female instructor on campus, fair-skinned and stunning. Moreover, it was said that Jiang Yuanjing came from an extraordinary family, making her the object of affection for every male student. Yet, her demeanor was as cold as ice, often perceived as unapproachable. Missing class or arriving late would surely lead to a loss of credits, and even speaking during class could incur penalties. At university in each country, being caught skipping class would result in deductions from one's score, potentially leading to insufficient credits to meet the annual requirement, ultimately resulting in expulsion. Most troubling was Jiang Yuanjing's apparent bias against students from Long Country, as she frequently targeted Su Yang. Damn, if it were any other teacher, it wouldn't be so bad, but this devilish woman. Su Yang felt a twinge of gloom, but given the situation, he had no choice but to confront it. Raised with the principle of avoiding trouble yet not shying away from it, he adopted a mindset of resilience. When soldiers come, I shall meet them. When water rises, I shall build a dam. With that thought, Su Yang opened Kakao Talk and began to add Minachushi's account. The moment he sent the request, it was accepted almost instantaneously, as if Minachushi had been waiting for his message. Just as he hesitated over what to say, a message from Minachushi arrived. "You've finally woken up. Please leave our dormitory first, we can discuss everything after school." While Su Yang had questions about the previous night, he felt it prudent to hold off on inquiries given her response, so he replied simply, "Okay." After sending his reply, Su Yang stretched and extricated himself from the covers, preparing to dress and leave. Meanwhile, a tall, pink-haired beauty stealthily opened the outer door, removing her high heels and placing them on the mat before quietly padding into the living room. She then tiptoed toward Minachushi's room. As Su Yang, barefoot, gathered his clothes, he had just begun to dress when the door to the room was suddenly flung open from the outside. He looked up to see a stunning pink-haired beauty standing in the doorway, her appearance rivaling that of Minachushi. Han Jiaoying, observing Su Yang seated on the bed, still clad only in his undergarments, flashed a mischievous grin and declared, "Court you." Chapter 6. Upon hearing a voice, Su Yang found himself at a loss as he gazed at the unexpectedly intrusive Han Jiaoying. Although he did not recognize the stunning beauty before him, he discerned from her voice that she was indeed the one who had rushed into his room the previous night to borrow something. "Are you planning to face me like this indefinitely? You should at least put on some clothes," Han Jiaoying remarked with a mischievous grin. "Oh, right." Su Yang finally snapped to attention at her comment. Feeling exceedingly embarrassed under Han Jiaoying's teasing gaze, he hurriedly pulled up his trousers. Once Su Yang was properly dressed, Han Jiaoying inquired, "What is your relationship with Minachushi? Are you a couple?" "We are not a couple. We are merely senior and junior," Su Yang replied candidly. "Did anything happen between you two last night?" Han Jiaoying asked, her face brimming with curiosity. Su Yang shook his head and answered, "I don't know, I can't quite recall what transpired last night." At this, Han Jiaoying suddenly whipped out her phone and snapped a picture of Su Yang, exclaiming, "I'm not entirely satisfied with your answer. If you continue to respond like this, I shall share a photo of you sitting on Minachushi's bed." Such a photo was hardly compromising, and Su Yang initially felt unfazed. However, he quickly considered that if such an image were to circulate, it could jeopardize the singular opportunity Minachushi had promised him. Although he could not distinctly remember whether he and Minachushi had engaged in anything intimate, he had a vague sense that they had not. Last night, it seemed he had been overwhelmed with excitement, leading to a fleeting illusion before succumbing to slumber. Su Yang believed his assumption was correct, as evidenced by the messages from Minute Jushi. Had they indeed crossed a boundary the previous night, she would have simply let him leave without mentioning that they would discuss matters after school. With this thought in mind, Su Yang sincerely stated, "I truly do not recall what happened last night, but I should not have engaged in anything with Minute Jushi." After listening to Su Yang, Han Jiaying glanced at the time on her phone and said, "Follow me." With that, she exited Minute Jushi's room. Fearing it might disrupt the transaction with Minute Jushi, Su Yang had no choice but to follow the peculiar woman, Han Jiaying. Upon leading Su Yang to her own room, Han Jiaying turned and locked the door. This action left Su Yang perplexed, yet he felt a twinge of anticipation for reasons he could not quite comprehend. Once the door was secured, Han Jiaying turned to him, her face gleaming with curiosity. "You just mentioned that you haven't been intimate with Minute Jushi, so does that imply you might? Why on earth did I have to use the word might? How am I supposed to explain that now?" Su Yang lamented internally at her words. "I warn you, do not attempt to deceive me. If I discover that you are lying, I shall expose your affairs to the world," Han Jiaying declared, seated on her bed with legs crossed. "So, Junia, what is your perspective on this matter?" Hearing this, Su Yang thought to himself, "I absolutely cannot allow this woman to divulge anything about my relationship with Minute Jushi. I intend to pursue a connection with her, and I must not let Han Jiaying interfere." Fearing that a lie might reveal his intentions and cause unnecessary trouble for Minute Jushi, he earnestly replied, "I don't wish to hide anything. Ask whatever you like, and I will answer truthfully." "What a good boy," Han Jiaying said, stepping closer to Su Yang and gently caressing his cheek. "But I cannot fathom why, despite the numerous wealthy heirs pursuing her, she would agree to let you." Her crude language excited Su Yang, yet he sensed an underlying condescension in her words, igniting a sense of indignation. "What is wrong with me? Am I unworthy of pursuing such beautiful women? I shall prove her wrong." With this resolve, Su Yang decided to jest with Han Jiaying. "Perhaps it is because I am different from others." Different? Han Jiaying's interest peaked as she scrutinized Su Yang intently. After a moment of appraisal, her mischievous smile returned. "I see, I didn't realize Minute Jushi had a preference for this type." She returned to her seat on the bed and suddenly asked, "So you say you haven't been intimate with Minute Jushi, correct?" "Yes, that is correct," Su Yang replied. Noting Su Yang's modest attire and ordinary appearance, Han Jiaying surmised that he was likely a virgin. Thus, she inquired, "Are you still a boy?" Although Su Yang felt the sting of her implication, he responded honestly, "Yes." His face flushed with embarrassment. In his mind, being a college student and still a virgin marked one as a loser. Han Jiaying did not mock him but instead, in a soft voice, asked, "What do you think of me? Would you like to be with me?" Su Yang was taken aback, astonished by the unexpected proposition. This was indeed an unforeseen opportunity. His mind was momentarily dazed, yet his mouth reacted instinctively. "Yes." Han Jiaying's smile widened upon hearing his reply, and inwardly she mused, "A Minute Jushi, haven't you always overshadowed me? Little do you know, the man you fancy has been claimed by me first." Har har har. This turn of events left Su Yang utterly flabbergasted. In that moment, he transformed into a lovesick boy. Unable to resist, he swallowed hard and gradually leaned closer to Han Jiaying. She made no effort to resist, playfully saying, "Don't be so hasty." Yet, Su Yang was oblivious to her words, disregarding everything as he pressed forward. At that instant, the sound of the door swinging open echoed in the air. Han Jiaying quickly placed a finger to her lips, signaling Su Yang to be silent. "Sure." A familiar voice then called out, "Is anyone home?" The voice belonged to none other than Minute Jushi. Upon hearing this, Su Yang instinctively turned to glance at the door, then quickly shifted his gaze back to Han Jiaying. Han Jiaying placed her finger on her lips, indicating for him to remain quiet. Seeing that no one responded, Minute Jushi approached her room. Su Yang and Han Jiaying exchanged relieved glances as they heard her footsteps, both letting out a sigh of relief. In the next moment, their eyes met. Meanwhile, back in her room, Minute Jushi sat on her disheveled bed, unexpectedly recalling Su Yang. Without hesitation, she retrieved her phone and called him. At the same time, in Han Jiaying's room, the sudden ringing of their phone startled both of them. Hearing the sound emanating from Han Jiaying's room, Minute Jushi dashed out, her brow furrowed in concern as she approached the door and knocked, asking, "Jiaying, are you in there?" Chapter 7. Another girl in the house. Han Jiaying hurriedly pushed Su Yang aside and mouthed, "Silence your phone." Without her needing to elaborate, Su Yang understood and swiftly retrieved his phone from his pocket, switching it to silent mode. "You should hide under the bed," Han Jiaying whispered in his ear. With no other option, Su Yang complied, not wanting to be discovered by Minute Jushi, especially since he was waiting for her to fulfill her promise to him. If Minute Jushi found him, their chance for communication would likely be irrevocably lost. Once Su Yang settled beneath the bed, Han Jiaying feigned receiving a phone call. "Hello, I was just napping. Please hold on. My roommate is knocking at my door." As she spoke, she suppressed her pain and made her way to the entrance. Opening the door after doing so, she covered the phone's microphone with her hand and quietly inquired, "Jushi, what is the matter?" Minute Jushi, noticing Han Jiaying's gesture, replied, "Go ahead and take the call. Shall we have lunch together later?" "Sure, just give me a moment," Han Jiaying responded, glancing at her phone. "I'll tidy up after this call." "All right, I'll head back to my room and wait for you. Call me once you're ready," Minute Jushi said before retreating to her own room, with Han Jiaying closing the door behind her. Upon hearing the door click shut, Su Yang crawled out from under the bed. He pointed to himself and quietly asked, "You agreed to have lunch with her. What am I supposed to do now?" Han Jiaying, her face alight with mischief, unabashedly replied, "We can finish what we started next time. For now, I'm off to lunch with your senior, Minute Jushi." While saying this, she pulled out her phone, gesturing for Su Yang to open KakaoTalk, shaking their phones in unison. The system would then automatically search for other users nearby who had activated the same feature, sending a friend request once a match was found. Subsequently, Han Jiaying tidied her hair in front of the mirror, placed a gentle kiss on Su Yang's lips, and remarked, "Let us leave it at that for now. I'll hang up, we'll connect on KakaoTalk later." With that, she made a shushing gesture to Su Yang and exited the room. Damn it, Su Yang thought, who leaves someone hanging like that? Frustration welled within him. He had come perilously close just moments ago, yet what was he to make of the situation now? Had he merely dipped his toes in? However, after a moment's reflection, he reassured himself that having received promises from two stunning beauties was indeed substantial. Before long, he heard the sound of Minute Jushi and Han Jiaying giggling as they shut the main door behind them, departing the house. As soon as they left, Su Yang received a message from them. Han Jiaying sat smiley, "Leave the house first. I'll fulfill my promise to you tonight." Red lips. Minute Jushi sat smiley, "You managed to leave the room without being discovered by my roommate, right?" Su Yang first replied to Minute Jushi's message, not for any particular reason, but simply because he had opened her message after Han Jiaying's. Su Yang sat smiley, "Rest assured, I wasn't he discovered. What about your promise?" He left it vague, merely punctuating his inquiry with a question mark before responding to Han Jiaying. Just as he was about to finish his message to her, Minute Jushi's reply came in first. Minute Jushi sat smiley, "You fainted yesterday. Remember, let us discuss it tonight." Seriously, why does it all have to happen tonight? Su Yang sighed in exasperation upon reading Minute Jushi's message. If there were a scheduling conflict, one of them would have to be postponed. Which one should I push back? After a moment's contemplation, he resolved that if a conflict arose, he would prioritize Han Jiaying over Minute Jushi. After all, he held Minute Jushi's secret in his hands, while the opportunity with Han Jiaying might not present itself again. Resolute in his decision, Su Yang completed the half-typed message and sent it to Han Jiaying. Su Yang sat smiley, "All right, I'm preparing to leave. What time tonight, and where shall we meet?" Han Jiaying: "In my room, after my roommates have gone to sleep. I'll sneak you in." Mischievous smile. Moments later, Han Jiaying sent another message. Han Jiaying sat smiley, "Your name is Su Yang, right? Are you from Longhua?" Su Yang sat smiley, "Indeed, I am from Longhua." Minute Jushi, who had just been jovially chatting with Han Jiaying, suddenly broke into a smile and curiously asked, "What's up?" "Anything exciting?" "Nothing much. Just found someone unexpectedly intriguing." Han Jiaoying replied, locking her phone and linking arms with Minute Jushi. Let us hurry to lunch. I'm starving. In Han Jiaoying's room, Su Yang pondered that with no one else in the house, he might as well freshen up before heading out. This way, he could skip returning to his lodgings for lunch and go directly to class from here. The house was in close proximity to the school, allowing for a pleasant walk, while his lodging required public transport, which was considerably farther away. Resolute, Su Yang exited Han Jiaoying's room. Curiosity piqued, he began to scrutinize the house. Once he reached the living room, the living area was unremarkable, yet the balcony showcased a set of black garments hanging on a thin line. Seizing the moment, Su Yang quickly snapped a photograph, uncertain of the garment's owner, yet perceiving this as a potential leverage against both girls. The seemingly innocent so-and-so, yet behind closed doors. Is she truly just a pure college student, or? Su Yang's imagination ran wild, convinced it held a certain allure. After capturing the image, he took a deep breath and slowly approached the balcony. Subsequently, he retrieved the items hanging there. Moments later, they were returned to their original place, and Su Yang entered the bathroom to take a shower. After refreshing himself, he departed the house. Not long after Su Yang left, a striking girl with long, straight black hair, reminiscent of Minute Jushi, returned to the residence. Unlike Minute Jushi, she sported no bangs, yet her appearance remained undeniably innocent. She was Minute Jushi's other roommate, Park Chai-hui. Upon her return, Park Chai-hui's first order of business was to head to the bathroom to remove her makeup. She believed prolonged exposure to cosmetics was detrimental to her skin, thus she made it a routine to return and cleanse her face every afternoon. After removing her makeup and washing her face, she typically reached for her towel to dry off. However, upon touching the towel, she froze. What? Has someone used my towel? Peeking out from the bathroom, she glanced towards Minute Jushi and Han Jiaoying's rooms before turning back. Taking a gentle breath, she realized someone had indeed tampered with her towel, and it wasn't either of her known roommates. Su Yang had used the towel after washing his face and, having cleaned it afterward, left it without any discernible scent. Yet, Park Chai-hui was convinced someone else had used it. After washing his face, Su Yang had noticed 2 towels hanging in the bathroom. Without overthinking it, grabbing one to use. Since he had only encountered Minute Jushi and Han Jiaoying in the house, he instinctively believed it belonged to one of them. Both girls had shared some intimacy with him, making it seem perfectly acceptable to use their towel. He overlooked the fact that there was another person in the house he had yet to meet. Had he been more observant, he would have noticed a pack of facial wipes atop the sink, indicating someone who didn't use a towel. After drying her face with a damp towel, Park Chai-hui proceeded to the balcony to gather the black garments she had hung out to dry. Chapter 8. The beautiful Professor Jiang Yuanjun. In the afternoon, as Su Yang arrived at the school, he unexpectedly ran into Professor Jiang Yuanjun. Faced with the strikingly tall beauty, clad in black stockings and high heels, Su Yang dared not gaze for long. He quickly turned his face towards the wall, hoping to sneak past her unnoticed. Yet, in the next moment, Jiang Yuanjun called out to him, "Su Yang, stop right there." There were few international students from Longhua in the school, and Su Yang was the only one in his major. Additionally, Jiang Yuanjun had always harbored considerable bias against him, which made her recognize him at a glance. "Hello, Professor Jiang." In H University, it is customary to refer to instructors as professors rather than teachers. Upon realizing he had been spotted, Su Yang smiled broadly and greeted Jiang Yuanjun. "How dare you smile? Come to my office." Jiang Yuanjun raised her voice. Since there was still some time before classes commenced, many people in the hallway turned to look at the commotion caused by Jiang Yuanjun's call. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Su Yang awkwardly followed her. Jiang Yuanjun was one of the few faculty members with an independent office, a privilege not even enjoyed by some long-serving senior professors, which fueled rumors about her distinguished background. She paused at the office door, commanding, "Wait here. I will call you in." Uncertain of Jiang Yuanjun's intentions but aware of her authority, Su Yang complied and stood at the door. Shortly after entering the office, Jiang Yuanjun summoned him. Upon his entrance, she sat with her legs crossed and admonished, "Close the door." Even without her command, Su Yang would have shut the door, yet her sharp tone left him feeling quite uncomfortable. After closing the door, he exhaled deeply. Hearing his sigh, Jiang Yuanjun immediately inquired, are you dissatisfied? I have no respect for you. Though he felt defiant, Su Yang refrained from voicing his true thoughts, fearing the repercussions on his academic standing. Noticing his silence, Jian Yuanjun arrogantly asked, "Do you wish to fail?" Reluctant to accept failure yet unwilling to be threatened, Su Yang was caught in a dilemma when a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. System initialization complete. The host is currently at a disadvantage in confrontation with the opponent. Commencing scan for weaknesses. Scanning opponent's weaknesses. Scan complete. Beginner task issued. Beginner task. Utilize the opponent's weaknesses to gain leverage. The task is considered complete only upon ensuring the opponent pays a price. Task target, Jian Yuanjun. Task rewards, 100 attribute enhancement points, 10 skill points. As the voice resonated, a virtual panel appeared before Su Yang, displaying task information and rewards. When he glanced at Jian Yuanjun, her character panel materialized before him. Name, Jian Yuanjun. Gender, female. Age, 22. Height, 169 cm. Weight, 49 kg. Weakness, sad smiley. Note, this weakness is immediate. Targeted weakness. Various weaknesses will be displayed based on the host's current confrontation context. Example. If confronting a provocative male, weaknesses in physicality or fighting techniques will be revealed. Upon seeing Jian Yuanjun's current weakness, a smile unconsciously crept across Su Yang's face. What are you laughing at? Jian Yuanjun, irked by his reaction, became visibly annoyed. Now armed with Jian Yuanjun's shocking secret, Su Yang shed his earlier timidity, confidently walking to the side of her desk and pulling out a chair to plop down. Oh, nothing. I just have a natural inclination to smile, he replied, crossing his legs. Su Yang's brazen demeanor further incensed Jian Yuanjun, who pointed at him in anger, exclaiming, Do you not care about graduating? Graduation is of little consequence to me. I merely wish to ask Professor Jiang. Su Yang leaned in, his gaze laden with implication. Are you feeling comfortable? What did you say? Jian Yuanjun, still fuming, suddenly sensed something amiss. Her voice softened. What do you mean by comfortable? I don't quite grasp what you're implying. You don't understand, that's all right, I too am a bit confused. I merely heard that some female professors in universities conduct their lectures in a rather revealing manner. TSK. Su Yang clicked his tongue, inquiring, Professor Jiang, what do you think would happen if such rumors were to spread? Jian Yuanjun's expression tightened with anxiety, though she stubbornly retorted, I have no idea what you're talking about. Unaware, are we? Su Yang rose, pushing the chair back to where it belonged. Then I shall take my leave. I wouldn't want to disturb Professor Jiang any longer. With that, he made to exit the office. Seeing him leave, Jian Yuanjun hastily grasped his arm. Su Yang felt the perspiration pooling in her palm, indicating her evident distress. What do you intend to do? Jian Yuanjun's voice trembled as her anxiety intensified. Professor Jiang, what do you expect from me? I am merely an international student. I just wish to graduate smoothly. I don't understand why you persistently target me. As Su Yang turned to confront her. Jian Yuanjun stammered, unsure of her response. I'm sorry. I beg for your forgiveness. Upon witnessing her evasion of the issue, Su Yang's frustration boiled over. Tell me why you have it out for me. His voice reverberated through the hallway, audible to passers-by. Jian Yuanjun, unable to feign indifference any longer, hesitantly confessed, because you are from Longhua. How dare you? Just because I am from Longhua, I am to be targeted. Su Yang pulled his arm free from her grip. Prepare for this matter to echo throughout the entire school. With that, he strode purposefully towards the exit. Jian Yuanjun, in a panic, rushed after him but stumbled to her knees, instinctively clutching his leg, tears streaming down her face. She pleaded, Su Yang, please, I implore you, do not let this matter leak. However, Su Yang remained unyielding, attempting to shake her off. Her desperation only intensified his resolve, prompting her to cling tighter. Su Yang, as long as you keep this secret, you may have anything you desire. Hearing her plea, Su Yang's anger shifted to contemplation. Just as he pondered what he might demand of Jiang Yuanjun, a knock echoed at the door. Alongside the knock, a male voice called, "Professor Jiang, are you there? May I come in?" Upon hearing the visitor, Su Yang hastily helped Jiang Yuanjun to her feet, whispering in her ear, "We shall discuss this later. Wait for me in your office after class." Once upright, Jiang Yuanjun quickly straightened her hair. And the next moment, the door swung open, revealing a tall, handsome young man clad in designer attire, Kim Minyu, a wealthy heir from Su Yang's class and one of Jiang Yuanjun's many admirers at the university. Noticing Kim Minyu's entrance, Su Yang bowed respectfully to Jiang Yuanjun, saying, "Professor Jiang, I shall take my leave now. Thank you very much for your guidance just now." However, Kim Minyu, having perceived something in Jiang Yuanjun's anxious gaze, deliberately bumped shoulders with Su Yang as he exited. Chapter 9 Claiming System Rewards. Su Yang was momentarily taken aback, glancing up at Jin Minyu without uttering a word, and then strode out of the office. At this moment, Su Yang stood at a height of 177 centimeters, which was not considered short among men in H country, yet Jin Minyu towered over him at 183 centimeters, slightly surpassing him in stature. Upon exiting Professor Jiang Yuanjing's office, Su Yang began to review his mission. The moment Jiang Yuanjing had declared her indifference towards his desires, the status of the mission had shifted. Beginner mission. Exploit the opponent's weakness, gain leverage over them. Mission target, Jiang Yuanjing. Mission duration, 24 hours. Remaining time, 23 hours 35 minutes. Mission status update. Although Jiang Yuanjing has yet to incur a tangible cost, as this is a novice mission for the host, rewards may be claimed early. However, claiming the rewards early will result in a deduction of 20 of the base attribute points. Special note, should the rewards be claimed prematurely without Jiang Yuanjing facing a real consequence, severe penalties will ensue. No additional missions will appear until the beginner mission is completed. Upon completion of the beginner mission, multiple missions can be undertaken simultaneously. 3 exclamation marks. Just how severe could the penalty be? Nevertheless, I am not in a rush to claim the reward. I can wait until this evening after school when Jiang Yuanjing pays the price before I collect the mission rewards. As Su Yang pondered, he made his way toward the classroom. Inside Jiang Yuanjing's office, Jin Minyu stared at her tear-streaked face and inquired, "Professor Jiang, what exactly transpired between you and Su Yang? Did that Su Yang bully you?" "This is none of your concern. If you have nothing else, you may leave," Jiang Yuanjing replied coldly. Jin Minyu shouted in frustration, Yuan, why are you so cold to me? Am I not worth more than that Su Yang in your eyes?" "Jin Minyu, what did you just call me?" Jiang Yuanjing's expression hardened at his disrespect. "What is your problem? Get out." The physical education teacher passing by, having heard the commotion from Jiang Yuanjing's office, knocked twice before pushing the door open, asking, "Professor Jiang, do you require any assistance?" This physical education teacher was also one of Jiang Yuanjing's many admirers. Seeing this, Jin Minyu huffed through his nostrils, hands in pockets, whistling as he exited Jiang Yuanjing's office. Upon returning to the classroom, Su Yang sat at his desk, unable to suppress visions of ascending to the pinnacle of life step by step through the system. To claim that he was not eager for the mission reward would be a lie. Anyone in his position would be itching to see what these points could accomplish. Su Yang felt the same anticipation, already looking forward to the end of the school day before class had even begun. As Su Yang rested his head on the desk, lost in dreams of a brighter future, Jin Minyu strode in from outside and delivered a kick to Su Yang's desk. Startled, Su Yang opened his eyes and sat up, demanding, "What are you doing?" Typically reserved in class and engaging little with others, Su Yang was the kind of person who wouldn't provoke trouble, nor would he tolerate being bullied. "What am I doing?" "Hitting you." Jin Minyu disregarded Su Yang entirely and delivered another kick, targeting Su Yang's chest. Having studied in H country since middle school and coming from a financially strained family, Su Yang had never instigated a conflict. Fortunately, he had not encountered any bullying incidents. However, this had left him inexperienced in fights, and now, confronted with Jin Minu's assault, he found himself momentarily at a loss. Furthermore, Jin Minu was athletic and quick, resulting in Su Yang taking the hit squarely. "I damn you!" After being knocked down by Jin Minu's kick, pain ignited a surge of fury within Su Yang. He shoved his desk aside and raised his fist to strike back at Jin Minu. Though he had never fought before, Su Yang was not a pushover. His grandfather had instilled in him the principles of avoiding trouble but never being afraid of it. Before Su Yang could reach Jin Minu, he was kicked away again. With a greater height and longer legs, coupled with some training in Taekwondo, Jin Minu was far from a fair match for Su Yang. The onlooking H country students cheered at the spectacle, reveling in the sight of a Long country student being bullied by one of their own. Not a single person stepped in to intervene, even to mediate the conflict. They all wished for Jin Minu to teach Su Yang a lesson. "Jin Minu is so cool. Jin Minu, I have faith in you. Teach this Long country kid a real lesson. Let him know the strength of H country's people. I'll go close the door. We can't let a teacher see this. Jin Minu, feel free to continue." The surrounding comments only fueled Su Yang's anger further, driving him into a frenzy as he charged at Jin Minu, engaging in a scuffle. Alas, with no experience in fighting, he was utterly outmatched, receiving a flurry of punches and kicks from Jin Minu. Feeling humiliated for his country, Su Yang's eyes reddened with rage. Suddenly, a system notification flashed before his eyes. Detected that the host is in an emergency situation. Would you like to claim the beginner mission rewards early? Claim beginner mission rewards. Claim beginner mission rewards. Claim. Su Yang mentally declared. In an instant, his consciousness was drawn into the system. Beginner mission reward, 80 attribute points, 10 skill points. Beginner mission completed, reward shop unlocked. Strength, speed, reaction, muscle strength, endurance, attractiveness, height, genital size, skin color, hair. There were numerous options for attribute point allocation, yet Su Yang was too impatient to examine them all, as his focus lay on retaliating against Jin Minu. At this moment, he noted that his initial strength stood at 30 points and agility at 40 points. Moreover, he could also see Jin Minu's attributes, with strength of 40 points and agility at 50 points. He did not concern himself with other attributes for the time being, as they were unlikely to be relevant in a standard brawl. Based on their respective attribute values, Su Yang deduced that an average person could potentially reach a maximum of 100 points in each category. He decided to allocate 40 points each to strength and agility, a choice he deemed infallible. Next, it was time to select skills. Explosive force, doubles physical attributes for a short duration. The higher the skill level, the longer the duration and greater the multiplier. Requires 10 skill points to activate. Swift movement, significantly increases movement speed for a short duration. The higher the skill level, the longer the duration and faster the movement and attack speeds. Requires 10 skill points to activate. Extreme reflexes, dramatically enhances reaction speed for a short duration. The higher the skill level, the longer the duration and quicker the reflexes. Requires 10 skill points to activate. These three skills formed the foundation of the skill tree, with countless branches extending above them, representing strength, speed, and mental acuity. Without hesitation, Su Yang chose swift movement. While there is a saying that strength can overpower 10, there is also the adage that in martial arts, speed is paramount. Chapter 10, Facing Severe Penalties. Su Yang believed that speed surpassed strength. After all, no matter how great your strength, others would not simply stand by and allow you to strike. If sheer strength were the sole determinant of prowess, then weightlifting champions would undoubtedly outshine combat athletes. Of course, Su Yang did not dismiss the value of strength, he merely prioritized speed over it. After all, possessing only speed without any strength would render one akin to a mere guashar or bath scrubber. More importantly, in Su Yang's subconscious, there lingered a notion that being swift was somewhat more admirable. To be a swift man, one must be fast. Once the enhancement concluded, Su Yang's consciousness returned to reality. The passage of time remained unchanged, still frozen at the moment he had chosen to receive his reward. As he observed Jin Minu's fist hurtling towards him, the task interface before Su Yang vanished. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Jin Minu's punch was effortlessly deflected by Su Yang with his arm, and he retaliated with a swift blow to Jin Minyu's face. The impact left Jin Minyu momentarily stunned, and several female classmates gasped at the sight. "Minyu Opper, are you all right? Hey you, Dragon Country scoundrel, how dare you strike our Minyu Opper, you worthless boys, hurry and help him. Are you just going to stand there while this Dragon Country thug bullies our H-Country people? Minyu, do you need assistance?" Though not entirely willing, some felt compelled to intervene upon witnessing their compatriot being bullied by a foreigner. Jin Minyu, accustomed to flaunting his wealth and looking down on others, found even his own admirers glaring at him now, inciting anger among the boys in their class. "Enough!" Jin Minyu bellowed, his fury ignited by their words. "Do you really think I would lose to this trash from Dragon Country?" Upon hearing this, the two girls who had been the most vocal fell silent. Jin Minyu rubbed his bruised face, spat, and cursed, damn it, Su Yang, are you looking to die?" Su Yang had initially hesitated, wary of others rushing to Jin Minyu's aid, as they were all from the same country, while he was an outsider. This had previously deterred him from engaging in fights. If not for Jin Minyu's blatant bullying, Su Yang would never have resorted to violence. Even when Jin Minyu had shoved him moments before, Su Yang had remained silent. Now, realizing no one was coming to Jin Minyu's defense, Su Yang cracked his knuckles, clenched his fists, and charged forward once more. At this moment, both Su Yang's strength and speed far exceeded those of Jin Minyu, making the prospect of subduing him a trivial endeavor. At this juncture, their stats stood: Su Yang with strength at 70 and speed at 80, Jin Minyu with strength at 40 and speed at 50. Jin Minyu's only advantage lay in his height, arm span, and leg length, but such minor benefits proved utterly negligible against the overwhelming disparity in speed and strength. Su Yang launched a solid punch that connected with Jin Minyu's face. In contrast, Jin Minyu's fist was easily caught by Su Yang, who thwarted it effortlessly and twisted Jin Minyu's arm, eliciting a pained cry from him. "Let go, you lowly worm." Jin Minyu, accustomed to his privileged status, found it hard to accept the role of the oppressed, as the rigid class structure in H-Country typically left the weak too intimidated to resist. Hearing Jin Minyu's insult ignited a fiery rage within Su Yang. He could not discern whether Jin Minyu's words were a personal affront or an insult to his nation and ethnicity. It mattered little, for either interpretation was intolerable to him. "I damn your mother." Su Yang spat through gritted teeth, applying greater force, and forcing Jin Minyu to kneel before him. He then lifted his foot and delivered a powerful kick to Jin Minyu's back, sending him sprawling to the ground. With Jin Minyu now prostrate, Su Yang unleashed a barrage of brutal kicks to his head. The once vocal Jin Minyu quickly fell silent, and onlookers hesitated, wanting to intervene but paralyzed by the ferocity. For a moment, no one dared approach as they watched Su Yang mercilessly assault Jin Minyu. Observing the blooded figure of Jin Minyu on the ground, several girls were overcome with fear and began to weep. Su Yang's intent was to intimidate others, to convey a clear message: do not provoke him. This marked Su Yang's first altercation since entering university, and he felt compelled to make an example of Jin Minyu. In truth, Su Yang had already tempered his strength, fearing he might inflict serious harm. "Damn it, can someone come help me? You H-Country people, are you just going to stand by as I kick your compatriot?" At that moment, Jin Renhao pushed open the classroom door and strolled in, exclaiming, "Why is the door closed when class hasn't even started?" Jin Renhao, who had been casually walking, quickly rushed over upon witnessing the scene unfolding in the classroom. "Su Yang, stop. If you keep hitting him, you'll kill him." Jin Renhao pleaded, pulling Su Yang aside. He was Su Yang's only friend in the class and held a decent position among their peers. "Renhao, don't pull me away. I want to finish this brat." Su Yang protested, though inwardly, he felt gratitude towards Zheng Renhao for intervening. Zheng Renhao grasped Su Yang's arms and addressed the others. "What are you all standing around for? Hurry and take him to the infirmary." Only then did the group react to Zheng Renhao's command, several rushing to lift Jin Minyu. Looking at the unconscious Jin Minyu, Zheng Renhao added, "Forget the infirmary. Take him straight to the hospital. Point two of you should suffice." Zheng Renhao's insistence on sending Jin Minyu to the hospital stemmed from his desire to keep the incident under wraps from the school. After the two carried Jin Minyu away, Su Yang returned to his seat, and the classroom fell into a profound silence. Zheng Renhao used a mop to clean up the bloodstains on the floor. During class, he excused the 3 students absent due to Jin Minyu's discomfort. The others dared not object. Firstly, because Zheng Renhao was a formidable presence, standing at 182 centimeters and weighing 88 kilograms, and few in the class were willing to challenge him. Secondly, due to Su Yang's recent display of fighting prowess and his fierce demeanor. As class commenced, Zheng Renhao observed Su Yang from the back. Deep in thought. Su Yang reflected on the adrenaline coursing through him during the fight. Perhaps it was the result of his long-suppressed emotions, but he found the sensation exhilarating. However, he soon became troubled, knowing he had claimed the task reward in advance, akin to taking out a loan. If he failed to repay it, given the system's formidable rewards, the accompanying penalties would surely be severe. Special note: you have claimed the task reward early. If you do not make Jian Yuanjing pay the price, you will face severe penalties. As he gazed at the 3 ominous exclamation marks, a flicker of fear ignited within Su Yang. All he could do was hope that after school, Jian Yuanjing would not renege on her word and would honor her promise. Chapter 11. The visit of Principal Jiao Eder. Throughout the entire afternoon, Su Yang found himself utterly unable to focus on his classes. Finally, when the school bell rang, he dashed straight to Professor Jian Yuanjin's office. "Why are you running so fast? Are you in a hurry to be reborn? Are you out of your mind? Running like that nearly caused a collision." Su Yang was in no mood to entertain such banter. He was engulfed by an overwhelming fear that Jian Yuanjin might be untrustworthy and flee. As he sprinted down the corridor, a multitude of students began to murmur in confusion at his frantic demeanor, yet Su Yang paid them no heed. The thought of Jian Yuanjin absconding filled him with dread, for he understood all too well the formidable power bestowed. He could not afford to take such a gamble. "Jian Yuanjin, please wait for me in your office." Su Yang thought anxiously as he raced toward her office. Upon arriving at Jian Yuanjin's office door, he hesitated not a moment before. Locked, it was locked. Panic surged through Su Yang as he realized that his anxieties had culminated in despair. Damn it, Jian Yuanjin, you deceitful woman," he cursed under his breath, pounding on the door in frustration. Onlookers, witnessing his erratic behavior, exchanged glances. Perceiving him as a madman, most presumed him to be an obsessive suitor of Jian Yuanjin. At that moment, Su Yang was oblivious to how he appeared to others. He immediately pulled out his phone to call Jian Yuanjin. He had acquired her number thanks to her previous assignments that required him to assist her in the office. After several rings, the call went unanswered, prompting him to hang up. Cursing, Jian Yuanjin said, smiley. "Su Yang, stop banging on the door. I'm inside the office, please leave for now, and return once the students have departed. I fear being seen by others." As Su Yang read her message, the tension within him dissipated, and he smiled as he navigated through the crowd, descending the staircase. The students who had been drawn to the commotion lost interest upon seeing him on the phone and gradually dispersed. Once the area was clear, Su Yang's phone rang again, the caller being Jian Yuanjin. A slight grin crept onto his face as he answered the call. "Su Yang, when you come up, please check if there are any others in the corridor," Jian Yuanjin instructed without delay. "Understood," Su Yang replied, swiftly making his way back upstairs. Arriving at Jian Yuanjin's office, he declared, "Professor Jiang, there isn't a soul left in the school, you can rest assured." Upon hearing his words, Jian Yuanjin hung up and opened the office door. As soon as the door creaked open, Su Yang rushed inside. "Professor Jiang, please tell me how you wish to resolve this matter," Su Yang inquired earnestly. At his words, Jian Yuanjin shivered slightly. "Su Yang, I am your professor." "Oh, Professor Jiang, do you think that certain female professors would feel the same way?" Su Yang was not one to be shackled by moral constraints. "Why should the ethics of your nation bind a citizen of my homeland?" Seeing that Su Yang was impervious to her attempts at moral persuasion, Jian Yuanjin had no choice but to concede. "Su Yang, what must I do to appease you?" "First, come over and kiss me." He did not wish to overstep. After all, she was a professor, and should it come to light that a student threatened a female professor, expulsion would be inevitable. Kiss. Jiang Yuanjun trembled, though not from fear, but rather from a different sensation. Su Yang, a foreigner and particularly a citizen of Long Nation, often faced prejudice from the majority of H Nation's populace. Moreover, her father, who held a position of high esteem, looked down upon individuals from Long Nation. This was a significant reason why Jiang Yuanjun had chosen Su Yang. In truth, every time she summoned him, it was under such circumstances, though he had never realized it before. The scenarios she had envisioned countless times were now unfolding before her, and thus, why would she feel fear? The earlier trepidation had merely been an act. Su Yang watched Jiang Yuanjun approach him, his emotions which he did not wish to take advantage of her position as a professor, yet he was compelled to ensure that she paid a price to complete the system's task. Ultimately, he harbored a modicum of fear and respect for the teaching profession, though his respect was not directed at those who maliciously troubled students and exhibited favoritism. As Jiang Yuanjun leaned closer, her gaze directed at him, Su Yang's heart raced. In the next moment, she straightened her posture, her warm lips brushing against his. At that very instant, a knock echoed from outside the door. Knock, 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 Professor Jiang, are you in your office? Both Su Yang and Jiang Yuanjun froze at the sound of the voice, their actions abruptly ceasing. It was none other than Principal Jiao Eder. Receiving no response from within, the principal inquired again. Professor Jiang, are you all right? As I was leaving for home, I heard noises coming from your office. Upon realizing that the principal was aware of her presence, Jiang Yuanjun replied, I am just working overtime. Feeling Jiang Yuanjun's tension, Su Yang's fear of being discovered lessened, replaced by a mischievous grin aimed at her. The sound of the doorknob turning sent them into a panic. Both gazed anxiously at the office door. When it failed to open, they simultaneously sighed in relief. Thankfully, Su Yang had locked it in haste. Professor Jiang, why is the door locked? The principal asked, his tone laced with suspicion. I am not sure. Perhaps it accidentally locked when I closed it, Jiang Yuanjun replied, discreetly pinching Su Yang's thigh to signal him to cease his antics. Su Yang nearly yelped in pain, but Jiang Yuanjun asked. Not hearing any sound from Jiang Yuanjun's movements, the principal asked again, Professor Jiang, I'm coming, as she replied, gesturing for Su Yang to hide beneath the desk. Su Yang was bewildered, pondering what had transpired in the last few days that had led him to such a predicament. Why had he been hiding so frequently? However, he had no choice but to comply. If the principal discovered him, it would likely thwart his ability to complete the system's task. As Su Yang crouched down, Jiang Yuanjun rose from her chair and opened the office door. Principal, how may I assist you? She asked, positioning herself in the doorway to shield Su Yang from view. The principal peered into the office, and Jiang Yuanjun instinctively shielded him from his gaze. Are you looking for something, Principal? Jiang Yuanjun inquired, noting the principal's expression of concern. Clearing his throat, the principal replied, come into the office. I need to discuss a matter with you. Chapter 12. The enigmatic gaze of the doe. At this moment, despite her utmost reluctance, Jiang Yuanjun had no choice but to allow the principal to enter. Very well, she remarked, stepping aside to clear the doorway, then turned. To preempt any potential scenarios, she deemed it necessary to occupy her office chair first, thereby thwarting any intention the principal might have to take a seat concealed beneath the desk. Su Yang listened intently to the rhythmic. Observing Jiang Yuanjun unceremoniously seating herself without awaiting his arrival, the principal felt a surge of displeasure. This Jiang Yuanjun certainly has little regard for me. Even if she has connections, I shall have to teach her a lesson, lest she grows too arrogant in the future. With this thought festering in his mind, the principal sat down in the spot recently vacated by Su Yang, his expression darkening. Ahem, he cleared his throat and addressed her, Professor Jiang, I have recently been hearing rumors circulating about you within the school. What is your perspective on this matter? Principal, as you yourself mentioned, they are merely rumors, unfounded slanders perpetrated by others, Jiang Yuanjun explained. The principal crossed his legs, feigning amusement as he replied, Professor Jiang, let's not be so dismissive. As the saying goes, there's no smoke without fire. One might also say, to forge iron, one must be strong oneself. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Yuanjun instantly grasped his implication. She refrained from further. This unexpected action left the principal momentarily stunned. The call was answered promptly with a playful tone. Jiang Yuanjun cooed, Buji, Daddy, your man's voice resonated through the phone. What is it, Yuanjun? I'll arrange for someone to handle it. The man's voice conveyed authority. At this juncture, the principal felt a twinge of fear and frantically gestured for Jiang Yuanjun to cease her conversation. He was aware that Jiang Yuanjun had been placed in her position by higher authorities, yet he remained oblivious to the true stature of her father. Seeing her reach out to her father in times of trouble, combined with the commanding tone of her father's voice, made him realize he was dealing with someone far beyond his. The thought of jeopardizing his hard-earned position, which he had taken a lifetime to ascend to, filled him with dread. Jiang Yuanjun, observing the principal's anxious demeanor, wore a smirk of disdain as she stated, "It's nothing serious, Abuji. Just a misunderstanding, which I have already clarified with the principal." "That's good to hear. If there's anything, just let your father know," the man replied indulgently. "All right, if everything is fine, hurry home." Bye. With that, she hung up the phone, set it down, and leaned her chin on her hand, inquiring, "Principal, regarding the matter you mentioned earlier, what is your stance?" The principal, now with a newfound resolve, declared, "Professor Jiang, rest assured, should I hear anyone discussing this matter in private again, I will handle it with utmost seriousness. We must not allow such misconduct to proliferate." Su Yang, concealed beneath the desk, barely contained his laughter at the principal's earnest tone. Relaxed, Jiang Yuanjun crossed her legs, while the principal, now visibly uncomfortable, adjusted his posture, resting his hands on his knees, his back slightly hunched and neck craned forward. "Principal, I hope such incidents do not recur. If similar matters arise again, I will have no choice but to report to my father," Jiang Yuanjun stated, her legs bouncing restlessly as she playfully nudged Su Yang's feet with the tips of her shoes. "Damn it, this woman is doing this on purpose," Su Yang thought, a flicker of irritation rising within him. A single kick might be dismissed as an accident, but repeated nudges were undeniably provocative. His fear of the principal was not shared by her. Suddenly, the principal heard a distinct clack. He looked up at Jiang Yuanjun, who, with her striking beauty, stirred a maelstrom of thoughts within him. Since her arrival at the school, she had garnered a multitude of admirers among both male faculty and students, yet no news of her romantic entanglements had surfaced. A daring notion crept into his mind. Could it be that she harbored feelings for me? With this thought in mind, the principal decided to take a chance, feigning gentleness as he said, "Yuanjun, I apologize for taking up your time today. How about I treat you to dinner as a token of my remorse?" Jiang Yuanjun, unaware of her true sentiments, the principal misinterpreted her reluctance as the coyness typical of a beautiful woman, and pressed on, "Please, let this be my way of apologizing for earlier." As he spoke, he absent-mindedly smoothed over his not entirely smooth scalp, striving to display his charm. This gesture nearly made Jiang Yuanjun retch. "I said no, do you not comprehend?" Jiang Yuanjun snapped, her voice raised in anger. Taken aback by her ire, the principal stammered, "I just remembered I have matters to attend to. I must be off." With that, he rose swiftly and fled Jiang Yuanjun's office, closing the door politely behind him as he departed. Once he was gone, Jiang Yuanjun exhaled a long sigh of relief. Chapter 13, Jiang Yuanjun's Diary. A crisp honk from a car shattered the ambiguous atmosphere within the office. Jiang Yuanjun, seated by the window, turned her head to look down and, upon spotting the vehicle, was instantly awakened from her reverie. Noticing her flustered demeanor, Su Yang became acutely aware that something was amiss and promptly inquired, "What's wrong?" "My father has arrived." The moment Jiang Yuanjun finished speaking, her phone began to ring. She composed herself, adjusting her hair and attire, and answered the call in a sweet, delicate voice. "What's the matter, Abuji?" "I'm downstairs at your school. Your mother insisted I come to check on you, fearing you might not speak up if anything were wrong," Jiang Yuanjun's father replied. "Abuji, I'm perfectly fine," she cooed. Her father's tone softened as he reassured her. "As long as you're well, come downstairs." "All right, I'll hang up now," Jiang Yuanjun said, swiftly ending the call. She then turned to Su Yang, her face pleading, "Please let me leave first. We can discuss everything tomorrow. I promise I'll agree to whatever you want." Su Yang nodded. "You may go." In truth, Su Yang had no particular desires at that moment. He lacked the audacity to engage with someone's daughter in front of influential figures. If caught, the consequences would be dire. With a system at his disposal, he understood the importance of cautious development, waiting until he was fully equipped before taking further action. Moreover, having just completed his system task, allowing Jiang Yuanjing to leave posed no detriment to him. Relieved by Zhu Yang's consent, Jiang Yuanjing stood up, exhaling in relief. Then I shall take my leave. Zhu Yang replied with a nod. As she approached him, she extended her hand, offering him the item she held. This is for you. Feel free to use it as you wish. With that, she made her way towards the office exit. Upon reaching the door, she turned back and waved at Zhu Yang. Zhu Yang, see you tomorrow. Observing the sudden shift in Jiang Yuanjing's attitude, Zhu Yang responded, bewildered, see you tomorrow. After her departure, Zhu Yang glanced at the item in his hand, recalling her earlier words, and muttered in irritation, does she take me for a loser? In a fit of anger, he aimed the object toward the trash bin, only for it to misfire and become lodged on an inadequately closed drawer. Approaching the drawer to retrieve it, Zhu Yang was surprised by its unexpected sturdiness. Despite his forceful tug, it resisted, instead causing the drawer to spring open. Frustrated, he tossed the balance seeker into the trash, muttering, what a piece of junk, yet surprisingly durable. After venting, he exhaled deeply, preparing to exit the office. Before leaving, he walked over to close the drawer but paused just as he was about to shut it, then pulled it open once more. Inside, he discovered a locked diary, fortuitously left unlocked. A mischievous grin spread across his face as he extracted the diary. After all, gossip is a universal intrigue, transcending time and culture. From emperors to commoners, all possess an innate fondness for gossip. The secret police of the Ming dynasty would eavesdrop to learn every detail about the emperor's ministers, from their evening meals to whispered secrets. Even the most pious scholars harbored a fascination for scandal. Mencius would undoubtedly be intrigued by Confucius's affairs, and Laozi might ponder if there were sequels to Jin Ping Mai. Of course, when I mention Laozi, I refer to myself. Upon acquiring the diary, Zhu Yang found his hunger dissipating, prompting him to sit in Jiang Yuanjing's office chair and begin perusing its pages. He first opened to the title page, where a few hastily scribbled characters immediately piqued his interest, leading him to think, goodness, Teacher Jiang certainly knows how to have fun. The title read, The Private Diary of a Female Teacher. Given Jiang Yuanjing's audacious behavior, Zhu Yang surmised the diary must contain some undisclosed secrets. Instead of starting from the first page, he sought out the last recorded entry, eager to ascertain the quantity of content. If it was brief, he would read it there. If lengthy, he would simply take the diary home for a leisurely examination. As his thumb flicked through the pages, he quickly reached the final entry, and upon reading it, his eyes widened in shock. Today is September 23rd, Monday. My foolish student from the Dragon Kingdom, Zhu Yang, has finally discovered what I had anticipated. He has indeed exploited this situation. What to do? Although I feel I mustn't let Zhu Yang realize. I need him to believe I am terrified, otherwise he will surely find me peculiar. 1 Tee. With a heavy heart, I managed to finish this afternoon's class, and then began to wait in the office. Finally, the school day ended, but fearing others might find out, I had no choice but to lock the office door. Zhu Yang is here. He is banging on the door furiously, his frustration palpable. I seem to have provoked him. I wonder how he will treat me shortly. To avoid attracting further attention from other students and faculty, I called Zhu Yang to soothe him, asking him to wait a bit longer before coming in. He has arrived. The final entry concluded there, and Zhu Yang was well aware of what transpired next. After absorbing the contents of the diary page, a puzzled expression crossed his face. Finally, he noted the word finally, written by Jiang Yuanjing. Could it be that this was not her first encounter of this nature before him? With such speculation in mind, Zhu Yang flipped to the first page. Today is September 2nd, Monday. University has commenced, and I am about to embark on my journey as a female teacher. I never imagined that merely months after leaving school, I would return to campus in the role of a teacher. Although I have changed schools and identities, the male colleagues and students here gaze at me with the same greedy eyes as my previous teachers, seniors, classmates, and juniors. However, I have noticed one individual among the students who stands apart from the rest. Intriguingly, He is also from the Dragon Kingdom, and his name is Su Yang. I shall remember him. Chapter 14. The male professor and female student in the classroom. Upon finishing the first page of the diary, Su Yang realized that Jiang Zhengyuan had, from the very beginning, set her sights on him. Eager to uncover the subsequent entries, Su Yang turned to the second page. Today is September 2nd, the second day of my tenure as a female teacher. My mood is rather bleak today because my father lectured me on those grand principles once again last night. Since my kindergarten days, he has frequently imparted these lofty ideals to me, dictating what I can and cannot do, insisting that I must always be mindful of my influence while working outside, simply because I am his daughter. Indeed, I am your daughter, but I am also a genuine individual, a true person, not a puppet for you to manipulate at will. Feeling quite despondent, I engaged in some audacious and unconventional actions today, which alleviated my oppressive mood somewhat. I have resolved to attempt even bolder endeavors tomorrow. The contents of the diary intrigued Su Yang, prompting him to flip to the next page. Today is September 3rd. After a night of deep contemplation, I have decided to launch an offensive towards that Dragon Country exchange student, Su Yang, since my father embodies the typical mindset of an H-country individual who looks down upon those from the Dragon Country. I shall deliberately pursue a Dragon Country student. I fabricated some trivial excuse to summon Su Yang to my office, requesting his assistance with some meaningless physical tasks. To my surprise, he appeared utterly unperturbed, instead wearing an expression of eagerness to help. Not only that, he failed to notice my meticulous preparations. He is quite oblivious. It seems I must be more overt in my next approach. Just as Su Yang was preparing to continue reading the next page, his phone rang. Irritated, he wondered who would dare call him at such a critical moment. However, upon seeing the caller's name, his annoyance dissipated instantly, for it was none other than Minachushi. Without hesitation, Su Yang answered the call, and Minachushi promptly inquired, "Hello. Su Yang, where are you right now? Why does it matter where I am?" Su Yang replied, his tone deliberately intimidating, hoping to convey an impression of being formidable. About that promise I made to you, could I possibly postpone it for a few days?" Minachush's voice was noticeably lacking in confidence. Upon hearing that Minachushi intended to renege on their agreement, Su Yang's temper flared, and he loudly demanded, "What do you mean by that? Are you planning to break your promise? Very well, then prepare yourself for your scandal to become the talk of the school tomorrow." Although Su Yang's words were resolute, he had no genuine intention of carrying out such a threat. He merely sought to intimidate Minachushi. After all, publicizing Minachushi's predicament would yield him no benefit whatsoever. Realizing the seriousness in Su Yang's tone, Minachushi grew anxious and quickly explained, "Su Yang, please don't misunderstand. I have no intention of breaking my promise, it's just that." "What is it just?" Su Yang pressed. Minachushi hesitated, finally stammering, "It's just, I've got my period." Impatiently, Su Yang inquired, "Which one? Can you not speak in half measures?" Seeing that Su Yang was not grasping her meaning, Minachushi gritted her teeth and confessed, "Aunt Flo, my aunt has arrived, so could I possibly postpone it for a few days?" Su Yang's tone softened slightly as he replied, "Oh, I see. Then let us wait until your aunt departs." At that moment, another female voice emerged from the phone's earpiece, "Jushi, what are you up to?" "Nothing, just chatting with my dad," Minachushi responded, her voice tinged with tension. Quickly regaining her composure, she added, "Boji, I have to go now, let us proceed as we discussed." Without further ado, Minachushi hung up, denying Su Yang any opportunity for further dialogue. "Jushi, what was that about?" Park Chaihui, with her finger pressed to her lips, inquired curiously. Minachushi, pushing Park Chaihui who had leaned against the doorframe, retorted, "Oh, it's just a matter between me and my dad, it doesn't concern you, please refrain from being so nosy." Park Chaihui, stumbling back, protested, "All right, I won't pry anymore. Didn't you say you'd practice yoga with me starting today?" "Sorry, but I doubt I can make it today," Minachushi replied apologetically. "My period came early this month." "Oh, is that so? Then let us wait until your period is over," Park Chae-hui responded, her words echoing Soo-young's earlier sentiments. This uncanny similarity caused Minute Jushi to think of Soo-young once more, and her face flushed crimson as she retreated into her room, closing the door behind her. Observing the closed door, Park Chae-hui mused, "What's up with her today?" However, the oblivious Park Chae-hui dismissed the thought and knelt on her yoga mat to begin her practice. If someone were to glance from behind, they would notice that the garments she had retrieved from the balcony earlier had already been donned inside. In the room, Minute Jushi lay on her bed, engrossed in her phone, curiously checking Soo-young's updates, only to find them utterly devoid of content. "Soo-young, what kind of person are you, really?" Minute Jushi found herself pondering for the first time. "Archu." Soo-young, in Jiang Yuanjin's office, suddenly sneezed. At that moment, he had securely locked the diary and concealed it within the sleeve of his coat. After careful consideration, he resolved to take the diary home to savor its contents at leisure. Upon exiting Jiang Yuanjin's office, he made his way to the school cafeteria, primarily due to its relative affordability. After enduring a meal that was less than palatable, Soo-young glanced at his phone and noted that there was still ample time. He decided to find an empty classroom to linger in, reading Jiang Yuanjin's diary while awaiting a call from Han Jiaying. Having made up his mind, Soo-young returned to the teaching building. As he walked through the deserted corridors, a sense of inexplicable joy washed over him. After a few steps, he suddenly began dribbling and shooting an imaginary basketball. The motion flowed seamlessly, and he envisioned the ball swishing cleanly through the net. After the imaginary basket, he continued walking, executing Allen Iverson's classic celebration move. Listening at that moment, he unexpectedly heard a woman's voice emanating from a nearby classroom. "Professor An, please don't do that." Surprised by the exclamation, Soo-young wondered, is there someone still in the classroom at this hour? The rhythm of universities in each country differs from that in my homeland. There are no morning readings or evening study sessions. Those who wish to study at night may utilize the school's library, but attendance is not mandatory. Due to the distance, Soo-young could not clearly discern what the girl was saying. Driven by curiosity, he cautiously approached the classroom from which the voices emanated. As he drew closer, he discerned not only the girl's voice but also that of a middle-aged man, heightening his intrigue about what was transpiring within that classroom at that moment. Chapter 15, The Despicable Professor. Soon, Soo-young arrived at the door of the classroom. As the door was closed, he remained undetected. Pressing his ear against the door, he sought to hear the conversation within more clearly. The middle-aged man said, "Ellie, don't you want the scholarship?" The girl replied, "I do, but Professor An." The man interrupted, "No buts. If you fulfill my requirements, not only will the scholarship be yours, but I can also secure you a grant, allowing you to live a life at school that rivals those affluent socialites." The girl protested, "Professor An, if it's just a kiss, that's one thing, but I truly cannot accept anything beyond that." The man insisted, "What is there to accept? Consider it an experience." She retorted, "But this is my first time." He dismissively countered, "What does that matter? In the face of money, all is trivial. With financial freedom, you can have anything you desire, and the professor can offer you pleasures unprecedented." The girl exclaimed, "You're a professor. How can you speak to your student like this?" The man replied, "What of it? Professors are human too, with desires and emotions." The girl cried, Professor An, please don't." The man continued, "Ellie, don't reject me any further. The professor truly cares for you." The girl, panicking, shouted, "Professor An, don't come closer, help." Hearing the distressing exchange, Soo-young felt an overwhelming anger swell within him. Upon hearing the girl's cries for help, he could no longer contain himself and forcefully kicked open the classroom door. Both Ellie and Professor An were startled by the violent noise, turning to face Soo-young at the entrance. As Ellie saw that Professor An's attention had shifted to Soo-young, she seized the opportunity to escape. However, just as she attempted to flee, Professor An seized her hair, yanking her back forcefully and admonishing, "Where do you think you're going? Professor An, I beg you to let me go." "I will not engage in such acts with you," Ellie pleaded, her voice choked with tears. "You filthy wretch, have you forgotten how you acquired your new phone? Don't act like a virtuous maiden now," Professor An spat, using crude language to insult her. Ellie was left speechless by his words. Su Yang noticed tears streaming down Ellie's face, revealing that she had already been frightened to tears by the beastly Professor's actions. Taking stock of Su Yang, Professor N confirmed he was a student and immediately questioned, "Which year are you in, and what is your name?" Ding. Detected that the host is currently confronting an enemy, initiating scan for weaknesses. Scanning for weaknesses in real time. Scan complete. System task issued. System task: utilize the enemy's weaknesses to gain leverage. The task is considered complete only after the opponent pays a price. Task target: Professor N. Task reward: 10 attribute enhancement points, 1 skill point. As the system announced the details, a virtual panel appeared before Su Yang, displaying the task information and rewards. Name: Professor N. Gender: male, age 42, height 162 cm, weight 74 kg, weakness: attempts to exploit his authority to engage in inappropriate relations with female students, fears exposure of his disgraceful actions. Seeing the information on the panel, Su Yang scoffed internally, "Do I really need you to tell me this? And the rewards are pitifully low, it's merely a fraction of a novice task." After this thought, Su Yang promptly took out his phone and began recording the two in front of him, saying, "TSK. TSK, TSK. A university professor coercing and enticing a female student for illicit relations. When the student refuses, he resorts to yanking her hair in an attempt to force himself upon her. If this video goes online, the view count will undoubtedly skyrocket." Upon witnessing Su Yang recording, Professor N barked, "I warn you to put that phone down immediately. You are infringing on my right to my likeness. If you do not stop, I assure you that you will not be able to remain in this school. You think you can intimidate me? Do you really believe I'm easily frightened? Go ahead and report me, I have nothing to lose. At worst, we'll both go down together, and I'll have the pleasure of taking you, a university professor, down with me," Su Yang retorted fiercely, instantly intimidating the impeccably dressed Professor N. Su Yang understood that dealing with such scoundrels required a fiercer approach. Reasoning with them would only lead to further bullying. If they understood reason, they wouldn't have engaged in such behavior in the first place. Faced with Su Yang's defiance, Professor N softened his tone, saying, "Young man, let us not escalate this, we can discuss matters rationally." Su Yang pointed at Ellie, commanding, "Let her go first, and allow her to come over." All right, Professor N relented, releasing his grip on Ellie's hair. Once freed, Ellie instinctively moved behind Su Yang, as women inherently yearn for protection. At this moment, Professor N remarked, "Student, I've released Ellie per your request. Now, can you delete that video? Have you lost your mind? What are you on about?" Su Yang mocked, realizing he was at Su Yang's mercy. Professor N, though furious, forced a smile, saying, "Student, we have no grievances from the past, there's no need to push me to the brink, is there?" After observing Su Yang's expression, he continued, "If I lose my position as a professor, I assure you, I won't let this go easily. There's no need for us to escalate matters, I could even help you apply for a grant, perhaps this situation could even lead to a friendship between us, what do you say?" Professor N, a seasoned bureaucrat, skillfully employed both firmness and concessions, asserting his stance while offering a tempting compromise. A grant? Su Yang felt a flicker of temptation, as his financial situation was not particularly favorable, and who doesn't love money? Noticing Su Yang's momentary interest, Professor N pressed on, "You see, scholarships depend on academic performance and comprehensive qualities, but I have the final say on who receives the grant." Seeing Su Yang remain silent, Professor N let out a sigh of relief, his tense demeanor easing. "Student, how about a grant in exchange for the video on your phone?" he proposed tentatively. Su Yang shook his head, replying, "That's still not enough, I want you to agree to one more thing." "What is it, please? Just say it," Professor N urged, desperate for Su Yang to delete the video, as it threatened his career. Su Yang raised an eyebrow and stated, "Beyond the grant, I need you to promise never to harass this girl again. Is that acceptable?" Su Yang's request wasn't born from altruism. He had his principles. While he loved money, he couldn't sell out this girl for his own benefit, such a thing was beyond him. Absolutely, Professor N nodded, appearing amenable. He was simply waiting for Su Yang to delete the video. Once that happened, he believed all his promises could be disregarded. Chapter 16. My name is Li Lei. Upon receiving Professor N's affirmation, Su Yang declared, then it is settled, Professor N, we shall take our leave. With that, he nudged Ellie's arm, signaling her to follow him. As Su Yang strode purposefully toward the exit, Professor N was momentarily taken aback and hurriedly called out, Student, student. Hearing this, Su Yang halted in his tracks and turned around, astonished. What is it? He inquired. Professor N approached him swiftly, a sycophantic smile adorning his face as he said, Student, you haven't deleted the video yet. Why should I delete the video? Su Yang asked, his expression one of confusion. At the tone of Su Yang's voice, Professor N's facial muscles twitched slightly, yet he maintained his smile, saying, Student, did we not agree just now? I have acquiesced to all your requests. Should you not also delete the video? Indeed, you have agreed, but you have yet to fulfill your part. Once you honor your promise, I will delete the video without delay, Su Yang replied, patting Professor N on the shoulder. If I refrain from sharing it, I can still receive my scholarship. Rest assured, I have no intention of releasing it. With that, Su Yang resumed his walk out of the classroom. Student, student. Professor N, undeterred, called out once more. Su Yang turned back, a hint of impatience evident in his demeanor. What now? Professor N continued, Student, since I have agreed to your requests, I will certainly fulfill them. However, as long as the video remains on your phone, I cannot sleep soundly. Professor, since I have promised you, I shall indeed delete it. But until the scholarship funds are in my possession, I cannot feel at ease, as Su Yang said with a smile. You see, I am rather fearful of poverty. I trust you understand. Student, a professor and attempted to persuade him further, but was cut off by Su Yang. Professor, are you implying that you do not trust me? The truth is, I feel the same about you. Hearing is one thing, seeing is believing. In any case, until the matter is resolved, I will not delete the video. If you continue to pester me, I might just release it right now. Do you understand? Su Yang's tone was laden with impatience, making Professor N wary that one more word could prompt Su Yang to act. He dared not utter another syllable as he watched Su Yang and Ellie exit the classroom. Su Yang was acutely aware that once the video was deleted, he would lose his leverage over the professor. Ellie silently trailed behind Su Yang. Once outside the academic building, he paused and turned to her, saying, You should head home quickly. Thank you for earlier, Ellie expressed her gratitude. Su Yang responded earnestly, You need not thank me, any citizen of Longguo would have offered assistance in such a situation. While boasting, he also took the opportunity to promote his homeland. Upon hearing Su Yang identify himself as a citizen of Longguo, Ellie's eyes widened in surprise. You are from Longguo. May I inquire your name? My name is Li Lei, Su Yang proclaimed before striding away, leaving Ellie with only the sight of his imposing silhouette. The urgency in his departure stemmed from his inability to suppress a smile. This was his first time boasting so extravagantly. Watching Su Yang walk away, Ellie silently repeated, Li Lei. To maintain his lofty image, Su Yang continued forward without looking back, though he had nowhere specific to go. He had initially intended to sneak a glance at Jian Yuanzhen's diary. After rounding a corner, Su Yang stopped and cautiously peeked back to see which direction Ellie had taken. To his surprise, as he leaned out, he locked eyes with Ellie, who looked at him in astonishment. What is wrong, Li Lei? She asked. Awkwardly, Su Yang stepped out and replied, It's nothing. I just left something in the classroom and need to retrieve it. At this, Ellie halted and turned back toward the academic building, asking, Oh, is that so? Do you want me to accompany you? No, I can manage on my own, Su Yang said, feeling somewhat uncomfortable with Ellie's eagerness. Then I will take my leave, Ellie announced, continuing on her way. Millimeter, Su Yang responded, heading toward the classroom. As they brushed past each other, Ellie suddenly called out, Goodbye, Li Lei. This unexpected utterance of his name left Su Yang feeling a touch embarrassed. All right, goodbye, he replied, quickening his pace toward the academic building. Upon returning to the building, Su-young randomly selected a classroom and entered, taking a seat to peruse Jian Yuanshan's diary. After reading for a while, he finally understood why Jian Yuanshan had always targeted him. Having grown up in a high-pressure household, her father's strict discipline had instilled in her a profound sense of rebellion, yet she dared not confront him directly, resorting instead to other means to alleviate her internal struggles. This led her to fixate on the Longwa citizen, Su-yang, whom her father despised the most, being threatened and humiliated by the one she considered the lowest of the low ignited a thrill within her. To amplify Su-yang's animosity, Jian Yuanshan consistently made his life difficult, hoping that one day he would uncover her secret and she could exact her revenge. The greater the animosity, the more fierce the retribution would be. Su-yang closed the diary and glanced at his phone to check the time. Unbeknownst to him, it was already past 9 in the evening. He decided to send a message to Han Jiaying. Su-yang sat smiley beauty, is your roommate asleep? After a moment, a reply from Han Jiaying arrived. Han Jiaying sat smiley, are you anxious? Not yet. Why not ask Minute Jushi why she isn't asleep? Aren't you two quite familiar? Su-yang. Forget it, I think I'll wait a bit longer. Han Jiaying said smiley, don't rush, the night is still young. Red lips initially, not too anxious, Su-yang found himself growing impatient after reading Han Jiaying's response. Noticing his lack of reply, Han Jiaying sent another message. Han Jiaying sat smiley, why haven't you arrived yet? Han Jiaying sat smiley, reply if you see this message. Han Jiaying sat smiley, Su-yang, you're bold. Are you trying to play me? Don't bother coming. In a flurry, Su-yang began to respond, but just as he finished typing, his phone screen went black and shut down. Chapter 17, The Cashier, damn it. Su-yang gazed at his powered-off phone, unable to suppress a curse. He promptly stood up and made his way outside the classroom, intending to head directly to the residence rented by Han Jiaying and her companions. However, after taking just a few steps, he realized a significant dilemma. How would he summon Han Jiaying to open the door for him? Surely, it was not appropriate to knock and shout, was it? With this thought, Su-yang sighed, halting his progress to ponder the situation. Should he borrow someone else's phone to contact Han Jiaying? Yet, he had no knowledge of her number, only her KakaoTalk ID. This approach was unfeasible, prompting Su-yang to consider alternative solutions. Charging, yes, if he could find a place to charge his phone, he could then reach out to Han Jiaying. As this idea struck him, Su-yang felt as though a light bulb had illuminated above his head, marveling at his own brilliance. Resolute in his decision, he briskly departed from the school. Upon exiting the campus, Su-yang spotted a nearby convenience store that was open 24 hours and eagerly stepped inside. As he entered, the female cashier greeted him with a polite half-bow, saying, "Annyeonghaseyo." In response to such courteous treatment, Su-yang reciprocated with a slight bow and murmured, "Annyeonghaseyo." When he lifted his gaze to meet the cashier's eyes, he was instantly captivated by her beauty. Even clad in the store's uniform, her enchanting aura was undeniable, with a statuesque figure, a subtly revealed neckline, a fair and elongated neck, and softly curled long hair complemented by perfectly applied makeup. She appeared both warm and gentle. Su-yang found himself mesmerized, momentarily forgetting the purpose of his visit. Noticing Su-yang's silence at the entrance, the cashier inquired, "Hello, may I assist you with something?" Upon hearing her question, Su-yang snapped back to reality and hurriedly replied, "Oh, my phone has run out of battery. Could I possibly borrow a charger?" "Of course," the cashier responded, retrieving a charger from beneath the counter and placing it on the surface before handing it to Su-yang. "Kamsahamnida," he expressed his gratitude, taking the charging cable and plugging it into his phone. The cashier smiled warmly, softly saying, "No need to thank me, I'm just glad to be of help." Watching her smile, Su-yang couldn't help but think to himself, she is truly so gentle. The two fell into a comfortable silence as Su-yang stood by the counter, charging his phone, yet the atmosphere felt somewhat awkward. Thus, he resolved to initiate a conversation. "Beautiful lady." The moment he spoke, Su-yang regretted it, thinking that such a pick-up line was rather crass. The cashier turned her gaze toward him. Embarrassed by his earlier compliment, Su-yang felt a flush rise to his cheeks. The cashier noticed his bashfulness and giggled softly, "Why are you blushing?" Feeling awkward, Su Yang scratched the back of his head and replied, "I apologize for the embarrassment." The cashier, suppressing her laughter, clarified, "You misunderstood. I wasn't laughing at you, I just think you look quite adorable like this." "You've probably never encountered such a lowly pickup line before," Su Yang self-deprecatingly remarked. The cashier, hearing his words, continued to explain, "I truly didn't mean to mock you." "You needn't explain. I believe you, for you are the most gentle and beautiful girl I have ever met," Su Yang declared. The cashier laughed once more. "Well, aren't you quite the charmer?" At that moment, Su Yang's phone successfully powered on. Mustering his courage, he asked, "Would you be willing to exchange contact information? I feel a bit awkward constantly calling you beautiful, although you undeniably are." "Of course, I find you rather interesting too," the cashier replied with a smile, causing Su Yang's heart to flutter. After adding each other on KakaoTalk, Su Yang looked at the cashier's ID and asked, "Che Yunoon, is that your real name?" The cashier nodded, "Yes, and you are Su Yang. You're not from H country, are you?" Che Yunoon inquired, astonished. "Indeed, I am from Long country," Su Yang responded. Che Yunoon expressed her surprise, "Your H language is quite impressive, I couldn't detect it at all." "I have lived in H country for many years, having attended school there since a young age," Su Yang explained. "Oh, I see," Che Yunoon nodded. While chatting with her, Su Yang sent a message to Han Jiaying. "Su Yang sad smiley, my phone died earlier, and I just saw your message." At that moment, a middle-aged male customer entered the store. After making his purchase, the cashier proceeded to ring him up. The man, appearing to be in his 30s, had an unsettling demeanor, and Su Yang noticed his eyes occasionally darting in his direction. Once the lecherous man exited, Su Yang anxiously awaited a reply from Han Jiaying, his heart racing like a restless ant on a hot pan. Che Yunoon noticed Su Yang's unease and asked, "Is something wrong?" Su Yang wished to conceal from Che Yunoon that he had a date with another girl that evening. Observing that his phone had gained some battery life, he unplugged it, saying, "I do have something to attend to, I must take my leave." "All right, if you have matters to attend to, please go ahead," Che Yunoon replied. Su Yang placed his phone in his pocket and said, "Now that we are friends, may I call you Yunoon? Certainly, Che Yunoon replied without hesitation. Waving goodbye to her, Su Yang said, "Then I shall take my leave. Until next time." "Until next time," Che Yunoon waved back at him. With that, Su Yang swiftly exited the convenience store. Once he was a safe distance away, he hurriedly pulled out his phone and dialed Han Jiaying's number. After the fifth ring without an answer, anxiety surged within him. "Please pick up." At that moment, Han Jiaying lay in bed, quietly watching her phone vibrate beside her pillow. With a slight smirk, she thought, "You foolish loser. You squandered your chance, daring to stand me up." Silencing her phone with her slender, fair fingers, Han Jiaying closed her eyes and resumed her slumber. After attempting to call Han Jiaying 5 times without success, Su Yang ceased his efforts, gripping his phone tightly as he cursed, "Damn." After venting his frustration, Su Yang felt somewhat better. Recalling Han Jiaying's alluring demeanor, he sighed, "Damn it, I truly want to be with her." Ding! Just as Su Yang was lost in thoughts of how to win Han Jiaying over with cheese, his phone received a new message. Chapter 18 The Tipsy Car Yunoon. Upon hearing the ping of a message on his phone, Su Yang's previously dejected expression instantly transformed into a smile. However, as he glanced at the screen, a flicker of disappointment washed over him. The message was not from Han Jiaying, but rather from Che Yunoon. While Che Yunoon was undeniably a stunning beauty, she was not the one he yearned for at this moment. His mind was consumed with thoughts of dancing provocatively, driving him to the brink of madness. Nevertheless, he could only calm his thoughts and reply to Che Yunoon's message. Che Yunoon sad smiley. "Su Yang, are you far away?" Su Yang: "Not too far, what's up?" Che Yunoon sad smiley. "Could you come to the convenience store?" Su Yang initially contemplated inquiring about the purpose of her request, but after a moment of reflection, he decided against such a response. He deleted his drafted text and replied a new sad smiley. "All right, I'll be there shortly." After sending the message, a grin spread across Su Yang's face. On a night like this, with Che Yunoon summoning me, surely something intriguing must unfold between us. With this thought in mind, he hastened his steps towards the supermarket. As Su Yang approached the convenience store, he spotted the same middle-aged, lewd man lurking at the counter from a distance. Inside the convenience store, the middle-aged man clutched a box typically found at the register. Addressing Che Yunun, "How can I determine the quality of your product if you won't allow me to sample it?" Che Yunun, her gaze fixated on her phone, responded, "Sir, all the items in our store are certified, and sampling is not permitted. You can use them with confidence once purchased. I don't trust your word unless you let me try it out with you, hehe," the man replied with a smirk that was utterly repugnant. Che Yunun was taken aback by his demeanor but feigned calmness, asserting, "That is absolutely not allowed. If you continue this way, I will call the police." "Call the police, you ugly witch, do you think that will deter me?" The middle-aged man, incensed by her threat, lunged towards Che Yunun. At that moment, Su Yang dashed into the store and, witnessing the man's aggressive approach, delivered a swift kick to his waist. With his body enhanced by the system, Su Yang easily overpowered the untrained man, sending him crashing to the ground. As the man lay sprawled, Su Yang stormed towards him. However, before he could reach the downed figure, the man suddenly drew a knife, approximately a foot in length, from his pocket. Upon seeing the weapon, Su Yang halted in his tracks. Simultaneously, a system panel appeared before his eyes. Host detected to be in confrontation with an enemy who is armed. The host may face a disadvantage. Scanning for weaknesses begins. Scanning for immediate weaknesses. Scan complete, a standard mission is issued. Standard mission, utilize the opponent's weaknesses to defeat them. The mission is considered complete only after the opponent pays a price. Mission target, lewd man. Mission reward, 10 attribute enhancement points, 1 skill point. Upon observing the meager rewards for the mission, Su Yang realized that the forthcoming tasks would pale in comparison to those offered to novices. Name: lewd man. Gender, male. Age, 32. Height, 165 cm. Weight, 68 kg. Weakness, lacks physical strength. Su Yang found the system's description of the man's weakness somewhat amusing. However, the lewd man was not inclined to grant Su Yang time for contemplation. Rising with the knife in hand, he spat, "You vile woman, I have a fondness for you. How dare you allow this brat to enter your counter while denying me a chance? I'll kill him." With that, the man lunged towards Su Yang, aiming the knife at his chest. Che Yunun screamed in terror. Just as the sharp blade was about to pierce Su Yang, he deftly sidestepped, evading the attack, and retaliated with a powerful punch to the man's face. Following this, Su Yang seized the man's wrist and twisted it forcefully, eliciting a cry of pain as the knife clattered to the floor. He then kicked the weapon aside, raining down blows upon the lewd man, who was utterly unable to defend himself. In no time, the man was left battered and bruised, and Su Yang's strikes began to slow. 10 seconds, he mentally noted. The skill lasts for 10 seconds and drains some stamina. Halting his assault, he exhaled deeply and barked, "Get out of here at once. Never harass Yunun again, or else." As he spoke, he grasped one of the man's fingers and snapped it with a sudden force, prompting a wail of agony from the lewd man. "Leave," Su Yang commanded, releasing the man's finger. The lewd man cast one last glance at Che Yunun before, clutching his injured hand, he fled the convenience store in a panic. Once the threat had departed, Su Yang approached the counter and noticed tear stains upon Che Yunun's face. He gently inquired, "Yunun, are you all right?" Without hesitation, Che Yunun leaped over the counter and embraced Su Yang, sobbing, "I thought I was going to die. I truly didn't know what I would have done if you hadn't arrived." Su Yang patted her back, offering reassurance, "You need not fear. Everything is fine now." Che Yunun pulled her head away from his chest, gazing up at him as she said, "Su Yang, I am truly grateful to you." "Think nothing of it, we are friends, after all," Su Yang replied with a smile, withdrawing his hand from her back and awkwardly ruffling his hair. Che Yunun retrieved a pack of tissues from her pocket, dabbed her tears, and remarked, "Su Yang, you are incredibly brave. We've only just met today, and yet you risked yourself for me. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude." "It's really nothing." Su Yang felt a tinge of embarrassment at her continuous expressions of thanks. "Su Yang," Che Yunun suddenly called out. "Yes." Su Yang responded, perplexed as he turned to face her. With a smile, Chae Yunoon said, "You are truly a good person." Upon hearing her words, Su Yang felt as though he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. He had been contemplating the potential for further development between them, only to find himself swiftly relegated to the role of the good guy. Noticing Su Yang's change in demeanor, Chae Yunoon asked with concern, "Su Yang, what is wrong? Are you okay? Are you alright? Are you alright? Are you alright?" For reasons unknown, Su Yang found himself haunted by her repeated inquiries. "I'm fine. It's getting late, I should head back," he said, turning to exit the store, resolved not to waste any more time now that he had been categorized as merely a good friend. He had no desire to be a sycophant, and even if he were to play such a role, he would prefer to be one who could actually gain something from it, rather than engage in fruitless flattery. "Su Yang, wait a moment," Chae Yunoon called out. Hearing her voice, Su Yang paused just as he was about to step outside and turned back to look at her. In the next instant, Chae Yunoon pressed her hand on the counter, rose onto her toes, and planted a kiss on Su Yang's cheek. Chapter 19, Enhancing Attributes. After lightly tapping Su Yang's face, Chae Yunoon smiled and said, "Be careful on your way." Su Yang touched his face, secretly exclaiming to himself, this could be promising. Although his heart was brimming with joy, he maintained a facade of composure and replied, "I understand, I'll take my leave now." "Yes, goodbye," Chae Yunoon waved to Su Yang. "Goodbye," Su Yang reciprocated the gesture. Upon exiting the convenience store, Su Yang could no longer contain his excitement and celebrated with a triumphant fist pump. "Yay!" he exclaimed, jumping with glee. The source of his exhilaration stemmed from the belief that Chae Yunoon could very well become his girlfriend. This was entirely different from his experiences with Minute Juhi and Han Garyong. The prospect of potentially having a girlfriend like Chae Yunoon, who possessed stunning beauty and an enviable figure, was enough to make Shin In-ho green with envy. He chuckled to himself, who wouldn't be thrilled? Moreover, Su Yang was still a virgin. If Chae Yunoon were to become his girlfriend now, he might find himself unable to get out of bed the very next day. Glancing at his phone, he noticed it was already past midnight. At this hour, there were no buses or subways available. The last train in Seoul departed at 11:30, with the first train resuming service at 5:30. Su Yang was left with two options, to take a taxi or to walk. Taking a taxi in Seoul is exceedingly expensive, with the initial fare set at 4,800 Korean won, approximately 26 for Chinese yuan. The starting fare is 1.6 kilometers, with an additional charge of 100 Korean won, approximately 0.53 yuan, for every 131 meters beyond that, which equates to nearly 5 yuan per kilometer. Financially constrained, Su Yang had no choice but to walk back to his lodging, a journey not particularly long, yet not exactly short, spanning about 3 kilometers. As he traversed this path, his resentment towards Han Jiaying deepened. "Han Jiaying, just you wait. I shall see how I can turn the tables on you." After approximately half an hour, Su Yang finally arrived at his lodging. As it had been stipulated that he must return before midnight, he opened the door with great caution, striving to minimize any noise. Thus, he carefully entered his room. After changing into his pajamas, Su Yang proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up, subsequently returning to bed and succumbing to slumber. In his dreams, he relentlessly confronted Han Jiaying throughout the night. Upon waking in the morning, Su Yang's first order of business was to take a shower. Once refreshed, he changed into a new outfit before heading off to class. While seated on the bus en route to school, he repeatedly checked his phone, but no matter how many times he did, there was still no message from Han Jiaying. Ultimately, in a bid to secure a place in the game, Su Yang decided to message her first. Su Yang said, "Smiley, sorry, my phone died yesterday, have you woken up yet?" Ding ding, the phone of Han Jiaying, who was walking to school with Minute Jushi, chimed. Han Jiaying slowed her pace, retrieved her phone from her bag, glanced at Su Yang's message, and smiled. She casually responded, "Han Jiaying said, Smiley, I woke up early, what is up, are you missing me?" Noticing that Han Jiaying had fallen behind, Minute Jushi halted and turned back, catching sight of Han Jiaying smiling at her phone. Once Han Jiaying had finished replying, she approached, and Minute Jushi curiously inquired, "Jiaying, why are you always smiling at your phone lately? Are you in a relationship?" With a light chuckle, Han Jiaying replied, "Not exactly. There's just a guy who keeps pestering me." "Do you have a picture?" Minute Jushi asked, her eye sparkling with curiosity. "Let me see." "I don't have a picture, but," Han Jiaying said with a playful grin, "you'll probably get a chance to meet him soon." Her response only piqued Minute Jushi's curiosity further, prompting her to ask, "Is he from our school?" "Minute Jushi, you really need to tone down the gossiping. Just look at yourself. If those boys chasing after you saw this, your high and mighty image would be completely ruined," Han Jiaying teased. "Who cares what they think?" Minute Jushi retorted nonchalantly. However, when she noticed a few boys glancing her way, she immediately adjusted her posture and tossed her hair with an air of casual elegance. This action instantly captivated the attention of the boys, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Witnessing this, Han Jiaying shook her head helplessly, thinking to herself, "Minute Jushi, you truly are a master of pretense. I can't wait to see your reaction when you spot Su Yang and me together." "Jiaying, what are you laughing about now?" Minute Jushi inquired. "Nothing much, let us hurry along," Han Jiaying replied, linking her arm with Minute Jushi's as they strode towards the lecture hall. The sight of the two stunning young women walking together immediately attracted the attention of numerous boys in the vicinity. Meanwhile, Su Yang remained on the bus. After receiving Han Jiaying's message, he initially contemplated replying to ask if they had rescheduled for that evening. However, he quickly reconsidered, realizing that such a move would make him appear overly eager, allowing Han Jiaying to take the lead. Thus, he refrained from sending a response. At that moment, a man in front of him received a call, the ringtone being Braveheart, the Digimon Evolution theme. Upon hearing the tune, Su Yang nearly had an epiphany, as a sudden thought struck him: attribute enhancement points. Indeed, he still had 10 points available. If he allocated all of them to enhancing his appearance, the results should be quite remarkable, he mused. With that thought, Su Yang felt a surge of excitement, his imagination running wild with visions of dominating the school with his newfound allure. System, allocate all 10 attribute points to my appearance. As the points vanished from the system panel, Su Yang's attractiveness surged by 10 points. Simultaneously, his facial features became more refined, his hair and eyebrows grew denser, and his skin improved. His attractiveness score rose from 75 to 85, transforming the already decent-looking Su Yang into an absolute heartthrob. Once the enhancement was complete, Su Yang could not resist pulling out his phone to use the front camera as a mirror. Gazing at his reflection devoid of any filters, he could not suppress the grin that spread across his face, inwardly exclaiming, "Who is this handsome fellow?" For the next 90 of the journey, Su Yang found himself experimenting with different angles to admire his new look. As he disembarked, while moving towards the door, his phone inadvertently jostled against a woman in front of him. Mistaking it for an unwelcome advance, she turned around in indignation, ready to unleash a torrent of complaints. How dare you? However, upon seeing Su Yang's charming visage, her anger dissipated instantly, leaving her to swallow her words. "I apologize," Su Yang said politely. The woman, softening her tone, replied, "It's all right, I know you didn't mean to." "Thank you for your understanding, I'll be getting off now," Su Yang said, proceeding towards the door and stepping off the bus. As the bus pulled away, the woman found herself regretting not having asked for Su Yang's contact information, highlighting a universal truth: beauty is justice, and a handsome face is the ultimate accessory. By the time Su Yang arrived at school, classes were nearing their start, and the campus was relatively quiet. He quickened his pace towards the lecture hall, and just as he passed a girl, she suddenly called out, "Li Lei." Chapter 20. I don't believe there are cats that don't eat fish. Upon hearing a girl call out from behind him, Su Yang turned to find it was the same girl from last night who had nearly fallen victim to the professor's advances. She had since transformed herself with careful grooming, appearing far more beautiful than she had the previous evening. "You are..." Su Yang recognized her but momentarily struggled to recall her name. "Ailey, my name is Li Ailey," the girl introduced herself, pointing to herself. Upon hearing her name, Su Yang's expression shifted to one of realization as he said, "Ailey. Li Lei. Opper, which year are you in?" Li Ailey inquired. "I'm a freshman," Su Yang replied. "What about you?" "How coincidental, I'm also a freshman," Li Ailey smiled. What is your major, Upper? Su Yang mused that since their names were fabricated, he might as well invent a major as well. English. English, Ailey repeated, then added, I am studying early childhood education. Oh, Su Yang responded vaguely, preparing to leave. He rolled up his sleeves to glance at his smooth, clean wrists and remarked, it's almost time for class, I must be off. We can chat another time. With that, Su Yang hurried into the classroom without looking back. Su Yang's reluctance to engage with Li Ailey stemmed not from her lack of beauty, but rather from a poor first impression. Although he had chosen to assist her, he had never considered pursuing a deeper connection. Watching Su Yang's retreating figure, Li Ailey couldn't help but sigh. After the events of yesterday and encountering Su Yang again, she found herself overwhelmed by his striking attractiveness. She had initially believed their meeting was fated, yet it seemed that Su Yang was somewhat indifferent towards her, leaving her feeling quite disheartened. Li Ailey's looks and figure were commendable. Throughout her life, countless boys and men had pursued her. She had adeptly leveraged this advantage, using her beauty to persuade those enamored with her to spend money on her whims. Ironically, these admirers often ended up with nothing to show for their efforts, many never even having held her hand. It was only when she directed her affections towards Professor and that she encountered her first unexpected turn of events. Last night, she had nearly been compromised by the balding man. In that moment, she had fervently prayed to the heavens, imploring divine intervention for her safety. If she could simply endure this ordeal, she vowed never to engage in such escapades again. Yet, the deities she had called upon did not answer. It was Su Yang who came to her rescue. The crucial detail was that Li Ailey had failed to notice Su Yang's handsomeness the previous night. Had she recognized his allure then, he would have undoubtedly become the subject of her fantasies. As she watched Su Yang fade from view, Li Ailey clenched her teeth, resolutely thinking, Li Lei, just you wait. I will win you over. I refuse to believe there are cats in this world that don't indulge in fish. Upon reaching the classroom door, Su Yang suddenly sneezed loudly, drawing the attention of several students within. A few girls gasped upon seeing Su Yang. Who is that? Su Yang. How did he become so handsome? A cluster of girls began to chatter amongst themselves. At that moment, Su Yang's only friend in class, Jin Renhao, approached and said, Su Yang, why do you look so dashing today? Hearing this compliment, Su Yang's heart soared, though he maintained a facade of nonchalance, feigning indifference as he replied, really? I didn't do much, just washed my hair and dried it. You rascal, stop pretending with me, Jin Renhao laughed, then added, but you do look handsome today, I dare say you've gained some of my charm. Su Yang playfully shoved Jin Renhao, retorting, get out of here. Even without styling my hair, I've always outshone you, all right. If you don't style your hair, we're on equal footing, there's no way you outshine me, Jin Renhao muttered, a hint of defiance in his voice. The first class held no allure for Su Yang. He languidly slumped over his desk, nearly succumbing to slumber had it not been for the support of Jay Cho's music. Su Yang's method of listening to music during class was rather discreet, as he threaded his headphones through his sleeve to his palm, covering his ears with his hand to covertly indulge in the melodies. Ding ding ding, as the bell signaling the end of the first class rang, Su Yang immediately sprang to life, invigorated as if he had been infused with energy. The upcoming class, taught by Professor Jian Yuanjin, was particularly enticing for him. Su Yang, what are you smirking about? Is there some joyous news you wish to share with your buddy? Jin Renhao inquired, approaching Su Yang, who wore a mischievous grin. Don't be ridiculous. Which of your eyes saw me smiling? Su Yang retorted as he rose from his seat, I wasn't smiling at all, okay. Faced with Su Yang's blatant denial, Jin Renhao could only shake his head in resignation, asking, are you going to the restroom? Not going. My kidneys are in excellent condition, no frequent urination here, Su Yang replied, yet he was already making his way out of the classroom. Jin Renhao hurried after him, saying, hey, keep your voice down. If the other girls hear you, they'll think I have a bladder issue. Apologies, but the reason I'm not going is not due to any urinary concerns, it's because I don't want you and the other guys to witness my shortcomings. Su Yang patted Jin Renhao on the shoulder. Damn you, Jin Renhao choked on his words. Although Su Yang's comment irked him, he had no grounds to argue. For lies do not harm, but the truth is a sharp blade. Su Yang and Jing Runhao shared a strong bond, having been classmates in high school, which allowed them to joke with each other frequently, often at the expense of the quicker-witted Su Yang. As they strolled down the corridor of the teaching building, they garnered the attention of numerous female students, a rare occurrence in the past. This change was largely attributed to Su Yang's enhanced appearance. A gentle breeze tousled Su Yang's bangs, inciting a stir among several girls across the way. Witnessing this spectacle, Su Yang felt an exhilarating rush and casually brushed his bangs aside. This simple gesture further captivated the same group of girls, leading Su Yang to a new revelation. It was not merely handsome men who posed, rather, any movement by a handsome man could be considered a pose. For instance, the same gesture of hands clasped together would appear charming when performed by the illustrious Andy Lau, yet seem merely devout when executed by someone like Martha Hua. Of course, this is not to suggest any inadequacy on Ma's part, but rather to illustrate how distinct individuals can yield varying effects from identical actions. With his newfound allure, every action of Su Yang exuded the essence of a heartthrob. What once would have been perceived as lewd by the girls now elicited admiration. As he basked in the glances directed his way, Su Yang reveled in the thought, "I have been reborn. This is the life I have long desired." Just as he was savoring his moment, he spotted Professor Jiang Yuanjun striding towards the ladies' restroom in her high heels. Wow, he mused internally, captivated by her elegant legs clad in black stockings. How stunning. However, you are now ensnared in the grand web I have woven for you, Jiang Yuanjun. Chapter 21. The woman pursued by friends. Jiang Yuanjun's presence instantly captivated a throng of male students, while a number of female peers cast envious glances her way. Jing Runhao, positioned beside Su Yang, found himself unable to divert his gaze from Jiang Yuanjun, nearly drooling in awe. "Jing Runhao, what are you staring at?" a vibrant female voice interrupted Jing Runhao's trance. At the sound of her voice, he quickly regained his composure and sought the source. His eyes soon locked onto a striking beauty with long, straight black hair, clad in a red off-shoulder t-shirt and a black bodycon skirt, accentuated by sheer black stockings. Upon meeting his gaze, the beauty, visibly annoyed, inquired, "What's the matter with you? Is Professor Jiang all you can see?" "Shan Mai, listen to me. I mean," Jing Runhao stammered, a hint of urgency in his tone. "Let me explain. You are the only one in my sight." Zhang Shanmai, an acquaintance of both Su Yang and Jing Runhao, was not from their major. Their paths crossed when she asked Jing Runhao for directions on the first day of school. From that moment, he had been fervently pursuing her, yet she had neither accepted nor firmly rejected his advances, maintaining a tantalizing distance that kept him on his toes. In other words, she was playfully toying with his affections. Su Yang had urged Zhang Runhao to reconsider on 2 occasions, but his words fell on deaf ears. Respecting his friend's choices, Su Yang resolved to relinquish his desire to assist, acknowledging the truth in the saying, "It is difficult to advise a fool. Compassion often leads to self-destruction." Observing Jing Runhao's predicament, Su Yang shook his head and prepared to leave for the classroom, but just as he took a step, Zhang Shanmai called out, "Su Yang, why are you in such a hurry? Wait for us to go together." Surprised, Su Yang turned to look at Zhang Shanmai, pondering, hasn't she always treated me as if I were invisible? Why is she so keen to include me today? Is it because does she not care about my relationship with Zhang Runhao? Truly a blatant flirt. With that thought, Su Yang turned back, expressing his impatience. "I apologize, but I don't believe we are that familiar." Zhang Shanmai was taken aback. Since her body began to develop, her impressive figure and decent looks had made her the object of desire among her male peers, who among them could resist her allure. Yet, to her dismay, today she faced an unexpected rebuff from Su Yang, severely bruising her vanity, a situation she deemed intolerable. "Su Yang, don't say that. Aren't Jing Runhao and I your friends?" Understanding that Su Yang and Jing Runhao had been classmates since high school, she immediately sought to link herself to him. In response, Su Yang halted, turning back with a smile. "Well, that depends on what your relationship with Runhao is. He is undoubtedly my friend, but your status remains uncertain." Jing Runhao, upon hearing this, discreetly gave Su Yang a thumbs up. Such an obvious assist was not lost on Zhang Shanmai, yet she refused to be so easily manipulated. Of course, Jing Runhao and I are friends, she declared, tugging at Jing Runhao's arm and asking, right, Jing Runhao? Yes, 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 we are all friends, he replied awkwardly, sensing the tension. Afterward, Jing Runhao hurried to Su Yang's side, affectionately patting his shoulder, a gesture that spoke volumes. With a resigned sigh, Su Yang chose not to pursue the matter further, feeling a mix of frustration and pity for his friend. Runhao, aren't you going to the restroom? Su Yang changed the subject. Zhang Runhao glanced at Zhang Shanmai beside him and replied, no rush, I can go after class. His reasoning stemmed from the fact that Zhang Shanmai would be attending the same class. In H countries' universities, there are no fixed classes, students select their courses, meaning the classmates in one session may differ in the next. A single class may comprise first-year students alongside those from higher years. During the first week of the semester, students can adjust their schedules, and professors typically outline the course's difficulty upon commencement. Consequently, students in H country often share classes with peers from different years and majors. Su Yang shook his head in disbelief, never imagining that Jing Runhao would stoop so low as to control his bodily functions just to prolong his time with Zhang Shanmai. Unbeknownst to Su Yang, Jing Runhao's decision to forego the restroom was driven by a fear of being perceived as weak. Following Su Yang's casual remark about his health. As the trio entered the classroom, Su Yang chose a seat towards the outer edge. Typically, one would not select such a position when attending class with friends. Upon seeing Su Yang seated, Jing Runhao positioned himself beside him. Su Yang promptly moved his legs aside to allow Jing Runhao to sit comfortably, ensuring that Zhang Shanmai could take a seat beside him. However, when Zhang Shanmai approached, she did not immediately occupy the space next to Jing Runhao. Instead, she stood outside and remarked, Runhao, could you shift in a bit? I wish to sit in your current spot. Jing Runhao, taken aback, responded, my current spot. He then lifted himself slightly to make room. Observing this, Su Yang stood up and gently pulled Zhang Runhao to the side, stating, Runhao, you sit here, I'll take the back. With that, Su Yang cast a glance at Zhang Shanmai before moving to the rear of the classroom. Her intention in wanting to sit beside him was clear, yet with Su Yang now occupying the back, she found herself in a dilemma. If she followed him, it would likely unsettle the already smitten Jing Runhao, and it would appear overly eager. Contemplating this, Zhang Shanmai smiled brightly at Jing Runhao and said, Runhao, why don't you remain where you are? I'll just sit outside. With that, she turned back to Su Yang and winked. Chapter 22, The anxious Jian Yuan and Zhang Shanmai's action instantly filled Su Yang with disgust. He held a strong aversion to such women, those who trample upon their friends while attempting to engage in ambiguous flirtations. This behavior epitomized the essence of a gold digger. Although Su Yang had previously struggled to find a girlfriend, he would never have deigned to curry favor with such a woman. As for now, he was even less inclined to do so. Despite having enhanced his appearance for less than a day, he had already begun to fully appreciate the allure of good looks. Today, he had witnessed the unmistakable glint of greed in the eyes of those women. Just as men are drawn to beautiful women, women too are captivated by handsome men. The tolerance women exhibit towards attractive men is remarkably high. For instance, certain celebrity figures, despite facing scandals, still manage to garner support from female fans who come to their defense. This is the undeniable charm of physical appeal. Beauty equates to justice. In this fast-paced society, no one is willing to invest time in understanding one's inner qualities. Particularly after leaving high school, the emphasis shifts predominantly to wealth and appearance. Zhang Runhao rose obediently, yielding his seat to Zhang Shanmai. Once seated, Zhang Shanmai turned to Su Yang and inquired, Su Yang, do you have any plans this weekend? Would you like to join us for a trip to the countryside? Zhang Shanmai, seemingly indifferent to Jing Runhao, who had already spent a considerable sum on her, eagerly sought to ingratiate herself with Su Yang. Despite his previous harsh words. In her mind, someone of Jing Runhao's caliber was utterly unworthy of her. His looks were mediocre, and his family was not particularly affluent. In contrast, Su Yang's current appearance made him irresistibly appealing, to the extent that Zhang Shanmai would gladly entertain him even without any expectations of reciprocation. This exemplifies the so-called handsome effect. The handsome effect is a psychological phenomenon whereby individuals are more inclined to feel affection, closeness, and trust towards those who possess striking appearances. This phenomenon is pervasive across various domains, including social interactions, professional environments, and even healthcare. The handsome effect significantly influences social and workplace dynamics. Research indicates that those with notable physical attractiveness are often more readily offered job opportunities, as they garner greater social recognition and support, thus alleviating stress and enhancing self-esteem, leading to improved physical and mental well-being. Furthermore, in social settings, the handsome effect can markedly enhance one's social experiences, making interactions more enjoyable and successful. In terms of romantic and external influences, the handsome effect plays a crucial role as well. For instance, during sports events, audiences are more easily captivated by athletes of exceptional appearance, perceiving their performances as more thrilling. This effect is not confined to sports, it extends to other forms of entertainment, such as television dramas, films, and short videos. In summary, Xu Yang had undeniably begun to experience the handsome effect. At this moment, it was not only Zhang Shanmai whose attitude towards Xu Yang had undergone a complete transformation. Other girls in the classroom, unable to contain themselves, frequently cast glances in Xu Yang's direction. Xu Yang reveled in this newfound attention, a sensation he had never encountered before. So, Xu Yang, will you join us? Zhang Shanmai inquired, her face adorned with an innocuous smile. I cannot, I have prior commitments this weekend. Xu Yang resolutely declined her invitation. Following his rejection, Zhang Shanmai's expression shifted as she dejectedly remarked, well, I had hoped that the three of us, you, me, and Ren Hao, could enjoy the weekend together, especially since I can stay at my relative's house while they are away on vacation. Don't you say that, Xu Yang, you have no plans this weekend, right? Jing Renhao interjected, suddenly animated, nudging Xu Yang with a conspiratorial wink. He had intended to express his desire to join Zhang Shanmai when she initially posed the question to Xu Yang. However, he had refrained, fearing that should he voice his intent, Zhang Shanmai would publicly dismiss him, leaving him embarrassed. Now, hearing that Zhang Shanmai had originally wished for his company, he naively assumed that in her eyes, his relationship with her surpassed that of Xu Yang's. Xu Yang had no desire to engage with Zhang Shanmai, not only due to her gold-digging tendencies but also because, in terms of beauty, she did not compare to the enchanting women he had recently encountered. It is indeed easier to descend from frugality to extravagance than to return from extravagance to frugality. Nevertheless, noticing Jing Renhao's persistent gesturing towards him, Xu Yang, wishing to assist his friend, reluctantly agreed. Right, I seem to have forgotten, I actually have no plans this weekend, so let us go together. Upon hearing Xu Yang's agreement, a radiant smile illuminated Zhang Shanmai's face. Then it settled, you mustn't back out later. As she feigned innocence, Xu Yang felt a wave of goosebumps wash over him. Zhang Shanmai's voice, not only sweet but also notably loud, served a dual purpose. It was intended to signal to the other girls in the classroom, who might harbor designs on Xu Yang, that he had already committed to a weekend getaway with her, thereby discouraging their advances. Some girls who recognized Zhang Shanmai's true nature couldn't help but internally scoff, this woman is truly repugnant, trampling on her friend while attempting to flirt with another. Is she hoping to play both sides? Is Jing Renhao oblivious? How can he not see Zhang Shanmai's blatant attempts to seduce Xu Yang? What a spineless sycophant he is, good grief, what a brazen hussy. She relies solely on her looks to seduce whoever she pleases. Just imagine her without makeup, she'd be terrifying. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels clicking against the floor announced Jian Yuanzhen's entrance. As she walked in, the class bell rang, prompting all students to adjust their postures and attentively face the front. The girls regarded Jian Yuanzhen with a mixture of envy and jealousy, while the boys could hardly resist stealing glances at her beautiful legs, their eyes brimming with desire, yet they dared not act on their fantasies. After all, no one wished to offend the utterly unapproachable Professor Jian. However, one individual stood apart from the rest, wearing a mischievous grin as he gazed at Jian Yuanzhen. This person was none other than Xu Yang. At that moment, he held Jian Yuanzhen's diary in his hands. Upon entering the classroom, Jian Yuanzhen immediately sought out Xu Yang's position. Upon spotting him, she was first taken aback by his striking appearance that day, and then her attention shifted to his mischievous smile. Initially, she believed his grin was a result of the gift she had given him the previous night. However, upon noticing the diary in his possession, a look of alarm swiftly crossed her face. Chapter 23. In the classroom, Su-young regarded the anxious Jian Yuanjun with a teasing glint in his eyes. After exchanging a fleeting gaze with Su-young, Jian Yuanjun immediately lowered her head and commenced her lecture. Throughout the entirety of her teaching, her eyes consistently evaded Su-young, as she dared not meet his gaze, yet her thoughts remained fixated on him, particularly on the diary he possessed. Distracted, Jian Yuanjun delivered her lesson while privately contemplating, "Now Su-young holds yet another weapon to threaten me, and this time it is tangible. How exactly will he leverage this against me?" As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Jian Yuanjun felt her cheeks gradually flush with color. The sensation of being deliberately avoided and ignored left Su-young feeling quite displeased. He promptly retrieved his phone and composed a text message, which he sent to Jian Yuanjun. Upon hearing the notification sound of a text message, Jian Yuanjun's legs involuntarily trembled, and she instinctively glanced at Su-young. As she had anticipated, upon noticing her gaze, a mischievous grin spread across Su-young's face. He then lightly tapped his finger on his phone screen, signaling her to check her messages. Although Jian Yuanjun had initially intended to ignore him, Su-young swiftly opened the diary and began to read aloud, startling her. With a resounding thud, she placed the teaching materials on the podium and immediately unlocked her phone to view the message from Su-young. "Pose a question and call me up to answer." After reading Su-young's message, beads of sweat began to form in the palm of Jian Yuanjun's hand. Even the typically bold Jian Yuanjun could not suppress her rising anxiety. She found herself utterly unable to predict what Su-young might do. Casting a glance at him, she silently pondered, "What on earth do you intend to do, Su-young? We are in class right now, so many students are watching." Seeing Su-young's mouth slowly parting, Jian Yuanjun quickly posed a question aloud. Hearing her inquiry, Su-young closed his mouth, yet the corners of his lips could not help but curl upward. Noticing his silence, Jian Yuanjun let out a sigh of relief and continued, "Which student would like to come to the front and share their thoughts on the previous question?" Upon her invitation, only a few diligent students raised their hands. These individuals were the epitome of model students, always attentive and eager to engage in discussions across all subjects. Typically, when Jian Yuanjun posed questions, they were the ones to respond, and she would select one among them to answer. The rest of the class had grown accustomed to this routine, but this time it was destined to disrupt their conventional expectations. Anxiously, Jian Yuanjun turned her gaze towards Su-young, thinking, Su-young, what is it that you truly desire? If you wish to speak, then raise your hand." Yet, Su-young obstinately refrained from raising his hand, merely observing her with an amused expression. As Jian Yuanjun hesitated to call on anyone, murmurs began to ripple through the classroom. Listening to the whispers, Su-young's smile broadened. In stark contrast, Jian Yuanjun felt increasing embarrassment, unsure of how to proceed. As more and more students began to converse among themselves, she realized that she could no longer delay the situation. Ultimately, she opted to call upon Su-young directly, who had not raised his hand. "Su-young, please come up and share your thoughts with everyone." Upon hearing Jian Yuanjun's call, the students, including the diligent ones, turned in astonishment towards Su-young. All the students in the class were aware that Jian Yuanjun often targeted Su-young, the student from Longhua. In that moment, they collectively braced themselves, anticipating that Jian Yuanjun would once again find a reason to reprimand him. Leaning back in his seat with his legs crossed, Su-young tapped his fingers lightly on the desk, seemingly oblivious to the situation. Some students, witnessing his nonchalance, could hardly contain their laughter, already envisioning how Jian Yuanjun would unleash her authority upon him. However, the course of events that day was destined to unfold quite differently than they had anticipated. Under the watchful eyes of her peers, Jian Yuanjun felt an acute sense of embarrassment, yet she dared not confront Su-young too aggressively. After nervously swallowing, she addressed him, "Su-young, please come up and share your perspective on the question we just discussed." Upon concluding her request, Jian Yuanjun cast a pleading glance at Su-young, her eyes unmistakably conveying her desperation. Simultaneously, she thought, "Su-young, please stop playing around, I implore you to come up quickly." As Jiang Yuanjin's words hung in the air, the students' gazes once again fell upon Su Yang. Rising under the collective scrutiny, he stretched his neck and gradually made his way to the podium. Once at the front, he stood beside Jiang Yuanjin and stated, "I don't know." Jiang Yuanjin had deliberately posed an advanced question, harboring her own intentions. This question was one that Su Yang could not possibly answer, ensuring that he would have no choice but to return to his seat promptly. Upon hearing Su Yang's response, Jiang Yuanjin breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "Su Yang, since you don't know, please return to your seat. Is there anyone else who can answer the professor's question?" The diligent students raised their hands once more, as if in competition. "I don't know." "Shouldn't the professor explain it to me again?" Su Yang's remark interrupted Jiang Yuanjin, who had been preparing to call on the top students. With a smirk, he continued, "I believe there are many students like me who do not understand this question." "Is your course solely tailored to those few high achievers, Professor Jiang?" Su Yang's words resonated with the majority of students, who shared in his sentiment. This phenomenon was not limited to Jiang Yuanjin's class. It was a common occurrence in many courses. Consequently, a wave of solidarity swept through the classroom. "Su Yang is right, I don't understand this question either. Professor Jiang, could you please explain it to us?" "I don't understand it either." "Neither do I." As a ripple of agreement surged through the class, Jiang Yuanjin inhaled deeply and said, "Well, since so many students are struggling with this question, I will take the time to explain it. Su Yang, you may return to your seat." Su Yang interjected, "Professor Jiang, my hearing has been a bit impaired lately, so I'll remain here to listen. Otherwise, I might not grasp the explanation." With that, he glanced at Jiang Yuanjin. Chapter 24, The Podium. In Su Yang's gaze, there was an unmistakable undertone of threat. Jiang Yuanjin felt compelled to acquiesce to Su Yang, unable to refuse him. Moments later, she completed the problem she had been addressing. Subsequently, as the students in the classroom turned their attention forward, Su Yang strode back to his seat. Upon returning, Jin Renhao slightly turned his head back and whispered, "Su Yang, you were truly impressive just now." In response, Su Yang chuckled inwardly, thinking, "Hey, what you witnessed was merely the surface. I am far more formidable than you perceive." However, Jin Renhao inquired with a hint of confusion, "Why is the female tyrant so gentle with you today?" With a slight smile, Su Yang replied, "I am uncertain. Perhaps my good looks have captivated her. You seem rather self-absorbed today, don't you?" Jin Renhao remarked with a look of disdain. To Jin Renhao's comment, Su Yang simply retorted with 3 succinct words, "You don't understand." Indeed, Jin Renhao could not fathom Su Yang's current sentiment. It was akin to a newly affluent individual extravagantly spending their newfound wealth, eager to flaunt what they had long lacked. "How do you know I XXXX'd? Not that it matters, buddy." "Who asked you?" "Whether you inquire or not, I have already XXXX'd." Su Yang was no saint, he was merely an ordinary individual, thus not exempt from such experiences. At that moment, many students in the classroom shared Jin Renhao's curiosity. They were all intrigued by why Jiang Yuanjin, who had previously targeted Su Yang, had suddenly undergone such a transformation. Even speaking to him in a gentler tone, could it truly be as simple as Su Yang appearing more handsome today? After Su Yang returned to his seat, Jiang Yuanjin quickened her teaching pace, eager to conclude the lesson and return to her office. She wished to avoid the crowd that would gather at the end of class, which might expose her vulnerabilities. Jiang Yuanjin hastily finished her lecture, leaving the remaining time for self-study, before swiftly retreating to her office. Once in her office, Jiang Yuanjin slumped into her chair. A whirlwind of emotion swirled within her, inevitably leading her thoughts back to Su Yang. She reclined in her chair, having already locked the office door upon her return. Meanwhile, in the classroom devoid of Jiang Yuanjin, the students began to converse in small groups. Zhang Shanmai and Jin Renhao turned to engage Su Yang in conversation. Zhang Renhao had initially intended to speak privately with Zhang Shanmai, but the moment Jiang Yuanjin departed, she turned to Su Yang to strike up a dialogue. Unable to disregard the situation, Zhang Renhao joined in. Jing Runhao, despite his usual obliviousness, noted Zhang Shanmei's eager approach towards Su Yang. However, he bore no ill will towards Su Yang, for he had complete faith in his character, trusting that Su Yang would never encroach upon his territory. Moreover, Su Yang had expressed his disinterest in women like Zhang Shanmei, a sentiment Jing Runhao had confirmed through Su Yang's demeanor. The dynamic of their conversation was quite amusing. Su Yang only responded to Jing Runhao, while Jing Runhao consistently engaged Zhang Shanmei. Conversely, Zhang Shanmei did not reciprocate Jing Runhao's remarks, instead directing her attention to Su Yang. I liken this conversational pattern to a merry-go-round, or perhaps a snake game. The term centipede feels a bit too crude. As Su Yang chatted intermittently with Jing Runhao, he busied himself with composing a message for Jian Yuanjun on his phone. After finalizing the message, he sent it off. In her office, Jian Yuanjun, who had been resting her eyes in her chair, startled awake at the sound of a message notification. Upon seeing that it was from Su Yang, an inexplicable sense of anticipation surged within her. She quickly unlocked her phone and opened Su Yang's message. Professor Jiang, when do you have time today? Upon reading the message, a peculiar feeling blossomed in Jian Yuanjun's heart. After school this afternoon. She succinctly replied to Su Yang and then leaned back in her chair once more. In the classroom, upon receiving Jian Yuanjun's response, Su Yang felt a wave of elation wash over him, unable to suppress the broad smile that spread across his face. Zhang Shanmei, noticing Su Yang's expression, inquired, Su Yang, what's got you so cheerful? Did something delightful cross your mind? Hearing her question, Su Yang took a deep breath and exhaled through his nose. What does it matter to you? His pleasant daydream had been interrupted by Zhang Shanmei, which irked him. Had it not been for Jing Runhao's presence, he would have retorted, don't push me to slap you while I'm in a good mood. Though he refrained from voicing such sentiments, his earlier comment had been enough to leave Zhang Shanmei feeling awkward. The atmosphere among the three suddenly became quite tense. In this situation, Jing Runhao appeared the most uncomfortable. Su Yang, don't be harsh on Shanmei, she's merely expressing concern for you. Seeing Zhang Shanmei's stiff expression, he felt compelled to mediate. To spare Jing Runhao from further embarrassment, Su Yang relented, recognizing him as his closest friend in school. Zhang Shanmei, I apologize, I was in a foul mood and did not mean to speak to you that way. He forced out the insincere words. Although Zhang Shanmei understood that Su Yang's apology was not heartfelt, she still appreciated it. After all, Su Yang was now a strikingly handsome figure on campus. A smile returned to her face. No worries. We all have our off days. Nearby, a female student observed the swift change in Zhang Shanmei's demeanor with evident disdain, coupled with Jing Runhao's earlier display of embarrassment. She couldn't help but mutter to herself, this Jing Runhao is nothing short of a top-tier cuckold. It feels as though even if those two were to engage in activities before him, if Zhang Shanmei gave the word, he would rush to assist. Chapter 25, Don't mind the phone, it will be ready soon. Just after Zhang Shanmei finished her light-hearted banter, the sound of the school bell rang, signaling the end of class. Upon hearing the bell, Su Yang felt a sense of liberation wash over him and promptly rose to his feet, stating, I have something to attend to at noon, so I'll be leaving now. Without awaiting a response from Jing Runhao and Zhang Shanmei, he swiftly dashed out of the classroom. Noticing Su Yang's departure, Zhang Shanmei disregarded Jing Runhao's intention to continue their conversation and immediately stood up. Runhao, I must take my leave as well, she declared, turning on her heel and making her way towards the exit. As she observed Zhang Shanmei's retreating figure, the words Jing Runhao had intended to utter were reduced to a mere all right. Jing Runhao had initially planned to share lunch with Zhang Shanmei, but she had not afforded him that opportunity. However, after enduring an entire class, Jing Runhao could no longer hold it in. He urgently needed to find a restroom. Meanwhile, once Zhang Shanmei exited the classroom, she began to search for Su Yang's silhouette. After all, other handsome boys of the school's elite were simply out of her reach. Her interaction with Su Yang was solely due to Jing Runhao's presence. For Zhang Shanmei, even if Su Yang could not become her boyfriend, merely having him as a significant entry in her collection would be splendid. Upon leaving the classroom, Su Yang headed straight for Professor Jian Yuanjing's office, as waiting until the afternoon dismissal felt excessively delayed. He could not remain idle, he needed to procure some interest first. Moreover, the midday break was sufficiently lengthy, spanning 70 minutes, which should be entirely adequate for him, even though he was yet unaware of the precise timing. Su Yang was akin to a famished individual. No matter how enticing the prospect of a grand dinner later that evening might be, he could not restrain himself from wanting to consume something immediately to satiate his hunger. This was his current predicament, as the 3 women he anticipated engaging with in the coming days had not yet yielded any progress. This situation was far more agonizing than the days he had previously navigated alone, intensifying his impatience. While walking down the corridor, Su Yang messaged Jian Yuanjing. At that moment, Jian Yuanjing, who had been reclining in her chair to recuperate, heard the notification sound from her phone. Upon glancing at the screen and recognizing that it was a message from Su Yang, she promptly opened it to read the content. Su Yang said smiley, "I am on my way to find you. I will arrive at your office shortly, prepare yourself to welcome me." Upon reading Su Yang's message, Jian Yuanjing felt a rush of surprise and joy, her heart racing with anticipation as a medley of emotions surged within her. She quickly tidied her disheveled hair and attire before opening the door to her office. After completing these tasks, Jian Yuanjing returned to her workstation, seated herself upright in her office chair, and adopted the demeanor befitting a professor. Externally composed, internally, she eagerly awaited Su Yang's arrival. In the corridor of the academic building, Zhang Shanmai quickened her pace upon spotting Su Yang's figure. Su Yang walked briskly, and in her attempt to catch up, Zhang Shanmai exerted nearly all her effort, nearly breaking into a run. Yet, despite her efforts, the distance between them remained unchanged, hindered by the towering heels she wore. As the crowd shifted, Su Yang abruptly vanished from her sight. Navigating through the throng, Zhang Shanmai continued forward, perplexed. How could he have disappeared so suddenly? Following her instincts based on the distance they had previously maintained, she arrived at the spot where Su Yang had vanished, the entrance to Jian Yuanjing's office. Could it be that Su Yang has entered Professor Jian Yuanjing's office? This thought naturally surfaced in Zhang Shanmai's mind as she gazed at the office door before her. She glanced around, then placed her hand on the doorknob of Jian Yuanjing's office, slowly pressing down before gently pushing it. The door was locked. After retreating her hand from the doorknob, Zhang Shanmai stood still for a moment, contemplating, and pressed her ear against the office door. "I can hear something." Although she could not discern the exact activities within, she was entirely certain that there was indeed sound emanating from inside. With the door locked and recalling Su Yang's earlier disappearance, she resolved to knock. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Shanmai raised her hand and knocked rhythmically on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Inside the office, both individuals turned their attention towards the entrance upon hearing the knocking. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking persisted. "Someone is at the door," Jian Yuanjing exclaimed in alarm. Su Yang leaned closer to Jian Yuanjing's ear, whispering, "Do not respond, simply pretend no one is here." At that moment, Jian Yuanjing had no choice but to acquiesce, fully aware that opening the door now would complicate matters with whoever was outside. It would be wiser to ignore it altogether. Should the individual inquire later, she could easily concoct a convenient excuse. Seeing Jian Yuanjing comply, a triumphant smile graced Su Yang's lips, revealing a sense of conquest. Outside the office, Zhang Shanmai furrowed her brow, contemplating. "There are clearly people inside, yet they do not respond to my knocking. There must be something amiss." However, as Zhang Shanmai reluctantly turned away from the entrance to Jian Yuanjing's office, an idea suddenly struck her while walking down the corridor. "I could call Professor Jian Yuanjing, claiming I had a question about the recent lesson that I did not quite understand." What a brilliant idea, she thought to herself, unable to suppress her self-praise. With that, Zhang Shanmai retrieved her phone from her pocket, located Jian Yuanjing's number, and dialed it. Beep, beep, beep. The phone rang several times but went unanswered, causing her to furrow her brow in irritation as the repetitive tone grew increasingly bothersome. Even after the call was automatically disconnected without being answered, she promptly dialed again. At that moment, while Zhang Shanmai stood at the entrance to Jian Yuanjing's office, lost in thought, Jing Renhao emerged from the restroom and chanced upon her. "Oh, is that not Shanmai?" Why hasn't she gone to lunch? Is she waiting for me? He pondered, a smile instantly lighting up his face. Shan Mai. Jing Runhao called out from a distance. Hearing her name being called, Zhang Shanmai turned around to find Jing Runhao beaming at her. Upon realizing that it was only Jing Runhao, a wave of disappointment washed over her. She longed for Su Yang to be by her side instead. Nevertheless, upon seeing Jing Runhao, another idea sparked in her mind. Chapter 26. Are you going to eat or not? Runhao, where is Su Yang? Aren't you two together? Zhang Shanmai inquired with a forced smile. Standing still. As Jing Runhao briskly approached her, he replied, No, have you eaten? Would you like to join me for a meal? Sure, let's go have some spicy rice cakes. Today, I'll treat you, Zhang Shanmai said with a squinting smile, only to suddenly widen her eyes and add, Oh, and be sure to invite Su Yang too. Jing Runhao had initially anticipated a moment of solitude with Zhang Shanmai, but upon hearing her desire to include Su Yang, he felt a pang of disappointment. Sensing his reluctance, Zhang Shanmai, with a smile, remarked, Isn't Su Yang your friend? I wish to become better acquainted with your circle. Oh, I see. Jing Runhao's expression brightened once more as he pulled out his phone from his pocket, stating, You should have mentioned it earlier. I'll call him right now. Jing Runhao was rather simple-minded, which was one of the reasons he maintained a good rapport with Su Yang. Simplicity, a rather unique trait, for no one can truly dislike forming friendships with uncomplicated individuals. Zhang Shanmai gazed at Jing Runhao with anticipation as he dialed. Once he noticed her watching him, he shot her a reassuring look, signaling her to relax. Beep, beep, beep. After 3 rings, the call remained unanswered. Jing Runhao caught a glimpse of a change in Zhang Shanmai's expression. Although she managed her emotions well, he sensed something was amiss, causing a ripple of anxiety within him as he muttered, What is going on? Why isn't he answering? Luckily, after another ring, Su Yang finally picked up. Upon hearing the connection, Jing Runhao immediately asked, Hello, Su Yang, where are you? What is up? Is there something you need? Su Yang did not respond to Jing Runhao's inquiry. During their conversation, Zhang Shanmai leaned in, straining to hear, yet still unable to catch the sounds from the phone. Growing impatient, she tugged at Jing Runhao's arm and mouthed, Put it on speaker. Though uncertain of the reasoning behind her request, Jing Runhao instinctively complied. You need to speak. Zhang Shanmai emphasized with gestures after the phone was switched to speaker mode, her expression filled with confusion. Oh, Jing Runhao finally responded. Shanmai said she wants to treat us to spicy rice cakes. Su Yang took a deep breath and replied, You go ahead. I won't be joining. Curious about Su Yang's peculiar tone, Jing Runhao inquired, Why does your voice sound so strange? What are you up to? You're not. Before he could finish, Su Yang interrupted, Forget that. I've been feeling a bit unwell lately, so I called a massage therapist to help me out. You're too heavy-handed, ease up. Upon hearing that Su Yang was getting a massage, Jing Runhao excitedly asked, Is it comfortable? Absolutely, my brother, Su Yang replied. Hearing Su Yang's contented tone, Jing Runhao eagerly queried, Is the massage therapist pretty? She is stunningly beautiful, with an exceptional figure, Su Yang said, laughter evident in his voice. Really? Jing Runhao expressed skepticism. Of course. If you don't believe me, I'll send you a picture once we hang up, Su Yang chuckled. All right, Jing Runhao had completely forgotten the initial purpose of his call. Zhang Shanmai approached him, shot him a glance, and signaled with her lips, Stop chatting and get to the point. Realizing he had spoken inappropriately in front of Zhang Shanmai, Jing Runhao cleared his throat and redirected the conversation. So. Su Yang, would you like to join Shanmai and me for spicy rice cakes? Upon hearing Jing Runhao's direct question, Zhang Shanmai nodded approvingly. Never mind, you two go ahead, I still have some things to finish up here. I wouldn't want to delay you, Su Yang replied, and before Jing Runhao could respond, Zhang Shanmai interjected, It's fine, Su Yang, how long do you think you'll be? We can wait for you. This is my first time treating. With that, Su Yang hung up without a word, leaving both Zhang Shanmai and Jing Runhao in an awkward silence. Exchanging glances, Jing Runhao forced a smile and remarked, Why does my phone have such poor signal? Let me call him again. He made a move to dial Su Yang once more, but Zhang Shanmai stopped him. She was acutely aware that another call would only lead to further embarrassment. For her, knowing that Su Yang was not in Jian Guanzhen's office had already fulfilled the purpose of the call, the rest would require patience and careful opportunity. Seeing Zhang Shanmai's silence, Jing Runhao proactively suggested, "Shanmai, since Su Yang isn't coming, let's just go the two of us. I'll treat you." In truth, Zhang Shanmai was no longer inclined to go since Su Yang wouldn't be joining, but she realized that if she wished to connect with Su Yang, she would need Jing Runhao's assistance. With a bright smile, she replied, "No need for you to treat, I said I would, let us go." Jing Runhao beamed with joy, practically wearing his happiness on his sleeve. "All right then, let us go." With Zhang Shanmai leading the way and Jing Runhao following, he instinctively maintained a respectful distance, a hallmark of a seasoned admirer. For someone in his position, crossing boundaries could lead to immediate backlash. Once outside the building, Jing Runhao received a message from Su Yang, a picture. Image. Upon seeing the image, Jing Runhao quickly unlocked his phone and entered the chat to investigate. The photo depicted a woman's silhouette, her flowing chestnut hair framing a perfect back. Upon viewing the image, Jing Runhao felt a surge of envy and jealousy, his fingers dancing across the screen. "Wow, that silhouette is stunning. Are you going to eat or not?" After sending the message, he anxiously awaited Su Yang's reply, but it seemed to vanish into the void, leaving no response in the chat. Noticing that Jing Runhao had fallen behind, Zhang Shanmai halted, realizing he was entirely absorbed in his phone, oblivious to her presence ahead. She paused to wait for him. Jing Runhao, still fixated on his phone, walked forward until he collided with Zhang Shanmai. Instantly, he concealed his phone behind him. Seeing his flustered demeanor, Zhang Shanmai playfully inquired, "Runhao Opper, you're not secretly messaging other girls behind my back, are you?" "Of course not," Jing Runhao asserted, his tone earnest upon hearing her suspicions. Then Zhang Shanmai fixed her gaze on him. "Let me see your phone." "Fine, take a look," Jing Runhao said, handing his phone to Zhang Shanmai. Chapter 27, Yang Ji, was it enjoyable? Upon seizing Jing Runhao's phone, Zhang Shanmai immediately brought it close to her eyes for inspection. The screen revealed an interface displaying a conversation with Su Yang, yet the chat box remained devoid of any content, utterly blank. "Are you chatting with Su Yang?" Zhang Shanmai inquired suspiciously, noticing Jing Runhao's nod of affirmation. "But why are there no chat records?" With an innocent smile, Jing Runhao replied, "I was just about to send a message. I haven't done so yet." Just as he placed his phone behind him, he had inadvertently deleted their chat history through blind presses. This skill was acquired during his clandestine movie-watching sessions in his room. He would swiftly hide his phone behind him and accurately close the browser whenever his mother opened the door. Of course, there had been moments of failure. Fortunately, he had been watching narrative films at the time, and since the playback had just begun, his mother had not discovered what he was viewing. Eventually, under his mother's relentless questioning, Jing Runhao had managed to evade suspicion by claiming he was watching foreign films to learn a language. This, however, could hardly be deemed a lie, as he did indeed learn some foreign vocabulary. The primary foreign languages he studied included the Minor Beauty Nation, the Little Ghost ethnicity, and the Small H Republic. As for the frequently encountered vocabulary, it remains unmentioned, for the reasons are well understood. Regarding why there was Korean among his studies, who wouldn't he desire to master their native tongue? Finding nothing of interest on Jing Runhao's phone, Zhang Shanmai returned it to him. With a smile, Jing Runhao said, "Shanmai, rest assured, I will not be in contact with other girls. My heart belongs solely to you." "You men are all talk," Zhang Shanmai retorted with a smile, though her words were laced with reluctance. For someone like Zhang Shanmai, the more admirers, the better. Unless Jing Runhao himself ceased his affections, she would continue to uphold this relationship. Without any tangible loss, Zhang Shanmai would endeavor to provide Jing Runhao with hope. Subsequently, they went together to enjoy stir-fried rice cakes, sharing laughter and conversation throughout the meal, which brought immense joy to Jing Runhao. Ultimately, however, Jing Runhao ended up footing the bill. Upon returning after paying, Zhang Shanmai pouted, saying, "Didn't we agree that I would treat today? Oh, Runhao, you're incorrigible. It doesn't matter, what difference does it make who treats? Jing Runhao replied cheerfully, his eyes narrowing into slits with delight. Zhang Shanmei's call of "Opper" greatly pleased Jing Runhao. With a playful smile, Zhang Shanmei responded, "Then next time, it's definitely my turn to treat, Opper, all right." Hearing Zhang Shanmei mention a next time made Jing Runhao even happier. After leaving the rice cake shop, they returned to school together. Due to their differing elective courses in the afternoon, they parted ways upon entering the classroom, each heading to their respective classrooms. Upon arriving in his classroom, Jing Runhao immediately began searching for Su Yang, but he could not find him there. He picked up his phone, intending to call Su Yang and inquire about his whereabouts. Was he having too much fun? With little time left before class commenced, Zhang Runhao dialed Su Yang's number. However, the call went unanswered. Moments later, he heard Su Yang's phone ringing at the entrance of the classroom. The ringtone was distinctive, almost unique to each country. Looking at the towering buildings of the CBD, where is her abode, the rented room is merely a few square meters, and who remembers her birthday, the future always appears distant, the pressure of life stifling. Why, in such a beautiful age, must one endure so many hardships? Seeing Su Yang walk in, Jing Runhao chose not to hang up immediately. He was quite fond of the song that served as Su Yang's ringtone. Although he did not understand the lyrics, he felt an inexplicable resonance with it. It struck him as odd that this segment, melodically akin to rap, nonetheless pierced deeply into his heart. Clumsily moving forward, stumbling yet unable to cry out in pain, reluctant to easily hope for love, nor to easily indulge in self-sentiment, oh moon, you do not understand. How heavy is sixpence? That bus to the homeland reappears in her dreams. As Su Yang stood before Jing Runhao, she hung up the phone and exclaimed, "What the hell are you doing? Didn't you see me walk in? Why are you still on the phone?" Jing Runhao chuckled, "I wanted to listen to your ringtone and ask you what the song is, but you won't tell me. You don't deserve to hear it." "I fear you would insult this song," Su Yang replied with a teasing grin. "Come on, that's just petty." Jing Runhao thought Su Yang was merely joking. Suddenly recalling the photo Su Yang sent him at noon, he asked, "You didn't really eat at noon, did you?" "Sure." Su Yang quickly gestured for silence. "Keep your voice down." Jing Runhao's voice had been rather loud, drawing the attention of those nearby. Su Yang gave him a gentle shove and whispered, "Move further inside." At her words, Jing Runhao shifted to an inner seat. Once Su Yang was seated, he mischievously leaned in and whispered, "Su Yang, tell me the truth. Did you score at noon?" Su Yang glanced around, noticing others were still watching, and pretended not to hear him. Engrossed in her phone, Jing Runhao, feeling anxious, noticed the gazes directed their way and refrained from pressing further. Just then, Jing Runhao's phone rang. He picked it up to find a message from Su Yang. "You guessed it right." Sunglasses emoji. Jing Runhao's mouth fell open in astonishment. He quickly typed a response. "Yang Ji, was it enjoyable? What was the girl like? From the photo you sent me of her back, she seems to have an incredible figure." Seeing Jing Runhao's message, Su Yang couldn't help but smile broadly. Since Jiang Yuanjin forbade Su Yang from sending pictures to others, the photo she had sent Jing Runhao was not of Jiang Yuanjin but rather a screenshot from a film she had saved on her phone. However, the figure in the picture bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Yuanjin, both being exceptional back-profile beauties. Su Yang's fingers danced swiftly across the phone screen as she replied to Jing Runhao. "Top-notch, the key is that the girl's looks and figure are both exceptional, stunning beyond your wildest imagination." Originally filled with anticipation, Jing Runhao pouted upon reading Su Yang's message and replied, "You're just bragging. Even if she is beautiful, can she compare to our Shanmai?" Su Yang shook her head helplessly at Jing Runhao's message, feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement. "Buddy, I can only say your courage limits your imagination. As the saying goes, the greater the boldness, the greater the yield. If your dream is to enter the NBA, at the very least, you should aim for the school team. However, if your aspiration is merely to join the school team, playing casual basketball at a community center would leave you thinking, well, that's not bad, today I took a step closer to my dream." With this thought, Su Yang gazed at Jing Runhao with sympathy, inwardly reveling, "Runhao, I truly look forward to seeing your expression when you discover who the woman with me today is." Chapter 28. Taking the blame for a female classmate. As the school bell rang, the teacher entered the classroom. A hush fell over the room, and the lesson commenced. At that moment, Su Yang's thoughts were far removed from the lecture. He was preoccupied with whether he would successfully win over Han Jiaying that evening. Although Jiang Yuanjing was a paragon of beauty and figure, and had been exceedingly accommodating during their recent encounter, Su Yang, having just tasted the sweetness of love, naturally found himself yearning for other women, especially the stunning Han Jiaying. Most importantly, it was Han Jiaying who had taken the initiative. What healthy man could possibly refuse the advances of a beautiful woman who came knocking at his door? Whether other men could resist such temptation was uncertain, but Su Yang certainly could not. Bored, he gazed aimlessly at the blackboard when suddenly, a burst of music jolted him from his reverie. The sound was fleeting, yet in the stillness of the classroom, every eye, including that of the lecturing professor, turned toward the source of the disturbance. The middle-aged teacher set aside his textbook and demanded sternly, "Who played that song?" Silence enveloped the classroom. No one dared to answer. Su Yang glanced back and spotted the girl behind him, her thick glasses framing a face flushed as if she had mistakenly used lipstick for blush. It was evident that she was the one responsible for the interruption. Recognizing the source of the sound, Su Yang leaned back in his chair, feigning nonchalance. "Whoever played that song, stand up immediately." "Do not waste everyone's time," the middle-aged professor urged. This was a standard method employed by teachers. Don't let one person's actions delay the entire class. Hearing the professor's words, Su Yang internally scoffed. After all these years, he still resorts to the same old tactics, and it seems to be universally applicable. At that moment, a student nearby echoed the professor's sentiments, saying, "Whoever played the song, step up. If you don't want to learn, we do." Following this, a chorus of impatient voices arose, urging for a resolution. Observing the unfolding scene, Su Yang silently retracted his earlier statement about the professor's approach being outdated, while simultaneously acknowledging, "This truly is a classic tactic that never fails." Turning his gaze lightly, he caught sight of the bespectacled girl, her face crimson and seemingly on the verge of tears. Her bitten lip revealed her mounting anxiety. The girl, named Song Qina, inadvertently made eye contact with Su Yang. Instinctively avoiding his gaze, she straightened her posture, preparing to stand. "It was I who played the song," Su Yang declared abruptly, rising to his feet and blocking the partially standing girl behind him. Taken aback by his unexpected defense, Song Qina was unsure why Su Yang would take the fall for her. However, since he had already spoken for her, she felt no further need to stand and slowly resumed her seat. The nearby students quickly deduced that the song had originated from the bespectacled girl. While they were puzzled by Su Yang's admission, they were indifferent to the identity of the culprit. The urging students fell into two categories: those who simply wished to resume class and those eager for a spectacle. Jin Renhao, seated next to Su Yang, whispered, "Su Yang, the song wasn't even yours. Why claim it was?" Su Yang discreetly kicked Jin Renhao's leg beneath the table, signaling him to be quiet. Understanding the cue, Jin Renhao feigned enlightenment, then turned to glance at the bespectacled girl, thinking, "Looks like Su Yang has his sights set on her next. This girl may have a generous bust, but in terms of looks, she can only be described as plain, especially compared to Shan Mai." The middle-aged professor regarded Su Yang with a knowing look. He understood that the song had not been played by Su Yang but rather by the girl behind him. Witnessing Su Yang's act of chivalry brought back memories of simpler times in his own youth. "Su Yang, is it?" the professor inquired. Su Yang nodded in affirmation. "Yes, Professor Jin. Since you enjoy music so much, why not sing a song for the class?" Professor Jin, somewhat impressed by Su Yang's actions, decided against punishing him. The students, initially anticipating a show, now exchanged glances of surprise at the professor's request. Su Yang, taken aback by the unexpected opportunity, realized that Professor Jin had chosen to overlook the incident. For someone like the extremely introverted Song Qina, singing in front of an audience could be mortifying, yet for Su Yang, it posed no significant challenge. "May I have a backing track?" Su Yang asked with a smile. Professor Jin, surprised by Su Yang's boldness, waved his hand. "Certainly, come to the front and use the microphone." In South Korea, it is customary for professors to use microphones during lectures to ensure that all students can clearly hear the content. All right, Su Yang replied, rising from his seat. Before approaching the podium, he glanced back at Song China, offering her a reassuring smile, indicating that she need not worry for him. Their eyes met, and she instantly averted her gaze, feeling a rush of shyness. Grateful for Su Yang's willingness to take the blame, Song China felt her heart race as he smiled at her, his newfound confidence radiating. Su Yang strode purposefully toward the podium, and as he neared, Professor Jin asked with a smile, "What song will you be singing?" "I'll help you find the accompaniment." "Melody," Su Yang responded. "Melody?" Professor Jin inquired while searching the computer. "Who's the artist?" "By Daojiji," Su Yang replied, stepping closer to the professor to point at the screen. "All right," Professor Jin confirmed, clicking the mouse. Moments later, the prelude to a melody filled the classroom. Su Yang nodded along to the rhythm, feeling the music. Finally understanding that you have become a memory, words cannot explain. When others inquire, as Su Yang's voice resonated, every pair of eyes in the classroom turned toward him. The boys were filled with envy, while the girls looked on with admiration. Melody, the tune in my mind, plays on endlessly. As the chorus erupted, it captivated everyone in the room, including Professor Jin. Both men and women were entranced by Su Yang's melodic voice. Su Yang's vocal talent had always been exceptional, but due to his previously unremarkable appearance, few had noticed his abilities. Now, as he shone under the spotlight, Song China's heart raced, her chest rising and falling with each note, utterly enchanted by the boy who had just taken the blame for her. Chapter 29, The Bullying Provoked by Su Yang. As Su Yang concluded his song, the applause erupted like a tidal wave. Aside from the bespectacled girl seated behind him, every female student was clapping fervently for Su Yang. It was only when the applause reached her ears that the girl, momentarily dazed by Su Yang's performance, joined in with hesitant applause. "Encore!" a voice rang out from the crowd, inciting a chorus of cheers from the other students. Professor Jin, however, did not appear displeased. Instead, he waved his hand with a smile and remarked, "Though I too crave more, we must remember we are in a classroom, so let us bring today's performance to a close. When the next opportunity arises, we shall have Su Yang return to serenade us once more." With that, Professor Jin gently patted Su Yang on the back, saying, "Su Yang, you may return to your seat." Upon returning to his seat, the bespectacled girl poked Su Yang's back with her index finger. When he turned around, she blushed and stammered, "Thank you for that. It was nothing, no need for thanks," Su Yang replied with a gentle smile. The sight of his smile sent her heart racing, leaving her momentarily dizzy. "You've got her smitten, you rascal," Jin Renhao remarked enviously. In response, Su Yang merely smiled and remained silent. After class, Su Yang quickly exited the classroom, only to be approached by a blonde girl who struck up a conversation. "Hi handsome, may I get to know you?" Ignoring the blonde's overture, Su Yang chose to remain aloof. He had spent the entire afternoon in Jian Yuanjing's office and had yet to eat lunch. This dismissal left the blonde girl feeling quite embarrassed. Jin Renhao followed closely behind Su Yang and asked, "Why are you in such a hurry?" "Wait for me." Renhao accompanied Su Yang to the school cafeteria, where he inquired, "Haven't you had lunch yet?" "Not really, no time," Su Yang replied. Jin Renhao, after processing this information, exclaimed, "Wait, you've been busy all afternoon." Su Yang did not respond. He was no longer interested in engaging with Jung Renhao's dramatics. After obtaining his meal, he settled at a table. Renhao, with a cheeky demeanor, plopped down in the chair opposite him. Throughout the meal, Renhao bombarded Su Yang with a plethora of questions that would make any girl blush and stammer. Meanwhile, the bespectacled girl, after class, held hands with her close friend, ready to head to the restroom. Once outside the classroom, her friend couldn't contain her curiosity and asked, "China, do you know that handsome guy from earlier?" "I don't," Song China shyly responded. "Really, how stingy to know such a handsome lad and not even share it with me." Her friend, Song Xiumin, was skeptical of China's claim. "It's true. I really don't know him," China insisted. I refuse to believe that. If you didn't know him, why would he help you like that? Xiumin remained unconvinced. As the two were engrossed in their conversation, they failed to notice three furious girls trailing closely behind them. Upon entering the ladies' restroom, the two friends separated into stalls. After finishing her business, China stepped out only to find herself confronted by the trio of angry girls. Uncertain of their motives, she wished to avoid confrontation and attempted to sidestep them. However, one of the girls blocked her path. At that moment, Xiumin emerged from her stall. Seeing her friend, China felt a surge of courage and politely asked, "Excuse me, could you please let me pass?" Smack was the response, as a resounding slap echoed in the air. China was taken aback, having not anticipated such an aggressive reaction. Xiumin, witnessing this, demanded, "Hey, what are you doing?" The girl nearest to Xiumin pointed a finger at her nose and declared, "This is none of your business, keep your mouth shut, or we'll include you in this." Xiumin was intimidated by their hostility, especially recognizing that one of the girls was a notorious bully from the freshman year. This realization further restrained her from intervening, leaving her helplessly watching as China was cornered. "Have you mistaken me for someone else?" China cautiously inquired, covering her face. She had no prior conflict with these girls, and the only explanation she could fathom was that they had confused her with someone else. "Don't play dumb. I am hitting you because it's you," the blonde girl retorted, delivering a swift kick to China's abdomen. China doubled over, clutching her stomach in pain, yet the blonde girl was relentless, seizing China's braid and yanking her forward, attempting to bash her head against the restroom stall door. The tugging was agonizing, prompting China to grasp her braid in a desperate bid to free herself. This only served to infuriate her assailant further. "How dare you resist?" the blonde girl yelled, clutching China's other braid as well. With all her might, she yanked both braids, nearly lifting China off the ground. China could only shuffle her feet in the direction the blonde was pulling her, trying to alleviate the pain in her scalp. "Enough!" the blonde shouted, and with a forceful motion, China was slammed against the restroom stall door with a loud thud. At that moment, the curly-haired girl stepped up behind China and delivered a swift kick to her back, sending her sprawling to the ground, where she grasped her arm. "Why are you hitting me?" China knelt on the floor, tears brimming in her eyes. "What have I done to deserve this? Can you tell me? Do I need a reason to hit you? Damn it, I just don't like the sight of you," the blonde girl retorted, slapping China across their face once more. Smack! The force of the slap was so strong that the girl herself winced in pain. Shaking her hand, she turned to the girl with black short hair beside her and ordered, "Make sure to slap her ugly face until she can't take it anymore." "Sure thing, Jing," the short-haired girl replied with a grin as she approached China, unleashing a barrage of slaps across her face. Smack! Smack, smack, smack. Soon, China's face was swollen, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Through her tears, she glanced at her friend Xiumin, who was trembling in the background, watching helplessly with an expression that conveyed, "Please don't blame me. I can't help it." China's spirit shattered, and gritting her teeth, she resigned herself to the onslaught, no longer making a sound. She believed that by enduring, they would eventually tire of their cruelty and cease. However, reality proved her hope naive. The short-haired girl, noticing China's silence, intensified her assault, slapping her face with greater force. The blonde girl, witnessing China's quiet endurance, was seized by anger and, taking several steps back, charged forward, delivering a kick aimed at her head. Chapter 30. Help me take out this frustration, and I shall grant your wish. The girl with yellow hair delivered a forceful kick that struck directly against Song China's head. This blow sent Song China's head crashing against the stall door of the restroom, producing a resounding bang that caused the door to bounce back. After being hit, Song China felt an overwhelming dizziness and collapsed onto the floor. The girl with yellow hair approached, squatting down to grasp Song China's hair, pulling her head up slightly. "Remember this. Keep your distance from Su Yang," she commanded. After releasing her grip, Song China's head thudded back down onto the ground. "You two, step on her head, and I'll take a picture of you together," the girl with yellow hair instructed the other two girls. The girl with curly hair, who had been holding Song China down, chuckled, "Just make sure I look good in the photo." Her tone was filled with mirth, as if they were merely indulging in a playful game. As the two girls approached with smiles, an intense hatred welled up within Song China. She loathed herself for her cowardice, for allowing herself to be bullied in such a manner. A potent mix of shame and rage caused her to bite her lip until it bled, her heart racing and breaths quickening, her hands and feet trembling. Meanwhile, the dizziness began to dissipate. Just as the girl with short hair was about to step on Song China's head, she pushed herself up from the ground with both hands, propelling herself backward and avoiding the impending stomp. This unexpected movement caused the short-haired girl to lose her balance, nearly toppling over. "Damn it," she cursed, quickly regaining her footing and checking her skirt for dirt. Upon witnessing this, the curly-haired girl erupted in laughter. "Har! You just squatted like a big butt, that's hilarious." The derision only fueled the short-haired girl's fury, and she glared at Song China with rage. "Hey," she shouted, raising her right hand and advancing towards Song China. "You're gonna pay for this." The girl with yellow hair and the curly-haired girl looked on, amusement dancing in their eyes, eager for the spectacle. The short-haired girl stood before Song China and delivered a sharp slap, yet this time, Song China did not remain passive. She seized the short-haired girl's wrist and retaliated with a punch to her face. Caught off guard by the unexpected resistance, the short-haired girl felt the force of Song China's fist as it connected with her nose. Pain shot through her, and she instinctively touched her face, discovering blood streaming from her nose, staining her hands. Seeing the crimson on her fingers ignited a furious rage within her. "You're dead, you little..." Before she could finish her threat, Song China's fist struck her face once more, grasping the short-haired girl's hair. Song China forced her down and unleashed a flurry of punches on the back of her head, eliciting mournful cries from her opponent. "You little brat, how dare you fight back?" The once amused girls, now alarmed, shouted as they rushed towards Song China. As the two approached, Song China clenched her fist tightly, her nails digging into her palm, and struck the short-haired girl again. After a few more blows, the short-haired girl fell silent. Releasing her grip, the defeated girl collapsed, her chin hitting the ground heavily. Facing the two girls who charged at her, Song China felt no fear. When the girl with yellow hair aimed a kick at her, Song China stood her ground, absorbing the blow while retaliating with a kick to the yellow-haired girl's groin. Seizing the opportunity as the girl bent over, Song China grabbed her hair and drove her knee into her face. The curly-haired girl, witnessing the chaos, lunged at Song China, seizing her hair and raining down punches on her head, demanding, "Let go of her." Yet, Song China was oblivious to the pain, consumed by a frenzy of rage as she continued to pummel the yellow-haired girl with fists, elbows, and knees. Soon, blood streamed from the yellow-haired girl's nose, staining Song China's thighs and skirt. The once arrogant yellow-haired girl was now incapacitated, unable to retaliate. When Song China deemed her punishment sufficient, she kicked the yellow-haired girl in the abdomen, forcing her to kneel. Turning her attention to the remaining curly-haired girl, Song China found her retreating while grasping at Song China's hair, attempting to force her head down. Disregarding the pain in her scalp, Song China defiantly held her head high, a wicked smile on her face. The curly-haired girl, glancing back at her fallen companions and then at the seemingly deranged Song China, felt a surge of fear. Instinctively, she released her grip and turned to flee. However, as soon as she let go, Song China charged forward, wrapping her arm around the curly-haired girl's neck from behind. With her left hand gripping her right wrist, she tightened her hold. In moments, the curly-haired girl began to struggle, her hands patting at Song China's arm as her vision blurred. At this moment, Xiaomin, who had been paralyzed with fear, realized that if Song China continued to choke, it could lead to a deadly outcome. She stepped forward, attempting to pull Song China away. "China, let go, you're going to kill her," she pleaded, grasping at Song China's arms. In response, Song China swung her hand back, delivering a stinging slap to Xiaomin's face, barking, "Get away from me." Xiaomin stood frozen, stunned by the blow, her gaze locked on Song China. After releasing the curly-haired girl, Song China left without casting a glance at Xiaomin. Exiting the restroom, once outside, an overwhelming sense of fatigue washed over her, and the pain from her injuries became acutely apparent. Summoning her remaining strength, she hailed a cab to the hospital. She avoided the campus infirmary, fearing that the trio she had just fought might seek medical attention there, knowing that in her weakened state, she would stand no chance against them. As Song China departed, Xiaomin, anxious about the fate of the curly-haired girl, crouched beside her, checking to see if she still breathed. Confirming that she did, Xiaomin felt a wave of relief. Just as she stepped toward the exit, the yellow-haired girl, still reeling from the encounter, struggled to her feet. She approached the sink, splashing cold water on her face to staunch the flow of blood from her nose. After regaining her composure, she retrieved her phone from her pocket and made a call. "Hello, senior, where are you?" she began as soon as the call connected. "What's wrong? I've been bullied." "First year, female." "All right then, after class tonight, you must help me get revenge. You've always wanted to try something different, right? Help me take out this frustration, and I shall grant your wish." With that, she hung up the phone, laughter from the man on the other end echoing in her ears. Chapter 31, Seeking help from Suyang. The short-haired girl had already risen to her feet, and upon witnessing the blonde girl hang up the phone, she rubbed her head and inquired, "So, is your boyfriend coming to help you after school tonight? How do you plan to vent your anger?" "I intend to mar that wretched woman's face," the blonde girl replied with a vicious glare. Hiding at the doorway, Xiaomin overheard the commotion emanating from the restroom. Although she could not discern the voice on the other end of the blonde girl's call, she could surmise that the conversation was directed towards her boyfriend based on the context of the words spoken. Xiaomin recalled having seen the blonde girl with a man outside the school's grinding mill. This thought filled her with concern for Song China. Regret washed over her for not having stood up to assist Song China during the earlier altercation. At that moment, the sound of the blonde girl awakening the curly-haired girl reached her ears, followed by the footsteps of the trio as they departed. Upon hearing the noise, Xiaomin hastily made her way towards the stairs. By now, classes had commenced, leaving the corridor devoid of other students. If she lingered, the three girls would surely spot her as they emerged. As Xiaomin descended the stairs, she fished her phone from her pocket and dialed Song China. "Please, China, pick up." The phone rang endlessly without being answered, and Xiaomin realized that Song China was likely still upset with her. Yet, it was imperative that she convey this urgent message to Song China. Wait a moment, Xiaomin suddenly recalled that even if she informed Song China of the situation, Song China would stand no chance against the menacing girls, especially given their numbers. In that instant, Xiaomin's mind flashed to Suyang. Yes, I will inform Suyang and have him devise a plan to assist China. She believed that Song China was acquainted with Suyang, albeit too shy to acknowledge it. Resolute in her decision, Xiaomin ended the call and concealed herself. After the three girls had descended, she returned upstairs, determined to relay the events to Suyang. Her immediate challenge was locating him. As Suyang was not in the same major as her and Song China, having no shared required courses, she had never met him. She was equally unaware of what elective courses he had chosen or which classroom he might be in. In her state of uncertainty, Xiaomin stood in the corridor, anxiety gnawing at her. Just then, she caught the sound of two boys chatting on the staircase. Seizing the opportunity, she approached the stairwell, hoping to inquire whether they knew Suyang. Upon seeing them ascend, her heart soared with joy, for the two individuals were none other than Suyang and Jingren Hao, just returning from the school cafeteria. Suyang, although Xiaomin had heard Professor Jin call Suyang's name earlier that day, she felt a lack of confidence in addressing him since they were strangers. Suyang, engaged in conversation with Jingren Hao, instinctively looked up upon hearing someone call his name. After scrutinizing Xiaomin, he ultimately confirmed he did not recognize her. Nevertheless, Suyang politely inquired, "Who are you?" "I'm a friend of Song China. I need to speak with you." "Song China is in danger tonight," Xiaomin exclaimed, her voice filled with urgency. However, Suyang abruptly raised his hand to interrupt her. "Excuse me, could you hold on a moment? Who is this Song China you're referring to? Have you mistaken me for someone else?" Suyang appeared bewildered by Xiaomin's words. He neither knew her nor the person she mentioned. Not familiar with her. Xiaomin was taken aback by Suyang's response. After a moment of thought, she clarified, "She is the girl with glasses who sat behind you in the last class." Realization dawned upon Suyang. "Oh, so that's who you mean." With a glimmer of hope, Xiaomin looked at him expectantly, only to have her spirits dashed by his next words. But I don't know her either, Su Yang said as he ascended the stairs. I am sorry, but we have to go to class now. With that, he and Jin Runhao proceeded towards their classroom. Xiumin stood frozen, watching as Su Yang and Jin Runhao passed her by. Jin Runhao glanced back and cheekily remarked, Su Yang, you covered for that glasses girl last class, were you not trying to flirt with her? I'd rather flirt with your sister. Su Yang retorted, disliking such jokes, especially at the expense of well-behaved female students. Jin Runhao widened his eyes in disbelief and responded, How old is my sister? Are you out of your mind? Are you all right? Su Yang looked at Jin Runhao with astonishment before shaking his head. Clearly, those with dirty minds interpret everything in a perverse manner. Jin Runhao earnestly warned, Listen, Su Yang, you absolutely must not entertain any thoughts about my sister. Sighing at the absurdity of Jin Runhao's intelligence, Su Yang cast a sympathetic glance in his direction. Xiumin remained in the corridor, watching as Su Yang and Jin Runhao entered their classroom. She fervently wished for Su Yang to suddenly turn back, but reality did not align with her hopes. Su Yang strode into the classroom without a moment's hesitation, not even glancing back. When Xiumin realized her hopes had been utterly dashed, tears began to flow. Meanwhile, after a checkup at the hospital revealed no significant issues, Song Qina resolved to return to school for the final class of the day. She understood that the 3 female bullies she had confronted earlier would not easily relent. However, she was determined not to evade her responsibilities any longer, nor could she allow herself to shirk attending classes. Since she would ultimately have to face them, it would be better to confront the situation now. With this mindset, Song Qina returned to school for her last class. Although her body was largely unharmed, the pain was indeed real. She persevered through the lesson without rising from her seat until all others had departed the classroom. Her intention was to buy time, should those 3 girls decide to ambush her. If they were intent on confronting her, it was preferable to face them today rather than at an unexpected moment in the future. Once the corridor was devoid of sound, Song Qina rose from her seat, her body battered and fatigued from the earlier assault and the subsequent exhaustion as adrenaline levels waned. Each step was a struggle, requiring her to brace herself against the desk and walls. As she laboriously reached the first intersection outside the school gate, she spotted 3 girls and 2 boys waiting there, their faces betraying a sense of relief. Upon seeing Song Qina approach, the blonde girl called out, The bitch is here. Hearing the blonde's words, the long-haired boy crouching on the ground took a deep drag from his cigarette and flicked the remaining stub away with a defiant gesture, rising to face the advancing Song Qina. Chapter 32, Marred visage of the wretched woman. Song Qina, seemingly oblivious to the few individuals before her, continued her forward march with unwavering determination. The long-haired man directly obstructed her path, towering over her as he pointed an accusatory finger, exclaiming, You dare to call yourself? Before he could finish his tirade, Song Qina seized his finger and twisted it with considerable force. The long-haired man, previously posturing with bravado, cried out in pain, leaning sideways in an attempt to alleviate the agony that felt akin to having his finger broken. Get lost. The crew-cut man, who had been leaning against the wall with a smirk, suddenly charged at Song Qina upon witnessing her audacity to retaliate. However, Song Qina felt no fear as he rushed towards her. Since the confrontation in the restroom, she had resolved that when faced with bullying, one must never choose to endure. For once you opt for patience in the face of torment, the bullies will only escalate their cruelty, believing your endurance to be limitless. In such instances, the severity of the bullying will intensify, potentially leading to life-threatening consequences. Why do bullies refrain from targeting those who are formidable fighters? Because they recognize that such individuals are unlikely to endure, fully aware that they might receive a beating themselves, as they lack the courage to confront them. Just before the crew-cut man reached her, Song Qina harnessed all her strength and delivered a swift kick to the long-haired man's groin. Those familiar with the pain of such strikes know how excruciating it can be. Even a woman's kick in that region is utterly unbearable. The long-haired man collapsed to the ground, clutching his groin in a pitiable state, wailing in agony. At that moment, a fierce determination surged within Song Qina as she faced the bullies once more. This fervor transported her back to the heated encounter in the restroom, her blood boiling with adrenaline, her muscles trembling, and all sense of pain and fatigue dissipating. As the crew cut man swung a wild punch at her, Song China deftly ducked and countered with a strike to his chin. In boxing, a blow to the chin can often be a knockout blow, colloquially termed a KO. However, just as she was about to land the hit, the crew cut man tensed his neck, mitigating the effectiveness of her attack. Subsequently, the crew cut man retaliated with 2 powerful punches to Song China's head, while she simultaneously landed 2 strikes on his face. At that moment, her phone unexpectedly rang, causing her to momentarily lose focus, giving the crew cut man the opportunity to seize her braid. With one hand firmly grasping her hair, he began to rain blows upon her head with his other fist. Unyielding, Song China retaliated with fervor, her adrenaline surging, rendering her oblivious to the pain. Meanwhile, the blonde-haired girl crouched nearby, assessing the condition of the long-haired man, eager to assist him. Just then, the short-haired and curly-haired girls rushed in to support the crew cut man, each seizing one of Song China's arms. In an instant, she found herself at a disadvantage. "Get lost, you filthy wench, why don't you fight back?" the crew cut man taunted as he slapped Song China across the face. She exerted every ounce of strength to break free, but despite her blood vessels bulging, she remained ensnared. Still trying to resist. "You pathetic bespectacled girl," he sneered, landing another 2 slaps across her face. "Spit." Song China defiantly spat in the crew cut man's face. This act of defiance ignited his fury. "You're asking for death," he roared, delivering a series of punches that left her battered and bruised, blood streaming from her nose, her face a grotesque mask of pain, and her glasses shattered. At that moment, the long-haired man, having regained some composure, was assisted to his feet by the blonde-haired girl, and they approached Song China. Once in front of her, the long-haired man shoved the blonde girl aside and kicked Song China squarely in the abdomen. "You dared to kick me, you filthy wench. I'll make you pay," he said, delivering another kick that elicited a pained cry from her. "Oh.R." After this brutal strike, the long-haired man turned to the blonde girl and commanded, "Bring out the knife you have." With a gleeful expression, the blonde girl retrieved a folding knife from her stockings. "Here you go, senior. Use this to mar the face of this wretched woman and avenge me," she proclaimed, casting a triumphant glance at Song China, as if to say, "This is the consequence of crossing me." Initially, the long-haired man had no intention of disfiguring Song China. He merely sought to deliver a thorough beating to appease the blonde girl without escalating matters. However, the pain radiating from his groin spurred him to inflict upon her a lesson she would never forget. As he took the folding knife from the blonde girl, he grinned wickedly and unsheathed the blade, yet, after a moment's contemplation, he returned the knife to her, stating, "Jing, you wanted to ruin this woman's face, didn't you? Go ahead." He reasoned silently, "What if she reports me afterward? I'm not foolish enough to take that risk. If you wish to do it, then you do it yourself." The blonde girl accepted the knife and approached Song China, raising the blade menacingly. Song China lifted her head, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the blonde girl. The latter was incensed by Song China's defiance. "How dare you glare at me?" Initially apprehensive, the blonde girl's resolve wavered. Yet, Song China's fierce demeanor extinguished her last flicker of rationality. With the knife raised, the blonde girl, teeth clenched, lunged towards Song China's face. As the blade approached, Song China closed her eyes, resigning herself to fate, yet a fierce resolve ignited within her spirit. She silently vowed that if she survived this day, she would ensure the annihilation of everyone before her. A piercing scream shattered the air. Unfazed by the impending pain, Song China opened her eyes in astonishment, witnessing the blonde girl clutching her wrist in excruciating agony. The long-haired man and the crew cut man turned to glance behind Song China, seemingly searching for something. Following their gaze, she turned her head to see Xiumin accompanied by 2 boys, one of whom was Su Yang, the very individual who had taken the blame for her earlier punishment. Chapter 33. In times of poverty, one should cultivate oneself. In times of prosperity, one should assist the world. The long-haired man cast a malevolent glance towards Su Yang and his companions, cursing, "Hey, are you looking for trouble? How can you gang up on a mere girl? You are nothing but beasts." Su Yang retorted with irritation. Our affairs are none of your business. If you meddle again, don't blame me for drawing blood today, the long-haired man replied, bending down to retrieve a fallen folding knife. Soo-young felt no fear from this action, only a surge of anger, and he muttered, "You are truly a bunch of despicable creatures." Before striding towards the long-haired man. As he approached, he called out to Jin Ren-hao and Xiumin behind him, "You two go save Song China first. I'll handle the rest." Seeking death. The long-haired man yelled as he lunged at Soo-young with the knife. With a dismissive expression, Soo-young remarked, "Too slow." As he closed in on the long-haired man, Soo-young smirked and suddenly accelerated. With astonishing speed, he delivered a powerful kick to the man's wrist, causing the folding knife to clatter to the ground. Realizing the gravity of his predicament, the long-haired man bent down to retrieve the knife, but before he could react, Soo-young's foot struck his head, leaving him dazed and unsteady. Just as Soo-young prepared to launch another attack, the buzz-cut man stealthily picked up a stone that Soo-young had thrown earlier and attempted to ambush him from behind. However, Soo-young caught this movement in his peripheral vision. As the buzz-cut man entered striking range, Soo-young swiftly pivoted and executed a roundhouse kick to his face. The force was tremendous. The buzz-cut man felt as though his face had been struck with a club, blood gushing from his nostrils. After Soo-young's instructions, Jin Ren-hao charged forward to rescue Song China. Infuriated by the actions of these thugs, he did not hesitate to confront them, delivering a flying kick followed by a flurry of punches. The short-haired girl and the curly-haired girl, who usually bullied others in numbers, stood no chance against the towering Jin Ren-hao. After receiving a few blows to the face, they quickly released Song China and fled. Once freed, Song China's legs buckled, and she sank to the ground. Xiumin, who had just arrived, rushed to support her. Upon seeing the injuries on Song China's face, Xiumin's tears flowed instantly, her voice trembling as she asked, "China, are you all right?" "Xiumin, what are you doing here?" Song China asked in confusion. Initially, Song China had intended to apologize to Xiumin after returning to the classroom, but she had not seen Xiumin there and assumed she had gone home early. She never expected Xiumin would appear at this moment. Rewinding to the end of the last class, Soo-young had stepped out of the classroom to find Xiumin standing there, her face streaked with tears. This piqued his curiosity about what had transpired. When Xiumin spotted Soo-young, regardless of the crowd around them, she knelt before him, crying, "Soo-young, I beg you, please save Song China, or she will be disfigured by those people today." The onlookers turned their attention to Xiumin and Soo-young. "Get up first," Soo-young urged, reaching out to help her. Xiumin remained kneeling, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded, "Soo-young, please save China. I truly don't know who else to turn to." This display of desperation irked Soo-young. "If you don't get up, I will leave right now," he stated, standing tall. Upon hearing this, Xiumin panicked. "No, don't go, I'll get up, I'll do it now." Once she stood, Soo-young led her to an empty classroom, wishing to evade the prying eyes of the crowd. In the solitude of the classroom, Xiumin recounted the entire sequence of events to Soo-young. After finishing, she knelt once more, sobbing, "I beg you, help China. If you save her this time, I will do anything you ask in the future." Seeing Xiumin waiting outside for a whole class and willing to kneel for a friend had already sparked Soo-young's inclination to assist. Upon learning that the situation had a slight connection to him, his resolve solidified further. "All right, I promise you, you can rise," Soo-young replied. Upon hearing his agreement, Xiumin bowed her head in gratitude. Thank you for saving China," she said as she continued to bow. Seeing her sudden act of homage, Soo-young quickly interjected, "What are you doing? Get up, or I'll walk away from this." Xiumin soon stood, as her bowing was merely an expression of gratitude, markedly different from her earlier insistence for assistance. Her action stemmed chiefly from guilt for not standing up in the restroom, which weighed heavily on her conscience. This overwhelming sense of guilt fueled her determination to save Song China at all costs. However, having wasted some time, by the time they emerged, the school was nearly deserted. They were uncertain of Song China's whereabouts and had no choice but to have Xiumin call her. It was Xiumin's phone call that had distracted Song China, leading to her being seized by the buzzcut man. Yet even without the distraction, she would have stood little chance against such numbers. Defeat was merely a matter of time. despite entering a somewhat altered state today, she was still a girl, and this was her first experience in such a state. The toll on her body was immense, and she had reached her physical limits. Xiaomin's calls went unanswered, prompting Su Yang and the others to head outside. Relieved that Xiaomin knew the way home for Song Qina, the trio rushed, ultimately arriving just in time to prevent Song Qina's face from being ruined. Had they been even a moment later, her life would have been irrevocably shattered. Contemplating this, Su Yang felt a surge of fury. The audacity of these individuals to so casually ruin another's life was appalling. Had he not possessed the system in the past, he might have turned a blind eye to such matters, suffering in silence through sleepless nights. Though his own life was far from satisfactory, he could not bear to witness the suffering of others. Especially in the stillness of the night, when he stumbled upon distressing videos of those living in misery or of the heroes who sacrificed themselves for others or their country, tears would inevitably fall. Thus, with the system at his disposal, Su Yang resolved not to remain passive in the face of such injustices. As the ancient proverb from our dragon country states, in times of poverty, one should cultivate oneself. In times of prosperity, one should assist the world. Chapter 34, Do not advise others to do good without having endured hardship yourself. At this moment, Su Yang was in a state of remarkable speed, moving with astonishing swiftness. Even when facing two opponents, he maintained an absolute advantage. The long-haired man and the crew-cut man were unable to lay a finger on Su Yang. With a powerful kick, Su Yang sent the crew-cut man flying, then delivered a right straight punch aimed at the long-haired man's face. Just as the punch was about to connect, Su Yang suddenly retracted his right fist, delivering a left hook that struck the long-haired man squarely on the cheek. Following this, a flurry of punches left the long-haired man utterly disoriented. Faced with Su Yang's elusive and unpredictable attacks, the long-haired man was at a loss for how to defend himself, resorting to covering his head with both hands as Su Yang rained blows down upon him. After dealing with the short-haired woman and the curly-haired woman, Jing Runhao ignored the blonde woman and made his way directly towards the crew-cut man, intent on assisting Su Yang. The blonde woman, seeing that Jing Runhao had dismissed her, promptly turned and fled. The crew-cut man, witnessing this, abandoned the long-haired man, who was still being mercilessly pummeled by Su Yang, and scrambled to his feet, making a hasty escape. Jing Runhao initially contemplated pursuing the crew-cut man but soon reconsidered, deeming it unnecessary. It would be more prudent to chase after the blonde woman. Having heard Xiaomin recount the events, he understood that the altercation had been instigated by the blonde woman, so he abandoned the idea of pursuing the crew-cut man and instead strode purposefully towards the fleeing blonde. In just a few strides, Zheng Renhao caught up with the blonde woman, who had sustained a mild concussion earlier at the hands of Song Qina. Upon catching up, Zheng Renhao seized her by the hair from behind. The long-haired woman continued her flight, only to be yanked down by Jing Runhao, landing heavily on her backside. As a slender girl, the impact nearly fractured her tailbone. Wincing in pain, she clasped her rear end with both hands, emitting a series of pained whimpers. Meanwhile, Su Yang, having completed his skill assessment, found no interest in the long-haired man before him. With two powerful punches, he sent the long-haired man sprawling to the ground, rolling about as drool dripped from the corners of his mouth. Seeing Song Qina's battered face, which was bruised and swollen, Su Yang felt a surge of anger once again. He placed a foot firmly on the long-haired man's head. As he exerted pressure, the long-haired man felt a splitting headache and immediately pleaded, "Please, have mercy on me. It's not my fault, it was that scheming woman, Jin Ying's idea. Go tell Song Qina and see if she will spare you," Su Yang retorted, removing his foot from the long-haired man's head. He then bent down and grabbed the long-haired man, dragging him towards Song Qina. The long-haired man, his scalp painfully wrenched, could no longer maintain his dignity and, in desperation, scrambled on all fours like a dog to keep up with Su Yang. Jing Runhao, observing this, mimicked his actions, gripping the blonde woman's hair and heading in the direction of Song Qina. However, as Jing Runhao was pulling her backwards, the blonde woman could not imitate the long-haired man's actions, especially since her tailbone had just been injured. She resorted to using her hands as feet, propping herself up to scurry along behind. Once Su Yang brought the long-haired man before Song Qina, he forcefully released his grip, letting the long-haired man's hair slip from his fingers as if discarding refuse. "You can go and ask Song China yourself if she will spare you," Su Yang said coldly. Hearing this, the long-haired man crawled to Song China's feet, kneeling there to apologize. "Beautiful lady, I truly realize my mistake, please, let me off this time." The long-haired man's demeanor was now utterly sincere, devoid of any prior arrogance. Song China glanced at him, her voice weak as she replied, "You may leave." Upon hearing her words, the long-haired man expressed his gratitude fervently, thank you for your magnanimity." However, instead of departing immediately, he turned his gaze towards Su Yang. The sight of the long-haired man irritated Su Yang greatly, prompting him to utter a terse "leave" through clenched teeth. "All right, I'm going," the long-haired man replied, visibly relieved. He hastily scrambled to his feet and fled without casting a glance at the blonde woman. At that moment, Jin Renhao had also dragged the blonde woman to Song China's presence. Witnessing the long-haired man's actions, she mimicked him and, with a resounding thud, fell to her knees at Song China's feet. "I beg you, please show mercy and spare me," she pleaded. The blonde woman's display of desperation surpassed that of the long-haired man, even going so far as to clutch at Song China's feet. At this juncture, Song China, who had been supported by Xiaomin, gritted her teeth and crouched down, delivering a sharp slap to the blonde woman's face. "It's not that easy." Having said this, she turned to Xiaomin and instructed, "Xiaomin, please fetch that folding knife for me." Upon hearing Song China mention the knife, Xiaomin felt a surge of alarm, fearing that Song China might take drastic measures. Yet, after the incident earlier that day, Xiaomin refrained from objecting or dissuading Song China. Under the watchful eyes of Su Yang, Jin Renhao, and Song China, Xiaomin cautiously approached the location where the folding knife had fallen. The blonde woman, witnessing this, was immediately overtaken by fear, tears streaming down her face as she trembled uncontrollably, nearly losing control of her bladder. I was wrong. Please, spare me, I won't dare again, I promise," as she begged. She glanced back at Xiaomin, her head shaking like a bobblehead. In the face of the blonde woman's pleas, Song China remained silent. Jin Renhao attempted to intervene, but Su Yang restrained him, fully aware of the adage, "Do not advise others to do good without having endured hardship yourself." Su Yang stood firm. Jin Renhao, feeling blocked, covered his mouth with his hand and whispered to Su Yang, "I fear she may escalate the situation." In response, Su Yang leaned in and asked, "If you had been bullied to this extent, would you still say the same?" Jin Renhao turned to observe Song China, whose face bore the marks of brutal violence, with bruises on both sides, her head swollen to the size of a pig's head, her eyes nearly swollen shut, and dried blood caked beneath her nose. The lenses of her glasses were cracked and spider-webbed, rendering her vision nearly impossible. In truth, Jin Renhao could hardly recognize her at that moment. Just then, Xiaomin returned, handing the knife to Song China. The sight of the knife sent the blonde woman into a panic, her legs shaking uncontrollably, and with a sudden shudder, she lost control of her bladder. Chapter 35. You make me, I beg you, please spare me, I promise I won't dare again. The girl with yellow hair repeatedly knocked her head against the ground, her voice choked with tears. Song China paid no heed to the girl, reaching out to take the knife from Xu Yuan's hand. Then, under the gaze of the onlookers, Song China grasped the yellow-haired girl's hand. "Please let me go," just as the yellow-haired girl thought Song China would show mercy. In the next moment, the folding knife in Song China's hand was thrust mercilessly into her palm. My hand." As the knife fell heavily, the yellow-haired girl let out a piercing scream of agony. The force with which Song China struck was such that the blade penetrated completely through the girl's hand, emerging from her palm. Song China stood up, her gaze cold as she watched the yellow-haired girl writhing in pain on the ground. Then, she stepped firmly on the wrist of the injured hand. "From now on, every time you use your hands, you will remember today, a lifetime reminder of the consequences of your bullying." After speaking, Song China bent down and pulled the knife out. This action elicited another anguished cry from the yellow-haired girl. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts." Ignoring the yellow-haired girl further, Song China stowed the folding knife away and, with Xu Yuan's assistance, walked directly to Su Yang's side, saying, "Thank you, Su Yang." In response, Su Yang smiled faintly, you should thank not me, but the person beside you. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Song Qina turned to Xu Yuan and said, Xu Yuan, thank you, and I'm sorry. Upon hearing Song Qina's words, Xu Yuan embraced her tightly, tears streaming down her face. Qina, I'm the one who should apologize. I'm sorry, Qina. The two women then held one another, weeping profusely. Observing this scene, Su Yang realized it was time for him to leave and not continue to linger as a third wheel. He immediately approached the still writhing yellow-haired girl and said, Aren't you going to leave? Are you waiting for me to arrange your dinner? Hearing Su Yang's words, the yellow-haired girl, biting back the pain in her hand, scrambled to her feet and fled in a panic. After the yellow-haired girl departed, Su Yang tugged lightly at Jing Runhao's arm, signaling him to follow as they left together. Once they arrived at the bus stop on their way home, Jing Runhao suddenly asked, Su Yang, why did you agree to help Song Qina today? Su Yang pondered how to embellish his response, preparing to put on a good show. However, before he could answer, Jing Runhao added, I remember you weren't like this back in high school. Damn it, that rascal Jing Runhao, Su Yang cursed inwardly upon hearing his words. Noticing Su Yang's silence, Jing Runhao pressed on, why aren't you saying anything? Are you interested in Song Qina? Faced with Jing Runhao's relentless questioning, Su Yang replied coolly, I, Su Yang, live my life without the need to explain myself to others. With that, Su Yang turned away, striding down the path without looking back. Jing Runhao watched Su Yang's retreating figure, muttering to himself, damn, he's really good at putting on an act. At that moment, Su Yang couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction within, having just solved the problems posed by the long-haired and buzz-cut men, triggering a task. Although the rewards were not as generous as the previous ones, they were still preferable to having none at all. Moreover, he had simultaneously assisted Song Qina and showcased his prowess in front of Jing Runhao, achieving 3 objectives with 1 action. In high spirits, Su Yang arrived at the subway station, found a spot to stand, and waited for the train. He certainly wouldn't stay at school any longer. Waiting until midnight only to find his phone dead would be a regrettable situation. This was what one might call learning from experience. With that thought, Su Yang felt elated, unable to suppress a smile. It seems tonight will be fruitful. Su Yang excitedly rubbed his hands together. Just as he was doing so, the subway arrived. Seeing the train approach, Su Yang quickly tucked away his phone and moved to the door, where others had already gathered in anticipation. When the doors opened, the exiting passengers disembarked, and the crowd surged forward like warriors. Su Yang followed closely behind. During Seoul's rush hour, the subway was exceedingly crowded, resembling a sardine can. Unbeknownst to him, he was pushed to the center of the carriage until the doors closed, at which point his position finally stabilized. Fortunately, he managed to grip the overhead pole just as he found a place to stand. Who the hell is touching me? Su Yang felt someone groping him from behind and immediately turned to look. Upon turning, he discovered a straight-backed, strikingly beautiful, and seemingly innocent woman standing behind him, her hands currently clutching her own bag. Upon noticing Su Yang's gaze, the innocent girl looked at him with a bewildered expression, her eyes radiating purity. One could easily believe she was entirely oblivious to matters of romance. It couldn't possibly be her, right? Su Yang mused, offering the innocent girl an awkward smile before shifting his focus to the others nearby. However, despite scanning the crowd, he could not determine who had just touched him. Well, perhaps it was just an accidental bump. Finding no suspicious targets, Su Yang reluctantly turned back, yet just as he placed his hand back on the overhead pole, he felt another deliberate touch from behind. Damn, this time it definitely wasn't an accident. Someone is clearly trying to take advantage of me. Su Yang felt a surge of irritation, sensing he was being violated. However, after another thorough scan of his surroundings, he still couldn't identify the culprit. Such matters required catching the perpetrator in the act, otherwise, no one would admit to wrongdoing. With that in mind, Su Yang smiled slightly, thinking, if you wish to play, then I shall indulge you. He decided to employ his swift skill to catch the one who dared to make advances on him. Resolute, Su Yang silently turned back once more. Soon, the offending hand made its move again. The moment that sinful hand made contact with Su Yang's body, he activated his skill. And the next second, Su Yang grasped that hand firmly. After seizing it, he did not immediately expose the individual. Instead, he held on tightly, ensuring the hand could not easily escape. Then, he turned to seek out its owner. When Su Yang lifted his gaze, he locked eyes with the innocent girl standing directly behind him. In her eyes, he saw panic, and the captured hand ceased its struggles. Su Yang was taken aback, never expecting to encounter such an incident while riding the subway. Truly, being handsome invited trouble. Just as he was about to question the innocent girl about her motives, she suddenly leaned in close, whispering in his ear, "Please, could you refrain from exposing me in public?" Su Yang turned to meet her gaze, noticing the fear reflected in her eyes. A smirk played on his lips as he whispered back, "Why should I?" The innocent girl stammered, "As long as you don't expose me, I'll let you." Murmurs. Chapter 36. Here we are. Upon hearing the words of the innocent girl, Su Yang's smile was almost more difficult to suppress than that of an AK, although her voice was barely more than a whisper, akin to that of a mosquito. The proximity between them allowed Su Yang to catch every syllable she uttered. The moment the innocent girl beheld Su Yang's wicked grin, a wave of panic surged within her. As she observed him inching closer, her palms became clammy with sweat, and the rapid thumping of her heart even induced a sensation of dizziness. As Su Yang leaned in to whisper in her ear, her cheeks swiftly flushed, resembling a ripe apple. "You will accompany me when we disembark," he murmured softly. At his words, her heart jolted, and she thought, "Oh no, it seems I have landed myself in quite the predicament." Without uttering a word, she merely nodded shyly. Although terror gripped her heart, she understood that as an adult, she ought to take responsibility for her actions. In truth, the innocent girl's thoughts were rather straightforward. Had it been Zhang Shanmai in her place, she would undoubtedly have clutched Su Yang's hand and vociferously accused him, turning the tables in a brazen manner. However, should the innocent girl have acted in such a way, a severe beating from Su Yang would have awaited her. He would not indulge her merely because she appeared innocent. The moment she engaged in repugnant behavior, she would cease to be seen as innocent in his eyes and instead be regarded as a wicked woman. Throughout the entire subway journey, the innocent girl was engulfed in anxiety, her mind racing with what might transpire upon their exit. It was only when Su Yang took her hand and headed toward the subway doors that she regained her composure. Su Yang could sense the turmoil within her, for her hands had been sweating profusely since earlier. He guided her through the throngs of people, and as the subway doors opened, they stepped out together. Once they had alighted, Su Yang pulled her along toward the exit. The innocent girl, trailing behind him, felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, as if every passerby was acutely aware of her misdeeds and were staring at her. Excuse me, could you perhaps refrain from pulling me so forcefully?" "I can walk on my own," she uttered in a voice reminiscent of a mosquito. Hearing her, Su Yang halted and turned to face her. He observed that her cheeks were as flushed as a perfectly ripe tomato. Captivated by her delicate demeanor and the pleading look in her eyes, he gradually released his grip on her fair hand. "I can let go, but I advise you not to attempt an escape, or else," he cracked his knuckles ominously, "I would not hesitate to demonstrate my physical prowess. Please rest assured, I have no intention of fleeing." "I will take responsibility for my actions," the innocent girl replied earnestly. Noticing her sincerity, Su Yang decided not to press her further and simply said, "Let us proceed." With that, he began walking ahead. The innocent girl followed closely behind, showing no signs of wanting to escape. "What transpired earlier was indeed my fault, though I cannot quite comprehend why I acted that way," she reflected in her mind. "However, I am willing to take responsibility for my actions. Regardless of what demands he may make, I shall acquiesce." Gripping her bag tightly, she began to feel her anxiety gradually dissipate. Yet, when she saw Su Yang heading toward the restroom, her previously relaxed heart leapt back into her throat. "What does he intend to do to me?" she thought, her eyes widening as she gazed at his retreating figure. "Surely, he cannot be planning to." Just as her mind spiraled into chaos, Su Yang turned back and said, "I need to use the restroom. Please wait for me here." Upon hearing that he merely wished to relieve himself, her apprehension subsided, and she replied, "All right, you go ahead, I will wait for you here." However, after she spoke, Su Yang did not move. Instead, he instructed, "Hand me your phone." "Oh?" the innocent girl asked, puzzled. what do you need my phone for? Su Yang gave her a look as if he were addressing a simpleton. We are not acquainted. If I do not have something to hold on to, what if you decide to run off the moment I step inside? Oh. Understanding his intent, she nodded and retrieved her phone from her bag, handing it to him. Su Yang took her phone and placed it directly into his pocket before heading toward the restroom. As she watched him enter, the innocent girl reflected on the day's events, feeling as if she were caught in a dream. She could not fathom why, but earlier on the train, upon catching sight of Su Yang's well-defined physique from behind, she had impulsively reached out to pinch him. Perhaps it was due to her own recent efforts to enhance her physique. The innocent girl attempted to rationalize her actions, hoping to convince herself that she was not overly forward. In reality, she was indeed a rather conservative individual, not at all promiscuous. Yet, today had unfolded differently. The mere thought of her actions on the subway filled her with a profound sense of shame, yet, the memory of that sensation stirred her heart, causing her pulse to quicken uncontrollably. When Su Yang emerged from the restroom and noticed the innocent girl staring intently at her own hand, he approached her without her realizing. What are you looking at? The absorbed innocent girl was startled by his sudden inquiry. She placed her hand over her heart, exhaling in a staggered manner. You nearly scared the life out of me. Once she regained her composure, she inquired, why did you suddenly come over and shout? Suddenly? Su Yang clarified, I had been standing in front of you for a good 10 seconds. You were so engrossed in whatever it was you were staring at that you failed to notice. Upon hearing his explanation, the innocent girl, feeling a rush of embarrassment, asked, so where do we go now? Let us find a secluded spot first, Su Yang replied, continuing to make his way outside. Shortly thereafter, Su Yang led the innocent girl to a secluded alley. Chapter 37, Please do not call me auntie all the time here. The innocent young woman gazed in shock at Su Yang, then turned to glance at the nearby pedestrians. Indeed, where else would you prefer? Su Yang replied, slightly puzzled by her statement. The young woman hesitated, her voice faltering, this place is too crowded, could we perhaps change locations? What does it matter if there are many people? Su Yang could not help but furrow his brow, feeling bewildered by her words, which made him question the mental clarity of the strikingly beautiful young woman before him. She swallowed hard and said, all right, then let us stay here. Seeing her acquiescence, Su Yang cleared his throat and quietly asked, so, why did you do that to me on the subway? The young woman did not shy away from answering. Rather, she was uncertain of the reason herself. Not going to answer? Su Yang inquired, his tone growing stern. Initially, he believed the young woman seemed innocent enough not to have intended to take advantage of him, planning instead to return her phone and let her leave after discovering the reason. Yet, her evasiveness left him somewhat displeased. I don't know, I just saw you and suddenly couldn't control my hands, she confessed, her face flushed as if she were burning with fever. Upon hearing her response, Su Yang fixed his gaze on her eyes. After a moment, he considered that she was likely speaking the truth, as he maintained a considerable confidence in his physique. Looking into her eyes, he observed for a while, feeling convinced she was not lying, and then spoke, all right, here's your phone, you may leave. With that, he retrieved his phone from his pocket and handed it to her. The young woman, bewildered, accepted the phone from his hand, asking, is this how I'm allowed to go? What? Su Yang looked at her, bemused, and inquired, are you suggesting that I am too lenient in forgiving you? That's not what I meant. It's just, she stammered. Su Yang frowned and pressed, just what? Just, the young woman's face turned crimson, extending to her neck. May I add you on a contact? Su Yang found it hard to believe his ears, thinking, what on earth? This woman's mind is indeed a bit off. Yet, one cannot deny that her looks and figure are exceptional. He surveyed her, unable to resist licking his lips. Noticing his silence, the young woman grew anxious, biting her lip, and, blushing fiercely, asked again, is it all right? Certainly. Su Yang mused, even if her intention is to take advantage of me again, it doesn't matter. I won't be at a loss, and who knows, I might gain something from her, he he he. With that thought, Su Yang felt a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He then took out his phone and added the young woman on Kakao Talk. After confirming the addition, she bowed deeply, saying, "Hello, my name is Li Xianmai. I look forward to your guidance in the future." Once she finished speaking, she surprisingly covered her face and fled. Watching Li Xianmai's panicked escape, Su Yang shook his head with a smile. Li Xianmai, huh? This woman's thought process does seem a bit unusual. However, I find it quite amusing. It was only after her figure completely vanished from sight that Su Yang withdrew his gaze, reflecting, "Ever since my looks improved, I've been surrounded by women who take the initiative." He picked up his phone, glanced at Li Xuanmei's profile picture, and noticed the time was getting late. Without further delay, he headed towards a nearby Jajangmyeon restaurant. In South Korea, boarding houses typically provide meals. The one Su Yang rented used to do so as well, but after Choi Sil-hee's mother passed away, they ceased the practice. Nonetheless, even under these circumstances, the rent remained remarkably low, all due to the kindness of Choi Sil-hee's mother. Thinking of the aunt who had toiled tirelessly and passed away prematurely, Su Yang could not help but sigh. At that time, she was the sole support for the household, while Choi Sil-hee's father squandered his time outside. This was also why, after her death, Choi Sil-hee chose to move out of her home. Su Yang recalled her saying on the day she left that she would never forgive her father. Since then, she only returned home once a month to collect her allowance. After the last incident, it was likely she wouldn't even return for that anymore. In truth, Su Yang had contemplated more intimate interactions with Choi Sil-hee on numerous occasions, but given the current situation, it seemed increasingly unlikely they would see each other again. Having decided to move out once his lease expired, even if Choi Sil-hee were to return, their paths would no longer cross here. Likewise, he would probably not return to enjoy Jajangmyeon at this establishment again. "Su Yang is here. Are you still having a bowl of Jajangmyeon today?" The proprietress greeted him warmly as he entered the shop. He nodded, responding, "Yes, auntie, just a bowl of Jajangmyeon for me." With that, Su Yang found a seat. After he sat down, the proprietress teased, "Our young handsome man has become even more charming." He, really? Su Yang felt a bit shy in front of the plump proprietress. "Indeed," she replied, biting her lip. At that moment, aside from Su Yang, there were no other patrons in the shop, meaning the proprietress was solely attending to him, which emboldened her to jest with him so freely. The proprietress appeared to be a single woman in her mid-30s, yet she looked remarkably youthful. One could easily believe she had just graduated from university, especially with her curvaceous figure. Any man would find it hard to resist. Su Yang referred to her as auntie because he had initially come with Choi Sil-hee, who called her that, and being of a similar age, he had followed suit and continued to do so. Once seated, Su Yang opened Kakao Talk on his phone. Noticing that Han Jiaying had not yet messaged him, he decided to check out the updates from Li Xianmai that he had just added. As he scrolled through her posts, he hoped to find some photos. After a while, his hand paused as he stared at one particular picture, astonished. That woman is actually a doctor. Upon discovering Li Xianmai in her medical attire, Su Yang continued to scroll down. After seeing more posts of her work check-ins, he couldn't help but believe it. This revelation piqued Su Yang's interest in Li Xianmai. After all, what man could resist the allure of a uniform? White coats, flight attendants, office ladies, and so forth. Your Jajangmyeon is ready. The proprietress approached with a bowl of Jjajangmyeon. As the rich aroma wafted towards him, Su Yang eagerly set his phone aside and opened a pair of disposable chopsticks. When the proprietress placed the Jajangmyeon before him, he was surprised to find a sausage and 2 eggs in the bowl. Such a combination was quite rare in Jajangmyeon, almost entirely unheard of. "Auntie, what is this?" Su Yang inquired, lifting the sausage with his chopsticks. "Just a little something extra for you. I noticed you only ever have a bowl of noodles when you come. You're at that age where you need proper nourishment, or you might end up malnourished." With that, the proprietress leaned her elbow on Su Yang's table, her upper body inclined, causing her ample assets to press against the table, appearing somewhat misshapen. Su-young, please stop calling me auntie all the time. Do I really look that old? Chapter 38. Tonight, no matter what, success must be achieved. No. Although Su-young could navigate effortlessly around his peers, even with Jiang Yuanjun, he found himself feeling somewhat bashful in the presence of the completely composed proprietress. With a seductive smile gracing her lips, the proprietress gazed at Su-young, internally marveling, has this young man, without me realizing, grown so handsome? Before Su-young could utter the word aunt, the proprietress placed her index finger gently against his lips. I told you, do not call me aunt. As she spoke, her other hand's index and middle fingers playfully rested on Su-young's fingers that held the chopsticks. Call me by my name, or sister. Do. Duo Jing, sister. Su-young placed the chopsticks down on the bowl, withdrawing his hand from the table. Could you allow me to eat in peace? What, does my presence deter your appetite? Huang Duo Jing remarked, rising to toss her hair back with a flirtatious smile, am I not beautiful? Beautiful, Su-young couldn't help but swallow hard. He was not lying, Huang Duo Jing was undeniably stunning, and more significantly, incredibly alluring. There was even a time when she had the honor of being Su-young's fantasy. Faced with the embodiment of that fantasy, it was no wonder Su-young felt such shyness. Yet, beneath his bashful exterior, his mind was anything but tranquil. Every smile and gesture from Huang Duo Jing was irresistibly enticing, markedly different from the girls of his own age. Har har, I won't tease you any longer. Go ahead and eat your noodles, she said. If you don't come to find me after you finish, the noodles will clump together. Huang Duo Jing lifted her gaze to meet Su-young's eyes. If one waits too long, they too will lose their appeal. After saying this, she headed towards the small room behind the bar, designated for resting. Upon entering, she casually closed the door. Typically, that small room remained open, and Su-young had seen it before. It contained merely a bed. Duo Jing, no, sister Duo Jing, is this a hint? Su-young pondered, recalling her demeanor when she spoke, feeling as though his very bones were melting. Gurgle. Suddenly, his stomach let out an untimely growl. Hearing the sound, Su-young was compelled to halt his wandering thoughts and began to eat the noodles hungrily. A large bowl of fried sauce noodles, complete with sausage and egg, was soon devoured, for he was indeed famished. After finishing, Su-young retrieved a tissue from the box on the table to wipe his mouth. With his mouth clean, he found himself at an impasse. Should I enter that small room or not? Su-young hesitated. However, his uncertainty did not stem from the possibility that Huang Duo Jing had ulterior motives. Even if she did not, he would face no real loss. He could simply emerge from the room. What truly troubled Su-young was the fear that she might indeed have such intentions. He had heard the saying that women in their 30s are like wolves and in their 40s like tigers, and Huang Duo Jing was currently in that prime age. He feared that if he ventured inside, he might not be able to extricate himself for quite some time. If, by chance, he received a message from Han Jiuying later in the evening and found himself unable to escape, he would risk disappointing her once more, potentially losing the chance to ever dine with such a captivating woman again. Although Huang Duo Jing was also quite remarkable, Su-young believed that if she truly harbored such intentions, opportunities would not be limited to this one instance. Resolute in his decision, Su-young opted not to enter the small room tonight and prepared to leave discreetly. Inside the small room, Huang Duo Jing lay on the bed, engrossed in her phone, monitoring the surveillance outside. Upon witnessing Su-young finish his meal and choose to sneak away, she sighed and set her phone down. Subsequently, she closed her eyes and reclined on the bed, her mind drifting to the image of Su-young's dashing appearance from earlier that day. After leaving the noodle shop, Su-young returned to his lodging. Upon hearing a noise, Kui Shui's father peered out the door and, upon spotting Su-young, displayed an unmistakable look of disdain. With a loud bang, he shut the door behind him. Su-young, however, paid little mind to the man's reaction, for he had already resolved to vacate the premises once the rental contract expired. Moreover, the contract was nearing its end, and he believed it best to postpone any grievances until after he received his security deposit back. Su-young was not one to act impulsively. As the saying goes, a small tolerance can prevent great chaos. A gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade. Upon returning to his room, Su Yang retrieved a fresh set of clothes and headed to the bathroom for a shower. After all, he had an important date that evening and needed to prepare adequately. He regarded this outing as one of the most significant moments of his life. After a joyful shower, Su Yang donned his clean attire and admired himself in the mirror. Handsome. So handsome. Forget the women. Even I am nearly falling in love with myself. Su Yang was immensely satisfied with his appearance, and if one were to succinctly compare him now to his former self, it would be har har versus not har har. In high spirits, Su Yang whistled as he emerged from the bathroom, clutching his clothes. Before returning to his room, he overheard Kui Shui's father on the phone, seemingly discussing rent. Su Yang mused, it seems he is already searching for new tenants without waiting for me to mention not renewing the lease. That works for me, saving me the trouble of idle chatter. Once back in his room, Su Yang entered a state of anticipation, awaiting Han Jiaying's summons. This left him feeling somewhat awkward, akin to an ancient concubine awaiting her turn to serve. However, now was clearly not the time for such trivial concerns. As the saying goes, a man of virtue, living between heaven and earth, cannot afford to act recklessly. Being born into modesty is no shame. The ability to endure and adapt defines a true gentleman. To endure and adapt, Su Yang nodded, finding wisdom in this phrase. Even in the realm of proverbs, it was quite profound. In contrast, the earlier saying about a gentleman living between heaven and earth seemed rather mundane. Ultimately, no matter what, success must be achieved tonight. As the adage goes, a man must act decisively. What difference is there between idleness and decaying wood? Just as Su Yang began to feel drowsy from the waiting, he finally received a message from Han Jiaying. Chapter 39, The Eavesdropper. Part Chai Hui. Su Yang, Minute Juhi, and the others have all fallen asleep. Hurry over. These simple words sent Su Yang's heart racing uncontrollably, akin to sitting in an AE-86 drifting at full speed through a drainage turn, instantly jolting him awake. Gio, hurry, hurry, hurry. Overcome with excitement, Su Yang leapt out of bed and, while changing his shoes at the door, replied to Han Jiaying's message. I'm on my way, I'll be there shortly, wait for me, you absolutely cannot fall asleep again tonight. Once he donned his shoes, he dashed out. Wrapped in a bath towel, Han Jiaying smiled upon reading Su Yang's message, her delicate, fair fingers dancing across the phone screen. That's hard to say, if you arrive late, I might just drift off to sleep. As Su Yang stood at the intersection hailing a taxi, anxiety surged within him upon seeing Han Jiaying's message. Spotting the taxi approaching, he waved his arms frantically. He opened the car door, barely having stepped in before announcing the location of Han Jiaying's apartment. It was a race against time. With Su Yang's incessant urging, the taxi swiftly navigated to the neighborhood where Han Jiaying resided. After disembarking, the middle-aged driver shook his head with a sigh as he watched Su Yang sprint away. He muttered to himself, I once did the same, riding a bicycle 3 kilometers at midnight to deliver something to my goddess and her boyfriend. But now, I would never do such a thing again, for I have learned that being a sycophant leaves one with nothing in the end. With that, the driver pressed the accelerator and drove off. Though the Brotherhood is no longer in existence, tales of it still circulate. Unbeknownst to him, the sycophant he observed, reminiscent of his former self, wore a grin that was nearly splitting his face in joy. Su Yang raced to the entrance of the apartment building and quickly messaged Han Jiaying. I've arrived, get ready to open the door for me. Upon receiving the message, Han Jiaying did not immediately spring from her bed. Instead, she perched on her bed with her feet crossed, responding to Su Yang. I'm in the shower, please wait a moment at the door. Seeing her message only heightened Su Yang's excitement, twisting his smile into an almost manic expression. Arriving at the entrance of the apartment where Han Jiaying and the others resided, he rubbed his hands together in eager anticipation, patiently waiting. Patience is a virtue. Patience is a virtue, he chanted. However, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, Han Jiaying still had not appeared to grant him entry. This left Su Yang increasingly agitated and anxious. Just as he was about to give up and message Han Jiaying again, the door creaked open. With her hair damp, Han Jiaying peeked her head out, signaling for silence with a finger to her lips. Upon catching sight of Su Yang, she momentarily froze, her eyes widening in surprise as she thought, has he always been this handsome? It wasn't he until Su Yang waved his hand in front of her that she snapped back to reality. She then beckoned him in while cautiously glancing over her shoulder. Once inside, Han Jiaying pointed toward her room, indicating for Su Yang to hurry inside. With her bedroom door ajar, Su Yang wasted no time and strode in, wary of being discovered by Minute Juhi. Han Jiaying carefully shut the front door behind them and followed closely behind him to her room. As they both entered, Han Jiaying turned to close the door, only to inadvertently bump into Su Yang. "What are you doing?" she whispered. Without a word, Su Yang wrapped his arms around her waist. After hours of anticipation, he was no longer willing to wait even a second longer. Han Jiaying, with her delicate, fair hands gripping his, exclaimed, "Hey, don't be so hasty." Not in the least bit concerned, Su Yang tightened his embrace around Han Jiaying's waist, pulling her close. Feeling the urgency of his breath and the strength of his arms, Han Jiaying was swiftly swept into the moment. Following their previous intimate encounter, she had developed an unusual fondness for Su Yang, which now blossomed into genuine affection upon witnessing his striking appearance. "Su Yang," she murmured, resting her head against his shoulder, tenderly uttering his name. In that instant, Su Yang was too consumed with desire to engage in any emotional discourse, simply drawing her closer into his embrace. Han Jiaying, who had previously communicated with playful teasing, now felt a wave of shyness wash over her. To conceal her flushed cheeks from Su Yang, she buried her face in his chest, while her hand searched for the wall switch. Upon locating it, she promptly extinguished the light. Fully immersed in the moment, Su Yang leaned closer, his lips brushing against Han Jiaying's ear as he asked, "What is this? Are you feeling shy?" "Of course not," Han Jiaying stammered, her cheeks ablaze, though the moonlight rendered her blush invisible. With that, she lifted her head from his chest, guiding Su Yang toward the edge of the bed. Once there, she pushed him down onto the mattress with a playful shove. In truth, Su Yang had already sensed the warmth radiating from her face while her head rested against him. After a moment of silence, both remained still, listening intently to the sounds outside. Fortunately, the outside was utterly silent, suggesting that their earlier noise had not disturbed the slumbering pair. Relieved, Su Yang leaned closer to Han Jiaying and mischievously inquired, "What was that all about?" At his words, Han Jiaying's face flared with embarrassment, her blush creeping down to her neck. Meanwhile, Park Chae-hui lay wide-eyed, staring up at the ceiling, intently straining to hear the noises from outside. Chapter 40, The Extraordinary Physique of Park Chae-hui. From a tender age, Park Chae-hui was acutely aware of her distinctiveness among her peers. Even amidst the cacophony of a bustling classroom, she could discern the hushed conversations of small groups, clearly identifying the minutiae of their discussions, including the specific foods they consumed. However, this remarkable perceptual ability did not render her childhood any more joyous. Rather, it immersed her in profound anguish. Her ears were incessantly assaulted by an array of sounds, transforming even the faintest noise into an overwhelming din. Even more distressing was the amalgamation of various scents that could nauseate her to the point of breathlessness. Consequently, she had worn a mask since childhood, refraining from removing it in crowded settings, insisting instead on returning home to eat in solitude. This necessity unwittingly imposed an additional burden on her parents, who were compelled to fetch her home for lunch each day and return her to school thereafter. At night, once she had drifted off to sleep, her parents dared not make a sound, let alone engage in any intimate activities. Initially, her parents harbored doubts about the veracity of her claims, prompting them to conduct tests. However, upon witnessing Park Chae-hui accurately transcribe softly spoken, random numbers from behind tightly closed doors, they were forced to accept the reality of her extraordinary abilities. Her father even contemplated seeking media attention to showcase their daughter's talents, believing she could provide them with financial security for life. Yet, under her mother's vehement opposition, he ultimately chose to relent. Upon witnessing the anguish etched on young Chae-hui's face, he completely abandoned the notion. Fortunately, as Chae-hui matured, her perceptual abilities gradually diminished, drawing closer to those of an average individual, which alleviated her parents' concerns. Unbeknownst to them, while her sense of smell and hearing waned with age, her tactile sensitivity grew increasingly acute. In other words, her smile did not vanish, it merely shifted. Chai Hui's innate exceptional abilities had not disappeared but rather transformed. Even though her diminished olfactory and auditory senses still surpassed those of ordinary individuals, Chai Hui, having been branded a freak for her uniqueness since childhood, had become accustomed to withholding her circumstances from others. Even when the sounds produced by Minute Juhi and Han Garyong kept her awake at night, she refrained from disclosing her extraordinary condition to them. It was precisely because of Chai Hui's heightened hearing that she had been aware of Su Yang's presence in their home from the moment he arrived. However, due to her diminished sense of smell, she could no longer identify individuals from a considerable distance. Thus, while she knew someone had visited, she could not ascertain if today's guest was the same as the last. At that moment, Chai Hui became intrigued by the unfamiliar man who had appeared in their home that evening, eager to determine whether he was the same individual whose scent lingered on her clothing. Stealthily, she slipped out of her room, acutely aware of the vigorous breaths emanating from the two occupants inside, confident that she would remain undetected as she quietly retrieved a chair. Rather than confronting him directly in the living room, she opted to wait outside the front door, motivated by two reasons. She wished to avoid creating an awkward situation between herself and Han Garyong, and she doubted that the man in Han Garyong's room would choose to leap from the third floor. Since waiting in the hallway would suffice, there was no need to put Han Garyong in a compromising position. To be prudent, Chai Hui positioned herself around the corner, hoping to evade any potential encounters if Han Garyong opened the door to escort the man out. Once settled, she sat and patiently awaited developments. Having matured, Chai Hui found herself unable to hear the sounds within the house from this distance. Consequently, she remained oblivious to when the two within would conclude their activities, left only to wait for news from Su Yang and Han Garyong. Time passed slowly, and on several occasions, she nearly succumbed to slumber while waiting. Thankfully, her heightened tactile sensitivity ensured that even the slightest brush against the wall would rouse her instantly. At long last, her perseverance bore fruit. After several hours, Su Yang emerged from the house, supporting himself with his hands on his waist. Han Garyong did not accompany him to the door, for her long legs had grown weak. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, Chai Hui sprang to her feet, not having heard Han Garyong's voice, and with unwavering confidence in her hearing, she decided to approach Su Yang directly. Just as he was about to close the door, Chai Hui had stealthily positioned herself behind him, waiting silently for him to secure the entrance. "Goodness," Su Yang exclaimed, startled by Chai Hui's sudden appearance. Once he regained his composure, he exhaled deeply and said, "Miss, do you have any idea how frightening it is to be startled like that? Why would you suddenly stand behind someone at this hour?" Unperturbed by his inquiry, Chai Hui leaned closer to him, inhaling his scent. Observing her peculiar behavior, Su Yang felt a twinge of fear and stammered, "Sister, what are you, a ghost? I swear I've never done anything wrong. Please don't mistake me for someone else. Indeed, it is you," Chai Hui declared after inhaling several times, a smile spreading across her face. Although her smile, reminiscent of a beautiful woman with long, straight hair, appeared enchanting, to Su Yang, it transformed into the most eerie and unsettling grin imaginable. As the saying goes, debts must be repaid, and grievances addressed. "Sister miss, please do not mistake me for someone else." Su Yang's mind was clouded with confusion. Having just successfully courted Han Garyong, why was he now entangled in such a predicament? "Why did you engage in wrongdoing?" Chai Hui inquired, having confirmed that Su Yang was the one who had soiled her clothing. Wrongdoing? Su Yang was intrigued, thinking that while Han Garyong might have committed some misdeeds, they hardly warranted such severity. Angered, he retorted, "I've spent my life fighting, can't I at least enjoy myself?" Enjoyment. Upon hearing this, Chai Hui's eyes glimmered as she pondered, "So, my clothing holds such significance for him. What is your relationship with Senior Han Garyong?" Chai Hui pressed. The mention of Han Garyong as senior indicated to Su Yang that she was indeed human, not a ghost. Could she perhaps be another girl in this house? It was imperative that she remained unaware of her connection with Han Garyong. If she were to disclose it to Minute Juhi, it could spell disaster. "You are inquiring about our relationship. Realizing that Chai-Hui was not a ghost, Su-Yang felt less apprehensive. Well, that is related to you. Chai-Hui, perplexed by his cryptic response, asked, how is that related to me? Yes, you are absolutely correct, Su-Yang replied, a smile gracing his lips before his expression turned serious. Coldly, he stated, how is that relevant to you? Chapter 41, Is it pleasurable to pursue another's woman? Park Chai-Hui found herself momentarily at a loss for words in response to Su-Yang's retort. Step aside. After uttering these words, Su-Yang forcefully pushed Park Chai-Hui aside. Although his strength was not particularly great, to Park Chai-Hui, whose skin was exceptionally sensitive, it felt rather forceful. Seeing Su-Yang turn to leave, Park Chai-Hui, disregarding the pain in her shoulder where he had pressed down, called out behind him, if you don't tell me, I will inform Minute Juhi about how many hours you spent in Han Jiaying's room tonight. Upon hearing Park Chai-Hui's threat to reveal the events of the evening to Minute Juhi, Su-Yang immediately halted in his tracks. He then turned around with a beaming smile and asked, may I inquire how to address this esteemed classmate? Which institution do you hail from? My name is Park Chai-Hui, and I attend the same school as Minute Juhi and the others. Faced with Su-Yang's suddenly amiable demeanor, Park Chai-Hui momentarily failed to grasp the situation and responded earnestly. Oh, Su-Yang replied, slightly taken aback, then it appears we are indeed alumni of the same school, and even in the same year. At that moment, Park Chai-Hui finally grasped the implication and retorted sharply, don't try to get chummy with me. I am telling you, don't think about building rapport. Noting Park Chai-Hui's resolute stance, Su-Yang smiled and inquired, then pray tell, what do you intend to do? Su-Yang was acutely aware that Park Chai-Hui had chosen to wait for him here rather than directly informing Minute Juhi, indicating she had her own agenda. In response to Su-Yang's query, Park Chai-Hui decided to be forthright, stating, I don't care what kind of relationship you have with Minute Juhi or Han Jiaying. I want you to inform me in advance every time you come here. After making her demand, Park Chai-Hui fixed her gaze on Su-Yang, awaiting his response. Is it sufficient to simply notify her? Is it really that simple? Su-Yang found himself perplexed by the thoughts swirling in the mind of this strikingly beautiful woman. Suddenly, it seemed he understood something and looked at Park Chai-Hui with a newfound clarity. This woman, could it be she has some peculiar inclination? For instance, engaging in some activity while eavesdropping. However, this is of no concern to me, and furthermore, noticing the look of pleasure on Su-Yang's face, Park Chai-Hui furrowed her brow and asked, what on earth are you thinking? Her voice pulled Su-Yang back from his reverie. What do you say? Park Chai-Hui pressed, will you agree to my proposal or not? I agree, I will comply with your request. Su-Yang replied without hesitation. Upon hearing Su-Yang's affirmative response, Park Chai-Hui displayed a satisfied expression and said, then let us add each other on Kakao Talk. With that, she retrieved her phone from the pocket of her shorts. All right. Su-Yang echoed, pulling his own phone from his pocket. Soon, they exchanged contact information. Park Chai-Hui, your name is Su-Yang. Su-Yang, and you are Park Chai-Hui. Indeed. Park Chai-Hui confirmed. Correct. Su-Yang replied. After exchanging names, Su-Yang returned his phone to his pocket, stifling a yawn as he said, if there is nothing else, I shall retire for the night. You should rest early as well, late nights are detrimental to a girl's skin, farewell. With that, Su-Yang turned to leave in haste. Having emerged from Han Jiaying's room, he was already quite fatigued. Had it not been for Park Chai-Hui's unexpected appearance, he would likely have been fast asleep by now. Now that the matter was resolved, fatigue washed over him once more, making it difficult to keep his eyes open. Su-Yang, wait a moment. Just as Su-Yang began descending the stairs, Park Chai-Hui suddenly called out to him. What is it now? Su-Yang turned back, his tone tinged with impatience. Here, take this. Park Chai-Hui reached into the pocket of her shorts and quickly pulled out an item, placing it in Su-Yang's hand. Enjoy it when you need. After handing him the item, Park Chai-Hui turned crimson, swiftly opened the front door, and dashed inside, forgetting the chair she had brought out. Looking down at what Park Chai-Hui had placed in his hand, Su-Yang's pupils widened in shock. This is that item from the balcony. In bewilderment, he stared at the now closed door, reflecting on Park Chae-hoo's demeanor, before stuffing the item into his pants pocket. He then retrieved the chair and placed it at the entrance, ensuring it would not obstruct the door. Having completed these tasks, Soo-young stifled another yawn as he made his way down the stairs. Upon reaching the road outside the community, he stood in the chilly breeze and waved down a taxi. Once inside, he exchanged a glance with the middle-aged male driver. What a coincidence. This driver was the same one who had previously taken him here. Recognizing Soo-young, the middle-aged driver initiated a conversation, asking, "Young man, are you heading back to where you came from?" "Yes, just back to where I was," Soo-young replied with a smile, having recognized the driver. However, after Soo-young spoke, the driver did not immediately accelerate. As Soo-young raised an eyebrow in surprise, the driver scratched his head, a sheepish grin on his face, and said, "Young man, where did you get into the car last time?" "Brother, after all this time, you still don't remember. Then why did you ask like that?" Soo-young thought to himself, somewhat exasperated. XXXXXX. Despite his internal grumbling, Soo-young relented and provided the driver with his destination, as every moment saved would allow him a bit more sleep. "All right then." Upon hearing Soo-young's destination, the middle-aged driver pressed the accelerator and the car sped off. Once the vehicle was in motion, Soo-young leaned back against the seat and closed his eyes, preparing to catch a quick nap. "Hey young man, were you at that place looking for a girlfriend?" The middle-aged driver, unable to suppress his curiosity, pried further. Just as Soo-young was about to drift off, the driver's voice jolted him awake. He blinked, yawned, and then replied, I guess you could say she isn't quite my girlfriend." Soo-young did not lie. He and Han Jae-young were not in a romantic relationship. In fact, had it not been for Minute Joo-hee, Soo-young might never have had the chance to meet Han Jae-young. Oh, the driver, upon hearing Soo-young's response, grew even more intrigued. "Then you weren't caught by someone else's boyfriend, were you?" The middle-aged driver asked with a knowing look, having previously overlooked Soo-young's appearance and assumed he was merely a lovesick fool. Now, upon closer inspection, he realized Soo-young was quite handsome, and given the late hour, he assumed Soo-young was off having an affair. Taken aback by the driver's assumption, Soo-young hesitated, unable to comprehend why the driver would think that. However, after a moment's reflection, he deemed it unnecessary to clarify, simply nodding and saying, "Yes." Hearing Soo-young's admission, the middle-aged driver's grin nearly split his face in two, and with a rather lewd expression, he asked, "Brother, tell me, is it pleasurable to pursue another man's woman?" Chapter 42. Expressing condolences, faced with the driver's inquiry, Soo-young felt utterly speechless, yet he quickly devised a means to silence the man. "When did I ever claim she was someone else's woman?" Soo-young feigned surprise as he glanced at the middle-aged male driver. The driver, astonished, looked at Soo-young and asked, "Did you not just say you were courted by someone else's boyfriend?" "Indeed, I was courted by someone else's boyfriend, but," Soo-young paused here, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he placed his hand on the driver's thigh, "the one I was involved with is also a man." Upon hearing Soo-young's words, the driver felt a chill run down his spine, and even the hairs on his body stood on end. The middle-aged driver looked at Soo-young in terror, stammering, "Oh, brother, I'm not that kind of person." With that, the driver gripped the steering wheel with one hand while using the other to push Soo-young's hand off his thigh. "Come on, don't say that, nobody is born that way." Soo-young responded, placing his hand back on the driver's thigh, this time positioning it even higher. This move thoroughly frightened the middle-aged driver, who abruptly swatted Soo-young's hand away. After doing so, the driver, visibly anxious, said, "Brother, please don't joke like that, just look at me, I'm a burly guy, who would ever find me appealing?" Soo-young fixed his gaze intently on the driver's face. "Brother, you have no idea. With that round face and beard, you're practically at the pinnacle of attractiveness in this circle. If you make another joke like that," the driver warned, slamming on the brakes to halt the vehicle, "you can just get out. I won't take you anymore." No, I won't say anything more, just drive, please." Soo-young appeared anxious on the surface, but deep down, he felt quite pleased with himself. After Su Yang's assurance, the driver reluctantly resumed driving. Su Yang yawned, leaned back in his seat, and closed his eyes, finally enjoying a moment of peace. "We've arrived, brother." After an indeterminate amount of time, the middle-aged driver nudged Su Yang's arm to wake him. Su Yang opened his eyes to find they had reached their destination. He rubbed his eyes and shook his head to awaken himself. Once Su Yang settled the fare, the driver swiftly drove off without uttering another word. Watching the driver flee in haste brought a smile to Su Yang's face. The sky was beginning to brighten, and Su Yang, utterly exhausted, hurriedly flung open the door and dashed straight to the bathroom to freshen up. After washing up, Su Yang returned to his room and collapsed onto the bed, his eyelids too heavy to keep open. Given Su Yang's current physical condition, he shouldn't have felt this fatigued, but he had exerted himself to the utmost to provoke Han Jiaying, utilizing his speed skill 3 times in total. Had he employed it consecutively, he would have likely been sprawled on the floor like a pile of mush by now. Fortunately, he had managed to rest in between. Nevertheless, 3 times was already pushing his limits. Lying in bed, he set an alarm for 2 hours later, closed his eyes, and drifted into a deep slumber. After an unknown period, Su Yang abruptly opened his eyes, glanced at his phone, and realized merely half an hour had passed, so he decided to sleep a little longer. When Su Yang finally awoke again, the sun was high in the sky. Checking the time on his phone, he couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. He had woken after only half an hour of sleep the first time, yet this time he had slept nearly until the afternoon. It is well known that the only way for humans to time travel is through napping. As soon as one closes their eyes and opens them again, they can successfully leap forward several hours. After stretching lazily, Su Yang sprang from his bed to wash up. Once he was done, he took a sip from a bottle of mineral water and hurriedly left the house. Hearing the sound of Su Yang opening the door, Kui Shuai's father emerged from his room and approached Su Yang's door. After confirming that Su Yang was indeed absent, he immediately picked up his phone and dialed the last number in his call history. Su Yang entered the classroom just in time before the first class of the afternoon began. "Su Yang, why didn't you come this morning?" Jin Renhao called out to him as soon as he spotted him. "Did you go for a massage again?" Initially, Su Yang intended to respond amicably to Jin Renhao, but upon hearing that last remark, he felt an overwhelming urge to punch him. After taking a seat next to Jin Renhao, Su Yang playfully nudged his arm with his fist. "Are you doing this on purpose, jealous of my good looks? Are you? Why do you always say such things in front of others?" "Huh." Jin Renhao feigned innocence, his expression apologetic as he replied, "Su Yang, I really didn't mean it. You know my character. Forget it, I can't be bothered to argue with you, but if it happens again, don't blame me for hitting you." Although Su Yang recognized that Jin Renhao was rather straightforward and lacked malice, such careless comments could potentially tarnish Su Yang's reputation at school. "Su Yang, I genuinely didn't mean it. I promise I won't do it again, you can trust me." Seeing Jin Renhao's foolish expression, Su Yang decided not to pursue the matter further and nodded, indicating he had forgiven him. Relieved that Su Yang was no longer angry, Jin Renhao couldn't help but ask in a hushed tone, "So where did you go this morning?" "I just slept at home," Su Yang yawned as he answered. Despite having slept for a considerable time, he still felt a bit drowsy, likely due to his excessive exertions the previous night. "Slept, is that all?" Jin Renhao looked at Su Yang skeptically. "Really? I don't believe you." Observing Jin Renhao's expression, Su Yang was reminded of a well-known female host in the country. This inexplicably ignited a spark of irritation within him, and just as he was about to retort, "Believe it or not," a female voice called out his name from behind. "Su Yang." Hearing someone call him, Su Yang turned to look. Xiao. Xiao, he recognized the girl but struggled to recall her name. For those who weren't strikingly beautiful, Su Yang found it challenging to remember their names. Or rather, he simply didn't pay attention to those girls for whom he had no further interest. "It's Xiao Minute," the girl introduced herself. "Right, Xiao Minute, my memory fails me," Su Yang replied with an awkward smile. Xiao Minute didn't seem to mind Su Yang forgetting her name and smiled as she said, "Thank you for what you did last time, and also, I still owe you one." "It's nothing." That matter was trivial, Su Yang responded with a grin, feeling somewhat awkward about receiving thanks from others. Not seeing Song China, he asked, by the way, where's your friend? Su Yang did remember Song China's name. He just chose not to mention it directly to spare Xiaomin's feelings since he couldn't recall her name earlier. China is hospitalized and hasn't he been discharged yet, Xiaomin had said, concern etched on her face. Oh, then please go visit her on my behalf. Consider it part of the debt you owe me, Su Yang suggested with a smile. At that moment, Jing Runhao, who had been silent until now, suddenly piped up after noticing Xiaomin's worried expression, express my condolences. In the next second, both Su Yang and Xiaomin turned to him with expressions of utter disbelief. Chapter 43, Trapped in the classroom. Jing Runhao soon realized that he had misspoken, his face flushed with embarrassment, unsure of how to proceed. Fortunately, at that moment, the class bell rang, and with the entrance of the professor for the lesson, Su Yang and Jing Runhao swiftly turned their attention away. Su Yang, having not rested well, found himself disinterested in the class and soon succumbed to slumber, resting his head on the desk. Meanwhile, in the school's security office, a well-dressed, balding man was observing this scene on the monitor, a smirk creeping across his lips. Found you, he chuckled to himself as he began recording the footage, which ultimately focused on a clear view of Su Yang's face. The balding man took a snapshot with his phone and left the security office, satisfied. Su Yang, wake up, class is over, Jing Runhao said, nudging Su Yang's arm. Millimeter. Su Yang groggily opened his eyes, noticing that the classroom was nearly empty, the remaining students making their way outside. He yawned, stretched, and declared, let us go. Where to? Jing Runhao inquired, standing behind Su Yang. I'm heading to the cafeteria for some food, Su Yang replied as he walked. Upon hearing this, Jing Runhao hurried to catch up, positioning himself in front of Su Yang to ask, did you run out of time for lunch again today? Indeed, I overslept. By the time I woke up, it was already noon, so I rushed straight to school, Su Yang explained nonchalantly. Did you wait, you slept in this morning, then, Jing Runhao continued, before leaning closer to Su Yang and whispering, did you go see that massage girl again last night? This guy actually believes it, Su Yang thought, looking at the clueless Jing Runhao, and decided to tease him further, whispering back, not the same one as last time. I switched it up this time. I knew it, I figured you wouldn't show up this morning because you were getting a massage, Jing Runhao murmured, his voice low as he recalled their earlier conversation. Su Yang chose not to respond, continuing on his way. Jing Runhao, obediently following, kept pace with him to the school cafeteria. As Su Yang indulged in his meal, a message from Jiang Yuanjing popped up on his phone. Su Yang, I'll be waiting for you in the office after school tonight. A slight smile crept onto Su Yang's face after reading the message, and he opted not to reply, intending to make her anxious. Jing Runhao, however, was quick to notice Su Yang's reaction. At times, Su Yang pondered whether Jing Runhao was genuinely oblivious or merely pretending. After finishing his meal, Su Yang purchased 2 bottles of soda, handing one to Jing Runhao. They then strolled toward the academic building, sipping their drinks. Due to Su Yang's rapid eating pace, he and Jing Runhao arrived at the classroom without being excessively late. After announcing their arrival, the professor allowed them to enter. This lecture was a required course for Su Yang's major, and most of the students in the classroom were acquaintances. However, Su Yang was taken aback to find that everyone in the room was staring at him. Once settled in their seats, Su Yang leaned over to Jing Runhao and whispered, why is everyone looking at me? Do you have any idea what's going on? Huh? Jing Runhao was caught off guard, glancing around the classroom before replying, I have no clue. We were together all afternoon, remember? Seeing that Jing Runhao was equally perplexed, Su Yang gestured for him to inquire with someone nearby. Jing Runhao complied, tapping the back of a male student seated in front of them. The student, startled, leaned back in his chair, tilting his head to listen to Jing Runhao. Hey, what is going on? Why were you all staring at us just now? Jing Runhao asked in a hushed tone. The male student glanced at the professor on the podium to ensure they were not being overheard before leaning closer to whisper, 3 second-year guys burst in here, looking for Su Yang. They seemed intent on causing trouble. As soon as the student finished speaking, he straightened up and feigned attentiveness to the lecture. Jin Renhao turned to Su Yang, who frowned slightly. Su Yang typically kept to himself at school, avoiding conflict with others. He pondered deeply, unable to fathom who might be seeking him out. Did Jin Minyu send them? Su Yang shook his head. If it were Jin Minyu's doing, they would have arrived much earlier instead of waiting until now. Then who could it be? Su Yang mused, recalling that he had never intentionally provoked anyone at school, leaving him utterly baffled. Su Yang, did you offend someone? Jin Renhao asked quietly. Su Yang shook his head. No. Damn it, if you didn't provoke anyone, then they must be looking for trouble. After class, I'll wait here with you for them, Jin Renhao declared, clenching his fist. What is so great about second years, anyway? Hearing this, a smile broke across Su Yang's face. No matter the situation, Jin Renhao would unhesitatingly stand by his side. This unwavering support was precisely what Su Yang cherished about him, and it was also why he tolerated Jin Renhao's often indiscreet remarks. The remainder of the class passed swiftly. After the bell rang, Su Yang remained seated, leaning back and motionless, prepared to confront the group seeking him out. His approach to challenges was clear. He would never shy away but instead eagerly sought resolution, lest his mind spiral into overthinking. As this was the final class of the afternoon, all the other students filed out of the classroom. Apart from Su Yang, only Jin Renhao remained still in his seat. As students exited, they spotted the 3 second-year seniors leaning against the wall opposite the classroom door, clearly lying in wait for Su Yang, offering him no chance of escape. Among Su Yang's classmates, a few noticed the trio and turned to alert him with their eyes, attempting to convey that he was being cornered. However, those who tried to communicate this were quickly dismissed by the imposing second years. None of your business, get lost, one of the seniors barked, causing the students to lower their heads and hastily exit. Most others pretended not to notice, leaving at a brisk pace. Under the intimidation of the second years, the remaining students departed faster than usual. Before long, only Su Yang and Jin Renhao remained in the classroom. Chapter 44. This time, it seems we've really uncovered something. Seeing that no one else emerged from the classroom, 3 sophomore students entered and swiftly locked the door behind them. Observing this development, Su Yang and Jin Renhao remained remarkably composed. Jin Renhao, brimming with eagerness, stood up, his clenched fists emitting a series of cracking sounds. Su Yang also rose from his seat, yet unlike Jin Renhao's impulsiveness, he reached out to restrain his friend from rushing forward. After being halted by Su Yang, Jin Renhao did not bother to inquire about Su Yang's intentions, as he understood that there must be a reason behind Su Yang's actions. Then, Su Yang addressed the trio, saying, "Gentlemen, I presume we are not acquainted." One of the 3, sporting a cap, responded with a smile, "Indeed, we are not familiar with each other. However, someone has instructed us to break one of your legs." Rather than reacting with anger, Su Yang smiled and inquired, "May I venture a guess as to who this person might be?" "Go ahead and guess," replied the cap-wearing youth nonchalantly, "but mind you, I shall only respond once. If you guess correctly, well and good. If not, that's on you." Upon receiving this affirmation, a muscular man with a slightly darker complexion chimed in, "Why bother with guessing? Just beat him up already. There's no rush." After all, the surveillance in this classroom has been disabled. Engaging with them for a while won't hurt, remarked the cap-wearing youth, a playful smirk lingering on his lips. Are they students or not? Su Yang's question stemmed from the difficulty in identifying this individual if they were indeed a student without being connected to Jin Minyu. Conversely, if it were confirmed that they were not students, the list of suspects would narrow down to only 2, Professor An and Jian Yuanjin. Upon hearing Su Yang's inquiry, the cap-wearing youth burst into laughter. "Har har har, you truly surprised me there." After his laughter subsided, he replied seriously, "Not a student." Su Yang nodded at this response, which aligned with his expectations. With only these 3 individuals present in the classroom, he deduced that it was highly unlikely they were students. The rationale was simple: students typically seek assistance in confrontations while also being present themselves, often putting on a show and issuing threats. In contrast, professors often prefer to conceal their identities for various reasons. Therefore, even if the trio remained silent, Su Yang had a rough idea of their intentions. After answering Su Yang's question, the cap-wearing youth stretched his neck and shoulders, stating, "Let us not waste any more time. Let us begin." "Very well," Su Yang replied, stepping out from behind the desk. Jing Renhao, seeing Su Yang move, quickly followed Su.In. The next moment, the three opponents charged towards Su Yang and Jing Renhao. Detected host encountering multiple foes, initiating scan for weaknesses. Scanning opponent's weaknesses. Scan complete. Issuing standard task. Standard task, defeat the 3 troublemakers. Task target, 3 sophomore students. Task reward, 30 attribute enhancement points, 3 skill points. To think there are 30 attribute points and 3 skill points. Su Yang couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement at the prospect of this task's rewards. Subsequently, the data on the 3 individuals appeared on Su Yang's system panel. Name, cap-wearing youth, muscular man, ordinary guy, gender, male, age, 21, 20 height, 181 cm, 177 centimeters, 173 centimeters weight. 71 kg, 82 kg, 69 kg, weaknesses, impact resistance, speed, and more omitted for brevity. Upon reviewing the system's information, Su Yang could not help but internally scoff, what a ridiculous description of male upon male. As Su Yang absorbed the system's details, the trio was nearly upon him. "Su Yang, I'll handle the cap-wearing guy and the muscular one. You take care of the ordinary fellow," as Zheng Renhao shouted as he charged forward. Seeing Zheng Renhao advance, Su Yang naturally refused to lag behind. He sprinted forward, declaring, "Stop stealing my spot." The muscular man, leading the charge, found himself intercepted by Zheng Renhao. Consequently, Su Yang had no choice but to confront the ordinary fellow to prevent them from double-teaming Zheng Renhao. Determined to swiftly eliminate the ordinary opponent, Su Yang recognized the necessity of reducing their numbers promptly. With the task activated, he could see the physical attributes of the task target. The ordinary man's physical prowess was comparable to Jin Minyu's. Given Su Yang's current capabilities, he could swiftly dispatch him even without employing any skills. To prevent either himself or Zheng Renhao from being outnumbered, Su Yang wasted no time. He evaded the ordinary man's attack and delivered a powerful punch to his side. Explosive punch. Even a professional boxer would find it hard to withstand such a blow, let alone an average sophomore student. As anticipated, the ordinary man doubled over, clutching his abdomen, collapsing to the ground in agony. Though the ordinary man appeared to have completely lost his fighting spirit, Su Yang was still prepared to deliver a finishing blow. He understood well that mercy towards the enemy is cruelty towards oneself. Moreover, with Jing Renhao by his side, he could not afford to let any unforeseen circumstances arise. Without hesitation, Su Yang lifted his foot, aiming a kick at the ordinary man's head. Observing this, the cap-wearing youth charged forward, executing a flying kick aimed at Su Yang. If Su Yang continued with his kick, he would inevitably be struck by the cap-wearing youth's blow. Faced with this predicament, Su Yang abandoned his attack on the ordinary man, sidestepping the cap-wearing youth's kick. The cap-wearing youth, witnessing this, smiled slightly, dismissing Su Yang entirely. In his eyes, while Su Yang possessed commendable speed and strength, he lacked finesse. Chapter 45. The male student's encounter with the female professor. After deftly evading the kick from the man in the duckbill hat, Su Yang chose not to retaliate against the temporarily incapacitated ordinary male but charged straight towards the man in the duckbill hat. As the latter turned to face him, Su Yang executed a side kick aimed directly at his head. Although Su Yang had never formally trained in combat, he had a profound admiration for martial arts manga, many of which drew inspiration from genuine fighting techniques. Prior to the enhancement of his physique through the system, these so-called combat skills had little effect. However, everything changed once Su Yang's body was fortified. In response to Su Yang's side kick, the man in the duckbill hat crossed his arms in defense. The impact of Su Yang's kick landed solidly on the man's right forearm, causing it to tingle as though it had been struck by a baseball bat. The man was taken aback by the sheer power of Su Yang's strike. In his experience of brawling since childhood, he had always perceived individuals with Su Yang's physique as lacking strength, yet, That kick had shattered his preconceived notions. Su Yang did not afford the man a moment to ponder. Following his initial strike, he unleashed another kick, this time targeting the man's waist. The man, anticipating the blow, opted for a knee-raise defense. Observing this defensive posture, Su Yang immediately recognized him as a practitioner of martial arts, as it was a common stance in Muay Thai. Realizing his opponent was skilled, Su Yang decided to unleash his divine speed skill without restraint. Having successfully defended against Su Yang's previous strike, the man in the duckbill had prepared to counterattack, but Su Yang's fist was already upon him. Bang! The punch struck the man's face with such force that it contorted his features, nearly displacing his hat. Su Yang continued to unleash a flurry of blows, each faster than the last, leaving the man in utter bewilderment, unsure of how to defend against such astonishing speed. What on earth is happening? How can he be so fast? These were the thoughts racing through the mind of the man in the duckbill hat as he found himself battered and bruised. In the face of overwhelming strength, all techniques became mere embellishments. After enduring a series of blows to their head from Su Yang, the man staggered and collapsed. The man's martial arts skills were rendered irrelevant against Su Yang's lightning-fast strikes. Meanwhile, the muscular man, who had been engaged in a fierce fight with Jing Runhao, stood dumbfounded as he witnessed Su Yang incapacitate two of his teammates in less than 10 seconds. Seizing the opportunity while the muscular man was momentarily distracted, Jing Runhao delivered a punch. The muscular man, with all his attention focused on Su Yang, completely overlooked Jing Runhao. Given their proximity, Su Yang suddenly appeared before him and landed a punch squarely on his face. Having already lost his fighting spirit after witnessing the swift defeat of his two comrades, the muscular man succumbed to the force of Su Yang's blow, collapsing onto the ground. "What the hell, are you faking it?" Jing Runhao scoffed, seeing through the muscular man's poor act. He then stepped down hard on the muscular man's groin, eliciting a pained yelp. As Jing Runhao lifted his foot to continue the assault, Su Yang intervened, stating, "He has already surrendered. We should refrain from further violence. You lot are lucky today. If you dare to cross us again, I'll break your legs," Jing Runhao declared, before stomping down on the muscular man's arm. Amidst the muscular man's cries of agony, Su Yang and Jing Runhao exited the classroom. Once outside, Jing Runhao queried, "Why did you let them off so easily? They are no longer resisting, so we shouldn't continue to harm them," Su Yang replied with a sense of righteousness. Jing Runhao looked at him in confusion, saying, "Su Yang, you've changed. Have you forgotten how merciless you were with Jin Minyu just a couple of days ago?" Cough, cough, Su Yang responded, slightly embarrassed. That situation was different. "Sure, and I suppose you're just eager to get a massage," Jing Runhao retorted, his mind seemingly perpetually fixated on such matters. Jing Runhao was only half right. Su Yang's decision to spare the group was indeed influenced by his urgency to find Professor Jiang Yuanjun, but there was a second reason. With the system's enhancement, Su Yang, wishing to avoid instigating trouble, found it essential to have individuals like them serve as his sources of assistance. If he were too forceful, no one would dare provoke him again, which would be counterproductive. In Su Yang's unique circumstance, a show of strength would be decidedly unwise. Thus, having confirmed the completion of his task, he had no desire to continue his assault on the trio. Placing a hand on Jing Runhao's shoulder, Su Yang said, "Come on, brother, let me treat you to a massage." "No way, I'm good with just Shan Mai," Jing Runhao immediately declared, pledging his loyalty to Zhang Shanmai upon hearing Su Yang's suggestion. Su Yang shook his head, deciding to waste a bit of his precious time on Jing Runhao. "Brother, do you know what it means to spend money wisely?" "What do you mean?" Jing Runhao was oblivious to Su Yang's implication. Su Yang sighed and inquired, "How much have you spent on Zhang Shanmai?" Jing Runhao pondered for a moment before replying, "Almost 1,000,000 won, approximately 5,200 renminbi. 1,000,000 won." Su Yang exclaimed, astonished that so much had been extracted from Jing Runhao in such a short span of time. "What stage are you at with Zhang Shanmai?" Su Yang asked helplessly. "We held hands once," Jing Runhao admitted shyly, adding, "Shanmai is quite conservative." "Just holding hands." "Conservative?" Su Yang sighed deeply. "Runhao, do you have any idea how many times 1,000,000 won could afford you the company of a professional?" "No," Jing Runhao shook his head. "You see, with 1,000,000 won, You could hire 10 of those girls, Su Yang stated, crossing his fingers in a gesture. But how could a professional compare to Shan Mai? Jing Runhao countered. Hearing Jing Runhao defend Zhang Shanmai, Su Yang felt that the boy was likely beyond saving, only an eye-opening experience, like witnessing Zhang Shanmai exiting a motel with another man, would disillusion him. Su Yang couldn't help but internally lament, these girls are even craftier than professionals, they've truly got him wrapped around their little fingers. Noticing Su Yang's silence, Jing Runhao assumed he was angry and hurriedly said, Su Yang, I know you mean well, but Shanmai really isn't he the type you think. Upon hearing Jing Runhao's words, Su Yang spat out a single word through gritted teeth, leave. Su Yang, this time, Su Yang cut him off before he could finish, just go. Recognizing that Su Yang was genuinely upset, Jing Runhao replied, I'll take my leave then. Don't you be mad, I know you're looking out for me, cut the nonsense and get going. If you don't leave now, I might just lose my temper and really hit you, Su Yang issued a final ultimatum. Upon hearing this, Jing Runhao ceased his protests and strode away. After Jing Runhao departed, Su Yang took a deep breath, shifted his mood, and then walked with a smile towards Professor Jian Yuanzhen's office. Chapter 46, The Theatrical Professor. After waiting for an extended period in her office, Jian Yuanzhen began to feel a sense of impatience as Su Yang had yet to make an appearance. To her dismay, he had not even sent a message, and although she initially felt confident in her allure, believing that Su Yang would eagerly rush over, the prolonged absence began to gnaw at her composure. What on earth is taking Su Yang so long? She thought anxiously, could it be that he has already grown weary of me after just one encounter? Should I call him to inquire? But won't he that seem overly forward, perhaps leading him to think I am desperate? With her phone in hand, Jian Yuanzhen paced restlessly around her office, torn between the desire to call Su Yang and the fear of appearing too eager. After much deliberation, she sighed and resolved to make the call. When the call connected, Su Yang answered promptly, his tone laced with playful teasing. What's the matter? Is the esteemed Professor Jian feeling a bit impatient? Jian Yuanzhen felt her cheeks flush at his words, struggling to maintain her composure. Su Yang, what nonsense are you spouting? I was merely concerned when you didn't reply, and thought I should check if everything is all right. You worried about me? Su Yang's voice brimmed with amusement. Jian Yuanzhen, her resolve faltering, retorted defensively, you are my student. As a professor, it is only natural to be concerned for my students' well-being. Well then, since you've confirmed I'm fine, let us end the call, Su Yang said, seeking to coax out her true feelings, disliking the pretense of modesty some women employed in his presence. Wait, don't hang up. Su Yang's insistence had clearly rattled her. Not hanging up. Is it that Professor Jiang wishes to delve into unsanctioned matters with her student after class? He continued to tease. Su Yang, where are you right now? Jian Yuanzhen bit her lip, deciding to cast aside her pride. And, are you still planning to come today? Su Yang, clearly pleased by her inquiry, replied with a grin, of course. How could I possibly decline an opportunity to receive further guidance from a distinguished graduate such as yourself? Jian Yuanzhen, astute and not easily misled, quickly grasped the underlying implications of his words. In truth, it was precisely because she was perceptive that Su Yang felt inclined to speak to her in such a manner. He adhered to a principle of treating individuals according to their character. He would neither encourage wayward women to reform nor drag virtuous women into moral decay. Faced with Su Yang's blatant flirtation, Jian Yuanzhen found herself at a loss, only able to respond bashfully, then hurry over. My parents are waiting for me at home. I'm already en route, don't rush me. If you keep urging me, I might just decide to take my time, he gestured, then ended the call. As she lowered her phone, Jian Yuanzhen reflected, this situation is not at all how I envisioned it. Shouldn't Su Yang be the one using these tactics to coerce me into a relationship? Why has it now turned into me begging him to come? Realizing her impulsive decision to summon Su Yang was perhaps unwise, she chastised herself. No, I absolutely cannot allow this. Yet as soon as she thought that, another voice within her countered, but I can't shake off that feeling. I truly wish to see him. These conflicting sentiments left Jian Yuanzhen in a tumultuous state of inner turmoil. She longed to maintain complete control over their relationship, wanting Su Yang to act according to her carefully crafted plans, yet simultaneously found herself yearning for his company with an undeniable urgency. Suddenly, her reverie was interrupted by the sound of the door creaking open, and she looked up to find Su Yang approaching with a mischievous grin. He flashed her a smile before turning to lock the door behind him. The sound of the lock sent her heart racing uncontrollably, leaving her uncertain whether her reaction stemmed from anticipation of his playful threats or something else entirely. No, I must ensure that events unfold according to my original intentions, she resolved internally, grabbing her bag from the desk and addressing Su Yang. Now that I see you're unharmed, I shall take my leave. My parents are waiting for me at home. With that, she strode towards the office door, leaving Su Yang momentarily bewildered. However, he could not allow her to depart so easily. As she passed by him, he seized her wrist firmly. Su Yang, what are you doing? Jiang Yuanjun reverted to her former authoritative demeanor, asserting, I am a professor. Release me at once. Such audacity, Su Yang retorted, his frustration boiling over. In that moment, Jiang Yuanjun felt a rush of exhilaration, adopting her lofty tone once more. Su Yang, how dare you treat your professor this way? Do you wish to jeopardize your graduation? Professor, you still remember you are one? Su Yang taunted, capturing both of her wrists in one hand while pressing her head against the door. My dear Professor Jiang, how could your memory be so fleeting? Have you already forgotten what transpired in class? He continued, a smirk playing on his lips. Shall I refresh your memory? At his words, Jiang Yuanjun struggled desperately, tears welling in her eyes. No, you must not speak of it. Seeing her distress, Su Yang reveled in his perceived dominance, unaware that this was precisely what Jiang Yuanjun desired. She had discovered her own aspirations within this relationship, yet she remained oblivious to the fact that her current predicament resonated with Su Yang as well. Professor Jiang, have you forgotten what occurs within this office? Su Yang began, his expression taking on a mischievous gleam. Su Yang, I beg you, do not continue, Jiang Yuanjun pleaded, tears glistening in her eyes. You may do as you wish with me, but please, spare me from such words. Very well, you may have your way, but remember, those were your words. Su Yang's smile, as he uttered this, sent a shiver down Jiang Yuanjun's spine, filling her with a mix of fear and anticipation. Chapter 47, Will you come over again tonight? The hallway of the teaching building lay deserted, enveloped in an unusual silence. Suddenly, the sound of music wafted from Jiang Yuanjun's office. Her Bluetooth speaker, worth a mere few dozen yuan, is endlessly replaying a rewind. Leaning against the windowsill of the corridor, savoring some slightly cool takeout, Su Yang retrieved his phone from his pocket, intending to hang up and switch it off, as he yearned for solitude. However, upon seeing that the caller was Han Jiaying, a moment of hesitation gripped him. Jiang Yuanjun turned to Su Yang and said, It's fine, you should answer. After a brief pause, Su Yang accepted the call. As soon as the connection was made, Han Jiaying's voice, laced with complaint, came through. Su Yang, why haven't you responded to my messages? Now at home, Han Jiaying lay on her bed, swinging her legs back and forth. After a brief exchange, Su Yang abruptly ended the call. The sudden disconnection left Han Jiaying, already filled with suspicion, incensed, prompting her to dial Su Yang again. This time, however, he did not even bother to answer. Hey, Su Yang, how dare you ignore my call? Han Jiaying exclaimed, her voice rising as she continued to call him. Yet, despite her relentless attempts for half an hour, Su Yang remained unresponsive. Undeterred, Han Jiaying pressed on until, We're sorry, the number you have dialed is not available. Upon hearing this automated message, Han Jiaying, consumed by anger, flung her phone onto the bed. Unfortunately, in her fit of rage, she tossed it with such force that it bounced off the bed and onto the floor. Witnessing this, she dashed barefoot to retrieve her phone. Fortunately, the screen remained intact, otherwise, her fury would have reached new heights. Han Jiaying meticulously examined her device. Although the screen was unbroken, the frame had suffered some paint damage. Su Yang, she shouted in exasperation, attributing the mishap to him. Meanwhile, in her room, Minute Jushi, sprawled on the bed watching a Korean drama, furrowed her brow and paused the video, straining to listen to the commotion outside. After a moment, hearing nothing further, she muttered to herself, was Jiaying just calling out for Su Yang? She then shook her head, scolding herself, what am I thinking? Have I lost my mind? How could Jiaying possibly know Su Yang? There are far more admirable suitors among those pursuing her, and she has yet to accept any. Then why did I even think of Su Yang? Could it be that I have begun to care about him? Minute Jushu's cheeks flushed at the realization. Though she could not decipher what Han Jiuying had shouted, the latter was equally oblivious to Minute Jushu's musings. However, Park Chai-hui, residing in the adjacent room, overheard every word exchanged between the two. Park Chai-hui climbed out of bed and approached her desk. Sitting down to open her diary, she penned a line on a blank page. Sat smiley Su-yang. What is your secret charm? Meanwhile, in Jian Yuanjin's office, Su-yang, seated in a chair, hearing this, Jian Yuanjin, who was adjusting her hair and makeup in front of a mirror, inquired with concern, why did you sneeze? Did the air conditioning give you a cold? How could that be? I haven't even sweated much. How could I catch a cold from the air conditioning? Su-yang rested his arms on the desk, propping his chin on his hands as he gazed at Jian Yuanjin. Besides, with my robust constitution, how could I be susceptible to a cold from the air conditioning? Curious about this assertion, Jian Yuanjin, applying lipstick, pondered the matter. After all, despite Su-yang's unimposing appearance, his physical condition was remarkably resilient. At this moment, Jian Yuanjin had come to understand her role in this relationship. Once she finished applying her lipstick, she resumed her haughty demeanor, declaring, Su-yang, I am your professor. You must not speak to me so casually. Hearing her tone, Su-yang replied, Professor, do you wish for me to smudge your makeup? Recalling her earlier disheveled appearance while washing her face, Jian Yuanjin obediently fell silent. However, her compliance stemmed not merely from Su-yang's words but from the realization that it had been an hour and a half since classes had ended. Although she had requested leave from her father earlier, any further delay would likely result in an urgent phone call or, worse, a drive over. Moreover, when Su-yang had answered the phone, she had intentionally made noise. If he were to do the same while she was on a call, it would spell disaster for her and likely implicate Su-yang as well. Thus, despite her lingering desire to stay, she concluded that it was time to depart. Su-yang, I must take my leave. Please remember to lock the office door when you leave. With that, Jian Yuanjin held her head high, strutting out of the office in her heels. Su-yang observed her exit silently, opting not to stop her, for he had more pressing matters at hand. He had deliberately ignored Han Jiuying's calls and even set his phone to vibrate, making her an unknowing participant in their little game. Taking a seat in Jian Yuanjin's office chair, Su-yang connected his phone to her charger. Once powered on, he intended to check the messages Han Jiuying had sent him earlier. However, upon booting up, he received a message from Jian Yuanjin. Su-yang, I hope you can forget about today's events. Furthermore, when you see me at school in the future, please continue to show me the respect I deserve. Do not presume that our past interactions grant you the liberty to disregard me. Upon reading Jian Yuanjin's message, Su-yang initially frowned and took a deep breath, closing his eyes to exhale slowly. He contemplated a response filled with ire, but soon his expression softened, and a smile graced his face. Choosing to disregard Jian Yuanjin's message, he instead opened Han Jiuying's message to read. Su-yang, will you come over again tonight? Chapter 48. The invitation from Che Yunun. Upon reading the message, Su-yang began to formulate a strategy in his mind. Before long, he had devised a plan. After charging his phone for a while, he left the school and sought out a mobile phone repair shop. Upon entering the establishment, he promptly dialed Han Jiuying's number. Noticing the repairman's inquisitive gaze, Su-yang gestured towards his phone, indicating that he would speak after finishing the call. Understanding this, the repairman refrained from further questioning, resting his arms on the counter while scrolling through his phone, awaiting Su-yang's conversation. When Han Jiuying saw Su-yang's call, her anger flared up once more. She answered the phone with a sharp tone. Hello, Su-yang, why didn't you answer my call earlier? I was running on the treadmill and dropped my phone while trying to answer you. The screen is now unresponsive, Su-yang explained. Upon hearing this, the repairman's eyes widened in astonishment, his face betraying an unmistakable expression of curiosity. Who do you think you're fooling? Han Jiuying retorted, clearly skeptical. Do you take me for a fool with such nonsense? It's the truth. With your brilliance, how could I possibly deceive you? In a bid to gain her favor for the evening, Su-yang began to flatter Han Jiuying. That does make sense, as she conceded, her demeanor softening slightly. Regardless of gender, no one can resist the charm of a compliment. Indeed, in this world, who could possibly hide anything from your keen eyes? Su-young continued to stroke her ego, pleased to see the effect of his words. Han Jiaying's tone brightened. Hang up now, and I will call you back. All right. Seeing his plan come to fruition, Su-young promptly ended the call. No sooner had he hung up than Han Jiaying called back, but this time it was a video call. A subtle smile crept onto Su-young's face, which he quickly masked before accepting the call. Why are you calling via video? Su-young feigned ignorance, adopting a NAV expression. Upon seeing Su-young's handsome visage, Han Jiaying's irritation dissipated, and she spoke gently. Su-young, please switch to the rear camera so I can have a look. Rear camera. As he spoke, Su-young adjusted the video to the rear camera. The repairman, realizing this, quickly stepped aside to avoid being filmed. Su-young pointed the camera at the repairman's workstation for a moment, then switched back, saying, I can't hold the phone for too long. I wouldn't want to interrupt the repairman's work. Understood. Han Jiaying's anger had vanished, and she pouted, inquiring, are you coming to see me tonight? Of course, how could I not? I won't be as late as last time, Su-young replied with a playful grin. I'm not sure what time it will be. Han Jiaying shot him a glance. Does that mean you won't come if it's late? The ace pilot is ready. As long as Senior Han Jiaying has a need, I shall gladly come, no matter the hour. His words elicited laughter from Han Jiaying. The repairman, witnessing this exchange, was left astonished, giving Su-young an enthusiastic thumbs up. Su-young nodded in acknowledgement, yet he was aware that this was merely a basic maneuver, effective solely due to his charm. Had he attempted this in the past? No, if he were the same as before, Han Jiaying wouldn't have even called him today. After their laughter subsided, Han Jiaying remarked, the phone is repaired. You should head home and rest for a while since we don't know how late it will be tonight. All right, understood. Su-young grinned mischievously, adding, you should also rest well. A fierce battle awaits you tonight. Hearing him mention a fierce battle reminded Han Jiaying of the previous night, causing her long, slender legs to instinctively press together. Okay, I got it, I'll hang up now. Hurry home, Han Jiaying concluded, blowing a kiss towards the screen. After the kiss, she shyly ended the video call, sitting cross-legged on her bed, her hands touching her face, flushed from embarrassment. Han Jiaying had initially intended to present herself as a flirty seductress before Su-young but found herself transformed into a jealous little woman instead. The repairman, witnessing Han Jiaying's affectionate gesture towards Su-young, regarded him with newfound respect. Under the reverent gaze of the repairman, Su-young strode confidently out of the mobile repair shop. It was only after Su-young's figure had vanished that the repairman realized the truth. This young man hadn't even needed a phone repair. He had cleverly used the shop as a backdrop for his romantic pursuits. Most strikingly, he had managed to impress a woman right before the repairman's eyes. Suddenly, the repairman felt as though he had become an unwitting participant in Su-young and Han Jiaying's romantic play, a realization that weighed heavily on him. With his phone battery running low, Su-young planned to visit Jian Yuanjin's office to recharge it. The office door had a simple locking mechanism that could be secured with a slight lift of the handle. Su-young had deliberately left it unlocked when he exited earlier. His confidence stemmed from the certainty that Han Jiaying would indeed summon him again tonight. Su-young was resolute in his belief that no woman could resist him after experiencing his charms. After grabbing a quick bite at the school gate, he returned to Jian Yuanjin's office to recharge his phone. This time, he didn't have to worry about his phone dying mid-game. He leaned back in Jian Yuanjin's office chair, propping his feet on the desk, and indulged in his phone without a care. Having previously claimed the desk and chair as his own, Su-young held that anything touched by him, be it object or person, was thus bound to him. As he scrolled, boredom began to creep in. Just then, a message arrived. Che Yunun sat smiley. Hello, Savior. I would like to invite you to dinner tonight to express my gratitude. Would you honor me with your presence? Reading Che Yunun. Although he had already engaged deeply with Jian Yuanjin and Han Jiaying, their relationships had not begun in the most conventional manner. Che Yunun, however, represented a fresh dynamic, one rooted in genuine interaction and the potential to blossom into a legitimate romantic relationship. Chapter 49, A date with Che Yunun. Initially feeling somewhat drowsy while scrolling through short videos, Su Yang was instantly invigorated upon receiving a message from Che Yunoon. His thumbs danced rapidly across the phone screen as he composed a reply. Let us skip dinner. I just finished eating. If you wish to express your gratitude, a leisurely stroll would suffice. After sending the message, Su Yang found himself lost in thoughts of Che Yunoon, a smile involuntarily spreading across his face. Che Yunoon didn't keep him waiting long. Her response arrived promptly. All right, where shall we meet? After a moment's contemplation, Su Yang replied, let us meet at the entrance of the convenience store. Great, I'll wait for you at the store entrance. Okay. After sending the final message, Su Yang unplugged his phone charger. This time, as he left the office, he decisively locked the door behind him, having no intention of returning that night. With a buoyant spirit, Su Yang strolled towards the convenience store where Che Yunoon worked, whistling merrily as he walked. Before long, he arrived near the store and spotted Che Yunoon, who was standing at the entrance, scanning the surroundings. Having changed out of her work uniform, she wore a light pink bodycon dress that accentuated her graceful figure beautifully. The combination of her alluring physique and innocent visage created a striking yet charming allure. Upon seeing Su Yang, Che Yunoon's face lit up with a smile. Su Yang, she called out, laughing as she ran towards him. Yunoon, may I call you that? Although Su Yang was no longer a novice, his lack of experience in romantic relationships left him feeling somewhat shy in front of the gentle Che Yunoon. Perhaps this was the unique sensation that arises when the relationship between a man and a woman hovers in the realm of more than friends, yet less than lovers. As Che Yunoon reached his side, she apologized, I'm sorry. I got off work at 8. I should have informed you about dinner in advance. Su Yang smiled and replied, it's perfectly fine, we can always dine another day. After all, we have plenty of time ahead of us. He was indifferent about the missed meal. What he truly desired was the essence of that day he alluded to. Che Yunoon, oblivious to the deeper meaning behind Su Yang's words, smiled at his humorous response. Indeed, you're absolutely right. We have plenty of time. Su Yang suddenly realized that beauty is truly a feeling, exemplified by Che Yunoon at this moment, adorable, cheerful, and gentle, complemented by her already remarkable looks. He couldn't help but inwardly exclaim, Yunoon is truly beautiful. By the way, since you just finished work, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Su Yang suddenly recalled, immediately expressing concern for Che Yunoon. She nodded, yes, but it's all right, I can accompany you for a walk first. After that, I'll just have some instant noodles when I get back. Oh, that works too. Let us go with that. Su Yang set off in a particular direction. All right, Che Yunoon replied and followed suit. Although she said nothing outwardly, Su Yang's actions diminished her perception of him, even lowering her desire to communicate, causing her to walk silently behind him. As they walked, Su Yang abruptly stopped and turned to face Che Yunoon. She looked puzzled at his sudden gaze. The next moment, Su Yang smiled and said, we've arrived. This place serves excellent stir-fried rice cakes. I believe girls like you enjoy such delicacies, right? Stir-fried rice cakes. Upon hearing those words, Che Yunoon's already growling stomach responded audibly. Su Yang, instead of teasing her, gently remarked, yes, but you haven't eaten anything yet, have you? As he spoke, Su Yang extended his hand to her. Come, let's try this place. Stir-fried rice cakes. Many girls in our class rave about how delicious it is, and I thought to myself that if I ever went on a date with a girl, I would take her here. Upon hearing Su Yang's words and witnessing his warm demeanor, Che Yunoon felt her heart flutter. Without even realizing it, she placed her hand in his, allowing him to guide her into the restaurant. This establishment was situated near the school and lacked a dining hall. Instead, it was divided into cozy private rooms, ideal for couples seeking a more intimate dining experience. After the waiter led them to an available room, Che Yunoon began to feel a pang of guilt. How could I judge him so harshly? I truly am foolish. In that moment, Su Yang's image in her mind elevated to a new level. Since he had eaten just a short while ago, he had no appetite, and they decided to order only one serving of stir-fried rice cakes, opting for the spicy version according to Che Yunoon's preference. Before long, a vibrant plate of fiery stir-fried rice cakes was served. The aroma alone was enough to make Su Yang's mouth water. Che Yunoon, famished, took a moment to inhale the tempting scent. After taking a whiff, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this looks absolutely delicious. If you enjoy it, then that's all that matters. Go ahead and eat," Su Yang said, a smile illuminating his face. Hearing Che Yunoon praise his recommendation filled him with joy and a sense of accomplishment. This was what one might call emotional value. Some individuals naturally provide it to others. Che Yunoon was precisely that kind of person. From the very first encounter to this moment, being with her evoked an inexplicable happiness within Su Yang. Che Yunoon responded with an enthusiastic as she began to eat heartily. Her eating posture was relaxed, unlike some girls who might act overly demure in front of others, especially in the presence of males, which often comes off as insincere. This authentic demeanor made Su Yang find her irresistibly endearing. After a few bites, Che Yunoon tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear and exclaimed, "Wow, Su Yang, this stir-fried rice cake is truly delicious. If you like it, just keep eating." "I'll be right back," Su Yang said, his face adorned with a warm smile. He then stood up and left the table, uncertain of Su Yang's intentions. Che Yunoon chose not to inquire, trusting that he had his reasons for stepping away. After all, he had assured her he would return, which sufficed. She didn't want to come off as meddlesome. As expected, Su Yang soon returned, but instead of resuming his seat, he walked straight to Che Yunoon's side. Just as she was beginning to feel puzzled, Su Yang said, "Yunoon, I noticed your hair falling down while you were eating. Could you tilt your head back a bit? I'll help you tie it up." Chapter 50, Rising Emotion. Su Yang's words caused Che Yunoon's cheeks to flush instantly. However, after swallowing the morsel in her mouth, she obediently raised her head, allowing Su Yang to tie her hair up. Once he finished, Su Yang returned to his seat across from her and remarked, "There you go. It was quite distracting seeing your hair fall down while you were eating." "Su Yang, I never expected you to be so handsome, so skilled in fighting, and yet so attentive," Che Yunoon shyly complimented while gazing at him. Su Yang chuckled heartily in response, "Yunoon, please don't flatter me so much. I have a thick skin and might take it to heart." "What I said is entirely true," Che Yunoon insisted earnestly. At that moment, her view of Su Yang was heavily tinted with admiration, and he was inching ever closer to perfection in her eyes. With a gentle smile, Su Yang urged, "All right, let's eat before it gets cold." Millimeter. Che Yunoon nodded in agreement and resumed devouring her food. After a few bites, she couldn't help but exclaim, "It's really delicious." It was unclear whether she was praising the food or the company she shared it with. After eating a few more bites, she suddenly picked up a piece of rice cake and asked, "Su Yang, would you like to try a bite?" This unexpected gesture left Su Yang momentarily stunned. After all, the chopsticks she was using were the very ones she had just employed. Su Yang wasn't put off by Che Yunoon. He simply thought that girls usually cared about such things. He pondered internally, would Che Yunoon switch to a different pair after using these? If she didn't, wouldn't that be akin to an indirect kiss? Although their lips hadn't truly met, such an action from a girl undoubtedly signified that she felt comfortable enough with the boy to flirt with the idea of kissing him. Perhaps it was a subtle hint, or even a blatant one. While Su Yang contemplated this, he refrained from trying the rice cake and instead demurred, "Yunoon, I think I'll pass." "Why?" Che Yunoon asked, her face a picture of surprise. She then pouted, inquiring, "You're not repulsed by me, are you?" Su Yang quickly clarified, "Of course not, I could never find you repulsive, it's just that I can't handle spicy food." At this point, Su Yang had already discerned that Che Yunoon's question mirrored his own thoughts. There was potential. With her index finger raised and a pleading look on her face, Che Yunoon insisted, "Just one bite, please." Despite Su Yang's earlier declaration about his inability to tolerate spice, Che Yunoon remained undeterred, as if she were testing him. Watching him chew, Che Yunoon eagerly asked, "So, how is it? Isn't it delicious?" Su Yang was genuinely tempted to declare, "It's wonderful." However, he truly could not handle the spice, particularly the fiery heat of this dish. After swallowing, he immediately stuck out his tongue and exclaimed, "Water, water." Earlier, Che Yunoon had ordered a chilled beverage, and upon seeing Su Yang's distress, she hurriedly passed her drink to him. Su Yang accepted the drink and unscrewed the cap, guzzling it down in quick succession. The once half-full bottle was drained in moments. Even after finishing half the drink, the spiciness remained unbearable. Excuse me, could I have another bottle of chilled drink, please? Su Yang called out loudly. Seeing him gasping for air, Che Yunun couldn't help but giggle. You are still laughing. Su Yang managed to say amidst his struggles, I'm nearly dying from the spice. Upon hearing his words, Che Yunun ceased her laughter, looking at him with a serious expression. In the next moment, Che Yunun leaned over the table, standing on her tiptoes to bring her face closer to his. As Su Yang stared at her in disbelief, she tilted her head, lips slightly parted, gradually moving closer. His heart raced uncontrollably, and he felt a surge of panic. Moments later, their lips met for a few seconds before Che Yunun pulled away, gazing into Su Yang's eyes and asking, Do you feel any better? Feeling better, Su Yang responded truthfully, as his attention was now wholly captured by Che Yunun. Would you like me to help you again? She inquired. No, thank you, he instinctively replied, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Che Yunun, sensing a hint of disappointment, retreated to her seat. Noticing her sudden shift in mood, Su Yang quickly asked, What's wrong? With her arms resting on the table, she began to fidget, pouting, You said my method worked, so why, when I offered to help again, did you refuse? Do you not want my assistance? Then do it, Su Yang urged. Che Yunun shot him a glance and replied, If you don't want it, don't force it. In truth, I would like your help, he explained hastily. Upon hearing this, Che Yunun straightened up, saying, Just don't refuse when I actually come to help. I've already said I want your assistance, Su Yang reiterated. After he spoke, Che Yunun once again stood on her tiptoes, placing her hands on the table as she leaned closer to him. Just as their lips were about to touch, Su Yang suddenly interjected, Wait a moment. You're doing it again, Che Yunun pointed out, slightly exasperated. Su Yang grasped her finger, holding it firmly, and said, No, I meant to say, if you're going to help, be thorough about it. Don't be so half-hearted. Understood, she replied, and without further ado, she pressed her lips against his. After a few seconds, they parted, exchanging glances before diving back into another kiss. This time, they were completely lost in the moment, oblivious even to the waitress approaching with a bottle of chilled drink. Chapter 51, Sending Che Yunien home. Fortunately, the waitress was quite perceptive, standing quietly by the side without uttering a word of reminder or urging. Su Yang, caught up in the moment, embraced Che Yunien's head as he kissed her passionately. After a lingering moment, they reluctantly parted ways. Upon noticing the waitress standing nearby, Che Yunien's already flushed face deepened in color, akin to a transformation from medium to extra spicy. Here are the chilled drinks you ordered, the waitress announced, placing the beverages on the table. As she did so, she cast a curious glance at Su Yang, eager to discern the character of the man who had just shared a kiss with a beauty of Che Yunien's caliber. Upon locking eyes with Su Yang and seeing his handsome visage, the waitress felt an involuntary blush creep across her cheeks, prompting her to hurriedly exit the private room. I've had my fill, Che Yunien said, her shyness reaching a point where she wished for a crevice to hide in, utterly bewildered by her own boldness moments prior. For someone with no prior experience in such matters, her actions were as audacious as those of a seasoned veteran. The most significant aspect was that they had been observed by an outsider. Oh, all right, if you're full, let us depart, Su Yang remarked, recognizing Che Yunien's discomfort and knowing that lingering would only heighten her embarrassment. With that, he stood up first and moved in front of Che Yunien, patiently waiting for her to rise. As she stood, Su Yang took her hand, causing her to blush like a bashful bride. Leading Che Yunien out of the private room, he settled the bill at the front desk. Along the way, Che Yunien kept her head lowered, occasionally stealing glances at Su Yang. Once outside the tteokbokki shop, he released her damp little hand. Che Yunien raised her small hand to fan her face, exclaiming, It's a bit warm, isn't it? Just as she spoke, Su Yang's phone chimed, and he retrieved it from his pocket to see a message from Han Jiaying. Su Yang, come over, both of them are asleep. Surprised by the early hour, he thought, why so soon today? Yet, for Su Yang, an early end was not an issue, especially since he was on a date with Che Yunien. Noticing a change in Che Yunien's expression after he read the message, he smiled and asked, What's the matter, Che Yunien, is something going on? It's nothing, she replied, shaking her head shyly. then added with a smile, "Is your home far from here?" "My home," Che Yunyan blushed even deeper. "It's not very far from here." Su Yang nodded in understanding. "Then let me take you home. It's getting late." Che Yunyan murmured softly, her cheeks aflame. "So soon?" Su Yang did not catch her quiet words, glancing at her inquiringly. "No. Nothing, let us go," she stammered, leading the way. As they walked, Che Yunyan couldn't help but wonder, are we progressing too quickly? Turning back to sneak a glance at Su Yang, she accidentally met his gaze, as he was also looking at her back. Su Yang flashed her a smile, causing her to quickly avert her eyes in embarrassment. Throughout their stroll, Che Yunyan frequently glanced back at Su Yang, and upon being spotted, would hastily turn her head away. Before long, they arrived at the foot of the building where Che Yunyan rented her apartment. "We've arrived," she announced, standing at the entrance. "Oh," Su Yang halted, smiling as he said, "you should hurry inside. Message me when you get home." "You want tea?" Che Yunyan murmured shyly, fidgeting with her hands. "Want tea? You come up for a bit. It's a bit late today. Let us save that for another time." Although Su Yang yearned to go inside, he had already turned down Han Jiaoying once that day. He knew that if he stood her up again, it might jeopardize future interactions. Che Yunyan was left momentarily dazed by Su Yang's response. She had assumed his offer to visit her home implied something more intimate. She had spent a considerable time grappling with her own courage to voice that question, only to be met with a response that exceeded her expectations. However, this added to Su Yang's appeal in her eyes, proving he was not merely interested in her physicality. "All right then," Che Yunyan said, lifting her gaze to Su Yang, "next time we meet, you must allow me to treat you to a meal." "Agreed, it's a promise," Su Yang replied with a hearty laugh. Che Yunyan swiftly approached Su Yang, standing on her tiptoes to plant a quick kiss on his cheek, then hurriedly dashed upstairs. Watching her retreating figure, Su Yang touched the spot she had just kissed, inhaling deeply, savoring the sweetness in the air. Before he could leave the area, Che Yunyan's message arrived. "Su Yang, I've reached home, take your time on the way back." "All right, understood." After responding to her message, Su Yang hastily exited the complex, hailing a taxi that whisked him toward Han Jiaoying's place. Soon enough, the taxi pulled up at the entrance of her apartment complex. Upon disembarking, Su Yang promptly sent a message to Han Jiaoying. "I've arrived at your complex, get ready to let me in. I'll message you when I'm at the door." "Got it." Seeing her reply, Su Yang moved swiftly, soon entering the building, ascending 2 flights of stairs at a time until he reached the door of Han Jiaoying's apartment. Once there, rather than knocking, he sent her a message. "I'm here." No sooner had he pressed send than the door swung open, revealing Han Jiaoying, who had been waiting at the threshold. Now familiar with the surroundings, Su Yang entered quietly, making his way into Han Jiaoying's room without making a sound. Han Jiaoying followed him inside. Once in the room, she peeked out the door to ensure that Minute Jushi and Park Chai-hui had not emerged, before gently closing the door behind her. At that moment, Minute Jushi was already fast asleep, feeling unwell due to her menstrual cycle. However, Park Chai-hui was still awake. Upon hearing Su Yang and Han Jiaoying enter, a peculiar smile crept across her face as she thought, "Oh, Su Yang, it seems you have entirely dismissed my previous remarks. You come here without even notifying me." The smile on Park Chai-hui's face grew increasingly enigmatic as she took out her phone to send Su Yang a message. "Su Yang, how dare you come over without informing me? Be in the bathroom within 10 minutes, or I will wake Minute Jushi and kick down Han Jiaoying's door." Chapter 52, Can Anything Really Be Done? As Su Yang cradled Han Jiaoying's head, the sound of a message from his phone jolted him, reminding him that he had forgotten to silence it. He hurriedly retrieved his phone, intending to switch it to silent mode to avoid any further delays, as had happened earlier in the day. However, upon seeing a message from Park Chai-hui, he froze momentarily. "I actually forgot to inform her." Now Han Jiaoying, noticing Su Yang's sudden stillness, leaned in and whispered, "What's wrong? Is there something going on?" Snapping back to reality, Su Yang took a deep breath and replied with a smile, "It's nothing." I just broke a sweat on my way here and thought I'd take a quick shower first. A shower. Upon hearing that Su Yang intended to head to the bathroom, Han Jiaying felt a surge of anxiety about being discovered by her two roommates. She leaned closer, her lips brushing against Su Yang's ear, and murmured, "It's fine, I don't mind if you're a bit sweaty." As she spoke, her hands began to wander restlessly. "No, I don't wish to touch you while I'm all sweaty." Despite the allure of Han Jiaying's words, Su Yang gently pushed her away. After all, if Park Chai-hwa truly acted as she had suggested, the ensuing scene would undoubtedly be explosive. As the saying goes, 3 women make a play, and with 3 exceptionally beautiful women, it would surely culminate in an epic spectacle. Su Yang dared not bet on whether Park Chai-hwa would follow through with her intentions. Thus, he resolved to act according to her words and find a way to resolve the situation. Moreover, this was ultimately his own fault. He had forgotten the promise he made to Park Chai-hwa, and he must bear the consequences. Seeing Su Yang's determination, Han Jiaying acquiesced, realizing she could no longer maintain her strong-willed persona in front of him. "Very well, but keep your voice down. We mustn't let them discover us." Han Jiaying's mindset had shifted from wanting to provoke Minute Ju-hee with Su Yang to fearing that their relationship would be exposed to her. She was uncertain of Su Yang's choice when that moment arrived, and the thought of losing him filled her with dread. "Rest assured, I won't be discovered," Su Yang assured her softly. Millimeter. Han Jiaying nodded in agreement. Just as Su Yang was about to open the door, Han Jiaying suddenly embraced him from behind, an unsettling premonition surfacing in her heart. Sensing her change in demeanor, Su Yang turned and held her in his arms, gently stroking her hair. "It's all right, I won't be caught, trust me." Millimeter. Han Jiaying leaned her head against Su Yang's chest, nodding vigorously. After comforting her, Su Yang cautiously opened the door to the room and stepped outside, quietly closing it behind him. The entire process was executed with minimal sound. Once outside, he made a beeline for the bathroom, anxious not to keep Park Chai-hwa waiting too long lest she explode with impatience. Su Yang had the distinct feeling that Park Chai-hwa's logic deviated from that of an average person. Upon entering the bathroom, he found Park Chai-hwa already inside. She gestured for silence and whispered, "Lock the door." Su Yang complied, gently securing the bathroom door. Once it was locked, he turned to Park Chai-hwa. "Why didn't you inform me of your arrival in advance?" she inquired softly, with a hint of apology. Su Yang responded, "I'm sorry. I forgot." Park Chai-hwa scrutinized him, her eyes filled with suspicion. Was it intentional or accidental? Though she might not have been aware of the nuances behind certain expressions, Su Yang was acutely aware. Despite having spent the past few years in country H, he remained attuned to various hot topics back home. As the saying goes, though one resides in Kaohsiung, their heart remains in Han. Thus, when Su Yang heard Park Chai-hwa's question, he struggled to suppress a smile, yet he dared not respond in a manner reminiscent of the original context and merely stifled a chuckle. However, the moment those words escaped his lips, he found it even harder to contain his laughter. To avoid laughing out loud, he tightened his lips, yet his demeanor was unmistakable. Anyone could see he was suppressing laughter, and Park Chai-hwa was no exception. "Do you think I'm putting on a show?" Park Chai-hwa felt quite displeased by Su Yang's demeanor, believing he lacked respect for her and treated her earlier promise as a mere jest. She promptly asserted that her earlier claim about informing Minute Ju-hee was not intended to frighten him. Upon hearing her words, Su Yang's suppressed laughter erupted once more internally. He marveled at the absurdity of the situation, now curious whether Park Chai-hwa's words were deliberate or accidental. Seeing Su Yang still grinning, Park Chai-hwa brushed past him, intent on opening the door to awaken Minute Ju-hee and escalate the matter. Alarmed, Su Yang's smile vanished, and he instinctively grasped her arm to prevent her from opening the door. This simple gesture seemed to trigger something within Park Chai-hwa, causing her to soften, her skin prickling with goosebumps. This was her unique physiological response. Su Yang noticed her sudden change but remained baffled by its nature, as he had merely grasped her arm. Park Chae-hwa felt an acute sense of shyness and, blushing, exclaimed, "Let go of me, oh, all right." Su Yang, acknowledging his prior misstep, was inclined to be accommodating. Observing Park Chae-hwa standing there, breathless and not making any move toward the door, he sensed there was still room for reconciliation. He then spoke, "I truly didn't intend to neglect informing you. It was a genuine oversight. If you promise not to tell Minute Juhi about this, I am willing to agree to another request of yours." Park Chae-hwa glanced at Su Yang, her eyes gleaming with curiosity as she slowly responded, "All right." The spark in her gaze left Su Yang feeling a twinge of unease. Chapter 53. Su Yang, have you lost interest in me? Anything is fine. Although Su Yang noticed that Park Chae-hwa's expression was somewhat peculiar at that moment, he still nodded in response to her. After receiving Su Yang's affirmative answer, Park Chae-hwa hesitated for a moment before shyly saying, "I want to," or "What do you want to say?" Park Chae-hwa's words completely short-circuited Su Yang's brain. "You know exactly what I'm talking about." This time, Su Yang fully comprehended Park Chae-hwa's meaning, yet he still felt that her thought process was utterly unconventional, truly extraordinary. Seeing that Su Yang did not answer immediately, Park Chae-hwa threatened, "If you don't agree, I'll go tell Senior Minute Juhi everything." With that, she turned again to open the door. Seeing this, Su Yang hurriedly reached out to grasp her arm. This time, Park Chae-hwa's reaction was even more pronounced than the last, as goosebumps rose all over her body. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. A wise man does not suffer immediate loss. With this thought in mind, Su Yang nodded and said, "All right, I agree." Such a favorable proposition was one he was more than willing to accept. His earlier hesitation was merely due to the fear of taking too long and drawing the attention of Han Ji-young. Should she come looking for him and discover Park Chae-hwa, and then wake Minute Juhi, it would indeed lead to quite the uproar. Suddenly, Park Chae-hwa made a gesture for silence and whispered, "Assure. Don't make a sound. Han Ji-young is coming." Su Yang was skeptical of Park Chae-hwa's statement. However, seeing her attentively listening with her ears perked up, he began to believe her. Moments later, a figure appeared at the restroom door. Park Chae-hwa was telling the truth. She can. The next moment, Han Ji-young's voice floated in from outside, though it was barely audible. "Su Yang, what are you doing?" Upon hearing Han Ji-young's question, Park Chae-hwa immediately mouthed to Su Yang, "Answer her." Just as Su Yang was about to respond, he suddenly recalled that he had claimed to be in the shower, yet the water was not running. Therefore, after a moment's thought, he said, I'm in the restroom." "Oh, my stomach really hurts." Upon hearing Su Yang's voice, Han Ji-young immediately asked with concern, "Su Yang, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Su Yang feigned a pained tone in his voice, adding, "Just, my stomach hurts a bit." Hearing this, Han Ji-young whispered, "Su Yang, I think I just heard one of them make a noise. I'm worried they might get up to use the restroom and find you." It could be someone talking in their sleep. It should be fine." Su Yang only hoped that Han Ji-young would hurry back to her room. "I'll stay with you in the restroom. That way, if either of them comes, I can just say I'm using the toilet." At this point, Han Ji-young suddenly laughed and said, "What do you think? Isn't this plan genius?" Su Yang detected a hint of wanting praise in her tone, so he replied, "Indeed. Your idea is truly brilliant." Then opened the door. "I can't," Su Yang began, but suddenly stopped. "Can't? Why not?" Han Ji-young asked, somewhat puzzled. "Because," Su Yang silently formed an O with his mouth, "because it's quite smelly in here. You should head back to your room. I'll be there shortly." Seeing that Su Yang would not relent, Han Ji-young had no choice but to give in. "All right then, I'll wait for you in my room." With that, Han Ji-young tiptoed back to her room, yet her mind remained restless, constantly worried that Su Yang would be discovered. Thus, Han Ji-young anxiously awaited Su Yang in her room, sending him a message every so often to inquire about how much longer it would be. Each time, she received a response of "I'll be there soon," but he never returned, leaving her in suspense about where he had gone. After waiting for more than half an hour and unable to bear it any longer, she decided to check the restroom once more when the door suddenly opened. Upon seeing Su Yang, Han Ji-young immediately asked, Why did it take you so long? I think I ate something that didn't agree with me, Su Yang replied smoothly, as if it were the absolute truth. Han Ji-young did not press further. Instead, she walked up to Su Yang and pressed close to him. After a moment, Han Ji-young lifted her head and furrowed her brow, asking, Su Yang, have you lost interest in me? Chapter 54. The stranger woman in the room. Su Yang noticed that after Han Jiaying uttered those words, tears immediately welled up in the corners of her eyes. Observing this, he hastily reassured her, of course not. It might merely be due to the exhaustion from last night. A brief respite should suffice. However, upon hearing his words, Han Jiaying's tears continued to flow unabated as she wept. You have lost interest in me, Su Yang. Please tell me the truth, is it because I allowed you to explore everything last night that I no longer holds any allure for you? Upon hearing Han Jiaying's remarks, Su Yang was utterly perplexed, thinking to himself, what on earth is this all about? Nevertheless, there was no time for him to indulge in internal musings. He needed to comfort Han Jiaying promptly, for once a woman begins to cry, it becomes increasingly challenging to contain the volume of her distress. What are you saying? Su Yang quickly gathered Han Jiaying into his embrace, gently stroking her head as he consoled her, do not overthink. There is absolutely nothing of the sort. Then prove it to me. Han Jiaying's emotions remained tumultuous and far from tranquil. Just as Su Yang was at a loss for how to soothe her, the voice of the system suddenly echoed in his mind. The weakness system has successfully completed its version upgrade. The current version is V1.1.0. The system mole function has been activated. Thank you, host, for diligently completing each task, which has facilitated the system's upgrade. The weakness system will continue. When tired, one finds pillows. Open the mole. As Su Yang uttered these words in his mind, a virtual mole materialized before him. Su Yang promptly opened the mole list and began to peruse the various items available for exchange. The products within this mole were not as diverse and splendid as those depicted in the novels or comics Su Yang had read. In fact, they could be described as woefully scarce. However, the worth of items lies not in their quantity, but in their quality. Due to the limited selection, Su Yang quickly identified what he most urgently required, a healing potion. Healing potion. Capable of restoring a certain degree of physical injuries and fatigue within a short period. This item is a single-use tool, requiring 10 attribute points for redemption. Note: attribute points will serve as the universal currency for exchanging ordinary items in the system mole. Note: skill points will function as the universal currency for exchanging special items in the system mole. Special items. Su Yang pondered, somewhat perplexed by the annotation beneath the panel, for there were currently no special items available in his mole. However, he soon realized the implication. It pertained to the version. This system version is akin to a character level in an online game. The higher the level, the more functions become accessible. With a tear in his eye, Su Yang exchanged 10 attribute points for a healing potion. It is worth noting that he possessed a total of only 50 attribute points. This was a result of his restraint in using them previously. Su Yang hesitated to spend these attribute points for two reasons. First, his current attributes were sufficient for self-protection and other needs. Second, he always believed that attribute points might have other uses, which is why he refrained from using them hastily. After Su Yang chose to spend 10 attribute points on the healing potion, it instantly appeared in his hand. However, this healing potion was not what Su Yang had envisioned. Upon reading the name, he had expected it to be in the form of vials or syringes. Instead, much to his surprise, the healing potion turned out to be a small, spherical pill. Could this possibly be an elixir? The appearance of the pill reminded Su Yang of a certain medication known as a some yellow pill. Once Su Yang's consciousness withdrew from the system, the flow of time around him returned to normal. No matter how long he spent within the system, reality passed in the blink of an eye. Su-yang, have you lost interest in me? Upon his return, Su-yang heard Han Jiuying's voice tinged with tears. Without further thought, he placed the spherical pill into his mouth, instantly assimilating it. It truly was an instant process, likely for the sake of convenience as dictated by the system. Meanwhile, Park Chae-hui, who had already returned to her room, recalled the sounds emanating from Han Jiuying's room. She reflected on the earlier description, reminiscent of someone savoring cake. For reasons unknown, Park Chae-hui found herself inexplicably intertwined with the Dragon Kingdom. Although Han Jiuying was making every effort to minimize noise, to Park Chae-hui, it was no different from whispers in her ear. Lying on her side, her gaze fixed on the ceiling, she mused, if it were me and Su-yang, what would that feel like? Would I behave like Senior Jiuying? Merely indulging in such fantasies caused Park Chae-hui's cheeks to flush, and even her breathing altered. Over an hour later, Park Chae-hui heard Su-yang exit Han Jiuying's room, followed by the sound of the door opening and closing. Once the noise subsided, she couldn't help but wonder, why did Su-yang leave so early today? With the clamor gone, Park Chae-hui felt her eyelids grow heavy. Last night, she had stayed up late waiting for Su-yang, and today she had been roused early by the sounds of Minute Juhi and Han Jiuying. After being awakened, she decided not to return to sleep, instead joining Minute Juhi and Han Jiuying for class. Before long, Park Chae-hui succumbed to slumber. Han Jiuying, who had also barely slept for a few hours, had fallen asleep immediately after Su-yang's early departure. Su-yang, having matured significantly over the past few days, no longer felt the incessant need to remain constantly active. Upon noticing that Han Jiuying had drifted off, Su-yang quietly dressed and departed, even though he remained quite energetic. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling of regret over the 10 attribute points. No matter where they were allocated, they represented a substantial enhancement. After leaving, Su-yang hailed a cab and returned directly to Choi Seol-hee's home, where he was staying. Upon arrival, he cautiously unlocked the door, wishing not to disturb Choi Seol-hee's father, especially given his late return. After entering, he refrained from turning on the lights, instead relying on the faint glow of his phone screen to navigate to his rented room. However, upon entering his room and switching on the light, he was taken aback, for there, on his bed, lay a woman with a pear-shaped figure, clad only in a sheer nightgown. Chapter 55, Qui Jingmin's mischief with Su-yang. The slumbering brunette, disturbed by the glaring light, fluttered her eyelids and, after yawning, gradually opened her eyes. Upon spotting Su-yang standing at the door, she exclaimed loudly, "Who are you? Why are you in my room?" Su-yang, taken aback by her words, thought to himself, "What do you mean, your room? This is clearly my room." However, seeing the brunette scream as she pulled, "I am not a bad person, let us discuss this calmly," Su-yang said, raising his hands in a gesture of peace. The brunette's screams roused Qui Jingmin, her father, who hurried into the room wearing slippers, a red tank top, and white shorts. Upon seeing Qui Jingmin, the brunette sought his assistance. "A landlord. This man has entered my room in the middle of the night. Quickly, call the police." Hearing the brunette refer to Qui Jingmin as the landlord, and recalling what he had overheard earlier, he turned to Qui Jingmin and inquired nonchalantly, "Could you please clarify what is happening here? What is there to explain?" Qui Jingmin feigned ignorance. "This is my house, I can rent it to whomever I choose." At this, Su-yang remained composed and replied coolly, "Very well. Since you have decided not to rent to me, kindly return my security deposit and the remaining rent. I shall forego the penalty fee." Su-yang, feeling indebted to Qui Xuer's mother, did not wish to sever ties with Qui Jingmin, hoping merely to retrieve his funds. After all, he had already prepared himself not to continue the lease. It was simply the abruptness of the situation that left him without an alternative accommodation. Nevertheless, while Su-yang aimed for an amicable resolution, Qui Jingmin harbored a different mindset. He believed that as a foreigner alone in H country, Su-yang would not dare confront him, which is why he had allowed a new tenant to move in ahead of time. Moreover, he had no intention of returning Su-yang's security deposit or rent. In H country, security deposits are notoriously high, typically ranging from 10 to 20 times the monthly rent. However, in Su-yang's case, the deposit was modest, as was the rent, a result of Qui Xuer's mother's benevolence. This led Qui Jingmin to feel aggrieved, believing he had suffered losses by renting to Su Yang over the years. What money are you talking about? Qui Jingmin retorted while pushing Su Yang, there's nothing. Hurry and take your belongings from my house. Su Yang took a deep breath, standing his ground before saying with a smile, I believe you now understand the situation, don't you? The brunette on the bed nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing her comprehension, Su Yang grinned, that's good. Now, I hope you can pretend you didn't see what's about to happen. The brunette nodded again. With that, Su Yang delivered a resounding slap across Qui Jingmin's face, leaving him momentarily stunned. You little brat, how dare you hit me? Qui Jingmin shouted in anger, clutching his face. He was taken aback by Su Yang's audacity, for he was a typical bully at home. In the past, he had often lashed out at Qui Shuai and her mother for no reason. His willingness to exploit Su Yang's security deposit stemmed from having known him for years, treating him as a familiar acquaintance. Such lowly individuals as Qui Jingmin typically prey on family, friends, and acquaintances, believing they could evict them without consequence. He usually only dared to shout at those he knew, being the type to apologize profusely to strangers after a mere accidental bump. Unfortunately for him, he had underestimated Su Yang. Su Yang's previous restraint was merely a courtesy extended in light of Qui Shuai's mother. It was not indicative of his being easily bullied. Just as Qui Jingmin continued to bark, Su Yang's fist swiftly connected with his mouth. The blow left Qui Jingmin bleeding profusely, knocking out a front tooth. With a cold glare, Su Yang approached the retreating Qui Jingmin, seizing a few strands of his thinning hair and delivering another punishing blow to his face. After just 2 punches, Qui Jingmin was disoriented, pleading, Stop, I acknowledge my mistake, I'll return all your money. No, I'll even pay the penalty. Despite Qui Jingmin's desperate pleas, Su Yang showed no signs of relenting, feeling it was time to teach this scoundrel a lesson. Stop hitting me, Su Yang. For the sake of my wife, she treated you so well when she was alive. Do you think this is how you honor her? Upon hearing Qui Jingmin mention Qui Shuai's mother, Su Yang's fists paused momentarily. Seeing this, Qui Jingmin continued, That's right, for the sake of my wife, you should. Before he could finish, Su Yang interrupted him with another punch. You're absolutely right, I should have included Auntie in this as well. With that, Su Yang's fists grew even more forceful, eliciting cries of anguish from Qui Jingmin. The brunette, who had been curled up on the bed, now fully clothed, approached the 2 men. She tugged at Su Yang's sleeve and cautiously remarked, Please, stop. If this continues, someone might get seriously hurt. Upon hearing her plea, Su Yang finally halted. The brunette turned to the blooded Qui Jingmin, stating, If you don't want him to keep hitting you, you'd better get up and return the money. Qui Jingmin, casting a cautious glance at Su Yang, who still bore traces of anger, scrambled to his feet. Su Yang, wait a moment. I'll get your money right away, he stammered, not daring to meet Su Yang's gaze. Su Yang's earlier ferocity and the hammer-like strength of his blows had thoroughly intimidated Qui Jingmin. Standing at the door, Su Yang kept a watchful eye on him, prepared for any trickery. Once Qui Jingmin left, the brunette tugged at Su Yang's sleeve again. Turning to face her, he saw her hesitance as she stammered, could you ask him to refund my money as well? Weren't you just moving in today? Su Yang questioned, looking into her eyes. The brunette explained, True, I just moved in, but seeing how the landlord behaves, I wouldn't dare stay any longer. I'm worried he won't return my security deposit later. What am I supposed to do as a woman? Report him. Though Su Yang initially had no intention of getting involved, the plight of tenants frequently faced with unyielding landlords in short videos back home compelled him to assist the brunette. Of course, this decision had absolutely nothing to do with her striking appearance, which remained captivating even without makeup, or her alluring figure that could make any man swallow hard. Chapter 56 We. Very well, I shall assist you. Upon hearing Su Yang's willingness to help, the brown-haired woman felt a weight lift from her heart, her expression brimming with gratitude as she gazed at him and said, Thank you, young sir. She perceived Su Yang as likely younger than herself, and being somewhat reserved, she was unaccustomed to addressing males as handsome, hence her choice of a young sir. Whether it was due to Su Yang's unwavering gaze or the sheer intimidation he had instilled in Qui Jingmin, the latter refrained from any tricks and obediently retrieved his phone. After transferring Su Yang's security deposit, rent, and penalty fees as stipulated in the contract, Qui Jingmin timidly remarked, "I have transferred the money to you, your belongings are in the living room. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave to attend to a hospital visit for a bandage." Having uttered these words, Qui Jingmin prepared to make his escape, fearful that Su Yang, now in possession of the funds, might unleash his ire upon him. Observing Qui Jingmin's intent to depart, the brown-haired woman became increasingly anxious. Her face flushed as she looked at Su Yang. Noticing her distress, Su Yang offered a slight smile, as he had intentionally refrained from directly mentioning the brown-haired woman earlier. He understood that when assisting others, it was crucial to make them feel their significance. One must not labor under the impression that their contribution is inconsequential. If help results in such a perception, it would be better not to help at all. Su Yang aimed to evoke urgency in the brown-haired woman, intending to intervene precisely at her moment of greatest need. As Qui Jingmin was about to open the door, the brown-haired woman could no longer contain herself, reaching out to grasp Su Yang's arm with pleading eyes. Having come from a small town to work in Seoul, she felt utterly out of her depth. Without Su Yang's assistance, her security deposit for the apartment would likely be lost. Seeing Qui Jingmin step out, tears welled in her eyes. At that moment, Su Yang finally spoke, "Wait." Qui Jingmin's heart skipped a beat upon hearing Su Yang's voice, and he retracted his foot from the threshold. He turned with a forced smile, asking, "Is there something else?" Su Yang pointed toward the brown-haired woman and instructed, "Return her rent and security deposit as well." This, Qui Jingmin felt a surge of anger but dared not express it toward Su Yang. Instead, he approached the brown-haired woman and said, "Miss, we only signed the contract today. If you choose to vacate now, you will incur a penalty fee. Besides, I have provided you with a discounted rate. I assure you, you will not find a better deal elsewhere." Qui Jingmin resorted to both persuasion and intimidation, hoping to convince the brown-haired woman to stay. He had recognized her as an outsider during her apartment viewing, someone he deemed easy to manipulate. Qui Jingmin believed that even if he were to take advantage of her, she would never report him. This was also the reason he hastily rented her the apartment, fearing she would reconsider her decision if she delayed her move-in. "I will not be renting from you. I refuse to stay in a place owned by such a landlord," the brown-haired woman declared resolutely, though her body instinctively leaned toward Su Yang's presence. "Very well, if you choose not to rent, I shall withhold your deposit," Qui Jingmin replied, having been recently subdued by Su Yang and now cautious even in his dealings with the vulnerable woman. The brown-haired woman found herself unable to counter Qui Jingmin's claims, for the contract explicitly stated that early termination would result in a forfeiture of the security deposit. However, the amount was exorbitant, far beyond her means. Without it, she could not afford another place in Seoul. With hope resting solely on Su Yang, she realized that unless he intervened to reclaim her deposit, she would have no choice but to continue residing there, which would only exacerbate her discomfort. With tears brimming in her eyes, she beseeched Su Yang for assistance. Recognizing that the moment had arrived, Su Yang asserted, "Refund her money." Upon hearing Su Yang advocate for her, the brown-haired woman felt a glimmer of hope. "I never said I wouldn't refund it, but according to the contract, it is reasonable to deduct the penalty, is it not?" Despite Su Yang's words, Qui Jingmin persisted in invoking the contract, as the allure of the brown-haired woman was so potent that he was willing to risk further confrontation with Su Yang rather than easily relinquish the funds. He also believed Su Yang would not resort to violence to compel him. In truth, Su Yang had no intention of resorting to such measures. After all, in the Dragon Kingdom, reason prevails. Thus, he intended to reason with Qui Jingmin first. Of course, should reason fail, Su Yang was not unfamiliar with physical persuasion. "My contract has not yet expired, and your act of double renting the same room constitutes fraud. This is not merely a matter of refunding, you could face penalties and detention." At this juncture, Su Yang turned to the brown-haired woman beside him and said, "If he refuses to refund you, you may contact the authorities." Understanding Su Yang's implication, the brown-haired woman promptly reached for her phone, poised to dial the police. Qui Jingmin, witnessing this, hastily exclaimed, "Don't call the police, I will refund you, I never said I wouldn't." With that, he retrieved his phone, preparing to transfer the funds to the brown-haired woman. Upon hearing his agreement to refund, gratitude flooded the brown-haired woman's eyes as she looked at Su Yang. Once she confirmed receipt of the transfer, Su Yang began to gather his belongings. The brown-haired woman joined him, fortunate that her items were still packed in boxes from her recent move. Qui Zhengmin, no longer in a hurry to rush to the clinic, returned to his room in disarray, awaiting their departure. Today had proven to be a case of losing more than he had gained, a consequence of his own actions. Su Yang's belongings were minimal, just a suitcase and a bag for bedding, packed efficiently in no time. As he prepared to leave, he noticed the brown-haired woman waiting at the door for him. Without prompting, she bowed slightly and said, "Thank you for today, may I have your contact information?" Wasn't this inviting trouble? Without hesitation, Su Yang took out his phone and added her on KakaoTalk. After completing the exchange, they exited Qui Zhengmin's residence together. Once outside, they stood by the roadside, and the brown-haired woman introduced herself. Hello, However, curiosity lingered regarding the uniqueness of his name, which was uncommon in each country. Nevertheless, she refrained from voicing her curiosity, deeming it impolite to inquire so soon after their first meeting. After a moment's thought, she rephrased her question. "You are also from out of town, not a local from Seoul, are you?" "Out of town?" Su Yang smiled faintly. "To you, I am a foreigner. I hail from the Dragon Kingdom." "Oh, so you are from the Dragon Kingdom, that explains why your name sounded different from that of a typical H country native." Wu Suli's face suddenly flushed as she added, "However, I never expected to meet such a handsome man from the Dragon Kingdom in real life." "Such a thing exists." "What do you mean by that?" Su Yang, feeling somewhat irked by Wu Suli's remark, replied earnestly, "You have misunderstood. Someone like me finds it challenging to secure a spouse in our Dragon Kingdom, which is precisely why I ventured here to engage with women from H country." "Are we?" Wu Suli murmured softly. Chapter 57, Sharing a room at the motel. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Wu Suli was at a loss for how to respond. Noticing that Wu Suli seemed to take his comment seriously, Su Yang felt a twinge of embarrassment and hastily shifted the conversation. "You mentioned earlier that you are not from around here. Where do you plan to stay tonight?" Shaking her head, Wu Suli replied, "I have no idea. There is a motel over there, the rates should be reasonable, you could rest there," Su Yang suggested, gesturing towards the left side of the road. Wu Suli shook her head again. "No, I think I'll find an internet cafe to spend the night. In the morning, I'll call about renting a place and continue my search for an apartment." Resting in an internet cafe isn't ideal. "Are you concerned about the cost?" Su Yang asked bluntly. "Yes," Wu Suli answered straightforwardly. "Since I also have my reservations about spending money, how about this, we share a room?" Upon hearing Wu Suli's affirmative response, Su Yang immediately proposed his earlier thought. At this, Wu Suli's face flushed crimson, and she lowered her gaze, discreetly brushing her face with the back of her hand. Su Yang, noticing her shyness, felt she might have misconstrued his intent, and quickly clarified, "Please don't misunderstand. When I mentioned sharing a room, I meant a simple split of the costs, each having our own space. I assure you, I won't impose upon you in any way." After hearing Su Yang's explanation, Wu Suli's cheeks reddened even further. Su Yang realized that his suggestion might have been inappropriate. Sharing a room with a male friend would be different than with a female stranger he had just met. She might very well perceive him as a deviant. As he contemplated apologizing for his earlier words, Wu Suli unexpectedly murmured, "All right, let us share a room." "Excuse me." Su Yang doubted his ears and quickly inquired, "What did you just say?" "I said, okay, let us share a room," Wu Suli repeated, her voice noticeably louder this time, and Su Yang understood her clearly. Since Wu Suli had already agreed, Su Yang saw no reason to decline. He genuinely wished to avoid the internet cafe and did not want to squander money. Given his current circumstances closely mirrored Wu Suli's, he was aware that if they did not find suitable housing in the coming days, he might not have enough funds to rent in Seoul. Thus, Su Yang promptly declared, "Then let us go." With that, he grabbed his suitcase and led the way. Though Wu Suli felt a bit shy about the arrangement, she concluded it was the best solution after careful consideration. Firstly, it wasn't necessarily safe for a young woman to venture into an internet cafe alone at night. Secondly, given that Su Yang had just come to her aid, he likely wasn't a nefarious individual. Lastly, her finances were indeed limited, and saving half the motel cost was quite advantageous. Moreover, Wusuli had deeper thoughts. If she were to stay at an internet cafe, what if she couldn't secure a suitable apartment after 1, 2, or even 3 days? She couldn't linger indefinitely at an internet cafe, and considering Su Yang's situation seemed similar to hers, they could share the motel expenses until they found appropriate accommodations. Who knows, they might even end up co-renting in the future. Though Wusuli was an introverted person, such individuals often possess more active imaginations. Having made her decision, she clutched her suitcase tightly and followed closely behind Su Yang. Before long, Su Yang led her to the entrance of a pleasure motel around the corner. It was Su Yang's first visit to a motel, and fearing he might be taken advantage of, he turned to Wusuli before entering and asked, "Do you have any experience staying at motels?" Upon hearing his question, Wusuli's face turned from red to crimson, and a hint of regret washed over her for having agreed to accompany Su Yang to the motel. "Please don't misconstrue my inquiry. I simply wanted to avoid any pitfalls," Su Yang clarified, with her face still flushed. Wusuli replied, "This is my first time at a motel, I've never stayed at one before." "Very well, let us proceed inside," Su Yang said, and he pulled his suitcase into the establishment. Just a couple of steps in, Su Yang suddenly paused, noticing his halt. Wusuli came to a stop as well. Su Yang whispered, "Once we enter, let us pretend to be a couple." Typically, couples have experience staying at motels, which should deter them from trying to take advantage of us. Wusuli considered Su Yang's reasoning and, although feeling quite embarrassed, nodded in agreement. Together, they entered the motel, both grasping their luggage. The motel displayed clear pricing, and the rates were quite affordable. In Korea, motels are a very economical choice. Their prices are generally low, making them a popular haven for couples seeking respite. Consequently, both hourly and full-day rooms are in high demand. Thankfully, since it was Wednesday, Su Yang and Wusuli did not face the prospect of being without accommodation due to their late arrival. After securing their room, Su Yang and Wusuli followed the directions given by the front desk to locate their quarters. Along the way, they passed numerous rooms from which intermittent sounds emanated, leaving Wusuli feeling quite flustered. Though Wusuli was a couple of years older than Su Yang, her experience in this realm was entirely non-existent, even less than Su Yang, who had only recently opened the door to a new world. After navigating through various obstacles, Su Yang and Wusuli finally arrived at the room that would belong solely to them for the night. Upon unlocking the door with the room card, Wusuli stepped in right behind Su Yang. As soon as they entered, Wusuli promptly closed the door behind them. Her urgency in shutting the door bore no ulterior motives. She merely hoped to muffle the cacophony of sounds from the neighboring rooms. Once the door was secured, Wusuli pushed her suitcase against the wall to keep it tidy. The room was rather small, one might even say cramped. After all, most guests at motels are young couples who are generally indifferent to space and soundproofing. Thus, many rooms are partitioned to maximize occupancy. It bore some resemblance to the budget hotels back home, albeit with a clientele that seemed more purposeful. Those who frequented motels typically sought more than just a place to stay. After placing her suitcase, Wusuli stood in place, unsure of what to do next. Sensing her discomfort, Su Yang realized that to alleviate her shyness and awkwardness, he needed to act more naturally. With that in mind, he yawned and said, "It's getting late, I'm going to take a shower first, after that, I'll head to bed." With that, he opened his suitcase, retrieved his change of clothes, and made his way to the bathroom. It was only after Su Yang had entered that Wusuli realized she had no sleepwear to wear. Chapter 58. The first night beside a man. As Su Yang entered the bathroom, Wusuli sat alone at the edge of the bed. Listening to the cascading sound of the shower and the distant noises from the adjacent room, her breaths became rapid, and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, as though blood could drip from them. There she remained, lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, until Su Yang emerged from the bathroom. Upon his exit, he had changed into his sleepwear, towel in hand, drying his hair as he addressed Wu Suli. "I'm all done, you may wash up now." Oh, Wu Suli was momentarily taken aback, then rose to her feet, replying, "All right." With that, she made her way toward the bathroom. Noticing that she hadn't taken any clothes with her, Su Yang called out, "You forgot to bring something to change into after your shower." Wu Suli halted at his words, turning her head back. Unsure of how to respond, she finally admitted, "I don't have any sleepwear." Upon hearing Wu Suli's confession, Su Yang was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure, saying, "Just a moment." He opened his suitcase and rummaged through it until he retrieved a white shirt. "Here, if you don't mind, you can wear this shirt of mine," Su Yang said as he approached her, extending the white shirt toward Wu Suli. Blushing, Wu Suli gazed at the shirt in his hands and responded, "Thank you." With a warm smile, Su Yang replied, "You're welcome." He placed the shirt gently into her hands. Holding Su Yang's shirt, Wu Suli looked up at him. In her eyes, he radiated like the sun, illuminating her spirit. Su Yang was the first person she had encountered in Seoul who had brought warmth to her heart. Embracing his white shirt, her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she quietly entered the bathroom. Meanwhile, Su Yang pondered over Wu Suli's old-fashioned suitcase, lost in thought about who still used such antiquated luggage. Inside the bathroom, after removing her own clothes and carelessly tossing them on the rack, she neatly folded Su Yang's white shirt and placed it atop her own garments. Then, she turned on the shower, allowing the water to cascade over her face, mingling with the tears that streamed down her cheeks. Wu Suli hailed from a humble background, her family circumstances dire. Her parents had divorced when she was very young, and after the separation, her mother vanished entirely, never once reaching out to her in over a decade. Her father, tragically, suffered a fatal accident at a construction site just a year after the divorce, leaving them with nothing. The contractor, seeing that they were a widow and an orphan, offered no compensation whatsoever. From a tender age, Wu Suli lived with her grandmother, and the hardships they endured instilled in her a sense of maturity and an understanding of the value of every penny. Thus, when she discovered the true nature of Choi Jiangmin, she desperately sought Su Yang's assistance, knowing that if Choi Jiangmin refused to return her rental deposit, she would be at a complete loss. In her rural hometown, when Wu Suli faced bullying, her grandmother sought justice on her behalf, only to be met with violence. That incident prompted Wu Suli to approach the authorities for the first time, yet those officials were indifferent to their plight, preferring to chat and smoke in the lobby, claiming they lacked the manpower to assist. In such moments, Wu Suli felt utterly powerless, sinking into despair as she realized that there seemed to be no recourse for their grievances. As a poor individual, she had no choice but to endure. That night, she wept inconsolably, choosing to hide her tears during the day to spare her grandmother's worries. Under the guise of a smile, she reassured her grandmother that the authorities would soon deliver justice against the wrongdoers, a heartbreaking deception that would be her first and last. Not long after, her grandmother passed away alone. Wu Suli arranged the funeral, then departed from that place which held no further attachment for her, venturing into the bustling city of Seoul, hoping to find a sanctuary of her own. As the water cascaded over her, Wu Suli reminisced about the years spent with her grandmother. After her shower, she donned Su Yang's white shirt, her first time wearing a shirt of this kind, and gazed at her reflection in excitement. She envisioned herself in a work uniform, yet suddenly recalled a scene from a drama she had once watched, where only couples living together shared such garments. The thought sent warmth to her cheeks once more. Recalling Su Yang's radiant smile, which felt like a healing balm, Wu Suli stepped out of the bathroom, clutching her clothes. At that moment, Su Yang had not yet succumbed to slumber. In fact, upon lying down, he realized he was far from tired, likely due to the restorative agent he had consumed. Hastily closing his eyes at the sound of Wu Suli emerging, he decided to feign sleep, having discerned from their earlier interactions that she was rather shy, particularly considering she was a young woman. He wished to spare her any embarrassment that might arise from her needing to share the bed. As Wu Suli stepped out of the bathroom, her first instinct was to glance at Su Yang, who appeared to be asleep. Satisfied, she hung her clothes up before approaching the edge of the bed, her heart racing at the sight of him resting on the other side. Having never shared a bed with anyone other than her grandmother, let alone with a man she had only just met, she felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Yet, with the prospect of searching for housing the next day, and the likelihood of needing to share this bed with Su Yang for several nights if the search proved challenging, she knew she could not avoid it forever. Resolute, Wu Suli bit her lip and steeled her determination, finally climbing into bed. Chapter 59. Han Jiaying was upset after climbing into bed. Wu Suli felt completely hesitant to approach Su Yang, maintaining a cautious distance, even from the center line, as she lay sideways at the edge of her own side of the bed, paralyzed by her trepidation. Merely this situation caused Wu Suli's cheeks to flush with warmth. After a while, her shyness began to dissipate somewhat, prompting her to attempt to adjust her position to find a measure of comfort. Moments later, Wu Suli turned to face Su Yang's direction. In truth, she longed to catch a glimpse of his visage, yet Su Yang, in an effort to spare her any embarrassment, had turned his back to her. Thus, Wu Suli could only gaze at the back of Su Yang's head, conjuring his image in her mind. As time passed, Wu Suli still found herself unable to succumb to sleep. Strangely, despite her evident fatigue, she could not find rest, tossing and turning in frustration. Meanwhile, Su Yang, who had initially appeared quite alert, had drifted off to slumber. Though the restorative elixir he had consumed alleviated physical ailments and fatigue, it could not mend the weariness of the mind. Hence, after feigning sleep for a brief moment, Su Yang truly fell into a deep sleep. Once asleep, he was no longer the still figure he had been before, beginning to shift restlessly. Hearing the commotion caused by Su Yang's movements, Wu Suli turned her body toward him once more. However, just as she did, Su Yang rolled over and, without hesitation, enveloped her in his embrace. The suddenness of his action sent a wave of perspiration coursing through Wu Suli, leaving her uncertain whether it was fear or anxiety that caused her to tremble. In his slumber, Su Yang seemed unsatisfied merely holding her. He pulled her tightly against him, even draping one leg over her. The warmth radiating from his body made Wu Suli's cheeks burn hotter, and a dizzying sensation began to cloud her thoughts. Deep down, Wu Suli understood that she should not allow a man she had only just met that day to hold her so intimately. She ought to push Su Yang away and extricate herself from his embrace. Yet, inexplicably, being held by Su Yang evoked a profound sense of security within her. After a tumultuous internal struggle, Wu Suli ultimately chose not to resist him and instead surrendered to sleep in his arms. With Su Yang's arms around her, Wu Suli found her own limbs in disarray, finally deciding to place her arms around his waist, holding him close. This position swiftly lulled her into a peaceful slumber. Ironically, it was the very presence of Su Yang beside her that had initially caused her insomnia, yet it was in his embrace that she found solace and sleep. That night, Wu Suli slept extraordinarily well. The world's expressions are reduced to but one: waiting for a hero. Upon hearing the alarm clock's chime, Su Yang opened his eyes, reaching for his phone on the pillow to silence the incessant beeping. To his surprise, he found himself sprawled across the center of the bed, with Wu Suli nowhere in sight. Had it not been for the sight of her suitcase still resting beside the bed, he might have doubted whether Wu Suli was merely a figment of his imagination, conjured from his desires. Shaking his head, Su Yang sat up, stretched lazily, and then slipped out of bed to wash up in the bathroom. Standing before the mirror at the sink, still bleary-eyed, he stifled a yawn and shook his head a couple of times to shake off the drowsiness, preparing to begin his morning routine. With half-closed eyes, he completed brushing his teeth, but as he rinsed his mouth, he caught a glimmer of letters seemingly inscribed upon the mirror. Peering closely, he discerned that indeed there were words written, fogged in by the moisture, a message scrawled with a fingertip. Immediately, Su Yang adjusted the faucet to its hottest setting, turning it on full blast. Gradually, the previously indistinct letters began to emerge clearly. Grandma, today I am very happy because I met a person. Several characters had been obscured, leaving Su Yang puzzled as to who had penned this note and when. Perhaps it was the previous occupant of this room, or perhaps a succession of 26 prior tenants, or even more distant guests. Su Yang found the act of writing on the mirror rather amusing and promptly resolved to add his own line beneath the existing one. Reflecting on the content of the message and the recent events in his own life, he felt there was much to be joyful about. May we both continue to find happiness. Drew a heart. After completing his message, Soo-young examined the 2 lines of text and, emulating the previous writer, he smudged a few of the original words. Ultimately, his inscription transformed into "Sad smiley, may you always be happy." Drew a heart. Having accomplished this, Soo-young smiled at his reflection in the mirror. In a flurry of urgency, he continued his morning routine and, upon finishing, rushed out to catch a ride to school. While on the bus, Soo-young received a message from Woo Soo-lee. "Soo-young, thank you for last night. Also, I have found a place to stay. I will return at noon to collect my belongings, and once I am settled, I would like to treat you to a meal as a token of my gratitude." After reading her message, Soo-young replied, "All right, I wish you all the best." Once he sent his response, it struck him that he was now without a place to stay. Moreover, with Woo Soo-lee having secured her own accommodation, it meant she would no longer be sharing a room with him. Realizing his predicament, Soo-young instinctively checked the meager contents of his pockets, feeling a surge of anxiety. However, with classes to attend today and tomorrow, he had no time to search for a new place, leaving him with no choice but to post a message, hoping someone might come to his aid. Urgently seeking a room near Seongli University. If anyone knows of available accommodations, please message me. Soo-young held little hope for this post, as he did not know many individuals from H country. As anticipated, his message seemed to vanish into the void, receiving no responses whatsoever. Today, Jiang Yuanjing had no classes and did not come to school, leaving Soo-young feeling rather disappointed. After all, he had only just had an encounter with Han Jiaying the previous night and had not had his fill. The absence of Professor Jiang's lectures rendered the day rather dull for Soo-young. Consequently, he found his spirits largely diminished in class, particularly at the thought of spending the night alone. Thus, he decided to reach out to Han Jiaying, sending her a message. "Jiaying, how about we spar again tonight?" Soo-young deliberately chose not to be too direct, infusing a hint of playful banter into his words. Upon receiving his message during class, Han Jiaying felt an unexpected surge of joy. However, when she realized that Soo-young seemed to think of nothing but their physical encounters, a wave of despondency washed over her. "Soo-young, can you not think of anything else when you seek me out? If you wish to spar tonight, go ahead and find someone else. I shall not entertain you." Chapter 60. The invitation to cohabit from Chae Yu-noon. Upon reading Han Jiaying's message, Soo-young found himself at a loss, uncertain of what he had done wrong, and even more perplexed as to why Han Jiaying was upset. Just as he pondered how to respond to her, he received a message from Chae Yu-noon. "Chae Yu-noon, Soo-young, are you helping someone find an apartment?" Soo-young, not helping someone else. I'm looking for myself. Facepalm with laughter. Chae Yu-noon, oh, so do you wish to change your residence? Have you considered renting a place near me? Smug with sunglasses. Soo-young, it's not about changing residences. My previous lease expired yesterday. Facepalm with laughter. Chae Yu-noon, where are you staying now? Soo-young, I'm at a motel. Manual deletion. Soo-young, I'm staying at a motel alone. Chae Yu-noon, a motel is quite expensive, isn't it? Soo-young, yes, it is, but I have no choice. I have classes these days and no time to look for a new place. Chae Yu-noon, then, until you find a new place, would you like to temporarily move in with me? Shy Soo-young nearly burst into laughter upon reading Chae Yu-noon's last message. Soo-young, I would be delighted, of course. Manual deletion. In such moments, one must not speak their heart directly. A FA aid is necessary. Soo-young, is that convenient for you? Chae Yu-noon, it's convenient. I rent a 2-bedroom apartment. After sending her message, Chae Yu-noon added, if you come to stay, you can have the larger room, and I'll take the smaller one. Upon reading Chae Yu-noon's message, Soo-young's mind began to whirl, and he quickly formulated a response. Soo-young, that won't do. You should stay in the larger room. I can manage with the smaller one. After sending this message, Soo-young couldn't help but admire himself inwardly, truly impeccable, speaking with righteous eloquence while cleverly sidestepping any potential awkwardness. Chae Yu-noon, all right, I have an early shift today. Shall I wait for you at the school gate and help you pack your belongings? The thought of Chae Yu-noon coming to pick him up filled Soo-young with joy, as it would surely enhance his standing at school. A stunning beauty waiting for him after class would undoubtedly make Xing Renhao envious. However, a fleeting thought of Han Jiaying crossed his mind. Would she be upset if she saw them? But then again, he had hardly encountered Han Jiaying during his time at school. Besides, they were not in a romantic relationship. What was there to be concerned about? Noticing that Su Yang had not replied for a while, Che Yunun sent another message. Che Yunun, if it's not convenient, just forget it. Haven't you been to my place before? Che Yunun, just let me know when you arrive, and I'll wait for you downstairs. Su Yang, it's convenient, there's nothing inconvenient about it, I just didn't want to waste your time. Che Yunun, alright, then go ahead to your class. I'll put on some nicer makeup before I come over. Grinning, earlier that morning, Su Yang had mentioned his school, but to be safe, he sent Che Yunun the location of the school gate. Su Yang, location. Che Yunun, okay. After reading Che Yunun's message, Su Yang couldn't help but display an anti-smile at his phone. How could he hide this from Xing Renhao? Just as Su Yang began to smile, Xing Renhao immediately approached him. Su Yang, what good news do you have? You've been busy for quite a while, Xing Renhao said, covering his mouth with his hand, looking mischievous. Seeing Xing Renhao's eager expression, Su Yang replied with a smile, it's a secret. Why are you always so mysterious? Xing Renhao said, feeling frustrated. The more Su Yang acted coy, the more curious Xing Renhao became. The two were caught in a temporary feedback loop of secrecy. After class, Xing Renhao stood in front of Su Yang, blocking his way out. Su Yang. Xing Renhao shouted and then suddenly bent down, saying, just tell me. Patience is a virtue. You'll all find out after school tonight, Su Yang replied, brushing past Xing Renhao. Xing Renhao's outstretched arm did not impede Su Yang. Instead, he eagerly followed behind, persistently inquiring about the nature of the secret. The more impatient Xing Renhao became, the more Su Yang withheld information. This left Xing Renhao anxious, bouncing around beside Su Yang. It wasn't until the next class began that Xing Renhao finally settled down. With a sense of anticipation growing within him, Su Yang found the day's mundane lessons swiftly drawing to a close. After school, Xing Renhao closely followed Su Yang, fearful of missing out on his friend's little secret. Su Yang had grown accustomed to Xing Renhao's antics, merely smiling helplessly without uttering a word. Before long, they arrived at the school gate. Su Yang, I'm here. Che Yunun waved as soon as she spotted him. Upon hearing a woman's voice calling Su Yang, Xing Renhao's mind raced, quickly identifying Che Yunun standing at the entrance. After getting a good look at her, Xing Renhao's jaw dropped as he turned to Su Yang in amazement. Su Yang, with a beaming smile, waved back, hi, Yunun. He then quickly walked over to her, completely disregarding Xing Renhao, whose eyes were wide with astonishment. Fortunately, Xing Renhao was quick on the uptake. As Su Yang took a few steps forward, he hurried to catch up. When Su Yang reached Che Yunun, Xing Renhao discreetly poked him in the back and, when Su Yang turned around, whispered, who is this girl? She's stunning, is she the massage girl you mentioned before? Su Yang, who had been smiling broadly, halted at Xing Renhao's words, realizing his mistake upon seeing Su Yang's expression change. Xing Renhao quickly corrected himself. Su Yang, I didn't mean it that way. You haven't mentioned any other girls besides the massage girl lately. Too late. Su Yang delivered a light punch under Xing Renhao's arm. The punch was not overly forceful, but certainly enough to convey a sense of camaraderie, one that stung just enough to indicate annoyance without any real anger. I get it, Su Yang. I truly understand my mistake. Xing Renhao chuckled, unbothered by the light reprimand. I'll let you off this time, but remember, don't say anything inappropriate later. Su Yang warned Xing Renhao, concerned he might speak out of turn in front of Che Yunun. Xing Renhao, patting his chest confidently, reassured him, don't worry, I've got this. Chapter 61, Han Jiaying's determination. The more Xing Renhao insisted, the more unease Su Yang felt within. Yet, observing Xing Renhao's earnest expression, Su Yang refrained from further discourse on the matter, silently hoping that his elder brother would not cause any disturbances. After all, Xing Renhao was known for his penchant for making audacious statements. Upon reaching Che Yunun, Su Yang inquired, have you been waiting long? Che Yumin smiled gently and replied, "Not at all, I just arrived." After saying this, she glanced at Jing Runhao, who was intently gazing at her, and asked Su Yang, "Is this your friend?" Su Yang nodded and said, "Yes, he is my friend, Jing Runhao." Upon hearing this, Che Yumin smiled and extended her hand towards Jing Runhao, saying, "Hello, Jing Runhao, I am Su Yang's friend, Che Yumin." "What a coincidence, so am I," Jing Runhao responded shyly, extending his hand to shake hers. The moment he encountered a beautiful stranger, Jing Runhao became tongue-tied, which was precisely what Su Yang feared. Che Yumin, upon hearing Jing Runhao's words, looked at Su Yang with a hint of surprise. Noticing this, Su Yang could only helplessly point to his head and shake it slightly. Understanding Su Yang's gesture, Che Yumin nodded subtly. "What riddle are you two playing at?" Jing Runhao asked, noticing Che Yumin's nod and turning to Su Yang, who also looked back at him simultaneously. "Riddle? What riddle?" Su Yang replied, perplexed. Jing Runhao gazed at Su Yang and muttered to himself, "Something's amiss, there's definitely something hidden in your mind." "All right, enough with the oddities. We have matters to attend to today, so we'll be leaving," Su Yang said, fearing that if they lingered, Jing Runhao might blurt out something unexpected. He signaled Che Yumin to depart quickly. Che Yumin understood immediately and waved to Jing Runhao, saying, "Then we'll be off, see you next time." "Sure, see you next time," Jing Runhao replied, waving back. Su Yang, seeing this, wasted no time and quickly led Che Yumin away from the school. Meanwhile, in the teaching building, Minute Jushi sat at her desk, waiting for Han Jiaying to accompany her home. As the time of her aunt's departure drew nearer, her heart began to flutter with anxiety. To pass the time, Minute Jushi rested her chin on her hand, gazing out the window. Initially, she merely glanced idly, but suddenly, her eyes widened in astonishment. "Is that Su Yang with another woman?" Minute Jushi had seen Su Yang from a distance at school several times lately, but he had never noticed her, as she always hid upon catching sight of him. Uncertain of her own feelings, Minute Jushi couldn't shake the impression that Su Yang appeared increasingly handsome. Coupled with her promise to Su Yang's aunt to let him have a chance, each sighting of him sent her heart racing uncontrollably, leading her to develop a peculiar affection for him. Upon seeing what seemed to be Su Yang walking with another woman, Minute Jushi quickly took out her phone, intending to use its camera to confirm whether the figure at the school gate was indeed Su Yang. Just as she zoomed in with her phone's camera, Han Jiaying hurried over from another classroom. Noticing Minute Jushi was intently focused outside, Han Jiaying stealthily approached her from behind and said, "Jushi, what are you doing?" Startled by Han Jiaying's sudden voice, Minute Jushi nearly dropped her phone. Placing a hand over her heart to steady herself, she took a few deep breaths before exclaiming, "Jiaying, what are you doing? You nearly scared me to death." "Sorry, Jushi, I didn't mean to." Han Jiaying apologized sincerely, not anticipating that her sudden entrance would frighten Minute Jushi so profoundly. After taking a couple more deep breaths, Minute Jushi replied, "It's fine, Jiaying, let us go." Seeing that Minute Jushi had forgiven her and seemed to have calmed down, Han Jiaying curiously asked, "What were you looking at so intently?" Han Jiaying stretched her neck to peer out the window. For some reason, Minute Jushi felt a sudden wave of nervousness wash over her, reminiscent of the childhood fear of having her secrets exposed. Quickly, she grasped Han Jiaying's arm, urging, "I wasn't looking at anything, let us hurry and go, Jiaying." "Really?" Han Jiaying asked suspiciously, clearly sensing that something was off with Minute Jushi's demeanor. "Really, let's go," Minute Jushi insisted, her cheeks tinged with a hint of embarrassment. Han Jiaying, aware that Minute Jushi was harboring something, glanced outside but saw nothing unusual, so she decided to drop the subject. Taking the initiative, Han Jiaying linked her arm with Minute Jushi's and cheerfully said, "Let us go, Jushi." Relieved that Han Jiaying had ceased her inquiries, Minute Jushi finally felt her anxious heart settle. Just before they left, she couldn't resist taking one last look outside, only to find that Su Yang had already vanished. This scene did not go unnoticed by Han Jiaying, who kept her thoughts to herself, secretly concluding, "It seems Minute Jushi has her sights set on someone else at school. If that's the case, then Su Yang belongs to me." Delighted by this realization, Han Jiaying's face involuntarily broke into a smile. Upon noticing Han Jiaying's smile, Minute Jushi remarked, Jiaying, I've noticed you've been inexplicably smiling to yourself lately. Do you have someone you like? Yes, indeed, I have someone I like, Han Jiaying replied without evasion this time, openly acknowledging her feelings. Minute Jushi, taken aback, covered her mouth in astonishment. Wow. Our charming Jiaying actually has a crush, as she exclaimed with genuine delight. This calls for a celebration. Let us all three of us celebrate tonight. Sure, perhaps they could even set a time to bring Su Yang along and clarify everything once and for all. Han Jiaying was determined not to keep her emotions bottled up any longer. Unaware of Han Jiaying's inner thoughts, Minute Jushi cheerfully suggested, I'll call Tsaihui right now and tell her not to eat alone, we'll wait for her to eat together. Sounds good, Han Jiaying replied with a smile, though her heart was racing with trepidation. She was uncertain of what might unfold once her feelings were laid bare, but she was resolute in her desire to no longer live in fear. Chapter 62, Eavesdropping. After leaving the school, Su Yang opted for a taxi to their hotel. After all, he was a person who valued his image. He couldn't possibly let Che Yunun, who had graciously offered him her rented accommodation and even helped him pack his luggage, to accompany him on a crowded bus or subway. Such a thing was simply beneath him. In truth, Su Yang had very little luggage, and it was already neatly packed. The reason he invited Che Yunun to join him was primarily to keep her at the school while he attended to some matters. However, he now felt a pang of regret, as he suddenly recalled something he had previously overlooked. He had not spent the night alone, but rather with Wu Su Li at the motel. Since nothing untoward had transpired between them, merely a friendly arrangement to share a room, he had dismissed its significance. Although Wu Su Li had left by noon, Su Yang still worried that she might have inadvertently left behind some trace of her presence. If Che Yunun were to discover this, it would be more tragic than the tale of Dou Yi. In the backseat of the taxi, Che Yunun remained oblivious to Su Yang's thoughts. Instead, she believed that his willingness to bring her to the motel he had previously stayed at indicated that he did not consider her an outsider. Furthermore, she assumed he had no other romantic interests. Soon enough, the vehicle came to a halt outside their pleasure motel, where Su Yang had spent the previous night. Stepping out, Che Yunun caught sight of the motel's name and felt her cheeks flush. Observing her reddened face, Su Yang approached her and inquired, What is the matter, Yunun? Are you feeling unwell? Upon hearing his words, Che Yunun shook her head and it was common to hear certain sounds emanating from the rooms as one passed by. Remembering her colleague's remarks, Che Yunun felt her face grow even warmer. As the young female receptionist noticed Su Yang entering with Che Yunun, her eyes widened in surprise as she regarded the latter. Since the receptionist was of a similar age to Su Yang and he possessed striking good looks, she had a vivid impression of him. She distinctly remembered that the girl who had checked in with him the day before did not resemble Che Yunun at all. Feeling shy under the receptionist's gaze, Che Yunun thought, she must believe I am here with Su Yang for something inappropriate. Yet, in the next moment, she realized that this also implied the receptionist viewed her as Su Yang's girlfriend, which brought a smile to her face. Upon witnessing Che Yunun's smile, the receptionist mused, if only you knew that this handsome gentleman beside you brought another woman here to spend the night yesterday, I wonder if you would still be smiling. With that thought, a smile crept onto the receptionist's face as well. When Che Yunun acknowledged the receptionist with a nod, Su Yang, having completed the room card reset, turned to see her smiling at the receptionist. He quickly urged, Yunun, let us hurry up and go. Glancing at the receptionist, he feared that if Che Yunun lingered, she might inadvertently learn something she shouldn't. Oh, all right, Che Yunun replied, throwing the receptionist a smile before following Su Yang inside. The receptionist thought to herself that Che Yunun seemed like a genuinely nice person, and it felt somewhat unfortunate for her to be involved with a man like Su Yang. Fortunately, it was still early, and while some rooms might emit sounds, it was not the case for all. Upon reaching their room, Su Yang did not immediately use the card to open the door. Instead, he turned to Che Yunun and suggested, why don't you wait outside while I grab my luggage, it's a bit messy inside. How messy can it be after a night's sleep? Che Yunun replied, a hint of skepticism in her tone. Hearing her response, Su Yang chose not to argue further and silently opened the door with the key card. As soon as the door swung open, Che Yunun peered inside. To her astonishment, the room appeared so immaculate that it seemed as though no one had ever stayed there. "Is this what you call messy?" she asked, looking at Su-yang in disbelief. Su-yang could only offer an awkward smile. He had not tidied the room before leaving that morning. It had been Wu Su-li who had organized it before her departure. Che Yu-noon, not giving it much thought, assumed Su-yang was merely being modest. Despite the room's pristine condition, he felt an unease about lingering too long, having shared the space with another woman. Once he had retrieved his belongings, Su-yang turned to Che Yu-noon and said, "Let us go." Feeling a bit bashful, Che Yu-noon responded, "Could you wait for me at the door? I need to use the restroom." Having consumed a bottle of soda while waiting for Su-yang at the school gate, she could no longer hold it in. "I'll wait for you inside. The glass is frosted, so you won't be seen from outside," Su-yang suggested, anxious that if he waited outside, Che Yu-noon might glance around after using the restroom. He was still uneasy, considering this was the room he had shared with another woman. "Even if it can't be seen, sounds will still carry, and I would feel embarrassed," Che Yu-noon said, her cheeks flushed. "Can't you just wait outside for a moment?" Seeing her shy demeanor, Su-yang decided to acquiesce and wait at the door. The moment spent waiting felt like an eternity for Su-yang, more agonizing than when he had awaited news from Han Jiaying. After a while, seeing that Che Yu-noon had still not emerged, he pressed his ear against the door, hoping to catch some sound from inside. In that moment, he wished he had the hearing ability of Park Chai-Hwi. To his surprise, he did catch a sound from within the room. The sound of water splashing echoed through the door. But do not be mistaken, at that moment, Che Yu-noon had already finished using the restroom and was merely washing her hands at the sink. Not wanting to leave with wet hands, she hesitated to open the door immediately, as she needed Su-yang to help retrieve some tissues from her bag. As she opened the door, she was met with the sight of Su-yang pressing his ear against it. Realizing that she had caught him eavesdropping, he immediately felt a rush of embarrassment and scratched his head awkwardly. Che Yu-noon, drawing the conclusion that Su-yang had been listening to her in the restroom, felt her face flush crimson. "Could you help me grab some tissue?" Che Yu-noon asked shyly, indicating for Su-yang to retrieve it from her bag. Overcome by the awkwardness of the situation, Su-yang momentarily lost his focus. Upon hearing her request, he replied with a simple, "Oh," and began rummaging through her bag. Meanwhile, the mirror above the sink, fogged from the steam, revealed a message written upon its surface. Chapter 63, "You are truly beautiful. Thank you, Su-yang. I am delighted to have met you. Wu Su-li." These words emerged with the mist and gradually faded away as it dissipated. At this moment, Su-yang finally retrieved a piece of paper from Che Yun-yen's bag and handed it to her. "Just give me one," Che Yun-yen said. Upon hearing this, Su-yang extracted a sheet from within and passed it to her. After drying her hands, Che Yun-yen proactively extended her hand towards Su-yang's suitcase, saying, "Let me help you with your luggage." "No need," Su-yang replied, effortlessly carrying a bag in one hand and dragging the suitcase with the other as he made his way outside. The weight was trivial for Su-yang, whose body had been enhanced by the system. Che Yun-yen followed behind him with a smile, feeling quite fond of Su-yang's demeanor. Once they reached the front desk, Su-yang handed the room card to the female receptionist to check out. When Che Yun-yen arrived, Su-yang cheerfully suggested, "Yun-yen, why don't you go outside and hail a cab for me?" "All right," Che Yun-yen responded, having no doubts about Su-yang at this point, and stepped out to call for a taxi. Su-yang was concerned that the receptionist might say something inappropriate during the checkout process. However, once the process was completed, the receptionist said nothing other than, "Please take care, and we welcome you to visit us again." She was merely a hotel front desk clerk, unwilling to stir up trouble, as there was no benefit for her in spreading rumors. If she angered Su-yang, it could lead to dire consequences for her. As Su-yang exited the hotel, Che Yun-yen had already secured a taxi. Upon seeing Su-yang emerge, her face lit up with a smile as she said, "I got it all sorted out, let us get in." She opened the trunk of the taxi and approached Su-yang, intending to assist him with his suitcase. No need, Su Yang replied, carrying one bag in each hand and placing the luggage into the trunk himself. This time, Jae Eun chose to sit in the front seat, solely because she intended to pay for the fare later. However, Su Yang noticed her intentions. Once they arrived at their destination, Su Yang insisted on paying, feeling guilty for staying at Jae Eun's home and reluctant to let her cover the taxi fare. This was Su Yang's second visit to Jae Eun's residence, although he had not gone upstairs on his first visit. After he retrieved his belongings from the taxi's trunk, Jae Eun said, "Let us go." Millimeter, Su Yang replied, following her upstairs. Soon, they arrived at the door of the apartment Jae Eun rented. She rummaged through her bag for the keys and unlocked the door. After opening the lock, she paused and turned to Su Yang, saying, "It might seem a bit messy, so please excuse me." Having said that, she fully opened the door and stepped inside, inviting Su Yang, "Please come in." Su Yang, upon hearing this, entered with his luggage but remained at the threshold. Noticing this, Jae Eun immediately grasped Su Yang's arm, pulling him inside, saying, "No need to change your shoes, I'll tidy up later tonight." Su Yang, not one to dawdle, decided to follow her lead and walked in with his shoes on, given Jae Eun's warmth. She continued to pull him into a room, exclaiming, "Tardier, this is your room." Upon entering, Su Yang instantly recognized that this was the master bedroom. The apartment was not particularly large, reminiscent of older layouts, featuring a small living area, a large bedroom, and a smaller one separated by a bathroom. He was aware that the secondary bedroom would be quite small. Immediately, Su Yang protested, "This won't do, my staying here is already a disturbance, I cannot possibly occupy the master bedroom." Seeing him hesitant to enter, Jae Eun feigned impatience, saying, "Oh, come on, you're a grown man. Don't be so fussy, this room was empty before, I didn't dare stay in such a large space alone." Su Yang realized Jae Eun was not being entirely truthful but opted not to confront her directly. Instead, he inquired, "May I see how big the other room is?" "You shouldn't casually look into a girl's room, hurry up and come in, I'm starving, and we need to eat after you settle in," Jae Eun insisted, tugging at his arm to draw him inside. Although Jae Eun lacked physical strength, Su Yang had no intention of resisting her pull and followed her into the room. Once inside, after placing his luggage on the floor, Jae Eun, "Go eat something that I can manage on my own." Jae Eun responded immediately, "That's out of the question, today is your first day moving in, a housewarming of sorts, we must celebrate together, so let me assist you in getting everything ready." "Very well," Su Yang relented, feeling somewhat embarrassed but unable to refuse further, resolving to treat Jae Eun to a grand meal later. Upon hearing Su Yang's agreement, Jae Eun cheerfully exclaimed, "Then let us get started." "All right." At that moment, Su Yang felt that Jae Eun was indeed wonderful. "Is your luggage in this bag?" Jae Eun asked, pointing at the duffel. Su Yang nodded in affirmation and replied, "Yes." Thus, they began tidying up together. Jae Eun proved to be quite adept at household chores. Observing her bent over making the bed, Su Yang couldn't help but smile warmly. Given that Su Yang didn't have much in the way of belongings, with Jae Eun's help, they organized everything swiftly and neatly. Throughout the process, Su Yang barely contributed, as Jae Eun handled most of the arrangements with ease, aside from his personal clothing. Once they finished, Jae Eun lifted her head, casually tucking her loose hair behind her ear. This scene, illuminated by the setting sun streaming through the window, made Su Yang perceive her as extraordinarily beautiful, as if she radiated light. Noticing Su Yang's unwavering gaze, Jae Eun, flustered, asked, "Su Yang, why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face?" With that, she pulled out her phone from her bag to check her reflection. Su Yang, enchanted by her adorable demeanor, replied sincerely, "It's nothing, I just suddenly find you truly beautiful." Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Jae Eun's face flushed a deep crimson, extending down to her neck. Chapter 64, The Bathroom. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly ambiguous. Jae Eun lowered her head, biting her lip, while Su Yang swallowed hard as he gazed at her. The two stood motionless, as if the very air had solidified around them. Just as Jae Eun lifted her head, ready to pose a question to Su Yang, he preemptively spoke, "I'm so hungry, shall we go out for something to eat?" His words interrupted her hard-won resolve to speak. Yunun, you must be starving by now. Let us go, I'll treat you to a feast, Su Yang added, hoping to alleviate the awkwardness. Yes, I am hungry, but I prefer not to eat out. Let us go grocery shopping and I'll cook for you, Che Yunun replied, abandoning her original intent and opting to engage with Su Yang's suggestion instead. She had already assisted him greatly today, and Su Yang felt somewhat guilty about imposing further upon her. Wouldn't that be too much trouble? Aren't you tired? He inquired. I'm not tired at all. When I have free time, I enjoy tidying up and cooking, Che Yunun smiled at him. This is nothing at all for me. All right then. Su Yang, seeing her enthusiasm, had no choice but to acquiesce. In truth, he was not particularly inclined to dine out either. It was not solely a matter of finances, but rather the discomfort he felt in the formal setting of a restaurant. Once Che Yunun realized Su Yang was on board, she waved her hand to fan her face and said, "Wait for me a moment, I'll take a shower and change clothes." "Okay, I'll shower too once you're done," Su Yang nodded in agreement. Hadn't he really broken a sweat, as Che Yunun had been busy tidying up while he had hardly lifted a finger. Nevertheless, it was his first time sharing a living space with a woman, well, rather, cohabiting with one, and he wanted to maintain an image of being tidy. It was understandable, after all, who among the brothers would dare claim they felt completely at ease in front of a beautiful woman. Step forward and let me see. All right, I'll come get you once I'm finished, Che Yunun said before leaving Su Yang's room to head to the bathroom. After she departed, Su Yang sat on the edge of his bed, contemplating the prospect of living with Che Yunun, or rather, cohabiting with her, and an uncontrollable joy bubbled within him. Time spent daydreaming always passes swiftly, and just as Su Yang was lost in thought, Che Yunun emerged from her shower and stood at his door. "Su Yang, I'm done showering. Your turn." Her melodious voice interrupted his reverie. Upon hearing her, Su Yang looked up to see Che Yunun clad only in a bath towel, her hair still damp and glistening, while her delicate feet were adorned with charming slippers. Perhaps due to the warmth of the water, her exposed skin appeared rosy and radiant. Su Yang found himself unable to suppress a gulp. "All right," he replied, nodding. Che Yunun stood at the entrance and said, "This water heater is a compact model. Come with me, and I'll show you how to use it." "Sure," Su Yang responded, standing up. As Che Yunun led the way to the bathroom, Su Yang followed closely behind her, captivated by the droplets of water glistening on her smooth shoulders and neck, his thoughts wandering. Given the small size of the room, it took only a few steps for them to reach the bathroom. Upon entering, Su Yang noted the layout. To the left was his room, and to the right was Che Yunun's. "Su Yang, look here. This is a small gas water heater, the switch is here, and the temperature control is here. You can adjust it to your preferred temperature," Che Yunun explained while pointing out the relevant parts. However, she was unaware that Su Yang's attention was entirely focused on her rather than the nearly foolproof operation of the heater. As she spoke, Che Yunun held her towel at her chest with one hand, ensuring it did not slip away. "Did you get that?" After finishing her explanation, she turned to look at Su Yang. But upon seeing him, she realized he was not gazing at the heater at all. His eyes were fixed on her. Their eyes met, and Su Yang felt a wave of embarrassment as he scratched his head. "Weren't you paying attention?" Che Yunun asked. Su Yang smiled and replied, "I was watching, I was." It was well known among their peers that Su Yang was an honest person who never lied. His response was not entirely untruthful, as Che Yunun had not specified what he should be looking at. Thus, glancing at her legs certainly counted. "What were you looking at?" Che Yunun, feeling slightly anxious about whether Su Yang would be able to use the heater, inquired further. "I really did look. This is the switch, and this adjusts the temperature," Su Yang said, pointing to the heater as his fingers tapped it twice. "Oh, so you really did pay attention," Che Yunun remarked, surprised that Su Yang could articulate it, feeling a bit embarrassed for having misjudged him. Seeing that he had successfully deflected her concerns, Su Yang looked into her eyes and said, "Of course, I listened attentively to every word you said." His words caused Chae Yu-noon's face to flush a deep crimson. I am going to change clothes now, she stammered, lowering her head. After speaking, she turned and began to leave. Given the small size of the bathroom, combined with the washing machine, sink, and toilet creating further obstacles, the space for movement was quite limited. Thus, even with Su Yang making room for her, Chae Yu-noon had to squeeze past him closely. Su Yang had initially intended to step outside to allow her to pass, as he still needed to retrieve his change of clothes. However, he was caught off guard when Chae Yu-noon moved in without giving him a chance to exit. Their bodies brushed closely together, and Su Yang could feel the warmth radiating from Chae Yu-noon. She, in turn, sensed the warmth of his breath. Su Yang leaned back against the wall, pressing his hands against it to create more space for Chae Yu-noon to navigate past him. Ironically, this position only made him resemble an archway, complicating her passage even more. Realizing the awkwardness of the situation, Su Yang attempted to shift back when he stepped on a wet patch on the floor. Suddenly, he slipped and fell to the ground, landing hard on his tailbone with his back pressed against the wall, thankfully avoiding a bump to the back of his head. However, the moment he lost his balance, Chae Yu-noon, standing directly across from him, was thrown off balance and began to stumble towards him. Chapter 65, Break His Legs. With a piercing scream from Chae Yu-noon, the next moment, she fell heavily onto Su Yang. Although Chae Yu-noon was quite light, the force of inertia caused Su Yang to be struck painfully, almost eliciting a cry from him. He bit down hard on his teeth to suppress the sound. "Are you all right, Yu-noon?" Despite the pain he felt from the Chae Yu-noon slowly lifted her head, shyly murmuring, I'm fine." As soon as she finished speaking, she attempted to rise, but her foot slipped, and with a loud cry, she fell back onto Su Yang. This time, Su Yang was completely unprepared for her fall, and he couldn't help but shout out loud. "Yu-noon, are you okay?" Leaning against the wall, he looked down at Chae Yu-noon, who had tumbled into his arms, and asked again. At that moment, Chae Yu-noon's face was as red as if it were about to bleed, and shyly she said, "Su Yang, you should close your eyes for a moment." Su Yang was taken aback but quickly realized what she meant, and he hastily shut his eyes. "Su Yang, you must not open your eyes until I say you can. Do you understand?" Although Su Yang's eyes were closed, he could still discern from her tone just how bashful she was feeling. He nodded slightly, saying, "Yu-noon, rest assured, I will absolutely not open my eyes prematurely. Unless I truly cannot resist." Of course, this last thought remained unspoken in Su Yang's mind. At that moment, Chae Yu-noon held a very positive impression of him, believing he would indeed keep his eyes shut. Thus, after Su Yang closed his eyes, Chae Yu-noon boldly got up from his embrace and wrapped the loosened bath towel around herself again. Even with his eyes shut and not peeking, merely listening to the sounds made Su Yang's blood surge within him. He finally understood why the hearing of blind individuals is often superior to that of sighted people. It is because they cannot see, forcing their attention to focus entirely on their ears. While Su Yang was lost in thought, Chae Yu-noon had successfully rewrapped the towel. Soon after, he heard her shy voice, "All right, you can open your eyes now, Su Yang." "Okay." As Su Yang opened his eyes, Chae Yu-noon stood up. From Su Yang's perspective, Chae Yu-noon looked, well, quite beautiful. Oh, no, she was extraordinarily beautiful. Noticing Su Yang's gaze fixed upon her, Chae Yu-noon's already flushed face turned an even deeper shade of red. "Su Yang." "I'll go back to my room and wait for you. Please call me when you're done." With that, she hurriedly fled the bathroom. After she left, Su Yang stood up from the floor. The first thing he did was to rub his coccyx. He had felt embarrassed to do so while Chae Yu-noon was nearby. He had thought he might have injured his tailbone from the fall. After gently massaging it a few times and feeling slightly better, he exited the bathroom to retrieve a clean set of clothes for after his shower. When Su Yang stepped out, he noticed that Chae Yu-noon's room door was closed. Inside, Chae Yu-noon was shyly burying her head in the blanket, her feet kicking incessantly outside. After grabbing his clean clothes, Su Yang headed to the bathroom to take a shower. Men typically shower quickly, and in no time, Su Yang emerged from the bathroom. Upon exiting, he did not immediately knock on Che Yunun's door but instead returned to his own room. Once back, Su Yang first closed the door, then retrieved his suitcase from beneath the bed. He opened the suitcase and began rummaging through it. Eventually, he found an old hairdryer. While he didn't usually blow dry his hair, today he wanted to make an effort to look presentable and handsome. Following a tutorial video on his phone, Su Yang started drying his hair. Earlier, he had considered enhancing his appearance further, but ultimately decided against it. He felt that he was already satisfactory as he was. Adding more would make him seem less like himself. His current appearance, compared to before, had not changed drastically, just a bit more refined, akin to the difference between a standard version and a premium model. After drying his hair, he chose a shirt that he believed made him look quite dapper. Before enhancing his looks, wearing a shirt had made him appear slightly unfashionable, but now, it exuded an aura of charming restraint. Once he was satisfied with his appearance, he looked into the mirror and suddenly quipped, "Woman, you're playing with fire." As soon as the words slipped from his lips, he couldn't help but chuckle. After laughing, he self-deprecatingly remarked, "Indeed, I'm not suited for such lines." He gazed into the mirror one last time, tousled his hair a couple of times, and adjusted his collar. Satisfied with his reflection, he finally left the mirror and made his way to Che Yunun's room. Knock, knock, knock. Su Yang gently tapped on the door. Coming, Che Yunun replied, opening the door. At that moment, she had also changed into a new outfit and adorned her face with meticulous makeup, clearly placing significant importance on their first day of cohabitation. Oh no, rather, their first day of sharing a living space. Su Yang was momentarily entranced by the made-up Che Yunun. Although she was already beautiful with minimal makeup or none at all, the current transformation made her appear completely different, as if she were an entirely new person. Let us go. This was Che Yunun's first time wearing such makeup outdoors. Previously, she would only apply it at home, wash it off before heading out, or simply forgo it altogether. Once they stepped outside, Che Yunun and Su Yang exchanged laughter and conversation, both feeling particularly joyful that day. However, just as they reached the mouth of the alley, a group of young ruffians suddenly surrounded them. Upon noticing this, Su Yang immediately shielded Che Yunun behind him with his arm, taking in the scene. There were at least a dozen of them. The leader, a young man wearing sunglasses, adjusted his shades with his index finger, glanced at Su Yang, and declared, "That's the one. All right, boys, break his legs." Having spoken, the sunglasses-wearing youth stepped back, and his entourage surged forward, leaving Su Yang no opportunity to speak. Chapter 66, Crisis. Beep. Detected that the host is currently confronting the enemy. Initiating scan for weaknesses. Scanning for immediate weaknesses. Scan complete. System task issued. System task. Defeat all adversaries. Task target, the 17-member male group before you. Task reward, 50 attribute enhancement points, 5 skill points. As the system's announcement concluded, a virtual panel materialized before Su Yang, displaying the task information and rewards. Name. 17-member male group, gender, 16 males plus 1 male, age, varied height, diverse weight, a mix of stout and slender. Weakness, the individual combat capabilities of the 16 males are slightly inferior, allowing for sequential elimination. The one male is strong but prefers one-on-one duels and will not engage in group attacks. Faced with the oncoming throng, Su Yang felt no fear. His only concern was that this group might inadvertently harm Che Yunun. Yunun, go upstairs first. Su Yang commanded, pushing Che Yunun behind him as he charged towards the crowd. Swift strike. In light of the overwhelming numbers, Su Yang opted to unleash his full strength from the outset. In such a one-against-many scenario, it was imperative to avoid encirclement while swiftly reducing the enemy's numbers. Hey, the individual closest to Su Yang barely managed to utter a word before Su Yang struck him down with a powerful blow to the neck. Su Yang had no habit of cursing before striking, rather, he preferred to do both simultaneously. Damn it, you lot. With remarkable speed, Su Yang dispatched the front ranks of adversaries before they had the chance to disperse. After toppling several opponents, he glanced back at Che Yunun, only to find his worst fears realized. She stood frozen in place, staring at him with a face etched in terror, yet she did not flee. Yunun. Go upstairs, don't worry about me, I'll be fine. Su Yang shouted, throwing punches at the approaching foes. However, Che Yunun found it impossible to abandon him in this perilous moment. At the sound of Su Yang's desperate shout, the frightened Che Yunun snapped to attention and began rummaging through her bag for her phone, intent on calling for help. After retrieving her phone and unlocking it, she prepared to dial, but was suddenly noticed by the assailants. Hey, that little brat wants to call for help, smash her phone, brothers, someone among the crowd bellowed, causing everyone, including Su Yang, to turn their attention to Che Yunun. Several individuals surged towards her. Su Yang, witnessing this, aimed to rush to her side, but the enemies clearly had no intention of allowing him to do so easily. Surrounded by 4 assailants, Su Yang felt a surge of impatience, a flicker of hatred crossing his face. Empowered by a swift strike, the adversaries were no match for him. With a series of precise punches, he swiftly incapacitated the 4 men before dashing towards Che Yun. By this time, she had completed her call for help and held the phone to her ear, awaiting the operator's response. Yet, several of the attackers had reached Che Yunun, one of whom wielded a metal baseball but acquired from an unknown source. In the next instant, he swung the bat toward her hand, where she clutched her phone. The force of the blow would surely shatter not only her phone but potentially her skull as well. Although Su Yang was in a swift strike mode, the proximity rendered even his speed inadequate. Just as he was a mere step away from her, the bat swung perilously close to her head. Che Yunun screamed in terror. No, this cannot happen, absolutely not. Su Yang's heart screamed as he charged towards her, but his body felt leaden, as if ensnared by countless tendrils. Despite his utmost effort, he could not take that final step, yet in the next moment, Su Yang felt his previously heavy body become light. As the bat was poised to strike Che Yunun's head, he successfully blocked it with his left arm, and their eyes met. Tears welled in Che Yunun's eyes, spilling over. Su Yang embraced her with his right arm, gently stroking her head in a comforting gesture, before turning to face the assailant who had just swung at her. His gaze was fierce, radiating a murderous intent. The assailant, caught off guard by Su Yang's fierce demeanor, hesitated and refrained from attacking. However, just as Su Yang prepared to retaliate, he discovered that his left arm had lost its strength. Glancing at his arm, he saw the spot where the bat had struck swelling significantly. At that moment, the remaining attackers regained their composure and launched an assault on Su Yang. Even with the enhancement of Swift Strike, it was effortless for Su Yang to deal with the group of attackers. Despite only having one arm functional, the only threat was the individual with the metal bat. After all, the discomfort of being struck by a metal bat was not to be underestimated, and another hit could swiftly incapacitate him, putting both him and Che Yunun in grave danger. Hey, what are you waiting for? Hit him, you! One of the assailants, who had just been struck by Su Yang, shouted angrily. Upon hearing this, Su Yang glanced back to see that the bat wielder had yet to attack him, so he resumed battling the other incoming foes. The bat wielder, responding to his companion's outcry, finally raised the bat behind Su Yang. This time, however, his stance was different. Rather than a casual one-armed swing, he gripped the bat with both hands, aiming it directly at Su Yang's head. If this strike connected, the consequences would be dire. Seeing Su Yang in danger, Che Yunun shouted anxiously, Su Yang, watch out behind you. Upon hearing her voice, Su Yang quickly turned, but the bat was already hurtling towards him. Somehow, he managed to block the blow with his right arm. Though he successfully defended against the strike, both of his arms were now painfully swollen, severely diminishing his combat effectiveness. As the attackers closed in, Su Yang attempted to continue fighting, but the excruciating pain in his arms rendered him unable to clench his fists. Moreover, the duration of his swift strike had expired, and he would need to wait at least a minute to reactivate it. Without the benefits of a swift strike, Su Yang struggled under the relentless blows from his enemies. Each time he attempted to raise his arms in defense, they would target his injured spot, placing him at a significant disadvantage. In light of this predicament, Su Yang resolved to exchange for a healing potion. even if his unusual behavior drew attention, he could not allow himself or Che Yunun to fall into peril. At that moment, the assailant wielding the metal bat raised it again, preparing to strike Su Yang's head. Su Yang. Chapter 67, Jian Can Su Yang. Upon witnessing the scene, Jie Yunian screamed in fright once more and rushed towards Su Yang. She intended to push him out of harm's way, but given her speed, it was evidently an impossible task. However, before the assailant could swing his bat, he let out an agonizing cry, clutching his wrist as the bat clattered to the ground. Simultaneously, a young man with red hair stood at the alley's entrance, tossing stones into the air. The moment the stone returned to his hand, he hurled it into the alley. The assailant, poised to strike Su Yang, was struck directly on the wrist by the stone. In an instant, Su Yang, Che Yunian, the bespectacled man leaning against the alley wall, and the remaining delinquents all turned their gazes towards the red-haired youth. After throwing the stone, the red-haired youth stood with one hand in his pocket, his eyes fixed intently on the alley, his long bangs obscuring one eye. After a brief exchange of glances with Su Yang, a smile crept across his lips, and he charged towards Su Yang. As he passed the position of the delinquent, he greeted them with a swift kick and punch, his movements precise and fluid, his red tracksuit billowing as if caught by an unseen breeze. Each delinquent struck by him fell to the ground, unable to rise. In no time, the red-haired youth stood before Su Yang, with all the delinquents now sprawled on the ground behind him. Su Yang was astonished by the prowess of the young man before him, a level of skill he could not achieve even in his swift state. In other words, the red-haired youth was stronger than Su Yang in his swift state. The red-haired youth smiled at Su Yang and inquired in Chinese, "Are you from the Dragon Country?" Su Yang, taken aback by the youth speaking Chinese, nodded, yes. Just as the red-haired youth was about to continue, the bespectacled man burst into laughter. Har har har. You don't even regard me at all. Upon hearing the man's laughter, the red-haired youth's expression soured, and he immediately turned to face him. Simultaneously, Su Yang glanced towards the alley entrance. After finishing his laughter, the bespectacled man removed his sunglasses and stowed them in his jacket pocket. With a swagger, he approached the red-haired youth, his demeanor unfazed despite having just witnessed the young man's abilities. The red-haired youth did not wait for the bespectacled man to reach him. Instead, he turned to Che Yunian and instructed, "Once I engage him, you should take your man and leave. His arm needs medical attention, delaying it could lead to complications." Che Yunian felt a bit flustered by the red-haired youth's words, yet she understood the urgency of the situation and promptly draped Su Yang's arm over her shoulder. She prepared to assist him away as soon as the confrontation began. Su Yang then asked, "Benefactor, could I have your contact information?" A man of gratitude, he wished to keep the red-haired youth's contact for future repayment of today's favor. "Let's skip the contact. My name is Jian Can," the red-haired youth replied before advancing towards the approaching bespectacled man. As they entered each other's striking range, the battle erupted instantly. Seeing the two men clash, Che Yunian immediately helped Su Yang toward the exit. Su Yang frequently glanced back at the unfolding conflict between Jian Can and the bespectacled man, noting that their struggle was fiercely contested, with neither able to gain the upper hand. Upon reaching the alley's mouth, Che Yunian noticed no taxis were arriving and boldly ran into the street to hail one. "Yunian, what are you doing? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Su Yang called out, hastening to pull her back. Che Yunian's actions were driven by Jian Can's warning that Su Yang's arm could not be delayed, or else it might lead to lasting damage. Just then, a car came to a halt before them. The male driver rolled down the window, exclaiming, "What's wrong with you two kids? Are you looking for trouble?" Undeterred by the reprimand, Che Yunian rushed to the car door, tearfully explaining Su Yang's injury to the driver. Upon hearing her, the driver glanced at Su Yang's swollen arm and said, quickly, help your boyfriend into the car. I'll take you to the hospital." Grateful for the offer, Che Yunian thanked him profusely, assisting Su Yang into the vehicle. Before entering, Su Yang cast one last look at Jian Can, puzzled as to why this young man had come to his aid and spoke Chinese. As the car's engine roared to life, Jian Can and the bespectacled man charged at each other with shouts. With the car moving, Jian Kan and the bespectacled man faded from Su Yang's view. When Su Yang and Che Yunyan returned to the alley later, Jian Kan and the bespectacled man had vanished, along with the delinquents, as if nothing had transpired. Che Yunyan helped Su Yang upstairs, where both of his arms were immobilized. The doctor diagnosed soft tissue injuries, confirming there were no fractures, and stated a recovery period of 10 days to 2 weeks would be necessary. Although Su Yang missed witnessing the outcome of the battle between Jian Kan and the bespectacled man, he sensed that Jian Kan had emerged victorious. This was affirmed when he received a reward from the system while at the hospital, alleviating his previous shortage of attribute points. With the new task's rewards, Su Yang now possessed a total of 90 attribute points and 11 skill points. Given that his skill points had reached 11, he could either upgrade or activate a skill. Without hesitation, he chose to activate the Eruption skill. While his punches in the Swift state were rapid, they lacked the necessary force. The Eruption skill. Su Yang had yet to test the strength of the Eruption skill and was uncertain of the current multiplier. He resolved to find an opportunity for a thorough assessment. Concerned about potential lasting effects on his arm, he exchanged 10 attribute points for a recovery potion, consuming it discreetly while Che Yunyan wasn't paying attention. To prevent her from discovering the truth, Su Yang maintained the facade of injury, finding a certain satisfaction in draping his arm over Che Yunyan's shoulder, enjoying the closeness. Alas, joyful moments are fleeting. Soon, they arrived home. Due to the earlier events, Su Yang and Che Yunyan skipped the supermarket trip, and their celebration plans were dashed. After closing the door behind them, Che Yunyan remarked, "Su Yang, you must be hungry. I'll cook you some noodles. My noodles are delicious." Hanging up her bag, she headed straight for the kitchen. "All right, I'll help you," Su Yang offered, following her into the kitchen. However, as he reached the kitchen doorway, Che Yunyan playfully pushed him back. "Just wait in your room. What help do you need for cooking noodles? Besides, the kitchen isn't a place for men." With that, she closed the kitchen door firmly. Su Yang found this arrangement of cohabitation, oh no, it was merely sharing a space, to be quite delightful. Yet, he mused, if it could genuinely progress to cohabitation, that would be even better. With these thoughts, he returned to his room and lay down to rest. Before long, Che Yunyan emerged with a steaming bowl of noodles. Setting the dish on the dining table, she called, "Su Yang, it's time to eat." "Coming." Su Yang responded immediately, stepping out of his room to take his place at the table. Che Yunyan then returned with 2 bowls, serving the noodles. After filling the bowls, she glanced at Su Yang, her cheeks flushed, and said shyly, "Let me feed you." Chapter 68, Park Chai-War. After drinking, let it be said that Su Yang's hand had completely recovered by this point. Even if it hadn't, he could still manage to feed himself, for it was not as though his arm had been severed. However, as a man of sensitivity, how could Su Yang possibly decline the kind gesture of Cha Yunun? To do so would be to squander her heartfelt intentions. Naturally, Su Yang would not engage in such folly. Thus he replied, "It's all right, I can eat by myself. The doctor advised you to avoid moving your arm too much, so during these days at home." Su Yang immediately opened his mouth, refraining from uttering any further words, for he did not wish to disappoint Cha Yunun's kindness. Observing Su Yang's willingness, Cha Yunun began to use her chopsticks to feed him instant noodles. The noodles from H country are quite delectable, yet perhaps due to the lack of sophistication in the seasoning packets, Su Yang typically did not favor them. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, a wine does not intoxicate. While Su Yang reveled in this moment, the situation for Han Jiying was far less favorable. After Minute Ju He finished a call with Park Chai-War, she accompanied Han Jiying to the supermarket to procure provisions. Usually, the 3 women dined out and seldom cooked, so today's purchases primarily consisted of convenience foods, and they intended to order a serving of army stew for delivery on their way home. The primary aim of their supermarket visit was to acquire beer, for in H country, no celebration is complete without it. H country ranks 13th globally in per capita alcohol consumption, standing as one of the continent's most spirited nations. The drinking culture in each country is deeply ingrained, nearly everyone partakes, with frequency and quantity being remarkably high. Various occasions prompt drinking, such as Mondays to welcome the week, Tuesdays to unwind after a hard day's work, Wednesdays as a midweek respite, Thursdays for motivation to persevere, Fridays to celebrate the week's end, and weekends to initiate revelry. Moreover, each country's youth face a particularly severe problem with binge drinking, many resorting to alcohol as a means of alleviating stress and loneliness. After securing snacks, convenience foods, and beer, Han Ji-young placed an order for army stew. Upon their return home, the stew had just arrived. Due to the variety of foods, the dining table was rather congested, prompting the trio to spread a few mats on the living room floor and sit directly upon it. This preference for floor seating is a reflection of each country's traditional living culture, often depicted in various dramas. With their collective efforts, the food was soon arranged on the floor, and thus, everything was in place to commence the celebration. Once Park Chae-won sat down, she could no longer suppress her delight. This was due to Minute Joo-hee mentioning during the phone call that tonight's gathering was to celebrate Han Ji-young finding a boyfriend. "Chae-won, what are you smiling about? Do you have some good news as well?" Minute Joo-hee inquired curiously. Observing Park Chae-won's expression, Minute Joo-hee's question stemmed from the fact that Han Ji-young had initially smiled in a similar manner, leading her to naturally assume the same might apply to Park Chae-won. "Senior Minute Joo-hee, I have no good news. I am merely happy for Senior Ji-young," Park Chae-won replied, her smile unwavering. Her curiosity piqued about Han Ji-young's intentions for the evening. Despite her words, Minute Joo-hee remained unconvinced. In her view, it was entirely plausible that Park Chae-won, like Han Ji-young, had a boyfriend or someone she fancied, merely waiting for the opportune moment to reveal it. As Minute Joo-hee reflected on her roommate's romantic endeavors while she herself had yet to find a target, a thought of Soo-young unexpectedly crossed her mind. However, this was soon overshadowed by the memory of seeing Soo-young earlier in the day, walking alongside another girl at the school entrance. This realization filled Minute Joo-hee with a sense of agitation, compelling her to crack open a can of beer and declare, "Let us raise a glass to celebrate Ji-young's newfound freedom from singleness." Upon hearing Minute Joo-hee's words, both Han Ji-young and Park Chae-won likewise opened their cans of beer. The three young women clinked their drinks together and chorused, "Cheers." Subsequently, they each took a sip. Only Park Chae-won took a modest sip, while Han Ji-young and Minute Joo-hee, burdened by their own concerns, gulped down larger quantities. After her sip, Park Chae-won mischievously asked, "Ji-young, what kind of man is your boyfriend? Do you have a picture? Let me and Joo-hee see just how remarkable he must be to make our single queen Ji-young willing to forsake an entire forest for him." This nickname was a self-proclaimed title by Han Ji-young when Park Chae-won and Minute Joo-hee once inquired why she had not sought a boyfriend, to which she had retorted that she would not sacrifice an entire forest for a single tree. Park Chae-won possessed a uniquely heightened sensitivity to all things, including alcohol. Though she had only consumed a small sip moments ago, she was beginning to feel the effects. With her spirits lifted, she eagerly sought to elevate the party's atmosphere. Upon hearing Park Chae-won's inquiry, Minute Joo-hee chimed in, "Indeed, Ji-young, do you have a photo of him on your phone? We must see what kind of boy could capture our queen's heart." At that moment, Han Ji-young was not mentally prepared. She had anticipated a more gradual approach. "We've only been together for a couple of days, we haven't taken any pictures yet." Although Han Ji-young's intention was to reveal her boyfriend, Soo-young, to Minute Joo-hee, she deemed it too early, planning to disclose the information once everyone had enjoyed a few drinks. "No pictures. Surely you must have him added as a Kakao friend. There must be photos of him in his Kakao updates." Park Chae-won would not let Han Ji-young evade her curiosity. She was Chapter 69 The Battleground and the Sanctuary. After Park Chae-hye spoke, Minute Joo-hee immediately chimed in, saying, Indeed, his Kakao story should have his pictures, right? The truth was that Soo-young indeed disliked having his picture taken, and he didn't even post updates on Kakao, let alone have any photos of himself in his Kakao story. "Really? I don't believe you," Park Chae-hye said, her face filled with skepticism. "Who doesn't have their own photo on Kakao these days? Gar-young, you aren't deliberately withholding it from us, are you?" Having Soo-young's Kakao contact, Park Chae-hye knew very well that there were no photos of him in his Kakao story. Her intention was to prompt Han Gar-young to reveal her phone, to prove to her and Minute Joo-hee otherwise. Han Gar-young was momentarily taken aback by Park Chae-hye's words, oblivious to the fact that Park Chae-hye was aware of her relationship with Soo-young, believing instead that her inquiry stemmed from genuine curiosity. Similarly, Minute Joo-hee, unaware of Park Chae-hye's thoughts, echoed, "Right, Gar-young, you wouldn't intentionally keep us in the dark, would you? Is it possible your boyfriend is rather unattractive?" Minute Joo-hee, well aware of Han Gar-young's preference for good looks, her comment was merely an attempt to coax Han Gar-young into sharing a photo with her and Park Chae-hye. "I truly don't have any, why won't you believe me?" Han Gar-young insisted, steadfastly refusing to take out her phone. Upon hearing her response, Minute Joo-hee decided not to press further, understanding that Han Gar-young's temperament would likely lead her to reveal the phone out of frustration. Unlike Park Chae-hye, Minute Joo-hee had known Han Gar-young since childhood and was quite familiar with her character. Realizing her approach was futile, Park Chae-hye quickly shifted tactics, saying, "Gar-young, surely you can at least tell us your boyfriend's name, right? We can't keep referring to him as that guy." Minute Joo-hee nodded in agreement, adding, "Yes, Gar-young, you should at least inform us of his name." At this point, Han Gar-young felt somewhat disoriented by their questioning. She had not anticipated the conversation would unfold in this manner. Initially, she envisioned a casual gathering with the three of them, and once everyone had indulged, she would reveal her relationship with Minute Joo-hee. However, before she had even taken a bite of food, she found herself overwhelmed by Park Chae-hye and Minute Joo-hee's inquiries. Just as Han Gar-young pondered how to respond, the electric pot for the hot pot began to sizzle. "Oh no, the pot is burning!" Minute Joo-hee exclaimed, hastily turning off the stove. Han Gar-young quickly opened a bottle of purified water and poured it into the pot. After emptying the bottle, she declared, "I'm starving, let us eat first. As for the men, they can wait until we're full before we continue our conversation." With that, Han Gar-young promptly picked up her chopsticks and began to serve herself from the pot. Minute Joo-hee followed suit, eager to eat as well. Park Chae-hye recognized that further inquiries would be unwise. After all, continually pressing for details about Han Gar-young's boyfriend would appear overly intrusive. Consequently, she too began to enjoy their food. Meanwhile, Soo-young remained blissfully unaware that his presence had turned their gathering into a battleground. He was currently ensconced in a sanctuary, relishing the attentive service of Cheon Yoo-noon, who was feeding him. After she offered him the last bite of noodles, she sweetly took a tissue and dabbed the broth from his lips. After wiping his mouth, Cheon Yoo-noon blushed and asked, "Soo-young, are you full?" "I'm full," he replied. Although he had reached his limit, he yearned to savor the experience of being fed by Cheon Yoo-noon a little longer. However, considering that she was still hungry, and the noodles had become somewhat clumpy, he ultimately decided against his slightly shameless desire. "Then you should go back to your room and rest," Cheon Yoo-noon suggested. Soo-young nodded, "All right, I'll head back to my room now." Cheon Yoo-noon's insistence that he return to his room was not solely due to the doctor's advice for him to rest more, but also because she felt shy about him watching her eat. Soo-young sensed her feelings, so after entering his room, he quietly closed the door behind him. Once the door was shut, Soo-young immediately stretched his arms, which had been inactive for half the day, then lay down on the bed and accessed the system panel. Soo-young's current strength was 70 points, and his agility was 80 points. He had previously thought the maximum values would be capped at 100 points, but after witnessing the battle between Jian Chan and the man in sunglasses earlier that day, he realized he had been mistaken. While 100 points might represent the limits for an ordinary person, it certainly did not encompass the potential of the human body. At present, Soo-young had 80 attribute points and 1 skill point remaining. He resolved to experiment with raising his agility above 100 points, adding 21 points to agility. As Soo-young issued the command to the system, his total attribute points immediately decreased by 21, and his agility rose to 101 points. "It seems my assumptions were correct," Soo-young exclaimed inwardly as he observed his agility reaching 101 points. This realization prompted him to decide against hoarding excessive attribute points. He would retain 10 points for purchasing recovery potions, while the remainder must be allocated to prepare for unforeseen circumstances, like those he faced today. His first priority was to enhance his strength, for even with ample speed, lacking strength would render it ineffective. Speed and strength inherently complemented one another. Su Yang resolved to elevate his strength to 101 points, reducing his 59 remaining attribute points by 31. After augmenting his strength, Su Yang began to scrutinize his primary attributes. Appearance, 85 points. Strength, 101 points. Agility, 101 points. Reaction, 72 points. Endurance, 61 points. Height, 177 cm. Other. To his surprise, Su Yang discovered that there was no intelligence attribute listed in his system. This oversight had not crossed his mind, as strength, agility, and intelligence were typically regarded as the three foundational attributes in games. However, he also recognized another issue. These attributes influenced each other. For instance, his endurance and reaction attributes had not been enhanced directly, yet they had improved alongside his strength and agility, albeit marginally. Additionally, his hair and skin condition had also improved alongside his appearance enhancement, with 28 attribute points still available, and after reserving 10 points, he had 18 points left to allocate. He decided to invest all 18 points into endurance. This choice stemmed from his desire for his skills to be usable at least once more, not merely to become more formidable, at least, not entirely. After all, Su Yang now possessed two skills, and utilizing them would undoubtedly consume more stamina than before. Following the setback he experienced today, Su Yang felt it imperative to be proactive and prepare for future eventualities. After completing these enhancements, Su Yang began to contemplate the identities of the individuals who had confronted him earlier. He could only conceive of two possibilities, the first being that Professor N from the school had sent them to deal with him. The second being that they were targeting Cheon Yu-moon. However, the likelihood that they were after her seemed slim, as it was unnecessary to deploy so many people against a single girl. Just as Su Yang pondered this, a knock sounded at the door, accompanied by Cheon Yu-moon's voice. Chapter 70, Laughter and Tears Together. Su Yang, are you available right now? Che Yunien inquired after knocking 3 times on the door. I'm available, Yunien. Feel free to come in, Su Yang replied, sitting up on his bed. Upon receiving Su Yang's permission, Che Yunien opened the door and stepped inside. However, she did not venture further into the room but remained at the threshold, asking, Su Yang, would you like to watch a movie with me? A noticeable blush adorned her cheeks as she spoke. Sure, Su Yang nodded, then inquired, where shall we watch it? Che Yunien gestured towards the living room, saying, we can watch it at home. I'll project it from my phone to the television in the living room. All right, let us go, Su Yang said, rising from his seat and walking towards the door. Che Yunien, seeing this, promptly headed toward the living room. By the time Su Yang emerged, Che Yunien had already turned on the television and taken a seat on the sofa. Upon seeing Su Yang, she beckoned, come and sit. Okay, Su Yang responded, settling down beside her. Once seated, Che Yunien held up her phone and asked, Su Yang, what genre of movies do you usually enjoy watching? This question momentarily left Su Yang at a loss. What genre? He realized he had scarcely watched any films lately, and the last one he viewed was, well, he wasn't even sure if that could be classified as a movie. The last genuine film he could recall seemed to have slipped his mind entirely, save for the fact that he had borrowed it. Just pick something you like, I enjoy watching any genre, he finally replied. Though he couldn't immediately recall his favorite genre, his words were not entirely untrue. In the past, he had indeed watched a variety of genres, appreciating any well-made and visually appealing film, without confining himself to a specific type. Whether it was from the islands, Umi, H country, or domestic productions, as long as it was well-crafted, he would watch it. Moreover, H country had indeed been excelling in filmmaking recently, with many films showcasing remarkable realism and adept storytelling and acting. This referred solely to legitimate films, no misinterpretations, please. After hearing Su Yang's words, Che Yunien pouted thoughtfully before suggesting, then let us watch something from Longua, could you recommend one? Su Yang, who had been at a loss for a movie to watch, was suddenly flooded with memories of films he had seen when prompted to recommend one from Longua. Sometimes, watching a movie with others does not necessitate viewing something one has not seen before, especially when the other person requests a recommendation. Instinctively, he felt inclined to present the best films he had previously enjoyed. In a flash, 4 or 5 titles came to mind. However, considering that he would be watching with Che Yunian, he ultimately decided on a classic romantic film, A Chinese Odyssey. While A Chinese Odyssey is undoubtedly an exceptional film, Su Yang had another exceedingly significant reason for choosing it. Its lengthy runtime, the 2 parts combined, ran for 3 hours, thus allowing him to spend more time with Che Yunian. He couldn't help but wonder if, by the time the film concluded late, she might inadvertently fall asleep beside him. With this innocent thought in mind, he suggested, "Let us watch A Chinese Odyssey." A Chinese Odyssey. Che Yunian echoed with a hint of curiosity. Yes, Su Yang affirmed with a nod. After a few taps on her phone, Che Yunian remarked, "I can't find it." "Why don't you look for it, Su Yang?" "All right," Su Yang readily agreed. As a seasoned movie enthusiast, locating film resources was a simple task for him. In no time, he successfully found the resource. To ensure Che Yunian could understand, he specifically sought out the Korean version. Had it been the Mandarin version, he would have found it even more swiftly, as that combination of mysterious English and numbers was already etched in his memory. The Korean version was sourced from a secret website given to him by Jing Renhao. As for why he opted for the Korean version, Su Yang had no particular reason, it was simply available. In fact, A Chinese Odyssey was quite popular in each country and had even been re-released. Once he located the viewing resource, he projected his phone screen onto the television, and they both leaned back on the sofa to begin watching. As the film commenced, Che Yunian became utterly engrossed, laughing so hard at one point that she nearly gasped for breath. Observing her reaction, Su Yang was reminded of his own first viewing of A Chinese Odyssey. He had watched this film countless times before, genuinely adoring it, and each viewing had evoked a different emotional response. Initially, he found it purely comedic, but as he continued watching, tears would often follow. After the first part concluded, the automatic ending surprised Che Yunian, who exclaimed, "Is that it? It feels like it's not finished yet." Her face bore an expression of disbelief, as if she could not accept such an abrupt ending. "There's a second part, but it's getting late. Should we continue watching tonight, or save it for tomorrow?" Su Yang asked, feigning indifference, though he could tell from Che Yunian's expression that she would undoubtedly want to continue watching. Upon hearing this, Che Yunian immediately replied, "Oh, there's a second part? Of course, we must continue watching. How could we possibly wait until tomorrow for such a delightful..." As the opening theme of the second part played, Che Yunian immediately squatted on the sofa, fixated on the screen. Suddenly, she turned to Su Yang and remarked, "This music has a very melancholic feel to it." "Yes," Su Yang nodded slightly, responding in a subdued tone, "Indeed." Che Yunian astutely detected the faint tremor of emotion in his voice and promptly fell silent. As the story progressed, when she witnessed Erlangchen disguise himself as the old man lighting a wickless lamp, her face displayed a look of astonishment. When Purple Fairy posed her question, it seemed Che Yunian felt it was entirely warranted, even having contemplated asking it herself before Purple Fairy did. "Oh," she gasped as the old man and the patrons transformed into Erlangchen and the 4 heavenly kings, her amazement palpable. She couldn't help but burst into laughter when Erlangchen and the 4 heavenly kings began dancing under Purple Fairy's influence. When Ji Zunbao traveled through time, she emitted another "oh," and when he was pinned by the door, she laughed uncontrollably. Throughout the entire experience, laughter and astonishment filled the air. However, as the film approached its poignant conclusion, Che Yunian could no longer hold back her tears, and sorrow began to wash over her. Seeing this, Su Yang gently wrapped his arm around her shoulders, softly patting her back in a comforting gesture. Chapter 71. To be entangled after shedding tears for a minute or two, Che Yunian pulled her head from Su Yang's embrace, gazing up at him. Their eyes locked in an intimate moment, a solitary man and woman caught in a whirlwind of emotions. Su Yang, emboldened by the moment, cradled Che Yunian's face, preparing to bestow upon her a passionate French kiss. Che Yunian's eyes sparkled with a dreamy haze as she looked up at him, yet, just as Su Yang leaned in closer, she abruptly broke free and exclaimed, Su Yang, the doctor said you shouldn't move your arm recklessly. In his moment of excitement, Su Yang had forgotten that Che Yunyan had been intently observing his injured arm. The delicate tension that had been building was suddenly shattered. Su Yang, does your arm hurt? Concern edged across Che Yunyan's face. Seeing the worry in her expression, Su Yang chuckled softly. Yunyan, my injury isn't that severe. Please don't perceive me as fragile. That may be true, but what if there are lingering effects? Che Yunyan shook her head resolutely. Despite Su Yang's reassurances, she remained steadfast in her concern for his arm. Witnessing her earnest demeanor, Su Yang relented with a nod, saying, all right, I understand. I won't move it. Che Yunyan was the first girl Su Yang had encountered who cared for him so deeply, and it touched his heart profoundly. Well then, shall we return to the room and rest? You have classes tomorrow, and I have work as well. We both need a good night's sleep. At that moment, Che Yunyan sat on the sofa, facing Su Yang, her cheeks slightly flushed. Yes, let's go rest, Su Yang agreed, nodding. Although he could afford to stay up late and catch up on sleep during class, he didn't want Che Yunyan to be overly fatigued given her responsibilities. Though the opportunity for their relationship to progress had nearly presented itself today, patience was a virtue, as they say. However, with continued development in this manner, the prospect would soon be within reach. Once back in his room, Su Yang lay on his bed, contemplating the day's events. Firstly, he pondered the incident when he had shielded Che Yunyan from the baseball bat. How had he exceeded his limits in that moment? He resolved to find an isolated place tomorrow to test this phenomenon. Secondly, he needed to ascertain whether the group that had attacked them was indeed connected to that beastly Injia show. After mulling over these matters, Su Yang closed his eyes, ready to drift into slumber. In the adjacent small room, separated by mere walls, Che Yunyan lay on her bed, reflecting on the day's occurrences. Her suggestion to watch a movie with Su Yang had not merely been for entertainment. She had intended to seize the opportunity to inquire about the mysterious group. However, she ultimately restrained herself, feeling it inappropriate to pry into Su Yang's private matters. She believed that if he wished to share, he would do so willingly. As she reminisced about their shared movie experience, she muttered to herself, this is the 7th time watching A Chinese Odyssey, yet the first time with Su Yang. It turned out to be a film they both had seen countless times, yet they had enjoyed it immensely together today. Perhaps it was not the film itself that mattered, but rather the company one kept. In the spacious room, Su Yang was on the verge of slumber when his phone suddenly rang. Her Bluetooth speaker, costing merely a few dozen yuan, was looping a track. Upon hearing the sound, Su Yang yawned and struggled to open his eyes, reaching for his phone charging beside the pillow. Han Jiaying, what prompts you to call me at this hour? He wondered, contemplating whether she wished for him to come over at such an ungodly time. Su Yang, what are you up to? The moment he answered, Han Jiaying's voice boomed through the line, tinged with a slight slur, indicating she was likely intoxicated. Concerned about disturbing Che Yunyan, Su Yang deliberately lowered his voice, responding, Sister, what time is it? Naturally, I'm asleep. Who are you calling sister? Su Yang, do you truly like me? As she spoke, Han Jiaying stumbled towards the bathroom, her friends Park Chai-hui and Minute Chu-hee having succumbed to her drunken state. Despite their efforts, they had failed to extract Su Yang's name from her lips. By the time Han Jiaying was ready to divulge her feelings, her friends were sprawled helplessly on the ground. Feeling a wave of frustration and oppression, Han Jiaying decided to call Su Yang. As she chatted with him, she made her way to the bathroom, shedding her clothes along the way. Yes, of course I like you, Su Yang admitted honestly. After all, it was hard not to be fond of a beautiful woman like Han Jiaying who willingly shared her company and indulged him with various delights. Su Yang, I hope what you said is true. Let me tell you, I intend to cling to you, she declared, and then Su Yang heard the sound of running water in the background. Are you taking a shower? He inferred, suspecting she had switched to speaker mode. Yes, why? Want to watch? Han Jiaying teased playfully. Su Yang sighed, no, I'd rather not, that would make it hard to sleep. You've been drinking, right? Once you're done showering, you should get some rest. I was almost asleep myself. All right then, go ahead and sleep. I won't keep you any longer, she replied before splashing water on her face. Su Yang, hearing her, said, I'll hang up now, good night. With that, he ended the call and closed his eyes, surrendering to sleep. The curtains in the room were not completely light-blocking, and as the sun rose, rays of sunlight streamed through the window, landing on Su Yang's face. After a few involuntary muscle twitches of his eyelids, he squinted against the light, stifling a yawn, and reached for his phone to check the time. Noting that it was only 7 a.m., he intended to shut his eyes again for a little longer, but upon seeing a missed message from Che Yunyan, he opened it. Su Yang, I made breakfast. Come out to eat when you wake up. If you're running late for work, I can help you wash up and feed you breakfast. Upon reading Che Yunyan's message, Su Yang felt an immediate surge of energy. The prospect of washing up together promised ample opportunity for physical contact. Chapter 72, Home. Suddenly, Su Yang jolted upright from his slumber, hastily donning his attire before flinging open the door and stepping out, anxious that he might have tarried too long, causing Che Yunyan to leave for work without him. Fortunately, upon reaching the living room, he spotted Che Yunyan, who had yet to depart and was seated upon the sofa. Su Yang, you're up. Che Yunyan exclaimed, immediately rising from her seat upon noticing him. Su Yang nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, I am awake. Su Yang, Che Yunyan's cheeks flushed crimson as she cast her gaze downward, shyly proposing, allow me to assist you with your morning routine. Believing that Su Yang had sustained his injuries in the course of protecting her, she felt a profound sense of responsibility to care for him during his recovery. There's no need for that. My arm feels considerably better today. I should manage on my own. Su Yang feigned reluctance, however. Che Yunyan shook her head vehemently, her expression earnest as she insisted, that simply won't do, let me help you for the time being. Very well, I suppose I shall trouble you, Su Yang conceded, seizing the opportunity to feign reluctance while inwardly reveling in the situation. As they approached the sink, Che Yunyan was at a loss for how to proceed, as she had never before assisted anyone with their face-washing routine. The two stood awkwardly before the basin until Su Yang finally broke the silence, suggesting, perhaps I should just handle it myself. Absolutely not, I will do it, Che Yunyan declared resolutely, rolling up her sleeves and obliging her request. Su Yang bent slightly, though he was puzzled by her choice of posture. From his perspective, it seemed more logical for her to stand beside him. Nevertheless, he acquiesced, believing that her method might suffice. Che Yunyan intended to utilize her own arms in place of his injured ones. Despite the closeness of their bodies, Che Yunyan remained undeterred in her determination to assist him, her face now flushed from the proximity. Su Yang could distinctly feel the softness of her presence against his back, igniting a flutter of anxiety and a ticklish sensation within him. As Che Yunyan maneuvered her arm from under his, she instructed, Su Yang, lower your head just a tad more. This, Che Yunyan, unable to reach the toothbrush, added, Su Yang, could you inch forward a bit? Upon her words, Su Yang felt a gentle push, and he instinctively moved forward. Now, Che Yunyan successfully grasped the toothbrush and applied toothpaste onto it. Su Yang, open your mouth, she said, simultaneously parting her own lips in demonstration. Su Yang complied, his mouth opening wide. Fortunately, Che Yunyan was adept, deftly placing the toothbrush into his mouth without the anticipated mishap of it poking his face first. The brushing proceeded seamlessly, although Su Yang felt discomfort at not being able to rinse out the foam at will. Lacking a rinsing cup, Che Yunyan resorted to cupping water in her hands for him to swish about. Washing his face proved to be simpler than brushing his teeth, and it was soon completed. Afterward, Che Yunyan withdrew her arm and stepped beside Su Yang, inquiring, Su Yang, where is your facial lotion? I don't use any. I typically don't apply anything to my face, Su Yang replied. Che Yunyan blinked at him, then reached for her own lotion, stating, then you can use mine. As she unscrewed the cap and poured a bit onto her palm, Su Yang remained silent, allowing her to apply it to his face. Her hands were soft and gentle, a pleasant sensation. Once she finished applying the lotion, Che Yunyan turned away and headed towards the dining table, announcing, let's have breakfast, it should still be warm. All right, Su Yang nodded, following closely behind her to the table. Seated, he watched as Che Yunyan prepared to feed him, asking, Yunyan, have you eaten? Yes, I have, she replied, lifting a spoonful of porridge from her bowl, blowing on it gently before bringing it to his lips. This time, Jae-Yoon smiled as she fed him, her shyness dissipating. Soo-young, no longer feeling awkward, began to relish the experience of being fed, which swiftly deepened their bond. Before long, Jae-Yoon had entirely fed him the bowl of porridge. Soo-young, are you full? Would you like some more? She asked, one hand still grasping the bowl while the other hovered, ready to serve him more. Yoon, I'm quite full. Please don't serve me any more. I rarely eat breakfast in the mornings, he quickly replied. Hearing this, Jae-Yoon set down the bowl and began to tidy up the table. Soo-young wished to assist but had to pretend his arm was injured, merely observing as she busily organized everything. Once she finished, glancing at the time, she addressed him. Soo-young, I must head to work now, would you like to accompany me? Yes, let's go together. I need to head to school as well, Soo-young answered without hesitation. All right, then we shall go together, Jae-Yoon said, slinging her bag over her shoulder and retrieving a key from within. Soo-young, here is the key to the front door. Take one, so you can return home alone if you finish school early. Okay, Soo-young nodded, reaching out for it, yet Jae-Yoon did not place the key in his hand. Instead, she tucked it directly into his pants pocket. This gesture, however, inadvertently. Chapter 73, The Office. In a moment of carelessness, Jae-Yoon inadvertently scratched Soo-young's phone with her key. Both individuals sensed the mishap, and Jae-Yoon quickly uttered, I am sorry. Holding the device in her hands, she scrutinized it under the sunlight. Observing this, Soo-young reassured her, it's nothing, Yoon, it's just an old phone, a mere scratch does not matter. Despite his words, Jae-Yoon did not relinquish her examination of the phone but continued to inspect it meticulously. Seeing her insistence, Soo-young reiterated, really, it's no big deal, Yoon, you needn't worry. Had he not been feigning an injury to his arm, he would have snatched the phone back from her grasp without hesitation. After a thorough inspection, Jae-Yoon looked at Soo-young with a face full of remorse and said, I am truly sorry, Soo-young, there is a scratch here. That scratch isn't from you. It has been there for quite some time, Soo-young comforted her. However, Jae-Yoon remained unconvinced, replying, I know you are saying that to spare my feelings. It genuinely has been there. I once scratched it during a scuffle with Jong In-ho, the rather dim-witted fellow you met yesterday. In an effort to lend credibility to his claim, Soo-young invoked Jong In-ho's name. Yet, even with this, Jae-Yoon remained skeptical, as the scratch was evidently fresh, its edges still gleaming white. Soo-young, please do not deceive me, it is clear that I caused it. I will buy you a new phone tonight. Hearing her insistence, Soo-young grew anxious and exclaimed, what do you mean by it's just a trivial matter, merely a small scratch? A small scratch is still unacceptable, Jae-Yoon countered, shaking her head. My mother taught me from a young age that if you damage someone else's belongings, you must compensate them. Finding it difficult to reason with her, Soo-young pondered for a moment and suggested, how about this? We can offset it against the rent. When the amount falls short, I will begin paying you. Jae-Yoon swiftly objected, that simply cannot be. I was the one who invited you to move in, how could I possibly accept rent from you? Why not? Soo-young countered, my father instilled in me the idea that one must compensate when residing in another's home. Recognizing the challenge of persuading her, he opted to employ her own reasoning against her, for only magic can vanquish magic. Perhaps due to the echo of her own words, Jae-Yoon chose not to argue further and returned the phone to Soo-young's pocket. Soo-young, let us be on our way, she declared, opting to bypass the earlier topic and directly urging him to exit. Very well, let us go, Soo-young replied, choosing not to dwell on the previous discussion, as if the incident had never transpired. The residence shared by Soo-young and Jae-Yoon was conveniently located near her workplace, which was also in proximity to Soo-young's school. After a brief exchange, they decided to walk together. The nature of their communication revolved around Jae-Yoon's inquiry as to whether Soo-young wished to take a ride to school, as she typically walked to work. Upon arriving at her workplace, Soo-young bid her farewell, watching as she entered the convenience store before continuing on his path to school. Once separated from Chao Noon, Su Yang activated their Swift skill. His intention in using Swift was not merely to hasten his journey, but to ascertain whether he could replicate the protective maneuvers he had performed the previous day. However, despite the skill's duration expiring, he was unable to execute the same actions again. Su Yang surmised that his current approach was flawed, recalling that, during the earlier instance, he had felt a tumultuous surge of energy coursing through his veins, causing his muscles to tremble. Unable to pinpoint the necessary technique, he decided to set the matter aside for the time being. Additionally, he noted the enhanced endurance he experienced. The energy consumption from this use of a Swift was noticeably less than before. If the current consumption were to persist, he could potentially activate their Swift skill 4 times. As for their eruption skill, Su Yang opted not to test it at this moment, primarily because he had just arrived at the school entrance and had already formulated a plan regarding whom to test it on. Upon entering the classroom, the bell rang, signaling the start of the lesson. Distracted by other matters, Su Yang found it difficult to concentrate during this class. Near the end of the period, he took out his phone and sent a message to Jiang Yuanjun. "Wait for me in the office after class." This time, he refrained from teasing her with the nickname Professor Jiang, as his heart was not in a playful mood. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuanjun, engaged in a lecture in another classroom, had a different perspective. Upon hearing the notification, she retrieved her phone to check the message. Upon seeing Su Yang's text, she eagerly opened the chat window to read its contents. Upon digesting Su Yang's message, an unusual wave of emotion surged within her. Su Yang's tone is rather domineering, as she mused. Could it be that he intends to? The most formidable aspect of the human psyche is its propensity for overthinking, and Jiang Yuanjun was a master at it. A simple sentence could morph into a myriad of imagined scenarios in her mind. However, the time after class is too short, it may not suffice, she pondered. I have another class afterward, what should I do? Surely, Su Yang cannot be intending to prevent me from attending class. Jiang Yuanjun's mind raced with thoughts, so much so that she momentarily forgot to continue her lecture, only regaining her focus when a diligent student in the front row, a close friend of Song Qian'e named Xiao Minute, gently reminded her. Resuming her lesson, Xiao Minute soon received a message from Song Qian'e, requesting that she bring a pair of 500-degree contact lenses after school. After reading the message, Xiao Minute quickly replied, agreeing to the request. Meanwhile, Song Qian'e lay recuperating in a hospital bed. Her injuries had largely healed. Originally, she had intended to return to school that day, but her mother advised her to wait until Monday, which would afford her an additional 3 days of rest for a more thorough recovery. Grateful for her mother's counsel, Song Qian'e planned to use the upcoming weekend to significantly enhance her appearance. Seated cross-legged on her hospital bed, she began composing a message to Xiao Minute. Xiao Minute, have you encountered, manually deleted? Before she could finish typing, Song Qian'e deleted the message, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. After erasing the previous text, she sent a simple reply of, thank you, to Xiao Minute and set her phone on the pillow, leaning back against the headboard. Su Yang, as she murmured, closing her eyes and envisioning his face. At that moment, Su Yang had exited the classroom and was making his way toward Jiang Yuanjun's office. Chapter 74. A sense of foreboding. Jiang Yuanjun sat patiently, awaiting Su Yang's arrival. In her eagerness to reach the office a little earlier, she had even dismissed the class she had just taught ahead of schedule. Su Yang, once you arrive, please ensure to enter when no one is around. Jiang Yuanjun feared that if Su Yang came while others were present, it would attract unwanted attention. After all, the corridors during breaks were bustling with people, and should that blabbermouth catch wind of it, the repercussions could be dire. However, scarcely had she sent the message when Su Yang pushed open the office door. Upon entering, he promptly closed it behind him. Noticing his arrival, Jiang Yuanjun inquired, Su Yang, no one saw you come in, did they? Su Yang, preoccupied with his own anxieties, had not paid particular attention on his way over, but he recalled that no one had glanced towards the office as he entered. He replied, there was hardly anyone outside. Oh, then please lock the door, she urged. From Su Yang's response, Jiang Yuanjun discerned that he had not made any special effort to avoid others, yet, given the circumstances, further discussion was futile. She could only request that he secure the door. Why lock the door? Su Yang questioned as he took a seat opposite her. Jian Yuanjin's face registered surprise as she responded, "Isn't it too dangerous not to? I came here to ask for your assistance." "Where did your thoughts wander?" Su Yang surmised, recognizing the misinterpretation on Jian Yuanjin's part. Oh, Jian Yuanjin feigned enlightenment, only for her expression to suddenly shift to one of disappointment. "So that's how it is." "Indeed," Su Yang nodded. The fleeting look of disappointment on Jian Yuanjin's face vanished, replaced by a smile as she remarked, "Su Yang, when seeking a favor, one must adopt a humble demeanor." Damn. Su Yang's ire ignited upon hearing her tone. Were it not for his need for her assistance, he would have certainly refrained from indulging her now. "Su Yang, I am your professor, you ought to speak to me with respect. Or is it customary for you citizens of Long Country to engage in such crude banter?" The winds of conflict stirred. Su Yang had no intention of losing his temper, yet Jian Yuanjin's relentless provocation was testing his patience. He was reluctant to resort to violence against a woman, for he understood that teaching a lesson through physical means was futile. It required a more potent approach, however. The timing was inappropriate for such an exhausting endeavor, so he opted for verbal intimidation instead. "Jian Yuanjin, have you forgotten how I dealt with you in this very office before?" Su Yang stood, a mischievous grin adorning his face. "If you dare speak to me in such a manner again, I would be more than willing to jog your memory." "No, that won't be necessary." "I recall now," Jian Yuanjin replied, feigning panic, though inwardly she mused, "I remember this feeling, the sensation of being threatened by you." Had it been after school rather than during break, Jian Yuanjin would have undoubtedly continued to provoke Su Yang. Yet, she dared not push too far, fearing that provoking him might lead to unintended consequences. While this was precisely what she secretly yearned for, the potential fallout from being discovered was daunting. If this were to come to light, her father would certainly find out. Given her father's disposition, should he learn of Jian Yuanjin's indiscretions, he would likely beat her mercilessly and confine her at home for eternity. Such a scandal would tarnish her father's reputation, a blemish he would never tolerate. Thus, even as Jian Yuanjin battled internally against her father's influence, she remained ensnared in his shadow. For her, a mere crack of release from her oppressive existence sufficed, and Su Yang became that outlet for her stress. Noticing the fear etched on Jian Yuanjin's face, Su Yang smugly declared, "It's good that you remember. Please assist me in finding Professor N's contact information." "Professor N?" Jian Yuanjin was taken aback, perplexed as to why Su Yang sought any connection with him. Su Yang nodded, "Yes, retrieve his phone number for me." "Surely, this isn't beyond your capabilities." "Of course not, but," Jian Yuanjin smiled sweetly, casting a challenging glance at Su Yang. "What incentive do I have to assist you without reason?" With her attitude igniting his displeasure, Su Yang retorted, "Jian Yuanjin, have you forgotten the lessons of the past? Must you compel me to take drastic measures right here and now?" As he spoke, Su Yang grasped Jian Yuanjin's collar, pulling her against the table. A torrent of complex emotions surged within Jian Yuanjin. "Su Yang, I was wrong. Please, just let me go, and I will provide you with Professor N's contact information right away." Tears glistened at the corners of her eyes, her complexion flushed. Yet, whether Jian Yuanjin's current state stemmed from fear or some other emotion was a truth only she could discern. Witnessing her capitulation, Su Yang released her collar, exhaling deeply. "Jian Yuanjin, in future conversations, mind your tone. Ditch that lofty demeanor, it irks me. I am not your lapdog." As he uttered these words, memories of their past encounters in this office flickered in his mind. He silently mused, "Though, I must admit, I too have been a bit of a lapdog. However, I prefer to think of myself as a wolf in battle. After all, we were embroiled in a fierce conflict, and according to online discourse, this is what they call infusing patriotism abroad." Jian Yuanjin rose from the table, her collar disheveled from Su Yang's earlier tugging, hanging loosely and exposing her fair skin. "I understand," she said, her expression flustered as she attempted to smooth out her collar. Seeing her in such a state stirred a mischievous thought within Su Yang. Nevertheless, aware that the timing was not right, he chose to suppress the urge, preferring to address such matters once their current business was concluded. After all, tasks must be tackled one at a time. After noting down the contact information Jian Yuanjun provided for Professor An, Su Yang prepared to exit her office. Just as he reached the door, Jian Yuanjun called out, "Su Yang." Turning at the sound of her voice, he glanced back. "Su Yang, could you enlighten me as to what transpired?" A sense of dread filled Jian Yuanjun's heart. Though uncertain of the reasons, she had an inkling that it was somehow related to Su Yang's inquiry about Professor in Chapter 75, playing the video. "It has nothing to do with you, Professor Jian. Just mind your own business," as Su Yang declared, turning on his heel and exiting the office without waiting for Jian Yuanjun's response. Jian Yuanjun stood there, momentarily stunned, watching as Su Yang left, unable to utter another word. After all, she was not someone significant in Su Yang's life. She had no right to interfere. As the office door closed behind him, Jian Yuanjun bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. For reasons unknown, an overwhelming sense of grievance washed over her. This was the first time, aside from moments of anger, that someone else had so profoundly affected her emotions. Previously, she had only felt such indignation when her father would inexplicably explode in rage. Yet now, she found herself sobbing uncontrollably over Su Yang's recent indifference, her head resting on the desk. After leaving the office, Su Yang stood in the corridor, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. He understood that Jian Yuanjun's inquiry stemmed from concern, but after the events of the previous day, he was unwilling to involve anyone else in the dangers that surrounded him. Exhaling slowly, he opened his eyes and made his way downstairs, pulling out his phone to call Professor An. As Su Yang descended, he dialed Professor An's number, but despite his efforts, the call went unanswered until he stepped out of the teaching building. Frustrated, he sent a text message instead. Smiley Professor An, "This is Su Yang. I will give you 10 minutes. If you do not contact me within that time, I will expose your video." After sending the message, Su Yang turned back toward the teaching building, not heading for his next class but seeking an empty classroom to sit in. Soon, the class bell rang, and as the 10-minute deadline approached, Su Yang still had not received a reply from Professor An. He was certain that Professor An was deliberately ignoring him, and if he did not resolve this situation today, he risked being attacked again that very night. Having allocated attribute points and upgraded his skills, Su Yang was not particularly fearful of another assault, but he was concerned about the potential repercussions for Che Yunun. Thus, he needed to rectify the situation before her workday concluded. Su Yang retrieved the USB drive containing the video he had prepared earlier and dialed Zheng Renhao's number. After a few rings, the call connected, and Zheng Renhao's voice, reminiscent of a mosquito, came through. "Hello, Su Yang. Are you in class? Why are you calling? Here. Step outside. I'm waiting for you at the door," Su Yang replied before hanging up. After ending the call, Su Yang stood at the classroom door, awaiting Zheng Renhao's emergence. Moments later, Zheng Renhao opened the door and stepped out. Upon seeing Su Yang, he hurriedly closed the door, fearing that a professor might notice. Once the door was secured, Zheng Renhao pulled Su Yang aside and whispered, "Su Yang, why didn't you come into the classroom after you returned?" "Take this," Su Yang said, handing the USB drive to Zheng Renhao. "If I don't contact you after class, upload the contents of this USB to the internal network." Su Yang refrained from instructing Zheng Renhao to upload it to the internet directly, knowing that a single upload would garner little attention. The internal network, however, had a unique demographic: university students who were often gossipy and possessed a sense of justice. Thus, when they saw the video, they would likely share it, creating a ripple effect. Zheng Renhao accepted the USB drive and asked, "What's on it?" "Don't ask, the password for the USB will be sent to your email after class," Su Yang replied, patting Zheng Renhao on the shoulder. "Now, go back to your class." With that, Su Yang turned and left. Zheng Renhao sensed that Su Yang was dealing with something important but chose not to pry, obediently returning to the classroom. This was not due to a lack of willingness to assist Su Yang but rather a habitual response. Whenever faced with a problem, Zheng Renhao had learned the following: Su Yang's lead often led to a swift resolution. After departing, Su Yang made his way to the school's broadcasting room. The operating hours of broadcasting rooms varied by institution. Some opened from 10 to 12 o'clock and 13 to 5 p.m., while others operated from 9:00 to 17:00. However, Su Yang had confirmed that the broadcasting room at his school was currently open and occupied. Upon arriving, Su Yang attempted to enter the broadcasting room but found the door locked. He promptly knocked on the door. Bang, bang, bang. He did not choose a gentle knock. Having observed a male and female inside, he feared that a soft knock might lead them to pretend not to hear. "Who's there?" The male voice inside, evidently irked by Su Yang's vigorous knocking, responded with a brusque tone. Yet, Su Yang had no time to consider their feelings. Before long, the door swung open, revealing a brown-haired male student. Upon seeing Su Yang standing alone at the threshold and recognizing him as neither a professor nor someone of authority, the brown-haired student lost his temper. "Hey! What are you doing banging on the door?" Before he could finish, Su Yang delivered a swift punch to his face, sending him staggering backward, nearly collapsing onto the floor. Su Yang stepped into the broadcasting room, closed the door, and locked it behind him. He then turned to the stunned brown-haired student and said, "Apologies, but I have no patience for your barking. If you wish to avoid further punishment, behave yourself." The brown-haired student rubbed his face, his gaze now tinged with fear. He was not particularly handsome and typically avoided trouble at school, preferring to chase after less desirable girls. His earlier bravado stemmed from mistaking Su Yang for someone of his ilk, but after receiving the punch, his expression shifted to one of clarity. However, the female student, often less discerning than her male counterpart, stormed towards Su Yang, indignant. "Hey, how dare you come in here and hit someone?" As she approached, Su Yang, unimpressed by her typical appearance, swiftly kicked her in the stomach, sending her crashing to the ground. Pointing at her, he declared, "I warn you not to provoke me unnecessarily, you look like a pig standing up." Turning back to the brown-haired student, he added, "Seriously, dude, if you can't handle this, you must be truly starved." With a punch and a kick, Su Yang swiftly dealt with the male and female occupants of the broadcasting room, then proceeded to upload the video from his phone onto the computer and pressed play. Chapter 76, Li Ailey's request. Upon pressing the play button, the school's loudspeaker remained silent. Su Yang immediately comprehended that the device was not connected properly and required some troubleshooting, yet he possessed no expertise in adjusting such equipment. Thus, he turned his gaze towards the brown-haired boy, who was covering his nose with his hand. "Hey!" Su Yang shouted, instantly capturing the attention of both the brown-haired boy and the plump girl nearby. Locking eyes with the boy, Su Yang waved him over. "Come here." Although his expression was remarkably placid, the brown-haired boy felt a flutter of anxiety within. Nevertheless, he dared not defy Su Yang's request and, steeling himself, approached him with a slight tremor. Once the boy reached Su Yang's side, the latter pointed to the computer and instructed, "Get this broadcast working for me." Hearing Su Yang's words, the boy sighed in relief and readily replied, "All right." He then took a seat next to Su Yang and began his task. Su Yang shifted his chair slightly away to facilitate the boy's efforts. Before long, the brown-haired boy turned to Su Yang and announced, "Bro, I've got it working." "Great, just hold on for a moment while I play something and then I'll be out of your hair. You two should continue without letting me interrupt your good fortune." Su Yang maintained a smile throughout his speech, which alleviated the boy's fear, easing his anxiety about a potential confrontation. "Okay, I'll just stand over there for now." Despite feeling less apprehensive, the brown-haired boy still refrained from sitting beside Su Yang, wary of an unexpected outburst. After all, the image of Su Yang as a violent figure had etched itself firmly in the boy's mind. To him, Su Yang, though handsome and refined, harbored an inherent brutality, the type to resort to fists at the slightest provocation. Unbeknownst to Su Yang, the boy's thoughts were far from his concern. He had more pressing matters at hand. As Su Yang manipulated the mouse to click the video playback button, the school's loudspeaker burst into life. A girl's voice resonated through the speakers. "Professor, how can you say such things to your students? Professor, please don't do this. Professor, don't come any closer. Help." Su Yang had deliberately omitted Professor and S spoken parts and even excised the character ENA from the title, as he had no intention of engaging in a scorched earth conflict with the professor. His goal was to urge Professor N to behave and cease his underhanded tactics. After concluding the playback, he disconnected his phone. He refrained from importing the video onto the computer, recalling a notorious incident involving a famous actor who faced exposure of his private recordings due to a repair mishap. Although the actor had deleted the footage, technicians had managed to recover it through technical means. To avoid placing Ailey in a precarious position, Soo-young opted to use his phone as a USB drive instead. He was uncertain if this method would prevent file recovery, but he had done his utmost. Should the video still be uncovered, Ailey would have to accept her misfortune. Upon detaching his phone, it immediately began to ring, signaling that a certain professor was growing anxious. However, Soo-young chose not to answer Professor N's call directly. Instead, he tucked the phone into his pocket and made his way out of the broadcast room. Once he departed, the brown-haired boy approached the plump girl, both appearing somewhat deflated. Yet, as soon as Soo-young left, the boy locked the broadcast room door, and the two quickly rekindled their earlier intimacy, exploring one another once more. Meanwhile, Soo-young had reached the stairwell. Just as he prepared to descend, he suddenly heard a girl calling a distinctive name from behind. Li Lei. Upon hearing this name, Soo-young halted in his tracks, knowing it could not be directed at anyone else. If someone were to call out for Soo-young, it might not pertain to him, but calling for Li Lei could only mean him. He found it hard to believe anyone in H country would be calling him by that name. As he paused, the sound of hurried high heels echoed behind him. Turning around, he saw Li Lei rushing towards him in a fluster. To prevent any wardrobe malfunctions, she grasped the hem of her skirt as she ran. Li Lei, noticing that Soo-young had stopped to wait for her, Ailey slowed her pace slightly, aware that running in high heels could be quite painful. Upon reaching Soo-young, her eyes glistening with tears, she implored, "Li Lei, may I ask you for a favor? Come with me." Soo-young did not respond directly to Ailey's request but urged her to follow him. He feared that speaking in this location might attract the scrutiny of the school's surveillance, and after the previous incident of being cornered in the classroom, he had learned that Professor N could review and even cut off the monitors. Thus, he opted to lead Ailey away from the scene. Soon, Soo-young guided Ailey to the schoolyard. Throughout their journey, his phone continued to ring incessantly. Without needing to look, he knew it was Professor N attempting to contact him. However, Soo-young felt no urgency. When he had been anxious previously, Professor N had shown no concern. So now it was time for the professor to experience the same anxiety. With that attitude, Soo-young disregarded the ringing phone and addressed Ailey, "Rest assured, I have no intention of releasing your video. My aim is merely to give that scoundrel Professor N a firm warning." Ailey understood well that this was merely Soo-young's perspective. Should a fallout occur between him and Professor N, Soo-young would not hesitate to disclose the video, irrespective of her feelings. "Li Lei, do you think you could blur my image in that video?" Ailey asked, her tone pleading. Blur? Soo-young hadn't he considered that option, but he had contemplated cutting out Ailey's part entirely. After all, capturing only Professor N's lecherous demeanor would suffice, even without revealing Ailey's face, to ensure the Professor's infamy spread across the internet. Moreover, given the current circumstances, there was no need to reach the point of releasing the video. Yet, Soo-young realized that no matter what he said, Ailey would remain uneasy. Should this matter leak, it would cause a stir far greater than the time Soo-young had seen Minachushi working at a KTV. However, Ailey, though not as stunning as Minachushi, was still a considerable concern for Soo-young, who was no longer the naive youth he once was. Otherwise, he might have contemplated using this situation to his advantage. "Let us connect on Kakao. Later, I'll send you the video, and you can blur it before sending it back to me." Ailey nodded vigorously in agreement as Soo-young spoke. Afterward, he retrieved his phone and displayed the QR code for her to scan. Just as Ailey aimed her phone at Soo-young's to scan the code, she unexpectedly snatched his phone away. Chapter 77 Professor N. After Ailey snatched Soo-young's phone, she turned and fled. Fearing that Soo-young's phone might lock mid-operation, she searched for Soo-young's album while running. This audacious act instantly ignited Soo-young's fury, compelling him to sprint at full speed in pursuit of her. Within mere breaths, Soo-young caught up with Ailey. Upon reaching her, he seized her hair, bringing her to an abrupt halt. The sharp tug on her scalp elicited a cry from Ailey. Yet, despite the pain, she continued her relentless endeavor to navigate Soo-young's phone, shifting from one-handed to two-handed operation. The album on Soo-young's phone held little of significance. A mere flip would reveal the video she sought, followed closely by the photo he had taken of Jian Yuanjin's bare back. Su Yang was acutely aware that Li Aili intended to delete the video from his phone, but since he had backups, it mattered little if she succeeded. However, he had promised Jiang Yuanjun that he would never allow anyone to see her naked back. In a swift motion, Su Yang raised his right hand and delivered a resounding slap to Li Aili's face, the impact reverberating like thunder in the air. The sheer force of the blow left Li Aili momentarily stunned, her expression frozen in disbelief as her face swiftly swelled. Su Yang reclaimed his phone from the dazed Li Aili and pointed at her face, civilly inquiring, "Are you truly so audacious as to disregard boundaries? From now on, keep your distance, or I shall strike you every time we meet." Truly, how shameless. With that, Su Yang ignored Li Aili and began perusing the messages sent by Professor, and there were numerous messages, all bearing a similar sentiment. As long as Su Yang refrained from publicizing the video, he was willing to acquiesce to any of Su Yang's demands. As Su Yang walked while reading the messages, Li Aili grasped his arm from behind. Irritated, he turned around and beheld her swollen face, which resembled that of a cartoonish pig, and his anger subsided slightly. At that moment, her right cheek was puffed up, her eyes nearly swollen shut. Upon seeing Su Yang turn, Li Aili knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded, "Li Lei, I realize my mistakes. Please grant me another chance, I truly won't dare again." Hearing her seriously address him as Li Lei, Su Yang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, yet he maintained a stoic demeanor, responding, "Spare me the theatrics. Stand up and speak if you have something to say. Otherwise, remain silent." Su Yang perceived Li Aili to be akin to Zhang Shanmai. Such individuals could not be indulged, lest they overstep their bounds. As anticipated, upon hearing Su Yang's words, Li Aili rose, flicked her hair, and said, Li Lei, if you agree to my request, I will likewise comply with one of yours." "Very well," Su Yang replied decisively. With that, he switched his phone back to the Kakao QR code interface, eager to see if Li Aili would dare to seize his phone again. Indeed, after receiving a slap, Li Aili appeared considerably more compliant, obediently scanning to add Su Yang on Kakao. After adding him, Li Aili looked at Su Yang, a hint of confusion in her eyes as she asked, "Su Yang, aren't you called Li Lei?" "Indeed, I am Li Lei. Su Yang is merely my online alias." Su Yang remained resolute in withholding his true name from Li Aili, as he wished to avoid unnecessary entanglements with her, much like he desired to evade any connection with Zhang Shanmai. Had he never encountered someone like Zhang Shanmai, perhaps he would not be so averse to Li Aili. "I'll send you the video shortly, I have matters to attend to, so you may leave." Su Yang preemptively interrupted Li Aili, who appeared poised to speak. Aware of his impatience, Li Aili merely responded with an "oh" before departing. Watching her retreating figure, face still obscured by her hands, Su Yang mused, "Perhaps my prejudice against her is excessive, she does not seem entirely akin to Zhang Shanmai." With a sigh, Su Yang first disabled the automatic email sending feature on his phone, then dialed Professor N, that scoundrel. The moment the call connected, Professor N answered promptly. "Hello, Su Yang. Please remain calm. Feel free to articulate any demands you may have." Noticing the anxious tone in Professor N's voice, Su Yang's lips curled into a slight smile as he replied, "I am not agitated, yet your tone suggests otherwise." Realizing there might be room for negotiation, Professor N's tense demeanor eased slightly as he settled into a chair in the broadcasting room. Prior to Su Yang's call, he had been anxiously pacing the room, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon him. If the video were to be publicly released, his career would be irrevocably shattered. He would not only face expulsion from the university but also find himself unemployable elsewhere. This dilemma extended beyond professional repercussions. It would tarnish his relationships with family, friends, and loved ones, leading to a complete ruin of his life. Such an outcome was utterly unacceptable to Professor N, who had labored tirelessly for half his life to reach his current position. "Su Yang, where are you? Come to the broadcasting room." "Let us meet," Professor N suggested, having steadied his nerves. Upon hearing the request, Su Yang's smile broadened. "You, Professor N, wield considerable influence and can manipulate the school's surveillance at will. I dare not meet you on campus. Let us convene in the alley behind the school, but heed my warning. Do not attempt any tricks, your time is limited. Before this class concludes, if I am not satisfied, the video will be promptly uploaded to the campus network. Do you understand, Professor N? A cold sweat broke out on Professor N's brow as he instinctively swallowed hard, replying humbly, "Understood, I will be there shortly." Having already arrived at the alley, Su-young hung up the phone after hearing Professor N's response. He then cracked his knuckles, chuckling to himself, "A scoundrel, if I do not make you regret this today, I shall consider myself fortunate." Before long, Su-young spotted Professor N hurrying into the alley, panting heavily. Upon entering, however, he did not see Su-young and immediately pulled out his phone to call him. Chapter 78, Intermediate Task. Su-young gazed at Professor N, who appeared as disoriented as a headless fly, a smile gracing his features. Upon hearing the ringtone of his mobile, Su-young promptly answered the call. As soon as the connection was made, Professor N's voice, fraught with urgency, resonated through the phone. "Su-young, I've arrived. Are you not here yet?" The professor's breathless speech revealed that he had hurriedly traversed the distance. Clearly exhausted from dragging his corpulent frame. Observing Professor N's disheveled state, Su-young remarked, "EICU. Simply wait for me there." With that, he hung up the phone decisively. Upon realizing the call had ended, Professor N gasped for breath. Glancing around in search of Su-young, not spotting him, he wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. When he lifted his gaze once more, Su-young had already materialized at the entrance of the alley. Detected that the host is confronted with multiple instances of the task as hidden boss, triggering an intermediate task. Intermediate task. Completely resolve this incident. Task objective, Professor N. Task reward, 100 attribute enhancement points, 10 skill points. Upon witnessing the task's rewards, Su-young felt a flicker of surprise. He had not anticipated that the system would offer such a bounty for dealing with this seemingly feeble and rotund individual. However, this astonishment was fleeting. A wave of anger surged within him. Had he been an ordinary person without the system, encountering the events of the previous day would have likely left him incapable of standing here unscathed. Moreover, he would have inadvertently endangered Che Yunun, for who could say what that group of delinquents might have done to her had Su-young faltered yesterday. Spotting Su-young's arrival, Professor N immediately spoke, Su-young, feel free to voice any demands, just please refrain from disseminating the video." After hearing Professor N's words, Su-young remained silent, slowly advancing towards him. The moment Professor N met Su-young's gaze, a surge of fear gripped him. The previous day, the man in sunglasses had only informed him that the situation was a disaster and that the final payment was off the table, leaving much unsaid. Professor N was acutely aware of the gang under the man's command and had a vague understanding of his capabilities. This knowledge only heightened Su-young's terrifying presence in Professor N's eyes, especially standing there unscathed against a group. As Su-young approached Professor N, he uttered not a word but swiftly delivered 2 resounding slaps to his face. The professor, accustomed to a sedentary office life, felt a ringing in his ears from the blows, covering his face in shock as he stared at Su-young. "What are you staring at?" Su-young retorted, gripping Professor N's hair and forcefully pushing his head down. "Su-young, please, let us not resort to violence. We can discuss this." Before Professor N could finish, Su-young activated their outburst skill, his tightly clenched fist crashing down upon the professor's head. A dull thud echoed through the alley. Struck by Su-young's fist, Professor N saw stars, feeling as though he had been hit by a sledgehammer. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. Yet, Su-young paid him no heed, relentlessly striking the professor's ample flesh. The only reason he refrained from targeting the head further was to avoid fatality. With Su-young's current strength, a few more blows could easily send a person to the hospital, or worse, the morgue. Soon, anguished cries akin to a slaughtered pig reverberated through the alley. Typically devoid of passers-by except for students from the nearby school, the alley was even more deserted due to class hours, rendering Professor N's screams futile. After a spell, he sat against the wall, his once pristine shirt now soiled and marked with Su-young's footprints. Squatting before the beleaguered professor, Su-young cracked his knuckles menacingly, then seized a handful of Professor N's hair, stating, "Shall we have a proper conversation?" "Yes, let us talk." Just please stop hitting me, a Professor N replied, his eyes filled with terror, wishing fervently for Su Yang to cease his assault. He had come seeking dialogue, yet upon their meeting, Su Yang had launched straight into violence without uttering a single word. When had a university professor ever encountered such a scene? It is often said that the soft fear the hard fear the unyielding, and the unyielding fear the reckless. The reckless fear those who may be unhinged. To Professor N, Su Yang embodied both hardness and recklessness, bordering on madness. Professor N, should you continue to create trouble for me, the repercussions will extend beyond merely the video being made public. I assure you, I will ensure that you spend the rest of your life subsisting on nutrient solutions, Su Yang declared, patting the professor's face. Do you comprehend, Professor N? I understand, Professor N hastily acquiesced, entirely disinclined to engage further with someone like Su Yang, let alone provoke him again. Since you comprehend, then let this be our agreement. Upon concluding his statement, Su Yang rose and walked towards the alley's exit. As Su Yang made his way halfway through, he abruptly halted, causing Professor N's heart to skip a beat. Su Yang pivoted, a smile gracing his features as he remarked, By the way, Professor N, regarding the scholarship, you ought to expedite the process. I am eagerly awaiting it. Moreover, I barely struck your face, solely to ensure your work remains unaffected. I have shown you considerable leniency. I trust you will not be ungrateful. Following this, Professor N nodded vigorously. Rest assured, the scholarship will undoubtedly be yours. I will expedite the matter. By the time Professor N finished speaking, Su Yang had already exited the alley. He had no intention of waiting for Professor N's response. He was merely issuing a notification, not seeking a negotiation. Once Su Yang departed, Professor N leaned against the wall, gingerly rubbing the bruised flesh that had endured the assault, before hailing a cab to return home and change his clothes. Given his current state, he dared not drive his own vehicle, as the risk of being seen by colleagues at the university would render him the subject of gossip for days to come. The reason Su Yang felt so emboldened was that he had already received notification of task completion. At that moment, Su Yang's system underwent yet another upgrade. The weakness system has successfully completed its version upgrade, now at V1. 1. New items have appeared in the system marketplace. We express our gratitude to the host for diligently completing each task, enabling the system's enhancement. The weakness system will strive even harder to assist the host in the future. Upon learning of the new items in the system marketplace, Su Yang immediately entered the system marketplace to explore. Chapter 79, Surprise Inspection. This time, the newly added items in the system marketplace are not as plentiful as those introduced with version 1.10. There is only a single new item. Combat gloves. Capable of withstanding attacks from wooden sticks, iron rods, short knives, and other cold weapons with bare hands, while also augmenting one's offensive capabilities. This item is undoubtedly an indispensable ally on your journey to becoming the king of fighters. The item is a permanent fixture, and redeeming it necessitates 100 attribute points. A staggering 100 points. Su Yang was somewhat taken aback by this figure, yet upon contemplating the functionality and practicality of the combat gloves, he deemed it reasonable. The dilemma, however, was that Su Yang currently possessed only 110 attribute points, needing to reserve 10 points for the acquisition of recovery potions. Consequently, he would be left with a mere 100 attribute points. If he were to redeem the combat gloves, he would find himself utterly depleted. More critically, after hastily expending his attribute points, he realized he had neglected to redeem for height. In the past, Su Yang might have consoled himself, asserting that a height of 1.77 meters was sufficient, yet, with the advent of the system, he felt that it was rather inadequate. He now believed that a man's height should ideally exceed 1.80 meters. After much deliberation, Su Yang ultimately resolved to forego the redemption of the combat gloves. After all, with his current physical condition, he could manage typical challenges without them. Therefore, he decided to prioritize increasing his height. After all, youth is priceless, and the opportunity to grow taller exists only in the present. To completely eliminate the notion of redeeming the combat gloves, Su Yang directly exchanged 1 point for height. However, he encountered an unexpected outcome. One attribute point did not equate to a single centimeter of height, a revelation that took him by surprise. As all attributes previously exchanged by Su Yang were on a one-to-one basis, he found it perplexing that this particular height exchange was at a ratio of 1:0. However, having already expended one attribute point, Su Yang gritted his teeth and immediately utilized an additional 9 attribute points to exchange for height. Upon completing the exchange, Su Yang did not perceive any significant change in his stature, yet the system panel confirmed that his height had indeed reached 178 centimeters. With a resigned shake of his head, Su Yang reflected on his initial fear of growing too tall too quickly, which would draw attention from others. Now, however, he was aware of it himself. Subsequently, Su Yang clenched his teeth and used another 10 attribute points to exchange for an additional centimeter of height. This brought his stature to 179 centimeters, leaving him merely 1 centimeter shy of the coveted 180 centimeters. Although he still felt no noticeable difference, he was reluctant to continue the exchanges. He decided to pause for a while and resume later. After concluding the exchange, Su Yang's consciousness withdrew from the system interface, but instead of heading to school, he made his way to the convenience store where Che Yunun worked. With the class having just ended and lunchtime approaching, Su Yang deemed it more worthwhile to seek out Che Yunun than to return to school. Earlier, while reprimanding Professor N, Su Yang had activated the burst skill. Based on his observations, the duration and stamina consumption of the burst skill seemed comparable to that of the swift skill. This led him to believe that the remaining skill, limit reaction, would likely exhibit similar characteristics. Given Su Yang's current physical condition, he estimated he could utilize the skills approximately 4 to 5 times. Now confronted with a dilemma, Su Yang pondered whether to use the recently acquired 10 skill points to enhance their limit reaction skill or to upgrade his existing 2 skills. If he were to exchange for limit reaction, he could only employ it once while using all 3 skills simultaneously. Conversely, if he chose to upgrade his current skills, he could use 2 of them twice at the same time. This decision weighed heavily on Su Yang, primarily due to the scarcity of his skill points. After much contemplation, he ultimately resolved to exchange for their limit reaction skill. After all, he had already experienced the effects of the other 2 skills. An upgrade would merely enhance their existing capabilities. In contrast, he had yet to utilize their limit reaction skill and was curious about the extent of its effect in significantly increasing reaction speed. Furthermore, another reason for his choice to acquire limit reaction rather than upgrade existing skills was his desire to be a well-rounded individual rather than a specialist with a narrow focus. Having completed the exchange for the limit reaction skill, Su Yang quickened his pace towards the convenience store where Che Yunun worked. Soon, he arrived near the store but opted to approach from across the street rather than the entrance, hoping to observe Che Yunun during her work hours. At that moment, the store was relatively empty, and upon nearing it, Su Yang spotted Che Yunun seated at the counter, resting her chin on her hand, lost in thought. Not wishing to rush in, he stood still and took out his phone to message her. "Yunun, what are you up to right now?" After sending the message, he continued to watch her intently. Hearing the notification sound from her phone, Che Yunun initially paused, then retrieved her phone from the area in front of the counter. After tapping on her phone a couple of times, a smile broke out on her face, and her fingers began to fly across the screen in rapid succession. Su Yang understood that she was responding to his message. Upon hearing the notification sound, he quickly checked the content of her reply. "Not much, just bored. What time do you finish school this afternoon?" After reading her message, Su Yang couldn't help but smile widely as he composed his reply. "What's up? Yunun, is there something you need?" After editing his message, he ultimately decided to send a more subdued version. Fearing that a more flirtatious remark might lead to awkwardness, he sent a total of 11 words instead. Although he couldn't fully discern Che Yunun's expression from his vantage point, her actions clearly indicated that she was feeling shy. Just as Che Yunun was in the midst of replying to Su Yang's message, the sound of footsteps entering the store caught her attention, prompting her to look up. The moment she recognized Su Yang, her heart raced, beating wildly in her chest. As Su Yang greeted her with his trademark sunny smile, causing her face to flush a deep crimson. "Su Yang, what brings you here?" Shouldn't you be in class at this time? Jae Yunun shyly lowered her gaze. As she heard his words, she lifted her head to meet Su-young's eyes as he approached the counter. Standing beside her, Su-young swallowed hard and said, I missed you, Yunun. Chapter 80, The Unexpected Person. As soon as Su-young uttered those words, Jae Yunien's face flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of spicy rice cakes. Subsequently, Su-young, emboldened by the moment, reached across the counter, cupping Jae Yunien's face and kissing her directly. Jae Yunien, momentarily taken aback by the kiss, instinctively rose on her toes, closed her eyes, and reciprocated. However, as Su-young's hands encircled her back, Jae Yunien suddenly regained her senses and hurriedly pushed him away with a bewildered expression. Su-young gazed at Jae Yunien, who, wiping her lips, remarked, the doctor advised that you should refrain from moving your arm excessively for the time being. At that moment, Su-young harbored an unprecedented resentment towards a physician. Yet, upon reflecting on Jae Yunien's words, he realized that it was not the act of kissing her that was the issue, but rather the condition of his arm. This realization filled his heart with joy. Doesn't this imply that Jae Yunien has tacitly accepted that I may kiss her? Once my arm heals, we can take our relationship to the next level. Su-young mused, a radiant smile of happiness illuminating his face. Su-young, what time do you finish school this afternoon? Jae Yunien's inquiry abruptly quelled Su-young's escalating euphoria, effectively interrupting his joyful reverie. Well, I have 2 classes this afternoon, so I should finish around 5, he replied, only to suddenly realize, Yunien, do you have something planned? If you do, I can skip class this afternoon. I'm free, since we have a holiday tomorrow. Why don't you come to the store after your class around 5, we can go shopping together once I finish work. What do you think? Jae Yunien suggested, her face alight with anticipation as she gazed at Su-young. That sounds wonderful. Su-young responded without hesitation. Jae Yunien couldn't help but chuckle at the tone and expression with which he spoke. Su-young, you're not heading back to school for lunch, are you? No, I'm not going back, he nodded in affirmation. Upon receiving Su-young's confirmation, Jae Yunien glanced at the time on her phone and said, then let us wait half an hour and have lunch together. Sure. The thought of dining together brought Su-young immense joy, for it meant he could once again indulge in Jae Yunien's delightful company. As the saying goes, to live is to have a goal, and only then can one feel happiness. Today, Su-young truly felt the weight of those words. With every passing minute, he felt himself inching closer to happiness. Observing Jae Yunien as she completed transactions with customers, he quietly thought, perhaps this is what tangible happiness looks like. After half an hour, Jae Yunien emerged from behind the counter. Noticing Su-young rising from his chair to follow her, she quickly turned and said, you can wait here for me. With that, she grabbed a shopping basket and ventured into the aisles of the convenience store. Seated beside the counter, Su-young watched her intently. Like a butterfly flitting from flower to flower, Jae Yunien gathered items from the shelves, filling her basket to nearly overflowing in no time. Once the basket was brimming, she approached the counter, placing it before Su-young with a cheerful declaration, these are all discarded items, feel free to enjoy them. Unfamiliar with the concept of discarded items, Su-young inquired curiously, what do you mean by discarded? As Jae Yunien scanned the items at the counter, she explained, in our convenience store, discarded items are free. As long as they are scanned, they can be considered waste. The discarded items typically fall into several categories: expired foods like bread, cakes, sandwiches, pizzas, and instant noodles, which may be discarded due to exceeding their shelf life, spoilage, or poor taste. Damaged packaging, which renders food unsellable, leftover prepared meals, such as boxed lunches and roasted chicken that weren't sold the same day, and fruits and vegetables that have spoiled during storage. Those familiar with preservatives understand that a food's expiration date is merely a suggested consumption date. Most foods with preservatives do not spoil immediately after their expiration and can still be consumed, albeit with potentially diminished taste. In fact, one could eat a pack of expired snacks without even realizing they were past their prime. Employees may take home these unsold discards, but it must remain a secret from the owner, not out of stinginess, but due to fear of liability should someone fall ill. If an employee discreetly takes items, any repercussions would not reflect on the owner. Some owners, however, outright refuse to allow employees to take items and will simply dispose of them. It varies by individual. Once Che Yunyan had finished explaining, all the items had been scanned and marked as waste, ready for consumption. She hesitated slightly, saying, "Su Yang, you don't mind these items, do you?" Su Yang, not one to possess wealth or pretentiousness, held no reservations about consuming the discarded items. Rather, he felt an eager curiosity for foods he had never tried before and had long wished to sample the various bento offerings found in convenience stores. Without directly answering Che Yunyan's question, he began to sift through the basket. "I've been wanting to try this one. And this one, too." Che Yunyan smiled at Su Yang's enthusiasm as he selected his food. Deep down, she harbored feelings of insecurity, fearing that she might not be worthy of him. This internal struggle also contributed to her recent hesitations in their relationship. Ever since the day they shared spicy rice cakes and she kissed him, Che Yunyan had contemplated their relationship, desiring to move forward yet feeling unworthy of Su Yang. Despite her longing for progress, she often found herself pushing him away at pivotal moments, leaving her heart in turmoil. Seeing Su Yang choose his bento, Che Yunyan offered, "Let me help you heat it up." "Sure," Su Yang replied, handing her the bento. After tearing off the outer packaging, she placed it in the microwave to heat. While waiting, she opened a bag of chips, delicately pinching one between her fair fingers, and asked, "Su Yang, would you like some?" "Absolutely," he answered without hesitation. After all, even if he were not fond of a particular food, if it came from Che Yunyan, he would gladly partake. Once he confirmed his interest, Che Yunyan brought the chip to Su Yang's lips. He opened his mouth, taking in the chip along with her fingers. At that moment, someone entered the convenience store. Su Yang, positioned to face the entrance, widened his eyes in astonishment upon recognizing the newcomer. Chapter 81. The unusual Park Chai-hui. Upon hearing someone enter, Che Yunun hurriedly withdrew her finger from Su Yang's mouth. For reasons unknown, it seemed somewhat sticky. The newcomer to the convenience store was a beautiful girl, and her unwavering gaze fixed on the counter only intensified Che Yunun's already pronounced shyness. Su Yang was taken aback to encounter Park Chai-hui here, fearing she might say something inappropriate in front of Che Yunun, and quickly blinked at her. Park Chai-hui, equally surprised to see Su Yang, wore a peculiar smile that sent shivers down Su Yang's spine, apprehensive that she might engage in some exaggerated antics at any moment. Fortunately, Park Chai-hui refrained from acting as Su Yang feared. Instead, she walked directly to the shelves to select items. Nevertheless, Su Yang could not fully relax, for Park Chai-hui had always been unpredictable in his mind. Just as one might anticipate a simple encounter, she would unleash an unexpected bombshell. With bated breath, Su Yang observed Park Chai-hui as she perused the goods on the shelves. Soon enough, she gathered her chosen items and approached the counter to settle her bill. Throughout the transaction, her eyes remained fixed on Che Yunun, entirely ignoring Su Yang, causing Che Yunun's cheeks to flush. "Oh, that," as Park Chai-hui spoke, Che Yunun instinctively looked up, while Su Yang's heart raced, nearly leaping into his throat. "Sister, you are so beautiful," Park Chai-hui exclaimed, her face breaking into a sweet smile. With her doll-like features, the smile rendered her even more innocuous. Che Yunun, taken aback, responded with a smile, "A thank you for the compliment. You are beautiful as well." Pouting slightly, Park Chai-hui replied, a hint of disappointment in her tone, "A sister, you don't need to flatter me. If I were truly beautiful, why would someone show no interest in me at all? After helping him once, he didn't even bother to contact me again. It's as if I were invisible." Upon finishing her statement, she cast a sidelong glance at Su Yang. This gesture caused beads of sweat to form on Su Yang's palms. Che Yunun pondered for a moment before earnestly replying, "But you really are beautiful. It certainly isn't your fault. Perhaps the person you mentioned simply prefers a different type." Park Chai-hui contemplated Che Yunun's words for a moment, then smiled and said, "Thank you, sister." "No need to thank me, I wish you the best of luck," Che Yunun replied, offering Park Chai-hui a gentle smile. "Goodbye, sister, I won't keep you any longer." After saying this, Park Chae-hui glanced at Soo-young once more before picking up the shopping bag from the counter and heading towards the exit of the convenience store. Chae Yu-noon watched her departing figure and said, "Goodbye." Once Park Chae-hui exited, Soo-young exhaled a sigh of relief, his previously tense heart finally at ease. Meanwhile, the bento he had placed in the microwave was ready, and Chae Yu-noon opened the microwave to retrieve it. In South Korea, convenience stores typically have more than one microwave, at least two are usually situated together. Thus, Chae Yu-noon had just heated both her bento and Soo-young simultaneously. However, considering that she needed to feed Soo-young first, she only took out his bento. "Wow, it smells so good," Soo-young remarked, catching a whiff of the bento's aroma. By this time, he was quite hungry, and there was one thing Soo-young had never understood: if he skipped breakfast, he usually didn't feel particularly hungry by lunchtime, yet, if he did eat breakfast, he would be exceedingly hungry by noon. This puzzlement had always eluded him. Chae Yu-noon picked up a piece of meat with her chopsticks and brought it to Soo-young's mouth while her other hand positioned itself beneath to catch any falling morsels. Having experienced Chae Yu-noon's feeding service twice before, Soo-young now felt no embarrassment. He opened his mouth wide and began to eat. To allow Chae Yu-noon to eat sooner, he consumed his bento rapidly, finishing it in no time. After feeding him, Chae Yu-noon took a paper towel from the counter to wipe Soo-young's mouth and inquired, "Are you full?" After swallowing the last morsel, Soo-young replied, "I'm full." Upon hearing this, Chae Yu-noon unscrewed a bottle of soda, inserted a straw, and handed it to Soo-young. "Here." Soo-young accepted the soda and took a hearty gulp. Refreshing after a satisfying meal, a sip of soda was truly delightful. Chae Yu-noon then began to eat her bento. After a few bites, she glanced at her phone to check the time, swallowed her food, and said, "Soo-young, it's getting late. You should be heading to school." While observing Chae Yu-noon, Soo-young took out his phone and confirmed that it was indeed time. Although returning to school was far less appealing than spending time with Chae Yu-noon, he opted to go back to avoid disrupting her work. "It is time for school. I'll take my leave now, Yu-noon," Soo-young said as he rose from his chair. Standing behind the counter, he looked at Chae Yu-noon and added, "I'll come back after class to wait for you to finish work." All right." Chae Yu-noon set down her chopsticks, stood, and leaned against the counter, gazing at Soo-young. "See you later," Soo-young said before turning to walk towards the exit of the convenience store. Only after Soo-young's figure had completely vanished did Chae Yu-noon sit down to continue her bento. As she ate, thoughts of her date after work brought a sudden smile to her face. Simultaneously, Soo-young, having left the convenience store, wore a smile of his own, eagerly anticipating their date that evening. Not far from the convenience store, Soo-young felt a sudden tap on his shoulder from behind. Although he was smiling, the recent traumatic incident still lingered in his mind, keeping him on guard. After being tapped, Soo-young took a large step forward, immediately pivoted, and clenched his fist, ready to strike at the person behind him. Just as his fist was about to connect with the stranger's face, he abruptly halted. Chapter 82. Stay at my place tonight. The person who had just patted Soo-young on the shoulder from behind was Park Chae-hui. Park Chae-hui blinked her eyes and questioned, "Is Soo-young, what are you up to? Do you intend to commit murder and bury the evidence?" Although Soo-young's punch had not struck her, Park Chae-hui's unique constitution made her feel as though she had been hit. It was not as forceful as a direct blow. Rather, it felt like a gentle tap. Soo-young lowered his stance and said, "I do not suddenly pat someone on the shoulder from behind. It is quite frightening. Do you not realize that? Tch. Who knew you were such a coward?" Park Chae-hui retorted, somewhat defiantly. "All right, why are you lurking here?" Soo-young chose to be direct, knowing that Park Chae-hui would not be waiting for him without a reason. She must have intended to leverage their earlier encounter to compel him into action. "Soo-young, how many women do you actually have?" Park Chae-hui inquired. "How many women do I have?" Soo-young replied with a smile, "That depends on you, doesn't it?" Depend on me?" This time, Park Chae-hui did not fall into Soo-young's trap as she had previously. It was not because she had learned from her mistakes, but rather because she assumed Su Yang was inquiring whether she was one of his women. A person cannot exist without weaknesses alongside their strengths. Although Park Chae-hui possessed a unique constitution, rendering her mind somewhat less perceptive, she was by no means foolish. Her thought process was simply a bit unconventional. "What if we counted me?" Park Chae-hui said, lowering her head. Her words left Su Yang with a perplexed expression, momentarily bewildered as to why she would say such a thing. Noticing his silence, Park Chae-hui pressed on, "Su Yang, what kind of girl do you like?" Upon hearing her question, Su Yang recalled his earlier inquiry and, combined with Park Chae-hui's previous remarks in the convenience store, he finally grasped the reason behind her words. He felt a twinge of resistance toward Park Chae-hui, as she had threatened him twice before. Although the outcome of the second encounter had not been detrimental to him, he abhorred the sensation of being coerced. In other words, Su Yang preferred to take the initiative rather than be passive. Thus, he resolved to describe a type of girl that was entirely contrary to Park Chae-hui. After feigning deep contemplation, he stated, "I like blonde girls, especially those with tattoos." Park Chae-hui expressed confusion at Su Yang's answer, immediately asking, "But neither Senior Juhi nor Senior Garyoung, nor the sister from the convenience store, fit that description, do they?" "Exactly, which is why I am not in a romantic relationship with any of them," Su Yang replied with feigned seriousness. Upon hearing this, a peculiar smile graced Park Chae-hui's face as she remarked, "All right, I see now. Su Yang, you should head to school." Su Yang was taken aback by her response. He had anticipated another threat from her, yet this time she refrained from making one. Pondering for a moment, he asked, "What about you, aren't you going to school?" "I have no classes this afternoon, and I have other matters to attend to. I must leave now," Park Chae-hui declared before skipping away without a backward glance. After skipping a few steps, she abruptly halted and changed her gait. Su Yang gazed at her retreating figure, feeling somewhat baffled. However, he did not wish to dwell on anything else at the moment, as his mind was preoccupied with his upcoming date with Cha Yunun that evening. With a buoyant spirit, Su Yang arrived at the classroom, where Jong In-ho promptly called out, Su Yang, over here." Upon spotting Jong In-ho, Su Yang made his way directly to his seat. Jong In-ho, aware of Su Yang's preference for sitting at the edge rather than in the middle, quickly shuffled to create space. Once seated, Jong In-ho leaned in to ask, "Su Yang, where are you living now?" "I saw your post about looking for a place. Has your previous lease expired?" Su Yang nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, my previous lease has indeed expired. Have you found a new place?" Jong In-ho inquired, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "If not, why not stay at my place tonight?" Su Yang did not respond directly to Jong In-ho's question but instead asked with a serious tone, "Jong In-ho, you are not suggesting. What are you thinking?" "Sun-mi invited us to the countryside this weekend. I thought if you stayed with me tonight, we could leave together tomorrow. It would be convenient." Jong In-ho said eagerly, awaiting Su Yang's response. Su Yang had already put the matter out of his mind, and after hearing Jong In-ho's reasoning, he nodded and said, well, In-ho, you and Jang Sun-mi should go alone." "I don't want to be a third wheel." "No way. You can't back out." Jong In-ho's demeanor shifted to one of agitation at Su Yang's refusal. "But isn't it better for me not to go, so you and Jang Sun-mi can have some private time together?" Su Yang questioned, puzzled. Jong In-ho realized his earlier reaction had been overly intense and quietly explained, "If you don't go, Sun-mi will feel awkward, saying it's not good for a man and a woman to be alone together." "Then why not ask Jang Sun-mi to bring along her female friend?" "If I attend, wouldn't that create an even worse scenario of 2 men and 1 woman?" Su Yang was well aware that Jang Sun-mi was not as innocent as she appeared. Her rationale was undoubtedly fabricated. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Jong In-ho appeared discontented. "Su Yang, please don't make jokes about Sun-mi, she is very innocent." Having often watched foreign language teaching videos, Jong In-ho could easily understand the implication of 2 men and 1 woman. Although Su Yang knew that Jang Sun-mi was not pure-hearted, he recognized that she was someone Jang In-ho admired, and thus, he should not make such jokes. Immediately, with a hint of contrition, he said, In-ho, I did not mean to speak ill of Sun-mi. It slipped out unintentionally. I don't blame you, Su Yang, but you must come with me tomorrow, Jang In-ho said, clasping Su Yang's hands and gazing at him with hopeful eyes. I beg you, Su Yang, for the sake of my happiness. Su Yang sighed resignedly. All right, I will join you. Su Yang, you are the best. Jang In-ho exclaimed, enveloping Su Yang in a tight embrace, his excitement reminiscent of a child. Su Yang felt a sense of helplessness at Jang In-ho's exuberance, fully aware that Jang Sun-mi was merely toying with him. However, such matters are often clearer to outsiders than to those personally involved. Therefore, Su Yang found himself unable to assist Jang In-ho in any meaningful way only when Jang In-ho comes to his senses, or perhaps on the day he realizes he has been used by Jang Sun-mi, will he finally understand her true nature. The 2 periods passed swiftly, and after school, Su Yang headed straight to the convenience store where Cha Yunin worked. As for the invitation to stay at Jang In-ho's house, Su Yang had not agreed to it, his reasoning being simply that he did not wish to. Upon exiting the campus, he noticed that Suminit had also left and was walking in the same direction as him. At that moment, Suminit had in her bag the contact lenses that Song Qian had previously requested her to bring, and now she was on her way to the nearby convenience store to purchase the second item that Song Qian had just notified her to bring, a pair of scissors. Chapter 83. Song Qinai's determination. Su Yang's pace was already brisk, and upon realizing his eagerness to see Che Yunyan, he quickened his steps even further. Consequently, although Xiao Minute was traversing the same path as Su Yang, she remained oblivious to his presence ahead. Given Xiao Min's slower speed, even the faint glow of Su Yang's taillights eluded her sight. By the time Xiao Minute was still en route, Su Yang had already arrived at the convenience store where Che Yunyan worked. Che Yunyan had been watching the entrance intently for several minutes, and the moment she spotted Su Yang, a radiant smile illuminated her face. Su Yang mirrored her expression. As Su Yang stepped into the convenience store, Che Yunyan addressed him, Su Yang, please wait for me over there for a moment. I will finish my shift shortly. All right, Su Yang replied, stepping toward the counter. The convenience store where Che Yunyan worked was closer to Su Yang's school, and given the time coincided with the students' dismissal, the store was busier than usual with students coming and going. However, students typically entered with purpose and exited quickly, having already decided what to purchase. Thus, the store never became overcrowded, maintaining a sparse crowd of patrons. Su Yang. A girl's voice called from the entrance of the convenience store. Su Yang turned to see Xiao Minute. Having now committed Xiao Min's name to memory, he felt no embarrassment upon hearing her call. Instead, he was slightly taken aback. Xiao Minute, are you here to buy something? Su Yang inquired, a rather redundant question given their acquaintance. Yes, Xiao Minute nodded before contemplating for a moment and asking, are you working part-time here? No, I'm waiting for a friend, Su Yang replied, his gaze inadvertently shifting to Che Yunyan standing beside him. Oh, I see, Xiao Minute remarked, her eyes now on Che Yunyan. Their gazes met, and Che Yunyan offered a slight nod along with a polite smile. Xiao Minute reciprocated the gesture. At that moment, Su Yang suddenly inquired, by the way, how is Song Qinai's injury? He then gestured toward the nearby shelves, saying, I will go buy something now. All right. Su Yang nodded in acknowledgement before turning his attention back to Che Yunyan. Once Xiao Minute ventured into the aisles, Su Yang whispered, she is my classmate. So is Song Qinar. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Che Yunyan smiled warmly but chose not to respond. Before long, Xiao Minute approached the counter with a pair of paper-cutting scissors in hand. After Che Yunyan completed the transaction, Xiao Minute nodded to her, then turned to Su Yang, saying, I will take my leave now. Okay, Su Yang replied, and simultaneously with Che Yunyan, they both said, goodbye. Their synchronized farewell elicited smiles from one another as they exchanged glances. This moment did not go unnoticed by Xiao Minute, who had not yet exited the convenience store. As Song Qinai's longtime confidant, Xiao Minute had gleaned some insight into Qinai's feelings for Su Yang. Furthermore, during China's hospital stay, she had inquired about Su Yang's affairs. After leaving the convenience store, Xiao Minute hailed a taxi, heading straight for the hospital where Song China was admitted. Before long, the taxi arrived at the hospital's inpatient department entrance. Upon alighting, Xiao Minute hurried to Song China's ward. Upon reaching the door, instead of entering directly to hand over the items, she opted to message Song China to inform her of her arrival. Upon receiving Xiao Min's message, Song China promptly exited her room. After slowly closing the door behind her, she approached Xiao Minute and whispered, "Xiao Minute, you brought the things, right?" "Yes, I did," Xiao Minute affirmed with a nod. She then opened her bag to retrieve the contact lenses but refrained from producing the scissors. "Where are the scissors, Xiao Minute?" Song China inquired, taking the lenses from Xiao Min's hand. Xiao Minute did not respond directly. Instead, she grasped Song China's arm and asked, "China, tell me the truth, what do you need the scissors for?" Following the recent altercation, Xiao Minute felt a twinge of anxiety regarding Song China's potential for further violence, prompting her to purchase the paper-cutting scissors out of concern that China might use them for something detrimental. Xiao Min's motivation stemmed equally from a fear of China's actions and the potential repercussions they might have on her own life. Upon hearing Xiao Min's question, Song China instantly understood her friend's concerns and smiled, explaining, "I need the scissors to cut my hair." "Cutting your hair?" Xiao Minute exclaimed, taken aback. To her recollection, Song China had never changed her hairstyle since they had met. "Yes, I want to cut my hair," as Song China confirmed with a smile. Observing China's earnestness, Xiao Minute retrieved the scissors from her bag and handed them over. Despite this, a flicker of worry lingered in Xiao Minute's heart. Noticing Xiao Min's apprehension, Song China made a silent decision. She resolved to cut her hair before Xiao Min's very eyes. Thus, instead of taking the scissors, she said, "Xiao Minute, come with me to the restroom." With that, Song China grasped Xiao Min's hand and led her toward the restroom, maintaining a comfortable pace, neither too fast nor too slow. They soon arrived at the women's restroom within the hospital. Once inside, Song China released Xiao Min's hand and approached the mirror, removing her thick glasses from her nose. Song China's myopia was quite severe. Even standing at the distance of a sink, she could not clearly see her reflection. Taking a deep breath, she retrieved the contact lenses that Xiao Minute had previously given her. However, after several attempts, she struggled to insert the lenses, as her eyes instinctively recoiled at their proximity. This had been the reason she had refrained from wearing contact lenses in the past. At that moment, Xiao Minute, standing beside her, offered, "China, would you like me to help you?" "No, Xiao Minute, if I can't manage such a small task on my own, how can I talk about change?" Song China declared, her eyes wide open, unwavering, and without a single blink, she deftly positioned the lens onto her eye. She repeated the process for the other eye, successfully donning the contact lenses. Once they were in place, Song China released her braided hair, allowing her dark, lustrous locks to cascade freely. After loosening her braid, she extended her hand towards Xiao Minute, wordlessly requesting the scissors. Understanding her cue, Xiao Minute promptly placed the scissors into Song China's hand. Grasping her hair with one hand, Song China poised the scissors with the other. At that moment, Xiao Minute suddenly cried out, "Wait, China." Turning to Xiao Minute, Song China's expression held a hint of curiosity. After swallowing hard, Xiao Minute cautioned, "China, you must think this through. Once you cut it short, it will take years for your hair to grow back to its current length." In response, Song China's expression hardened with determination as she declared, "I will never grow my hair long again, nor will I allow anyone to bully me." Chapter 84. The rising heat in the fitting room having spoken, Song China swiftly commenced cutting her hair. However, the scissors were not particularly sharp, making the task somewhat tedious. Nevertheless, Song China persisted, gradually shortening her long locks, though the result appeared rather ragged, reminiscent of a dog-esque chew. Observing Song China in this state, Xiao Min could not help but marvel at how much her friend had truly changed. Song China flicked away the fallen strands from her hair and glanced at her reflection in the mirror. Then she picked up the cleaning tools left in the corner of the bathroom and began to sweep away the remnants of her haircut. At that moment, Xiao Min was suddenly reminded of the encounter she had with Su Yang at the convenience store. A sense of hesitation washed over her. She grappled with the decision of whether or not to divulge this information to Song China, fearing it might wound her friend's heart. Yet, she was equally concerned that if she remained silent, the deeper Song China fell into her current state, the more sorrowful she would become. As Xiumin pondered these thoughts, Song China had already finished tidying the floor. Noticing Xiumin lost in thought, she inquired with a hint of curiosity, "Xiumin, what are you thinking about?" As Xiumin jolted back to reality upon hearing her name, she quickly smiled at Song China and replied, "It's nothing." Like Xiumin, Song China, having been her close confidant for many years, could easily discern that something was amiss in Xiumin's heart. However, since Xiumin chose not to speak up, Song China refrained from pressing further. "As long as it's nothing, let us go grab a bite to eat. How much do I owe you?" "I'll transfer it to you," Song China remarked, placing the cleaning tools back in their original spot. Xiumin said nothing, quietly trailing behind Song China, her mind racing with questions about the relationship between Su Yang and Che Yunyan. Meanwhile, Su Yang and Che Yunyan were indulging in fried chicken and beer at a small stall in the night market. Che Yunyan took a bite of the fried chicken and exclaimed, "Wow, this fried chicken is delicious." After swallowing a mouthful, Su Yang concurred, "It really is quite tasty. In truth, both Su Yang and Che Yunyan were well aware that the flavor of this fried chicken was comparable to others. The primary distinction lay in the company they shared. While savoring it. As they feasted, laughter filled the air, and time slipped away unnoticed until the last morsel of fried chicken had vanished from their table. After finishing their meal, Su Yang and Che Yunyan exchanged glances, raising their cans in unison. "Cheers!" they exclaimed, tilting their heads back to drain the remaining beer in one go. After consuming the drink, Che Yunyan, her cheeks flushed, stood slightly unsteady, a smile gracing her face as she turned to Su Yang and said, "Su Yang, let us go shopping." While speaking, she extended her hand toward him. Su Yang, equally enthusiastic, grasped her hand firmly, and together, they navigated through the bustling crowd. Su Yang occasionally glanced back at Che Yunyan, their faces adorned with smiles that only grew brighter with each shared look. Before long, they exited the food street and wandered into the adjacent pedestrian street. Upon arriving, Su Yang suddenly halted and turned to face Che Yunyan. Noticing his pause, she too came to a stop. Su Yang, captivated by Che Yunyan's rosy complexion, pulled her into his embrace. He then released her hand, wrapping both arms around her waist instead. Perhaps influenced by the alcohol, Che Yunyan refrained from using her previous excuse about Su Yang's arm not being able to move freely. Instead, she gazed up at him with dreamy eyes. Su Yang, enchanted by Che Yunyan's radiant beauty, leaned down and kissed her. This time, she did not push him away. Rather, she wrapped her arms around his neck, rising on her toes to meet him. After an intense exchange of kisses, they reluctantly parted, their hands still cradling each other's faces. Following their separation, they exchanged another lingering look before kissing once more, this time with Su Yang's hands slipping beneath Che Yunyan's clothing. After what felt like an eternity, they finally broke apart. Che Yunyan's lips slightly parted as she breathed heavily, feeling slightly breathless from their passionate encounter. As she composed herself, she instinctively adjusted her disheveled attire. Perhaps due to an increase in stamina, Su Yang did not feel particularly breathless. It seemed his lung capacity had improved significantly. Once Che Yunyan had tidied herself, she declared, "I want to try on some clothes." "Then let us go," Su Yang replied, extending his hand toward her without hesitation. She placed her hand in his, and together they strolled down the street, hand in hand. Su Yang deliberately slowed his pace to allow Che Yunyan to peer through the shop windows at the garments within. They meandered for quite some time, yet Che Yunyan did not stop, seemingly unable to find a piece that captured her heart. After a while, Su Yang felt a gentle tug on his hand from Che Yunyan, prompting him to halt. He turned to her and asked, "Shall we take a look at this store, Millimeter?" She nodded in agreement. Receiving her affirmative response, Su Yang took her hand and led her inside. The store staff greeted them with warmth and enthusiasm, eager to assist. However, Che Yunyan smiled and replied, "We'll just browse on our own." Respecting her wishes, the staff maintained a suitable distance, ensuring they would not intrude upon her selection process but remaining close enough to respond should she call for assistance. Soon, Che Yunyan and Su Yang began to explore the clothes available in the store. After a while, however, Che Yunyan felt overwhelmed. as every piece she tried on was met with Su Yang's enthusiastic approval. This only compounded her indecision. Quickly, she devised a plan to select 2 outfits to try on and then ask Su Yang which one he preferred. Acting on her idea, she picked out 2 sets that she particularly liked, handing one to Su Yang while she took the other to the fitting room. Upon entering the fitting room, Jay Yunyan shed her clothing and noticed the redness on her skin where Su Yang had previously touched her. The memory of their passionate kiss on the street flooded her mind, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth. In a rush to cool down, she fanned her face, but not wanting to keep Su Yang waiting too long, she slipped into the new outfit before the heat could dissipate. Once dressed, she opened the fitting room door and stepped out. The moment Su Yang caught sight of her in the new attire, his eyes widened in astonishment. Jay Yunyan, feeling shy under his gaze, asked, "Do I look good in this?" Su Yang, momentarily taken aback, nodded and replied, "You look wonderful, undeniably." Jay Yunyan looked stunning in that outfit, yet, as Su Yang beheld her in the JK skirt, he could not help but recall Minute Jushi from her time working at the karaoke bar. Noticing Su Yang's momentary distraction, Jay Yunyan felt a flicker of discomfort stir within her. Chapter 85. Of course, I agreed to her. Although Jay Yunyan was unaware of the underlying reasons, she felt a profound discomfort in her heart. She did not express this sentiment outwardly. Instead, she turned to Su Yang and said, "I will try on the outfit you have in hand once more." "All right," Su Yang replied, handing the garments to Jay Yunyan. This time, Su Yang waited outside the fitting room for several times longer than before Jay Yunyan finally emerged. Strangely, she had not donned the outfit Su Yang had just given her, but had instead reverted to the one she had previously worn. "Yunyan, why didn't you try on the outfit?" Su Yang inquired. With a smile adorning her face, Jay Yunyan replied, "I suddenly feel a bit unwell. Perhaps the effects of the alcohol are catching up with me. Let us head home for now." After speaking, she flashed a smile at Su Yang. Though her expression appeared perfectly normal, Su Yang noticed a slight redness in her eyes. However, he chose not to mention it and simply nodded, saying, "All right, let us go home." Jay Yunyan quickly walked a few steps ahead, handing the 2 outfits to the attendant, stating, "I apologize, but could you please take these back?" As a seasoned attendant, she could often keenly sense the emotional states of each customer. Whether it be joy, anger, sorrow, or pleasure, she could detect it all from Jay Yunyan's demeanor. It was evident that she was feeling distressed. Accepting the garments from her, the attendant said, "Please take care, and we welcome you to visit again." While Su Yang was uncertain about the cause of Jay Yunyan's discontent, he had an inkling that it was somehow linked to his earlier thoughts about Minute Juhi. Women possess an uncanny sixth sense at times. However, this wasn't entirely Su Yang's fault. After all, when one sees a similar garment, it is only natural to recall the last person who wore it. This is an involuntary reaction. For instance, spotting someone in oversized sunglasses and a red skull-pattern top may inadvertently evoke memories of the notorious figure from Liu Bei, the charming rogue of the reservoir, and the esteemed bodyguard from Kaiyuan, Biao Ji. Nonetheless, Jay Yunyan's feelings of discomfort were entirely valid. It is indeed the most painful scenario when neither party is at fault. Yet, after leaving the store, Su Yang and Jay Yunyan hailed a taxi and returned home. During the ride, Su Yang sensed Jay Yunyan's melancholic aura and wanted to engage her in conversation, yet he was at a loss for words. The silence lingered until they arrived home. As Jay Yunyan opened the door, she stepped aside to allow Su Yang to enter first, before following him into the room and shutting the door behind her. Once Su Yang had changed his shoes, he stood in the living room, determined to break the silence. He took a deep breath, turning to speak, but before he could utter a word, Jay Yunyan interjected, Su Yang, do you need to take a shower? Ah. Su Yang swallowed the words that had been on the tip of his tongue. Faced with Jay Yunyan's unexpected question, he momentarily faltered, contemplating his response. However, before he could reply, Jay Yunyan continued, if you're not going to shower, I'll go first. My head is aching, and I wish to finish quickly and get to bed. Upon hearing this, Su Yang abandoned his thoughts and replied directly, oh, then you go ahead. I am not in a hurry. Jay Yunyan did not say anything further, instead proceeding directly to her own room. Su Yang sighed, sitting down on the sofa, leaning his head back against the cushion. After a brief moment, Che Yunun emerged from her room, clad in her nightwear. Upon seeing Su Yang seated on the sofa, she did not linger to converse but headed straight for the bathroom. Su Yang was left at a loss, having never experienced such a situation before. It was indeed his first time in this peculiar predicament. His sole desire was to alleviate Che Yunun's sorrow, yet he was uncertain how to achieve that. Thus, he remained outside, listening to the sound of running water from the bathroom, waiting for Che Yunun to finish her shower. After a while, the sound of the shower ceased. Su Yang, who had been resting with his eyes closed, promptly opened them, resting his arms on his knees, quietly awaiting her return. Eventually, Che Yunun stepped out of the bathroom, now clad in her nightwear, her hair wrapped in a white towel. Upon noticing Su Yang's posture on the sofa, she called out, "Su Yang." "Yes." Su Yang responded, rising from the sofa at her beckoning. Seeing him stand, Che Yunun hesitated and said, Do you need me to help you with your shower?" Su Yang was momentarily taken aback by her suggestion, internally questioning, help, with a shower. How does one assist with that? As a person of integrity, Su Yang found himself compelled to agree to Che Yunun's unexpected offer. After all, he was known for his amiable nature and his willingness to engage in others' thoughts. All right, Su Yang nodded in agreement. However, upon his acquiescence, it was now Che Yunun who found herself at a loss. Initially, she had merely intended to reach out to Su Yang, hoping to uplift his spirits, never anticipating that he would genuinely accept her offer. Their gazes locked, and they stood in silence, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. After a prolonged pause, Che Yunun cleared her throat and said, Well then, you should go ahead and undress, Su Yang. Chapter 86. A favor for Su Yang? All right. Su Yang responded, making his way toward the room. At that moment, a sense of shyness enveloped him. He felt somewhat embarrassed to have Che Yunun assist him with bathing, yet the prospect thrilled him immensely. Am I really going to strip down completely? It feels a bit awkward. This seems rather exhilarating. Thoughts raced through Su Yang's mind as he walked toward his room. Just as he opened the door, Che Yunun's voice echoed from behind him. Su Yang. You don't need to take off your underwear. Upon hearing her words, Su Yang instinctively replied, okay. He then entered the room. Once Su Yang closed the door, Che Yunun exhaled a sigh of relief. During the brief interval while Su Yang moved from the living room to his room, she devised a method to assist him with his bath. She would use a washcloth to wipe down his body. This way, she could help him bathe without direct skin-to-skin contact and avoid seeing his private areas. Before long, Su Yang emerged, clad only in a pair of boxer shorts. Although he had mentally prepared himself, seeing Su Yang standing before her in such minimal attire caused Che Yunun to blush uncontrollably. Nevertheless, given the circumstances, she steeled herself. Taking a deep breath, she said, let us head to the bathroom. Okay, Su Yang nodded. In truth, he felt quite bashful himself, as he was someone prone to shyness, yet he was eager to challenge his own vulnerabilities. After Che Yunun spoke, she walked directly toward the bathroom, with Su Yang trailing behind her. By the time Su Yang entered the bathroom, Che Yunun was already soaking a washcloth in the sink. Upon noticing his arrival, she wrung the cloth until it was damp and turned to Su Yang, stating, I'm going to start wiping your body now. Millimeter. All right. Su Yang nodded in agreement. With that, Che Yunun began to gently wipe his body with the washcloth. After a while, she said, Su Yang, could you spread your arms out? I'll help you with your arms. Sure, Su Yang replied, extending his arms. Although Che Yunun was not short at 1.67 meters, the height difference with Su Yang, who stood at 1.79 meters, necessitated that she raise her arms to reach his. Before long, her arms began to ache, prompting her to suggest, why don't you sit on that little stool? As she spoke, she pointed to a small chair positioned against the wall near the shower head. Following her gesture, Su Yang nodded in understanding. All right. As he approached the small stool, curiosity got the better of him, and he asked, by the way, Yunun, what is this stool for? The stool was quite low, roughly the height of a bottle of mineral water. Su Yang had noticed it the day before and had pondered its purpose, considering it might be used for resting one's feet while using the toilet. Che Yunun, feeling shy at his inquiry, replied, I use it to rest my feet while bathing. Su Yang's imagination began to wander, picturing Che Yunun's long legs perched upon the stool as she lathered her smooth skin with a bath sponge. A shiver ran down his spine. Che Yunun noticed his reaction, and her already flushed face turned crimson. How about I help you with your back first, she suggested, moving behind Su Yang to avoid the awkwardness. Okay, Su Yang replied, feeling embarrassed by his current predicament. He rested his arms on his knees, a slightly more comfortable position. Che Yunun then began to gently wipe his back. However, it wasn't long before she realized that standing while he sat was causing her arms to tire. She rubbed her right hand with her left. Su Yang sensed her discomfort and said, Yunun, perhaps I should wash myself. It's fine. I can help you. You should try not to move your arms too much. You can wash the rest yourself later, Che Yunun replied, feeling heat rise to her cheeks, as if they might burst into flames. Su Yang, I'll need to press down on your shoulder to gain some leverage, as she said after a few more wipes. Su Yang nodded. A millimeter. Go ahead, Yunun. At her words, Che Yunun delicately placed her slender, fair hand on Su Yang's shoulder. This action caused them both to swallow hard in unison. Su Yang could distinctly feel her fingers gliding across his back, which sent his thoughts spiraling. After a while, once Che Yunun finished wiping his back and wiped the sweat from her forehead, she prepared to assist him with the front. Sensing her approach, Su Yang quickly attempted to shield himself. Yunun, let me handle the front myself. Having experienced the earlier moment, Che Yunun understood his hesitation and did not press further. All right, then you can wash the front yourself. I'll step outside for a moment. After saying this, she placed the washcloth on Su Yang's shoulder. The reason she didn't hand it to him was simply that his hands were currently not in a position to receive it. Once Che Yunun exited the bathroom and closed the door, Su Yang felt free to stand up. He quickly walked over and locked the door outside. Che Yunun was secretly laughing, having noticed Su Yang's reaction, which assured her that he held some interest in her. She recalled a saying she had seen online, suggesting that if a man remained in such a state for too long, it could be detrimental to his health. So, should I help Su Yang tonight? As she mused, her face instantly flushing with heat, and beads of perspiration forming on her skin. Chapter 87. Brother, what purpose does this serve? With such thoughts, Che Yunun temporarily returned to her room, preparing to wait for Su Yang to emerge from the bathroom after his shower. Then, she would step out and decide how to act based on the circumstances at that moment. With a heart full of anticipation, Che Yunun lay on the bed, incessantly imagining the potential scenarios that might unfold. Meanwhile, Su Yang, unaware that Che Yunun was ready to surrender herself to him, was relying solely on himself. Time slipped by unmeasured, until Su Yang exhaled deeply, opened his eyes, and picked up the showerhead to cleanse his body. He swiftly lathered soap over himself, rinsed it away, dried off, and approached the mirror. Wiping the fog from its surface, he searched for his reflection. After completing these tasks, Su Yang took a deep breath and stepped out of the bathroom. Emerging from his shower, Su Yang felt a lightness envelop him, yet a sense of loss lingered in his heart. His brothers, often indulging in indulgences, knew well the stark contrast between satisfaction and self-reliance. The feelings that followed were distinctly different. One was exhilarating, the other disheartening. One yearned for a swift repeat, while the other wished to delay any recurrence. Su Yang found himself in the latter camp, even harboring a tinge of regret. As he walked, Su Yang treaded carefully, attempting to make as little noise as possible. He did this because he heard Che Yunun murmuring in her sleep. Su Yang, do you want me to help you? Su Yang, be a little gentler with me. Su Yang, I lack experience, and I'm a bit scared. Please take it slow. At that moment, Che Yunun had fallen asleep while waiting for Su Yang, her limited tolerance for alcohol having worn off, and her excitement faded into slumber, leading her to speak in her dreams. Her few simple utterances rendered Su Yang's earlier efforts futile. However, the content of her dreams revealed to Su Yang that she was not averse to taking their relationship a step further. In this light, it seemed that the prospect was no longer merely imminent, but rather something they could soon speak of in the same breath. Yet, today was not that day. Even if Che Yunun held such thoughts, Su Yang could not possibly wake her now, pulling her up and demanding action. Such a move could very well transform a promising situation into something utterly hopeless. Patience is key, he mused, returning to his room. In truth, Su Yang's own tolerance for alcohol was rather mediocre. He often felt fatigued after drinking. Lying on the bed, he yawned deeply and soon drifted into a profound slumber. The following morning, Su Yang was roused from his sleep by the insistent ringing of his phone. Her Bluetooth speaker, costing merely a few dozen, was looping the rewind. Yawning again, Su Yang reached for the phone resting beside his pillow. Squinting at the caller ID, he noted it was Jingren Hao and promptly answered. "Hello, Su Yang, are you awake? I'm already downstairs at your place." Without waiting for Su Yang to respond, Jingren Hao tossed out these two sentences. "So early?" Su Yang replied, pulling the phone from his ear to glance at the time on the screen. 05:01. It's not early, it's nearly 6. Hurry and get ready to come down, I'll be waiting for you. Jingren Hao concluded, not permitting Su Yang a chance to reply before hanging up. After the call ended, Su Yang yawned twice more and sat up in bed. Despite the early hour, since Jingren Hao was downstairs, Su Yang felt he could not leave him waiting. Stretching lazily, he slipped on his slippers and prepared to freshen up in the bathroom. As he entered the living room, Su Yang paused to listen carefully for any sounds from Che Yunun's room. Hearing nothing, it seemed she was still asleep. This was to be expected, considering the early hour and the alcohol consumed the previous night. Realizing Che Yunun had not yet awoken, Su Yang proceeded with utmost caution, fearing he might disturb her slumber. He quietly completed his morning routine, and upon returning to his room, discovered that Jingren Hao had called twice during his absence. Opting not to return the calls immediately, Su Yang prioritized changing his clothes. After dressing, he gently opened the door and listened once more for any signs of life from Che Yunun's room. Confirming she was still asleep, he had no choice but to step out directly. Originally, Su Yang had intended to inform Che Yunun about his trip to the countryside in person, especially since he would be staying overnight. However, he now had to resort to a different method of communication. Wary of disturbing her, and not wishing to wait for her to wake and inquire, Su Yang retrieved paper and pen from his room and penned a note. "Yunun, I forgot to mention earlier that I'm heading to the countryside with some classmates today and will most likely be staying there overnight. I had promised them, and it would be awkward to back out. I didn't want to disturb your sleep, so I didn't tell you in person. Su Yang." Placing the completed note on the dining table, Su Yang quietly opened the front door and stepped out. After carefully closing the door behind him and descending a flight of stairs, he dialed Jingren Hao's number. As soon as the call connected, Jingren Hao's urgent voice burst through the line. "Hello, Su Yang, what were you doing just now? Why didn't you answer your phone?" Su Yang, feeling exasperated by Jingren Hao's impatience, retorted, "Is it necessary to be in such a frenzy, Jingren Hao? I just woke up. Do I not need to freshen up?" After saying this, he glanced at the time displayed on his phone and continued, "Besides, it's only been 15 minutes. Is that really worth such a panic? Can't you, as a grown man, exhibit a bit more composure?" After receiving such a reprimand, Jingren Hao chuckled nervously. "It's not that. I was just worried about Sharmai getting anxious waiting." Upon hearing Jingren Hao's response, Su Yang hung up the phone abruptly. This guy, Jingren Hao, is infuriatingly sycophantic. Su Yang felt a twinge of irritation at his friend's absurdity. Were it not for their long-standing friendship and his promise made yesterday, he would have turned back to bed without a second thought. Nevertheless, setting aside his irritation, Su Yang descended the stairs. Upon reaching the first floor, he immediately spotted Jingren Hao waiting at the entrance with a smug grin. "Brother Yang." Seeing Su Yang emerge, Jingren Hao rushed forward with an apologetic smile. Noting this demeanor, Su Yang decided to let go of his earlier annoyance, sighed, and said, all right, let us go. Zheng Renhao's face lit up with a grin upon realizing Su Yang bore him no ill will. Brother Yang, for today, I'm willing to pull out all the stops with my father's car. At this, Su Yang turned his gaze to Zheng Renhao, surprised by his friend's willingness to go to such lengths for this occasion. Zheng Renhao clasped his hands together and earnestly implored, Brother Yang, please be on your best behavior with Shanmai today. Just consider it a favor for a brother. If things go well between us, I'll make sure to give you a generous red envelope. H in the country refers to a white envelope. For simplicity, we'll refer to it as a red envelope here. If this theme arises later, it will not be reiterated. Upon hearing this, Su Yang adopted a serious demeanor and replied, a what red envelope? We are brothers, why bring money into this? Such talk only serves to tarnish our camaraderie. Zheng Renhao, moved by Su Yang's earnestness, felt a lump form in his throat, yet, at that moment, Su Yang suddenly shifted his tone, his face lighting up with curiosity. So, how much can you offer? Chapter 88. Play as you wish. Him. Zheng Renhao, on the verge of tears, was momentarily bewildered by Su Yang's words. Just as he was about to respond, Su Yang interrupted him. It's not about the money. I was just joking, as Su Yang said, playfully patting Zheng Renhao on the shoulder. At this moment, Zheng Renhao found it difficult to discern which of Su Yang's statements was genuine and which was fabricated. Nonetheless, a resolute thought took root in his mind. If he and Zhang Shanmai were to become a couple, he would certainly prepare a substantial red envelope for Su Yang. Subsequently, Zheng Renhao led Su Yang to the location where he had parked his vehicle. After unlocking the car door, Su Yang naturally pulled open the passenger seat door. Observing Su Yang's intention to occupy the front seat, Zheng Renhao immediately, with a hint of regret, said, Yang Ji, please take the back seat. Taken aback, Su Yang looked at Zheng Renhao. In response, Zheng Renhao offered an awkward smile, explaining, I was hoping to have Shanmai sit beside me. Even without Zheng Renhao's admission, Su Yang could comprehend his intentions, yet, since circumstances had unfolded in this manner, it seemed only right to play the part of the Good Samaritan and accompany them to the very end. Su Yang closed the passenger door and settled into the back seat. Turning his head, Zheng Renhao expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Su Yang, saying, Thank you, Yang Ji. After we returned from the countryside, before Zheng Renhao could finish his sentence, Su Yang waved his hand, interrupting him with, Just drive. Acknowledging this, Zheng Renhao refrained from further conversation, promptly starting the car and heading towards Zhang Shanmai's residence. Before long, they arrived at the foot of Zhang Shanmai's building. Zheng Renhao, however, did not immediately call Zhang Shanmai, opting instead to send her a message first. After sending the message, he found himself ensnared in a prolonged wait. Observing the disparity in treatment, Su Yang, feeling exasperated, remarked, Seriously, Zheng Renhao, can't you just make a quick call to hurry her along? You woke me up early just to have me wait downstairs with you for Zhang Shanmai. Upon hearing this, Zheng Renhao felt a pang of guilt towards Su Yang and quickly picked up his phone to call Zhang Shanmai. The phone rang several times before Zhang Shanmai finally answered. Renhao, don't rush me, I saw your message and am just putting on my makeup. I want to look my best, she replied. Zheng Renhao chuckled at her response, saying, I see, take your time, Shanmai, there's no need to hurry. Meanwhile, upstairs, Zhang Shanmai lay on her bed, her lips curling into a smirk upon hearing Zheng Renhao's words. She then inquired, Are you sure Su Yang will be joining us? If it's just the two of us, I want to go. I'm afraid of what others might say. Absolutely, he's right here in the car waiting for you, as Zheng Renhao assured her, glancing back at Su Yang. Zhang Shanmai, her face lighting up with a smile, responded, All right, I'll be right down. With that, she hung up the phone. Seeing Zheng Renhao lower his phone, Su Yang commented, Renhao, don't you think you're being a bit too submissive? Yang Ji, you don't understand. This isn't submission, this is true love, as Zheng Renhao declared with earnest conviction. Su Yang shook his head in resignation, choosing to remain silent. He understood that reason could not rescue a lovesick soul. Only the pangs of heartbreak could lead to liberation. At that moment, the building's entrance swung open, and Zhang Shanmai stepped outside. Dressed in a figure-hugging skirt that accentuated her curves, she sauntered down in high heels, her movements enticingly swaying. Upon noticing her, Zheng Renhao swiftly exited the car and called out, "Shanmai, over here." He proceeded to the passenger side and opened the door for her. As she approached the vehicle, Zhang Shanmai glanced inside and remarked, "I want to sit in the front. They say it's the girlfriend's exclusive seat. Wouldn't it be appropriate for me to occupy it now? I'll sit in the back with Su Yang." With that, she turned and gracefully made her way to the rear seat, pulling the door open herself. This maneuver left Zheng Renhao momentarily stunned. In the car, Su Yang recognized that it was time for him to take action. After Zhang Shanmai opened the door, he swiftly moved from the other side to sit beside her. "Zhang Shanmai, come in from that side," he instructed. "All right," she replied, and after complying, she shifted to the back seat. However, as soon as Zhang Shanmai settled into her seat, Su Yang promptly exited the car, opened the passenger door, and took his place in the front. Once seated, Su Yang turned to the bewildered Zheng Renhao still standing outside, saying, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and drive." "Oh, right," as Zheng Renhao replied, quickly returning to the driver's seat. Once inside, he turned to Zhang Shanmai and urged, "Shanmai, please fasten your seatbelt and send me the exact location. I'll navigate us there." "Sure," Zhang Shanmai responded, though a hint of dissatisfaction flickered within her. Nevertheless, she maintained a composed facade. In her mind, she believed that no cat could resist the allure of a little infidelity, particularly someone of her allure. She reasoned that if she were to make a move on Su Yang tonight, he would undoubtedly succumb to her advances. With this thought, a smile graced her lips as she secured her seatbelt and sent Zheng Renhao the location of her so-called relative's house. "It's a 2-story villa. It's quite easy to find," she added. "Got it, Shanmai," as Zheng Renhao acknowledged, activating the voice navigation before starting the car and setting off for their destination. Throughout the drive, Zheng Renhao sought to engage Zhang Shanmai in conversation, while she attempted to converse with Su Yang. Meanwhile, Su Yang simply closed his eyes, gradually drifting off to sleep. Noticing Su Yang's slumber, Zhang Shanmai decided to feign sleep as well, hoping to avoid Zheng Renhao's incessant chatter. Seeing both Su Yang and Zhang Shanmai asleep, Zheng Renhao turned down the music to a whisper. It wasn't until they reached their destination that he raised his voice slightly, saying, "Su Yang, Shanmai, wake up. We've arrived." Zhang Shanmai, who had not truly been asleep, feigned a yawn while shielding her mouth with her hand. Su Yang, waking from his light slumber, opened his eyes and straightened up. Taking a deep breath, he stepped out of the car to stretch his limbs. Upon exiting, he was greeted by the sight of an expansive house. Though a house hardly sufficed, it was indeed a villa. Seizing the opportunity, Zheng Renhao exclaimed, "Shanmai, I can't believe your relatives are so wealthy." A proud smile illuminated Zhang Shanmai's face at Zheng Renhao's compliment. She then swung open the grand door and led the way into the yard. As Su Yang entered, the spacious lawn took his breath away, prompting him to marvel inwardly, living in a place like this must be utterly delightful. While basking in awe, Su Yang silently vowed to become wealthy one day. Zhang Shanmai, walking backward as she described various areas of the yard, noticed Su Yang's expression and, with a flirtatious smile, declared, "This house boasts every amenity imaginable, and the soundproofing is exceptional. During our stay here, we can enjoy ourselves to the fullest." Chapter 89. Ascending the mountain. Su Yang refrained from responding to Zhang Shanmai's words, allowing Zheng Renhao to interject, "I am immensely grateful to you for bringing Su Yang and me here to enjoy ourselves, Shanmai. I can hardly contain my excitement. It is I who should express my gratitude to you and Su Yang for accompanying me, otherwise, my visit would lack joy if I were to venture here alone." "Let us proceed inside," Zhang Shanmai remarked as she opened the door and stepped in. Zheng Renhao, momentarily entranced by the sports motorcycle parked in the courtyard, was roused by Su Yang's gentle tug, prompting him to follow Su Yang into the villa. Upon entering, Zhang Shanmai commenced her tour, detailing the various areas designated for leisure, spaces for tea, interactive gaming, fitness activities, billiards, karaoke, and a plethora of entertainment options, complemented by an abundance of rooms. The myriad of facilities ignited Jing Runhao's imagination, envisioning the delightful moments he could share with Zhang Shanmai. At that moment, Zhang Shanmai clapped her hands and announced, "Let us allocate the rooms." Upon hearing her voice, Jing Runhao promptly echoed, "Absolutely." Zhang Shanmai smiled and ascended the staircase. "These rooms are occupied by my relatives." Zhang Shanmai indicated the rooms on one side of the staircase, then gestured towards the other side. "We shall only use the guest rooms on this side." As she walked towards the indicated area, she continued, "Runhao, you will take the room on the outside, I will take the one in the middle, and Su Yang, you may occupy the innermost room." Jing Runhao found no issue with Zhang Shanmai's arrangement, but Su Yang felt it was inappropriate. Thus, he promptly interjected, "I shall take the outermost room, Runhao can have the middle, and Zhang Shanmai, you should reside in the innermost room. I believe this arrangement is more fitting." Upon hearing Su Yang's suggestion, Zhang Shanmai's brow furrowed slightly. Her original plan held a particular significance, and Su Yang's proposal to alter it left her feeling somewhat discontented. Zhang Runhao quickly sensed her emotional shift and spoke up, "Su Yang, let us defer to Shanmai's wishes. We should accept her arrangement." As he spoke, he gently tugged at Su Yang's sleeve. With a resigned sigh, Su Yang nodded in acquiescence to Zhang Shanmai's distribution of the rooms. "Very well then, the rooms are signed. The keys are left in the doors. I shall prepare breakfast for you both. You two may return to your rooms to rest for a while. Once breakfast is ready, we shall indulge in some fun," Zhang Shanmai concluded, to which Jing Runhao immediately responded with enthusiastic cheers. Subsequently, she descended the stairs in her high heels to commence cooking. Once Zhang Shanmai departed, Jing Runhao clasped his hands together and bowed towards Su Yang. Su Yang understood Jing Runhao's intention was to discourage him from opposing Zhang Shanmai, yet he genuinely believed the room allocation was irrational. Nevertheless, since the arrangements had been made, Su Yang chose not to dwell on the matter further, saying to Zhang Runhao, "All right, let us return to our rooms for a bit of rest." With that, Su Yang proceeded towards his assigned room, his curiosity piqued about the villa's interiors. Upon opening the door, Su Yang was struck by the room's vastness. Where the bed seemed merely a modest accessory in comparison to the expansive space, the room boasted an enormous bathroom, an oversized bathtub, and grand floor-to-ceiling windows. As for the artwork adorning the walls and the furnishings scattered throughout, Su Yang had little understanding of their value, but he presumed they were quite exquisite. After reclining on the bed, Su Yang instantly found it remarkably comfortable. However, after dozing for a brief moment, he was awakened by a knock at the door. Having left the door ajar, Zhang Runhao called out upon seeing Su Yang's eyes flutter open, "Brother Yang, breakfast is ready. Let us head downstairs." "Very well," Su Yang replied, rising to follow Zhang Runhao down the stairs. Although fatigue lingered, he felt obliged to assist Zhang Runhao as promised. After enjoying breakfast, the trio embarked on a series of entertaining activities, and as they engaged in play, Su Yang found his weariness dissipating. Zhang Shanmai prepared both lunch and dinner, with Zhang Runhao aiding her, while Su Yang comfortably awaited the meals on the sofa. Remarkably, Zhang Shanmai's culinary creations were unexpectedly delightful. At dinner, spurred by Zhang Shanmai's suggestion, the three shared a bottle of red wine. With their limited tolerance for alcohol, coupled with Su Yang's lingering fatigue from the previous day, he soon found himself feeling lightheaded. Observing this, Zhang Shanmai proposed that they each retreat to their rooms for a brief rest, a suggestion both Jing Runhao and Su Yang readily accepted. Upon ascending to the second floor, Jing Runhao cheerfully remarked, "Brother Yang, later I shall take you for a ride on the motorcycle. Let us discuss that later. You woke me early this morning, and I must rest in my room for a while," Su Yang replied, stifling a yawn as he entered his room. After tossing his bag onto the sofa, he approached the window and opened it wide, breathing in the fresh, grassy breeze and basking in the tranquility of the expansive villa. Su Yang felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. "Now this is truly living," he exclaimed, stretching his arms wide and closing his eyes to savor the moment, only to be interrupted by the sound of a revving engine outside. Then came the unmistakable sound of the front gate opening, followed by Zhang Shanmai's voice conversing with someone. Moments later, Su Yang heard her rush outside. Not having fully closed the door, and with Zhang Shanmai's high heels clicking against the ground, he could hear her hurried footsteps clearly. A sense of unease washed over Su Yang. prompting him to stealthily follow her outside. By the time he descended the stairs, Zhang Shanmai had already reached the courtyard, where a daptly dressed young man awaited her. Engaged in conversation, Zhang Shanmai soon linked her arm with his and walked toward the gate. Indeed, the soundproofing of the house was exceptional. Su Yang, from behind the window, had not discerned a single word exchanged between them. Had he not opened the window moments ago, he likely would not have heard the gate open at all. Once the two had exited, Su Yang hurriedly followed suit. Yet upon emerging, he found that Zhang Shanmai and the young man had vanished, along with the sports car that should have been parked at the entrance. Casting a glance around, he swiftly spotted the grey sports car in the countryside, where the roads were largely unobstructed. The vehicle's proximity to the villa made it easy to locate. Uncertain if Zhang Shanmai and the young man were still in the car or had already disembarked, Su Yang felt compelled to investigate further, convinced that their relationship was anything but ordinary. With this thought in mind, he sprinted towards the car's location. Unfortunately, due to either tinted windows or the glass itself, he was unable to see inside. Nevertheless, he surmised that Zhang Shanmai and the young man were not within the vehicle, as anyone inside would have likely noticed his presence by now. Su Yang found it hard to believe that a wealthier driving such an expensive car could tolerate being spied upon unless they were engaged in something entirely inappropriate, yet the car remained still, indicating that no one was inside. Lifting his gaze toward the hill, he noticed a narrow path leading upward from where the car was parked. Instinctively, Su Yang felt that Zhang Shanmai and the young man must be on the mountain. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed up the incline, fearing that if he delayed, it would all be over. After all, men from country age were known for their swiftness. Arriving late could mean the end of everything. Chapter 90, stealthily climbing onto Su Yang's bed. Su Yang's intention was not to spy but rather to capture evidence to present to Jingren Hao. This was an opportunity that could potentially save Jingren Hao, and Su Yang could not afford to let it slip away. The earth on this path was not particularly hard, and Zhang Shanmai, wearing high heels, had left a series of small impressions along the way. Following these imprints, Su Yang hurriedly ascended the path towards Zhang Shanmai and the young man. Before long, he could hear their voices. Zhang Shanmai's voice: "Did you not say you were going on a trip this week? Why have you come to the villa?" The young man's voice: "What, am I not allowed to visit my own villa? And if I don't come, how would I know you are secretly bringing some pretty boy to my villa?" Zhang Shanmai replied playfully. "Oh come on, what pretty boy? I told you. He's just a classmate. He merely wanted to show off a bit in front of his peers," she added with a flirtatious tone. The young man chuckled. "I don't care whether he's a pretty boy or just a classmate. If you want me to lend you the villa for your little show-off, you'll have to suffer elsewhere." Zhang Shanmai giggled. "Oh, don't say such harsh things. I already promised you, next weekend. Do as you please." The young man laughed heartily. "Ha ha, weren't you pretending to be so innocent earlier? Why stop now?" Suddenly, Zhang Shanmai exclaimed, don't be so hasty." It seemed the young man had made a move, and soon the sounds of their scuffle could be heard. As soon as Su Yang heard their conversation, he slowed his pace, fearing that the sound of his footsteps might alert them. Before long, he spotted the silhouettes of Zhang Shanmai and the young man, and quickly concealed himself behind a tree to observe the unfolding scene. From Zhang Shanmai's expression, it was evident that she was exerting all her strength, as if attempting to uproot the very tree in front of her. The young man behind her was also aiding her, his hands resting on her waist as he joined her in effort. Su Yang, finding no interest in their tree-pushing antics, promptly took out his phone, preparing to capture evidence for Jingren Hao. Just as he was about to click the camera function, Jingren Hao's call came through. The moment the ringtone sounded, Su Yang immediately ended the call and silenced his phone. Upon hearing the phone's noise, Zhang Shanmai and the young man quickly began to scan their surroundings. "Who is it? Show yourself. Damn it, if I find you, I swear I'll make you regret it." The young man cursed as he searched for the source of the sound. Su Yang's objective was not to engage in a brawl but to record evidence for Jingren Hao, so he ignored the wealthy young man's incessant curses. With the plentiful trees surrounding him, Su Yang remained hidden behind a tree trunk thicker than himself, and the approaching dusk aided in concealing his presence. As Su Yang prepared to take another clandestine photo, Jingren Hao's call interrupted him once more, prompting him to hastily hang up. However, This delay caused him to lose the chance to capture evidence, and when he finally pointed his phone towards Zhang Shanmai and the young man again, they had already tidied up the scene. Zhang Shanmai said coyly, I told you not to do this in such a public place. Someone could come at any moment. Fert, do you really care about that? The young man scoffed, clearly regarding Zhang Shanmai as nothing more than a vessel for his desires. Let us go to the car, Zhang Shanmai pouted, tugging at the young man's arm. At the sight of her playful demeanor, a smile immediately spread across the young man's face. All right, as you wish. I too prefer to avoid interruptions. Observing the pair descending the hill, Su Yang seized the opportunity to snap a photo. Although it wasn't direct evidence, it was better than nothing. Afterward, he stealthily followed behind Zhang Shanmai and the young man. Su Yang reasoned that while he couldn't capture what transpired inside the car, he could record them getting in, the car swaying, creating a continuous shot. As long as one wasn't foolish, anyone viewing the video would grasp what had transpired. With this thought, Su Yang activated his phone's video recording and trailed behind them. To avoid detection, he dared not draw too close, capturing them from a distance. Su Yang's phone camera was not of high resolution, and in dim lighting, distant shots appeared less clear than what his eyes could perceive. Thus, he could only capture the general outlines of Zhang Shanmai and the young man, failing to discern the nuances of the young man's actions. He could distinctly see the young man engaging in subtle gestures towards Zhang Shanmai. After a while, they both entered a sports car, which promptly sped away, leaving Su Yang only with the sound of the engine's roar. Once they drove off, not a trace of the car remained in sight. It seemed the young man had taken the precaution of driving the car far away to avoid further disturbances. Realizing he could not chase after the sports car, Su Yang decided to return to the villa and show the video to Zheng Renhao. Resolute in his decision, Su Yang dialed Zheng Renhao's number. However, despite multiple attempts, his calls went unanswered. Soon, Su Yang abandoned the idea of calling Zheng Renhao and opted to head straight to the villa in search of him. Upon returning to the villa, he found no sign of Zheng Renhao on the first floor. After calling out several times without response, he made his way to the second floor. Knocking on Zheng Renhao's door yielded no answer, and upon attempting to enter, he discovered the door was locked. With his calls failing to connect and no one present, Su Yang had no choice but to send the photos and video to Zheng Renhao and then wait in his room for his return. As before, Su Yang left his door slightly ajar, allowing him to hear Zheng Renhao's footsteps upstairs. He feared that if he closed the door too tightly, the soundproofing might prevent him from hearing any outside noise. Having risen early that morning and feeling the effects of last night's excessive drinking, he chose to lie on his bed and wait. Before long, however, Su Yang fell into a deep slumber. Shortly after he dozed off, Zhang Shanmai returned, her high heels caked with mud, making their way up the stairs. Although Su Yang's phone had only rung once, Zhang Shanmai recognized the sound. After all, she had only heard Su Yang use that particular ringtone, and even if others used it, it would be too coincidental for her to hear it while on the mountain. Upon reaching the second floor and finding Zheng Renhao absent, Zhang Shanmai decided to check if Su Yang was in his room. Unaware of whether Su Yang had captured evidence of her encounter with the young man, she did not wish to lose Zheng Renhao, her primary benefactor, who contributed thousands of won each month. With this in mind, she approached Su Yang's door. Just as she was about to knock, she noticed that the door was slightly ajar and not locked. Assuming Su Yang was not in the room, she pushed the door open and entered. Upon entering, Zhang Shanmai discovered Su Yang sprawled on the bed, sound asleep. This revelation had her questioning whether she had indeed heard the ringtone while on the mountain. Unfortunately for her, she could not unlock Su Yang's phone. Otherwise, a glance at the gallery would have revealed everything. However, gazing upon Su Yang's handsome visage and realizing Zheng Renhao was currently absent from the villa, Zhang Shanmai, unsatisfied from her earlier encounter with the young man, stealthily climbed onto Su Yang's bed, intending to use her phone to capture intimate images of them together. Chapter 91. Cornered by Zheng Renhao in the room. In this situation, if Su Yang were to capitulate, there would be nothing more to discuss. After all, having engaged with a woman favored by his brother, it would be impossible for him to report her to his brother. Even if Su Yang were to resist, she could still leverage the photographs to threaten him. Ultimately, the charge of enticing his brother's wife would be a difficult accusation to refute. Thus, Zhang Shanmai found herself in a position of unassailable power. Naturally, She secretly hoped that Su Yang would relent, as she had long desired to experience his allure. Meanwhile, Su Yang's phone screen illuminated. However, since he had previously silenced his device, no sound emanated from it, and Zhang Shanmai, nestled in the bed, remained oblivious to the glowing phone on the bedside table. Zhang Shanmai had crept into bed because Su Yang was lying at the edge, rather than in the middle. After all, he had merely intended to rest for a short while, not to sleep soundly. The process of removing Su Yang's clothing proved to be a formidable challenge for Zhang Shanmai. Those brothers with experience in intoxicating their friends know well that undressing a person in deep slumber is no simple feat, even if they appear to be in a profound sleep. Moreover, Zhang Shanmai was unaware of the depth of Su Yang's slumber and dared not make excessive movements for fear of rousing him, proceeding with utmost caution as she attempted to disrobe him. The call on Su Yang's phone was from Jin Renhao. After riding his motorcycle to a picturesque location, Jin Renhao, having received the photos and videos Su Yang sent, immediately dialed his number. When the call went unanswered, he hastily rode back to the villa. The village was small, and with few vehicles on the road, his motorcycle could reach speeds of up to 300 to 400 kilometers per hour. Jin Renhao swiftly returned to the villa, racing up the stairs with urgency. Upon hearing Jin Renhao's hurried footsteps, Zhang Shanmai suddenly remembered that she had neglected to lock the door. However, by the time she decided to rise and secure it, it was already too late. Just as she contemplated maneuvering over Su Yang, Jin Renhao burst through the door. Entering the room, Jin Renhao was taken aback by the sight of Zhang Shanmai draped over Su Yang. Initially intending to inquire about the photos and videos, he now found himself more concerned with the scene before him. Unable to comprehend the situation, Jin Renhao bellowed, "What the hell are you two doing?" His thunderous voice jolted the sleeping Su Yang awake. Blinking in confusion, he saw Zhang Shanmai atop him and Jin Renhao at the doorway. "Zhang Shanmai, what the hell are you doing in my bed?" he exclaimed. Before Zhang Shanmai could respond, Jin Renhao burst into laughter. "Keep pretending, you two." With that, he dashed out of the room. Su Yang, realizing the gravity of the situation, prepared to pursue Jin Renhao, forcefully shoving Zhang Shanmai aside. After pushing her away, he noticed that his zipper had been undone, prompting him to hastily rectify the situation. Although Zhang Shanmai had failed to remove Su Yang's clothing, she had managed to lower the zipper, securing his attire. Su Yang hurriedly slipped on his shoes and rushed outside. However, due to the delay, by the time he emerged, Jin Renhao was already downstairs. Even with Su Yang activating his speed skill, he could not catch up, ultimately watching as Jin Renhao rode away on his motorcycle. As Jin Renhao vanished from sight, Su Yang instinctively reached for his phone to send a message of explanation, only to discover it was not in his pocket. He promptly returned to the villa to retrieve it. Upon entering his room, he found that Zhang Shanmai had already departed. Disinterested in her whereabouts, he seized his phone and sent a message to Zhang Renhao. "Renhao, things are not as you think. I was asleep, and when I opened my eyes, you both were in my room. If Zhang Shanmai and I truly had something going on, why would I have sent you the video to come back? Also, when you rode out on your motorcycle, you must have seen that sports car, right?" Knowing that Jin Renhao would be unable to see the message while riding, Su Yang refrained from elaborating further. These three statements sufficed. If Jin Renhao took a moment to reflect, he would grasp the underlying logic. Despite feeling quite fatigued, Su Yang lacked the inclination to continue sleeping. To avoid inadvertently dozing off again, he decided to sit outside the villa. He did not wish to remain inside, as Zhang Shanmai was likely still there. Given the delicate circumstances, he wanted to avoid any further misunderstandings with Jin Renhao. Though he settled at the entrance, fatigue soon overtook him, and he began to nod off. As dusk descended, he succumbed to slumber. After an indeterminate period, a voice broke through his dreams from his left. "Yang Ji, wake up. Let's chat for a while." Startled by Zhang Renhao's voice, Su Yang awoke instantly, turning to see him seated beside him. Their eyes met, and smiles broke across their faces. Su Yang, reciprocating the smile, rose and brushed off his pants, looking at Zhang Renhao. "Shall we talk as we walk? Let us go." Zhang Renhao replied, rising, and also brushing off his pants. As they strolled, Su Yang first offered some words of encouragement. then recounted the events following dinner. Upon hearing the tale, Zheng Renhao's face twisted into a grimace. Yang Ji, I'm so sorry. I didn't heed your warnings before. Don't worry about it, as Su Yang reassured him, patting his shoulder. Teaching a person is a slow process, but a single experience can impart wisdom. Zheng Renhao paused, standing still. You're right, Yang Ji. I truly regret spending so much money in vain. It's good that you've come to terms with it. The best time to plant a tree was 10 years ago. The second best time is now. Su Yang sensed that Zheng Renhao had begun to feel the weight of his expenditures, which indicated a shift in his mindset. Suddenly, Zheng Renhao spoke with newfound seriousness. Yang Ji, I've realized something. I haven't truly been with that woman. I just feel that spending so much money is utterly unjustified. As you mentioned, that amount could have afforded me countless motorcycle rides. He continued, and today, did you see how Zhang Shanmai climbed onto you while you were asleep? I've long suspected she harbored feelings for you. If you showed interest, she would have eagerly opened her legs for you. Hearing Zheng Renhao's words sparked a thought in Su Yang, prompting him to swiftly access the system shop. He quickly located the item he sought, the Super Voice Changer, an item he had deemed trivial upon first unlocking the shop, but now envisioned a clever application for it. He then asked, Renhao, do you still desire Zhang Shanmai? Of course. Though my feelings have shifted from wanting a relationship to seeking a satisfying revenge. Zheng Renhao's words were laced with intensity. Recognizing the awakening of Zheng Renhao's independent spirit, Su Yang resolved to utilize his attribute points to acquire an item that would aid him in exacting vengeance upon Zhang Shanmai. Chapter 92 The Proud Zhang Shanmai. Yang Ji, don't joke with me. That wretched Zhang Shanmai wouldn't let me in even if you had the chance. To her, I'm merely a sycophant, as Zheng Renhao declared, entirely convinced that any possibility of winning Zhang Shanmai's affection was utterly beyond his reach. I'm not jesting. What would I gain from that? Yang Su responded, noting the earnest expression on Su Yang's face, which prompted Zheng Renhao to begin believing him. He then asked with utmost sincerity, Yang Ji, is what you say truly the case? Of course it is. Why would I deceive you? A smile graced Su Yang's face as he observed Zheng Renhao's reaction. At that moment, Zheng Renhao's eagerness became palpable, akin to a child yearning to know the secrets of the universe. So, Yang Ji, please enlighten me on how I might win over that wretched girl. It's quite simple. You just need to impersonate me. Stay in my room while I send a message to summon Zhang Shanmai, as Su Yang explained. Upon hearing this, Zheng Renhao was momentarily taken aback. How can I possibly impersonate you, Yang Ji? Even though Zheng Renhao found Su Yang's proposal somewhat unrealistic, a flicker of hope remained in his heart. His emotions mirrored those of a beleaguered investor, watching their stocks plummet yet hesitating to sell, clinging to a faint hope. Just a friendly reminder, the stock market carries risks, proceed with caution. Su Yang chuckled at the sight of Zheng Renhao's impatience, opting not to prolong the suspense. I noticed the circuit breaker downstairs. When the lights go out, Zhang Shanmai won't be able to discern anything. Even if she can't see, I still can't remain silent, can I? Zheng Renhao countered. Su Yang, hearing the question, smiled faintly as he accessed the system shop, using one attribute point to acquire a voice changer with a 1-hour duration. His confidence in providing the voice changer to Zheng Renhao stemmed from its tangible nature. Unlike a consumable potion that would dissolve upon ingestion, had it been a voice-altering potion, Su Yang would have refrained from offering it to Zheng Renhao. Caution was the order of the day. Su Yang understood the wisdom of keeping one's riches concealed. Here, take this, Su Yang said, pretending to retrieve the voice changer from his pocket and handing it to Zheng Renhao. Zheng Renhao eyed the object, which resembled a miniature band-aid, with a look of perplexity. This was Su Yang's first encounter with such an item, yet he trusted the system's output to be of superior quality. Without hesitation, he affixed the voice changer to the side of Zheng Renhao's neck, following the system's instructions, despite not fully grasping the underlying mechanism. Once he had completed the application, Zheng Renhao, still puzzled, asked, "Is this really sufficient?" The moment the words left his lips, he was taken aback, covering his mouth in astonishment, for his voice had transformed to mirror Su Yang's perfectly. Though Su Yang had anticipated the effectiveness of the system's products, hearing another person speak in his voice was still a startling revelation. Both soon recovered from their shock, but while Su Yang remained composed, Jin Renhao's smile began to take on an unsettling quality. Who knew what thoughts were swirling in his mind? Observing Zheng Renhao's demeanor, Su Yang inquired with a chuckle, "An hour should suffice, don't you think?" Initially, Su Yang assumed Zheng Renhao would agree that an hour was more than adequate. However, to his surprise, Zheng Renhao's expression shifted from excitement to an unsettling calm. "An hour is hardly enough. I need 10 hours. 10 hours will suffice," Zheng Renhao insisted. "Wait, you want to go all night?" Su Yang hadn't expected Zheng Renhao to desire an all-nighter, so he explained, "This voice changer only has a 1-hour limit." Why? Is it a matter of finances or availability? Zheng Renhao queried. Seeing Zheng Renhao's desperate expression, Su Yang sighed and replied, "We're not lacking in anything. Let us make it 10. With that, he placed his finger on the voice changer, using 9 attribute points to extend the duration from 1 hour to 10. "Now it's set. I've adjusted it for you. 10 hours should be enough for a night of revelry," as Su Yang announced. "Really? I love you, Yang Ji." Zheng Renhao exclaimed, moving to embrace Su Yang and even feigning an attempt to kiss him. Seeing Zheng Renhao behaving like an overly affectionate puppy, Su Yang quickly threatened, "If you continue like this, I'll revert the duration back to 1 hour. Do you believe me?" Su Yang had always found such advances from men distasteful, and with Zheng Renhao's voice now sounding identical to his own, the discomfort was amplified. "Please, no. I was wrong, Yang Ji," as Zheng Renhao pleaded, fearing Su Yang might actually reduce the time limit. "Enough delays. Let us head back to the villa once you're inside. Just wait in my room. I'll message Zhang Shanmai from the first floor, and when I hear she's on her way, I'll cut the power," Su Yang instructed, laying out the specifics of their plan. Of course, he refrained from discussing what would occur once Zhang Shanmai entered the room, as that was likely self-evident. Jin Renhao nodded and signaled an okay with his hand. Observing Jin Renhao's compliance with the plan, Su Yang added, "One crucial point remains. You must ensure Zhang Shanmai understands it was you who won her over, not me, otherwise, I fear she may become a nuisance afterward. Yang Ji, rest assured, I will make it abundantly clear to that wretched girl just who it was that brought her to ecstasy," Jin Renhao declared confidently. "Good, let us proceed," Su Yang replied, opening the villa door. Inside the villa, Zhang Shanmai reclined on her bed, engrossed in messaging other men, having already resigned herself to the loss of Zheng Renhao as a sycophant and Su Yang as a premium option. However, Zhang Shanmai was unperturbed by these developments. She understood the necessity of cutting her losses promptly, thus, she wasted no time lingering on Zheng Renhao or Su Yang, immediately redirecting her efforts toward a new target. In her mind resided a personal theory, the sycophant economy conservation theory. This theory posited that the loss of one sycophant necessitated the acquisition of another to maintain her lifestyle upheld by sycophants. Sometimes, losing one required the addition of two to keep her economic equilibrium intact. After all, each sycophant possessed differing financial capabilities, but if a particular sycophant fell woefully short, she would not hesitate to discard him. Typically, those discarded by Zhang Shanmai lacked sufficient vigor. If someone was inherently weak from the outset, they could never hope to join her cadre of sycophants, yet, in a sense, one could argue that Zhang Shanmai exhibited a degree of conscience. She never deceived the impoverished, thus, Su Yang was entirely absent from her list of alternatives, as her baseline requirement was that of a well-off individual like Zheng Renhao. Upon entering the villa, Su Yang gestured for Zheng Renhao to ascend the stairs. Zheng Renhao nodded, following Su Yang's earlier instructions and slipping into his room. Once he received Zheng Renhao's confirmation, Su Yang promptly messaged Zhang Shanmai sat Smiley Shanmai, "Renhao is unavailable. Would you come to my room for a more intimate conversation?" As Zhang Shanmai, who was busy ensnaring sycophants, beheld the message from Su Yang, who had once blocked her but was now reaching out, her face lit up with a smile. "I always knew that in this world, there are no cats that don't sneak a bite," Chapter 93. Minute request, such a child, sister can easily handle this figure. Zhang Shanmai proudly murmured to herself as she replied to Su Yang's message. Wait for me to change into something more alluring before I come over. Upon seeing Zhang Shanmai's message, Su Yang smiled subtly, pleased that the plan was unfolding successfully. All right, I'll wait for you. After responding to Zhang Shanmai, Su Yang promptly sent a message to Jing Runhao. The plan is a success. Just wait a moment. And remember to close the door. I do not wish to hear your live audio. Zhang Runhao grinned widely upon reading Su Yang's message. Got it, Yang Ji. Your kindness will not go unappreciated. Though Zhang Runhao did not voice it, he had already resolved to present Su Yang with a generous red envelope upon returning the next day. Before long, Su Yang heard the sound of Zhang Shanmai opening the door, followed by the rhythmic clicks of her high heels against the floor. 3, 2, 1. After counting down, Su Yang swiftly pulled the power switch. As the lights flickered off, the once illuminated villa was engulfed in darkness. Almost immediately, Zhang Shanmai's voice pierced the silence. What happened? Su Yang, where are you? I'm afraid of the dark. Soon, Su Yang's voice echoed in response. Shanmai, don't worry, I'm right here. The disconcerting sensation of hearing his own voice in the pitch blackness left Su Yang feeling uneasy, even frightened. Su Yang, is there a power outage? Shine your phone's light, let us check downstairs. Her voice quivered, revealing her genuine fear of the dark. In the shadows, Jing Runhao embraced Zhang Shanmai, gently stroking her hair, using Su Yang's voice to offer comfort. It's all right, I'm here. He then pulled her into the room. Su Yang, seemingly unwilling to hear Zhang Shanmai call out to Su Yang any longer, Jing Runhao silenced her with a kiss. With the last remnants of his composure, he closed the door, an instruction Su Yang had specifically given, one he dared not forget. Hearing the commotion, Su Yang smiled and ascended to the second floor, only to realize he had forgotten to ask Jing Runhao for the key. At this point, however, there was no opportunity to retrieve it. Truly, even the wisest have their lapses. Well, I suppose I shall make do with the sofa in the hall for the night. With that thought, Su Yang shook his head in resignation. While Zhang Runhao enjoyed the comforts of his room, he was left to curl up on the sofa. I suppose this counts as taking a bullet for my brother. Su Yang chuckled to himself, uncertain whether he was amused by helping a friend or merely mocking his own predicament. After a brief laugh, his expression settled into tranquility as he exhaled and closed his eyes, preparing for slumber. At that moment, Su Yang was genuinely exhausted, and he fell into a deep sleep almost instantly. The villa's blackout curtains were remarkably effective. Even as dawn broke, the room remained shrouded in darkness. After a night of exertion, Zhang Runhao finally succumbed to slumber, sprawled atop the bed, while Zhang Shanmai, hearing his snores, realized she could finally catch a moment of respite. The bed had nearly been battered by Zhang Runhao's restless movements throughout the night, yet, due to the curtain's absolute blackout, the room continued to be enveloped in darkness. Zhang Shanmai removed the sleep mask she had worn all night. Unable to discern the face of the man beside her and with the room's dim light, she was oblivious to the fact that she was lying next to Jing Runhao, believing instead it was Su Yang. Throughout the night, Zhang Shanmai had attempted several times to remove her mask and request Zhang Runhao accompany her to retrieve her phone, only to be met with his firm refusals. Whenever she broached the subject, he would immediately launch into a rebuttal. Now, Zhang Shanmai intended to prepare breakfast for the exhausted Su Yang, but as she stood up, her legs wobbled, nearly causing her to collapse. Gritting her teeth against the weakness, she descended from the bed and slowly made her way toward the door, barefoot rather than in her cherished heels. As Zhang Shanmai pushed the door open, the sunlight flooded the hallway, bathing her in a sense of rejuvenation. Having been ensconced in complete darkness, she struggled to gauge the passage of time. Had her stomach not growled in hunger, she might have remained oblivious to how long it had been. Casting a glance back at Jing Runhao, who lay on the bed, her face radiated with pride and satisfaction. Since Jing Runhao was sprawled on the bed with his face turned away from the door, Zhang Shanmai noticed nothing amiss with a mere glance. Had she harbored any doubts, she might have discerned the truth at a glance, yet, without such suspicions, she remained oblivious. I never anticipated Su Yang to be such a glutton. Zhang Shanmai mused to herself, smiling as she gently closed the door behind her. Though she felt fatigued, her willpower sustained her, driven by the desire to leave a favorable impression on Su Yang. Upon reaching the first floor, she hummed a tune as she made her way to the kitchen. However, as she passed by the sofa in the hall, an unsettling feeling suddenly washed over her, prompting her to halt. Turning back to look at the figure sleeping on the sofa, she froze in disbelief upon recognizing his face. Su Yang, what are you doing here? Zhang Shanmai found it hard to accept this reality. If Su Yang is here, then who was it that spent the night with me? Without a moment to ponder further, she dashed upstairs. Upon entering the room and discovering someone in bed, her heart sank. The presence of another person implied that the individual she had been with the previous night was not Su Yang. Zhang Shanmai swung the door wide open to prevent it from closing and plunging the room into darkness. She hurried to the bedside, eager to see who lay there. Approaching the edge of the bed, she realized she could not see the face of the person closest to the door, so she resolved to circle around to the other side for a better view. However, as she maneuvered to the opposite side of the bed, Jin Renhao turned to face her, now positioned closer to the door. This infuriated Zhang Shanmai, who, in her exasperation, decided against circling back around and opted to climb onto the bed to confront him directly. Of course, part of her fear stemmed from the possibility that the person on the bed might turn again before she could reach him, resolving that since everything had already been revealed the previous night, she would boldly cross over the sleeping figure to get a better look. Just as Zhang Shanmai straddled halfway across, Zheng Renhao suddenly flipped over, pinning her beneath him. Zheng Renhao! The moment she spotted his face, Zhang Shanmai exclaimed his name. Zheng Renhao chuckled mischievously and said, Shanmai, are you eager for more so soon? Only after speaking did he realize his voice had reverted back to its usual timbre. Zhang Shanmai, seething with anger, retorted, Jin Renhao, get off me. At that moment, Jin Renhao was no longer the same person he had been before. Hearing Zhang Shanmai's tone, which still presumed him to be a mere lackey, ignited his temper. Zhang Shanmai, what are you pretending to be? Have you forgotten how you were calling out last night? After sleeping for 10 uninterrupted hours, Su Yang was abruptly awakened by the heated argument between Zhang Shanmai and Zheng Renhao. Still groggy, he couldn't help but grumble, are you serious, starting a ruckus this early in the morning? After voicing his displeasure, he opened his eyes to check his phone. Initially intending to check the time, he was instead greeted by a message from Minute Jushi. Su Yang, my companion has left. I can fulfill the promise I made to you tonight. However, I have a request. I would prefer not to do it in our dormitory, if that is agreeable. Chapter 94. Our friendship has come to an end. These two messages were sent by Minute Jushi last night. Upon reading them, Su Yang instantly felt as if he had lost a fortune of 100 million. However, he believed that he could recover that loss today. After finishing the messages, he disregarded the noise coming from upstairs and promptly replied to Minute Jushi. I went to bed early last night and did not see your messages. As soon as Su Yang sent his message, Minute Jushi responded immediately. Oh, do you agree with that matter not happening in our dormitory? Su Yang wholeheartedly supported Minute Jushi's suggestion. This was because the other two residents of Minute Jushi's dormitory had already become entangled with him. Furthermore, given the information he currently possessed, he was confident that he could slip in unnoticed by Han Zhouing, but certainly not by Park Chai-hui. After the incident in the restroom, when Park Chai-hui had heard the sound of Han Zhouing walking, Su Yang realized her hearing was exceptional. Thus, he replied to Minute Jushi. All right, I agree. Let us book a room outside. The latter part of that message was deliberately added by Su Yang to tease Minute Jushi, aiming to evoke a sense of amusement that would surely bring a smile to her face. He could even imagine the blush that would spread across her cheeks upon reading that line, undoubtedly causing her to feel flustered. In reality, Minute Jushi's face flushed crimson upon seeing his message. Yet, amidst her embarrassment, it seemed that her feelings were more complex than mere shyness. Su Yang, I have another request. Could we schedule it for this afternoon? Minute Jushi wanted to meet in the afternoon because she wished to return to the dormitory later that night for some rest. This way, it could all transpire without anyone the wiser, unbeknownst to anyone except the heavens, the earth, Su Yang, herself, and the hotel front desk, unless the motel had other staff present, or the owner happened to be on site. Encountering other individuals coming and going, there was little chance of discovery. However, these concerns were trivial. Most of those individuals were likely strangers to Minute Jushi, and she could easily don a mask and had to ensure that only those who were particularly familiar with her would recognize her. Upon seeing Minute Jushi suggest this afternoon, Su Yang felt elated, as it meant he could return to Che Yunun's place to rest that evening. Although he could always return the next day, it was undoubtedly preferable to do so tonight. He had an inkling that in the coming days, he and Che Yunun might genuinely grow closer. Even if they could not fully come together, at least they might share a bed. Such thoughts felt somewhat premature. For now, he should focus on ensuring Minute Jushi's comfort. With that in mind, Su Yang promptly replied to Minute Jushi. Initially, we agreed to meet in the dormitory, but if you insist on going out, then it will require an additional fee. Although Su Yang was also amenable to the afternoon rendezvous, he could not resist seizing the opportunity to introduce an additional condition, given that Minute Jushi had brought it up. As the saying goes, I take advantage of the situation. Minute Jushi, upon reading Su Yang's demand for an extra charge, did not feel anger but rather a thrill in her heart. She was puzzled by her own reaction, feeling both shy and embarrassed. After all, Minute Jushi had never been in a romantic relationship before, and she had always considered herself a pure-hearted college girl. Okay, but it can only be once. You absolutely cannot add any more under any circumstances. While Minute Jushi did not internally oppose this condition, she felt the need to maintain her image as a pure college girl. To preserve this persona, she emphasized that there could be no further additions, reflecting her internal resistance. Seeing Minute Jushi's agreement, a smile crept onto Su Yang's face. All right, I promise it will only be once. Rest assured, unless you specifically request it, I will not impose any further charges. Minute Jushi, upon reading Su Yang's message, felt a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. Su Yang, stop joking. How could I ever ask for that? After composing that message, Minute Jushi deleted it, unable to send it. It wasn't because she feared she would actually make such a request, but rather because she found the notion too humiliating to express. She would rather endure the teasing than respond to such a message. After waiting for a considerable time without receiving a reply from Minute Jushi, Su Yang decided to step outside the villa for a while. Every morning, most boys would wake up feeling like titans, and the sonic assaults they endured only made it worse. As Su Yang stepped outside, he sent a message to Zheng Renhao. Bro, I'm waiting for you outside. Let me know when you're done. After sending that message, Su Yang muttered to himself, Renhao, please don't collapse on me, I'm counting on you to take me back. I have some important matters this afternoon. After saying that, Su Yang began to stroll around the yard. After a considerable amount of time, Zheng Renhao finally replied. Yang Ji, where are you? Shanmai is making breakfast and wants you to come back to eat. Su Yang was taken aback by the content of the message. He hadn't expected that after a night of effort, Zhang Shanmai and Zheng Renhao's relationship had grown closer. It made sense, considering they had shared close quarters, leading to a natural deepening of their bond. Similarly, his relationships with those women had also evolved for that very reason. Putting his phone away, Su Yang returned to the villa. In the kitchen, Zhang Shanmai was busy preparing breakfast while Zheng Renhao leaned against the dining table, engrossed in his phone. Well, Renhao, it seems the serfs have risen and are singing their praises. Hearing Su Yang's playful remark, Zheng Renhao beamed with a smile. That's all thanks to you, Yang Ji. By the way, Renhao, after breakfast, could you drive me back? I have some matters to attend to in Seoul. As Su Yang spoke, he pulled out a chair and sat down. Upon hearing Su Yang's request, Zheng Renhao's expression turned troubled. Yang Ji, I can agree to anything else, but I truly cannot agree to this. Su Yang, taken aback by Zheng Renhao's response, wore a puzzled expression. Noticing this, Zheng Renhao quickly clarified, a Yang Ge, Sharnmai, and I discussed it and decided to spend one more day here. We'll head back Monday morning. What the hell? You didn't say that before. You've forsaken our friendship. Su Yang joked. Zheng Renhao recognized Su Yang was teasing him and quickly typed something on his phone. Moments later, Su Yang's phone chimed with a notification. Yang Ji, check your phone, Zheng Renhao said with a grin. Su Yang opened his phone to find a transfer from Zheng Renhao. Transfer amount to 000,000 KRW, approximately 10,340 Chinese yuan. Chapter 95. A familiar figure. Renhao, what on earth are you doing? Although Su Yang uttered these words, a barely suppressed smile crept upon his lips. Brother Yang, this is what you truly deserve. I even think it's a bit insufficient. I had previously given, as Zheng Renhao paused, glancing back at Zhang Sharnmai who was busy in the kitchen confirming her preoccupation. He continued, I spent so much on her before, to no avail, and was treated like a mere admirer. Now, Brother Yang, you have helped me reclaim my masculine pride. Spending this money brings me immense satisfaction. After hearing Zheng Renhao's words, Su Yang felt a renewed sense of justification. All right then, considering you have valid reasons, I won't let you drive me home. I'll just take a cab. With a grin, Su Yang put away his phone. Renhao, breakfast is ready. Come over and help me serve it. A Zhang Shanmei's voice echoed from the kitchen. Upon hearing this, Zheng Renhao's face lit up with a blissful smile. He turned to Su Yang and said, Brother Yang, I'll go help Sharnmai with breakfast. Go on. Su Yang waved his hand, urging Zheng Renhao to hurry. Watching Zheng Renhao's joyful demeanor, Su Yang found himself momentarily lost in thought, even entertaining the illusion that Zheng Renhao and Zhang Sharnmai were indeed a couple. After breakfast, Su Yang intended to walk home, but Zheng Renhao insisted on escorting him to a place where he could easily catch a taxi. Unable to resist Zheng Renhao's determination, Su Yang acquiesced. Before long, Zheng Renhao had successfully brought Su Yang to a suitable spot. After parking the car, he sighed, Brother Yang, I truly consider myself fortunate to know you. Following you, I always have something to eat. Zheng Renhao's flattery left Su Yang feeling somewhat bashful. After dismissing him with, spare me the compliments, he exited the vehicle. Once outside, Zheng Renhao honked the horn excitedly before driving off towards his villa. As Su Yang settled into the taxi, he immediately inquired about the estimated duration to reach his previous lodging. Having dozed off during Zheng Renhao's drive, he was uncertain of the time required. The reason he chose to return to his former lodging was that the motel he had stayed at was quite affordable and within the limits of his dwindling budget. The only drawback was its poor sound insulation, a common flaw among motels. Su Yang even mused whether the establishment purposely created such an atmosphere. After ascertaining the travel time from the driver, Su Yang sent a message to Minute Jushi. Minute Jushi, let us meet at 10 a.m. Do you have time in the morning? After dispatching the message, he quietly awaited her response. Soon, Minute Jushi replied, sure, where shall we meet? Upon reading her message, Su Yang sent her the location of their pleasure motel, where he had previously stayed with Wu Suli. Following this, he closed his eyes to rest, realizing the importance of conserving his energy. After all, Minute Jushi's capabilities were still shrouded in uncertainty. At this moment, Minute Jushi, deliberating in her dormitory before the mirror, was torn between whether to apply makeup. She wished to present her best self to Su Yang, yet felt that deliberately wearing makeup might suggest she placed undue importance on their meeting. Just as Minute Jushi wrestled with her indecision, a knock echoed from the door, followed by Park Chaiwa's voice. Jushi, I need to speak with you. Is it convenient to come in? Minute Jushi, who always regarded Park Chaiwa as a younger sister, promptly replied, of course, come in, Chaiwa. With Minute Jushi's permission, Park Chaiwa entered. Observing Minute Jushi before the mirror, surrounded by cosmetics, she inquired, Jushi, are you planning to wear makeup to go out? Minute Jushi did not answer her question but widened her eyes in surprise, asking, why did you dye your hair blonde? Seeing Minute Jushi's astonishment, Park Chaiwa smiled and asked, how do I look now, Jushi? Why would you change your appearance like this? Wasn't your previous look better? Minute Jushi persisted, ignoring her own question. Jushi, just tell me if I look good now. Park Chae-wha continued to press her. This time, Minute Jushi chose to respond directly. You do look good, but I still prefer your previous innocent appearance. As long as it looks good, that's what matters. I quite like my current image, Park Chae-wha replied, satisfied, and skipped out of the room. After a couple of skips, she abruptly halted and turned back to ask, Jushi, are you going out later? My dad is coming to see me today, a Minute Jushi stammered in reply. Oh, a Park Chae-wha acknowledged, moving towards her own room, adopting a peculiar gait. Minute Jushi observed Park Chae-wha's strange behavior, puzzled, unaware that this change was influenced by the man she was meeting today. Here we are, young man, the driver announced, rousing Su Yang from a brief slumber. After paying the fare and alighting from the cab, Su Yang promptly called Minute Jushi. She answered almost immediately. Hello, Jushi, I've arrived. Where are you? What? You've already arrived? I haven't even left yet. Minute Jushi exclaimed in astonishment. Upon hearing that Minute Jushi had yet to depart, frustration ignited within Su Yang, and he retorted, a Minute Jushi, are you playing with me? I've come back from the countryside, and you tell me you're still at home? A Minute Jushi, sensing the displeasure in Su Yang's tone, feared he might react unfavorably, and thus confessed, I'm putting on makeup. Makeup? Su Yang's mood lifted considerably upon hearing this. Typically, when a girl chooses to wear makeup for a meeting, it signifies her seriousness about the occasion and her desire to leave a favorable impression. The fact that Minute Jushi is putting on makeup for me indicates that I hold a certain significance in her heart. With this thought, Su Yang softened his tone. Go ahead and finish. Let me know when you're ready to leave. All right, Minute Jushi replied without hesitation. Su Yang said nothing further and ended the call, deciding to wander around the vicinity until Minute Jushi was ready. For him, spending time alone in a motel felt like a waste, especially since he was planning to rent a room by the hour today. As he strolled, a familiar figure caught his eye in the distance, Choi Si-loon. Upon seeing her, Su Yang refrained from calling out, instead pondering, is Choi Si-loon back to ask her father for money? Yet, the spot where she stood was not near her home, and she appeared to be waiting for someone. Su Yang initially intended to approach her for a greeting, but just then, a voice message from Minute Jushi came through. Without hesitation, Su Yang accepted the voice message. As he did so, he noticed the person Choi Si-loon was awaiting. Upon recognizing that individual, his pupils dilated in shock, for it was someone he was familiar with. Kang Chan Chapter 96, Understanding Depths and Shallows. Hey, Su Yang, I'm all set and ready to head out, a Minute Jushi said, applying her makeup while speaking into her phone. Hello? Hello, Su Yang, why aren't you saying anything? Can you hear me? After receiving no response from Su Yang, Minute Jushi began to wonder if the connection had dropped, hastily pulling the phone away from her ear to check. It's still connected? Is the signal poor? Faced with Su Yang's silence, Minute Jushi felt a bit flustered. Just as she was about to hang up and call back, Su Yang's voice came through the speaker. Once you finish your makeup, just come over, I'll be waiting for you at the entrance. Without waiting for Minute Jushi's reply, Su Yang hung up and walked toward the entrance of the motel. The reason for Su Yang's earlier silence was that he wanted to ask Jian Kan why he had intervened to help him that day. However, even with his swift skill activated to rush over, he was too late. Jian Kan had ridden away on his motorcycle, with Kui Shuai seated behind him. It seems that after everything is done, I'll need to pay a visit to Kui Zheng Minute to obtain Kui Shuai's phone number and then reach Jian Kan through her. Su Yang mused as he arrived at the entrance of the leisure motel, awaiting Minute Jushi. Before long, he spotted a woman wearing a baseball cap, sunglasses, and a mask stepping out of a taxi. After glancing around, she made her way towards Su Yang. Although her face was entirely concealed, Su Yang recognized her immediately as Minute Jushi the moment she alighted from the vehicle. As Minute Jushi approached him, Su Yang teased, "Why are you dressed like a celebrity hiding from paparazzi? What mischief are you planning?" In response to Su Yang's playful jibe, Minute Jushi remained silent and urged, "Let us hurry inside." While speaking, she glanced around anxiously, clearly concerned about being seen, which made her appear rather furtive. Observing her demeanor, Su Yang felt an irresistible urge to tease her further. "Jushi, there's no need to rush," he said mischievously. Minute Jushi's cheeks flushed at his words. "Su Yang, stop joking around. When have I been anxious? If you're not anxious, then why are you urging me to go in?" The more flustered she became, the more amusing Su Yang found the situation. "What do you mean by go in?" At this point, Minute Jushi was blushing fiercely. "Su Yang, what on earth are you talking about? It's not go in, it's let us enter. Not go in, but let us enter." Su Yang mimicked her tone, repeating her last words. His antics sent Minute Jushi into a deeper blush. "Are you going in or not? If you're not going in, I'm leaving." Minute Jushi was genuinely irritated by Su Yang's teasing, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger. All right, let us go in, Jushi." "No more teasing," he replied, barely suppressing a laugh. Su Yang wasn't one to overstep boundaries. Though he was unsure of Minute Jushi's current mood, he sensed that it was best to cease the jesting before it became bothersome. Drawing from past experiences, he approached the motel entrance without hesitation, ready to enter. Ironically, it was Minute Jushi, who had previously been eager to enter, who hesitated at the door. Noticing her pause, Su Yang inquired, "Why aren't you going in? Aren't you in a hurry anymore?" Minute Jushi closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and said, "It's fine, let us go in." Upon entering the motel, they immediately attracted the attention of the front desk staff. The reason was clear: Minute Jushi's appearance, a tall and shapely woman clad in a baseball cap, sunglasses, and a mask, was bound to provoke curiosity. Whether it was the weekend or some other reason, two female receptionists stood at the bar. As Su Yang and Minute Jushi walked in, the receptionists exchanged whispers until Su Yang approached the bar, at which point they fell silent. "I'd like to book a room for a couple of hours," Su Yang stated at the front desk. The receptionist, maintaining a professional demeanor, replied gently, "Certainly, may I please have your identification?" "Sure," Su Yang said, handing over his ID. Minute Jushi, swathed in her layers, also retrieved her ID from her red bag and presented it to the receptionist. Though the receptionist tried to keep her composure, she couldn't help but glance at Minute Jushi's ID a few extra times. "Sir, may I ask if 2 hours will suffice?" the receptionist inquired, looking up. Su Yang, instead of answering directly, smiled at the disguised Minute Jushi. "Will 2 hours be enough?" Previously, when it was just the two of them, Minute Jushi had tolerated his jokes. However, with two outsiders present, she couldn't help but pinch his waist hard. Minute Jushi's grip was strong enough to break through Su Yang's defenses, causing him to grimace. "That's enough. Let us book it for 2 hours, and if it's not enough, we can extend." Just as she was about to release him, upon hearing Su Yang's follow-up comment, she tightened her grip again, using even more force this time. The sudden pain almost made Su Yang yelp, much to the amusement of the receptionist. After settling the payment, the receptionist smiled as she handed Su Yang the room key and briefly explained how to reach their room. Su Yang nodded, accepting the key while rubbing the spot on his waist where Minute Jushi had pinched him, and proceeded toward their hourly room. Meanwhile, Minute Jushi trailed behind him, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The two receptionists exchanged glances at Su Yang and Minute Jushi's retreating figures and resumed their quiet chatter. Chapter 97, A State of Unease. In truth, had Minute Jushi not behaved in such a manner, the female receptionist would have paid her little heed. Although Minute Jushi possessed undeniable beauty, the receptionists at the motel had encountered a myriad of individuals, and were not easily perturbed by any spectacle. The greatest reward of being at the front desk lay in the eclectic array of people they encountered, even if some of them had led to precarious situations. Apologies, I digress. I should have stated that the primary benefit of working the front desk is the variety of peculiar characters one meets, even if most are merely sweating profusely within these walls. As the two receptionists engaged in light banter at the bar, Su Yang had already escorted Minute Jushi to their room. Along the way, the sounds emanating from the poorly soundproofed rooms caused Minute Jushi's cheeks to flush crimson. It was Sunday morning, and the patrons within the motel could either be those who had checked in the night before and had yet to depart, or those like Su Yang and Minute Jushi, who had come with a clear intent. Consequently, the cacophony was far more frenzied than during Su Yang's previous visit with Wu Suli. Nearly every room was resonating with noise. Listening to the women's voices, Minute Jushi could already envision how her own experience would unfold shortly. Just as Su Yang used the room key to unlock the door and prepare to enter, Minute Jushi suddenly tugged at the back of his shirt. Su Yang turned back, puzzled, to gaze at Minute Jushi. She stammered, Su Yang, could you allow me to enter first and have a moment alone before you follow? Why? Su Yang replied with a questioning expression reminiscent of Nick Young. Minute Jushi, leaning against the wall, felt her resolve wavering. Fearing that if she did not voice her request, Su Yang would not relent, she confessed, I need to use the restroom. Upon hearing her words, Su Yang pushed the door open and stepped inside, casually remarking, I'm not going to the restroom now. You go ahead. Minute Jushi stood at the threshold, her face burning as though she had a fever. It was evident to her that Su Yang was deliberately teasing her, yet she could no longer hold it in. Those who have shared Minute Jushi's predicament understand that the closer one is to a restroom, the more insistent the urge becomes. Seated on the edge of the bed, Su Yang wore a smile, glancing at Minute Jushi before reclining upon the mattress, as if to declare, I won't be leaving. You can either relieve yourself here or hold it in. Unable to endure any longer, Minute Jushi gritted her teeth, stepped into the room, and closed the door behind her. She dashed into the bathroom, shutting the door, and finally found her release. In truth, Su Yang did not wish to hear the sound of rushing water. He merely aimed to induce a sense of embarrassment in Minute Jushi. Unbeknownst to him, his actions had left her feeling utterly mortified. At that moment, Minute Jushi was engulfed by an unusual sensation stemming from her shame. After washing her hands, she emerged from the bathroom, her shyness intensifying to the point of inducing a slight dizziness, perhaps exacerbated by the hat and mask she wore. Upon hearing Minute Jushi exit the restroom, Su Yang sat up, their eyes met, creating an awkward atmosphere. Unsure how to initiate conversation, Su Yang inquired, aren't you hot? Just a bit, Minute Jushi responded from the bathroom doorway. She spoke the truth. She was indeed feeling warm, her face flushed from embarrassment, and with the mask and hat adding to her discomfort, beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. Clearing his throat, Su Yang suggested, if you're hot, then perhaps you should remove some layers. Minute Jushi gasped in surprise, then replied, okay. She proceeded to remove her sunglasses, followed by her hat, and finally her mask. Su Yang noted that her hair clung to her face, a clear indication of her discomfort. In an effort to expedite matters, Su Yang asked, would you like to wash up first, or shall I? There was no time to waste, as the room was only reserved for 2 hours, and being interrupted by a phone call from the front desk midway through would be inconvenient. At that moment, Minute Jushi grasped that some experiences could not be accepted simply by mental preparation, such as the events of today. Despite having steeled herself for a week, she felt less composed now than she had a week prior. Noticing her silence, Su Yang remarked, if you're not going, then I'll go first. With that, he rose from the bed. Minute Jushi's face turned an even deeper shade of red at the thought of Su Yang heading to the bathroom. Her gaze lowered, daring not to meet his eyes. At that instant, she felt as though her mind had short-circuited, standing frozen at the bathroom door. It wasn't until the sound of running water echoed from within that she snapped back to reality. Once she regained her composure, Minute Jushi stepped away from the bathroom door, sat briefly on the edge of the bed, then stood up again, only to sit back down. Like most young men, Su Yang was quick in the shower, emerging shortly, wrapped in a towel. When Minute Jushi beheld Su Yang's fair upper body, her heart raced, the sound of her pulse echoing in her ears. Su Yang crossed to the other side of the bed, placing his clothes on the nightstand before sitting down. Upon seeing him seated, Minute Jushi immediately stood up. Su Yang, noticing her reaction, felt a twinge of displeasure and asked, Jushi, what are you doing? Minute Jushi realized her response had been overly dramatic. Sensing Su Yang's slightly harsh tone, she replied in a flustered manner, I'm going to take a shower. Yes, to shower. Oh, heading to shower, are you? Su Yang's tone softened upon hearing her intention. Then go ahead. All right. Minute Jushi responded and made her way toward the bathroom. However, just as she took a couple of steps, Soo-young called out to her, Jushi. Turning back, she asked, what is it? Nothing, just wash well, make sure you smell nice, there's no rush. As he spoke, a mischievous smile crept onto his face. Minute Jushi, flustered by Soo-young's demeanor, felt a whirlwind of anxiety, akin to a precariously balanced basket of water, swaying between uncertainty and anticipation. Chapter 98, Do you wish to extend your time? With this thought in mind, Minute Jushi stepped into the bathroom. Upon seeing her enter, Soo-young promptly tossed aside the covers and lay down. Listening to the sound of the shower splashing in the bathroom, his face radiated with anticipation. Inside, Minute Jushi had adjusted the water to nearly the coldest setting, yet her face remained flushed with warmth. It wasn't until Soo-young, lying on the bed, began to grow anxious that Minute Jushi finally emerged from the bathroom. Wrapped tightly in a bath towel, her cheeks, which had only just begun to cool, flushed anew as if mocking her earlier efforts. Soo-young, who had been waiting with bated breath, immediately fixed his gaze upon her as she stepped out. Minute Jushi moved slowly toward the edge of the bed, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest, the sound of her heartbeat thunderous in her ears. The allure of Soo-young was undeniably heightened for the bashful Minute Jushi, yet the sight of his striking demeanor sent a shiver down her spine. Soo-young swallowed hard before speaking. Jushi, please come in. Minute Jushi, her cheeks aflame, nodded slightly. Soo-young seemed to hear her soft millimeter, though he couldn't be certain. Gradually, she approached the bed and crawled beneath the covers, then retrieved the bath towel from within. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Soo-young lunged forward, intent on pulling the covers from her. Minute Jushi clutched the blanket tightly, aware that with his current strength, if he truly exerted himself, he could easily pull both her and the blanket away. Yet, Soo-young refrained, gazing at her with surprise. Minute Jushi stammered, could you turn off the light? Soo-young's lips curved into a smile at her request, and this time, he did not contradict her. Instead, he reached out to extinguish the room's light. Such rooms typically lacked windows or featured only diminutive ones, so once the lights were off, it became nearly impossible to see one's hand in front of their face. In the adjacent room, a man leaned against the headboard, smoking, when Minute Jushi's piercing voice startled him, causing him to choke on the smoke. Cough, cough, what on earth is happening next door? Are they trying to kill someone? He exclaimed. Hearing this, a blonde woman who was touching up her makeup chuckled. That's just a man being vigorous. How could anyone die? They're merely enjoying themselves. At this, the smoking man paused, slowly exhaling the smoke and asking, what do you mean by that? Oh, nothing much, just lamenting my own bad luck, having wasted an entire morning for nothing, the blonde woman replied, pouting slightly before resuming her application of lipstick. The man, feeling his capabilities belittled by her teasing, became irritated. After taking a couple of deep drags from his cigarette, he extinguished it in the ashtray and approached the blonde, lifting her into his arms and carrying her to the bed, igniting a second round of their encounter. Moments later, the blonde woman sat once more before the mirror, retouching her makeup, while the man resumed his position at the head of the bed, smoking again. Meanwhile, Minute Jushi's voice next door had not ceased. In fact, it grew louder. This time, the man found himself too embarrassed to comment further, silently inhaling his smoke. After the blonde finished her makeup, she left without a word. Once he finished smoking, the man took a shower. Afterward, glancing at the time, he realized it was nearly checkout time. He dressed and made his way to the front desk to settle his bill. As he waited, he felt he could still hear Minute Jushi's voice, but he couldn't discern whether it was merely a figment of his imagination or reality. After the man checked out, two female receptionists immediately began to chatter, their focus not on the man who had just left or on the loud Minute Jushi, but rather on the handsome and enduring Soo-young. How blissful it must be to be his girlfriend, remarked one short-haired receptionist. The other, wearing glasses, concurred, I can hardly fathom how wonderful it would be to be his girlfriend. You're such a coward, I would dare to imagine, retorted the short-haired receptionist. With that, both receptionists erupted into laughter. Time flew by amidst their banter, and soon it was time for Soo-young's room to check out. The handsome gentleman's room is nearing its time. What should we do? The short-haired receptionist asked the one with glasses. Should we call now? The bespectacled receptionist adjusted her glasses and replied, Of course we need to call now. If they check out, it will take some time to tidy up. If we don't notify them now, they might exceed their time limit, and things could become quite troublesome. But they still, the previously animated short-haired receptionist now wore a blush on her cheeks. That's nothing. You will encounter such situations often in the future, the bespectacled receptionist said, dialing Su Yang's room's landline as she handed the phone to her colleague. With a flushed face, the short-haired receptionist took the phone and pressed it to her ear. Inside the room, with her hands resting on the pillow, Minute Jushi turned her head and said, Su Yang, the phone is ringing. You just need to answer it, Su Yang replied, his voice urgent and breathless. Minute Jushi crawled forward a few steps, grasping the phone. I'll answer, but please keep quiet. All right, Su Yang said, a hint of a smile playing on his lips, as if he had other plans in mind. Hello, Minute Jushi's slightly trembling. Hello, caused the short-haired receptionist to fumble. Although she had mentally rehearsed what to say several times, upon the call connecting, all her words slipped from her mind. Your room is about to time out. Would you like to extend? With a glance of encouragement from the bespectacled receptionist, the short-haired receptionist finally articulated her message. Su Yang, they ask if you want to extend your time. Minute Jushi's halting voice left the short-haired receptionist flushed. After a moment's pause, the short-haired receptionist inquired again, Miss, your room is nearing its time, do you wish to extend? The short-haired receptionist finished speaking just as Minute Jushi's hesitant voice echoed back through the line. Millimeter. Yes, Chapter 99 Contacting Kui Shuer, to be continued. Upon receiving a positive response from Minute Jushi, the short-haired female receptionist immediately said, All right, once you finish, do remember to settle the room fee. Her words were delivered at a rapid pace, and without hesitation, she hung up the phone. The bespectacled receptionist beside her couldn't help but chuckle at the short-haired receptionist's demeanor. However, her laughter was not one of mockery. Rather, she saw a reflection of her former self in the short-haired receptionist. When she had first arrived, she had been just like her, even more so than the current state of the short-haired receptionist. The sounds emanating from the rooms would leave her blushing throughout the day, let alone the thought of calling to prompt payment. Some time later, Minute Jushi, feeling utterly drained, lay languidly on the bed and weakly said, Su Yang, please go to the front desk to extend our time, otherwise, they'll call again soon. At that moment, Su Yang was reflecting on the remarkable effects of the stamina boost he had taken, which exceeded his expectations to an astonishing degree. Had I known the results would be this impressive, I wouldn't have taken so much. With this thought, he wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. Hearing Minute Jushi's words, Su Yang turned to her, who was still sprawled on the bed, and said, You go ahead, I already paid the last room fee. We're not in a romantic relationship, so there's no reason for me to cover all the expenses. Su Yang's statement was not born out of reluctance to spend the money, but rather from the belief that it would be quite amusing to see Minute Jushi confront the receptionist who had just called. Upon hearing his words, Minute Jushi's eyes widened in surprise. She had not anticipated such a reply from Su Yang. Though his words were somewhat audacious, she found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and after a moment of contemplation, she replied, Then let me transfer you the money, and you can pay for me, all right? No, Su Yang shook his head. I'm not your errand boy. Our relationship is one of equals. Besides, I was a bit worn out earlier, and I need to lie down for a while. His response left Minute Jushi feeling despondent, yet she truly wished to avoid facing the receptionist who had just called. After a struggle with her thoughts, she slowly spoke, Then let's extend for one more session, and I will transfer the money to you. Can you please help me with the payment? Originally, Su Yang had only intended to tease Minute Jushi into embarrassment, but he did not foresee such an unexpected outcome. Without hesitation, he agreed to her proposal. Ultimately, Su Yang and Minute Jushi remained in the motel until twilight began to set before they emerged. Upon checking out, The two female receptionists regarded Su Yang with an almost reverential gaze, while their looks towards Minute Jushi were filled with envy. At this point, Minute Jushi dared not walk with any force, yet under the scrutiny of the receptionists, she endeavored to maintain a composed posture. After checking out, Su Yang and Minute Jushi proceeded to the entrance of the motel to hail a taxi. Observing Minute Jushi's discomfort due to his presence, Su Yang took the initiative to ask, Sister Jushi, do you need me to escort you home? No. It's all right, a Minute Jushi declined, fearing that Han Jiuying and Park Zaihui might see them together. Very well, Su Yang conceded, not pressing further, as he too shared her apprehension about being spotted by Han Jiuying and Park Zaihui. Subsequently, he waved down a taxi and helped Minute Jushi into the vehicle. After watching the taxi drive away, Su Yang departed from the roadside, not in a hurry to return, for he wished to find Qui Jingmin first. As Su Yang approached the vicinity of Qui Jingmin's home, he spotted him emerging from the house accompanied by a heavily made-up woman. This woman was unfamiliar to Su Yang, not one of those who frequented before, indicating that Qui Jingmin had recently changed his preferences. Previously, Qui Jingmin did not escort such women, and today he was not doing so intentionally. Rather, he was on his way to a nearby supermarket to procure some convenience food. Observing that Qui Jingmin did not return home after seeing the woman off, but instead headed down another street, Su Yang quickened his pace to catch up. Soon, he was upon Qui Jingmin, tapping him on the shoulder from behind. When Qui Jingmin turned to see Su Yang, he appeared startled, as if reacting instinctively from a prior beating. Su Yang. Qui Jingmin stammered, what do you want again? I happened to be nearby today and thought I would come by to check on you. Su Yang smiled and added, by the way, I wanted to ask if you've been in contact with Shuer lately. Upon hearing Su Yang's inquiry, Qui Jingmin shook his head, declaring, no, that stubborn girl won't soften up. She can forget about me giving her another penny. Qui Jingmin assumed that Su Yang was sent by Qui Shuer to probe him, hence his curt reply. Then, you must have Shuer's contact information, right? Su Yang was indifferent to their familial disputes, recognizing that even an impartial judge would struggle to resolve domestic matters, let alone an outsider like himself. When Qui Jingmin heard Su Yang's question, he realized he had overthought the situation and nodded. Yeah, I do have it, but I'm not sure if she has changed her number, considering our last call was months ago. Please give me her number. I need to discuss something with her, Su Yang said as he pulled out his phone. Sure, Qui Jingmin responded, retrieving his phone from the pocket of his baggy shorts. After a few taps, he recited Qui Shuer's number for Su Yang. As Su Yang repeated the number back, he diligently noted it down. Once he finished, he took Qui Jingmin's phone to verify the number, ensuring he had not made an error. After confirming, Su Yang returned the phone to Qui Jingmin, saying, thanks, Uncle Qui, I'll be on my way now. All right, Qui Jingmin nodded, watching Su Yang's silhouette fade into the distance. He then resumed his path toward the supermarket. After turning a corner, Su Yang swiftly retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed Qui Shuer's number with haste. The call connected, but it was only on the final ring that it was answered. Hello? A woman's voice with a hint of inquiry greeted him. Is this Shuer? This is Su Yang. He introduced himself directly, as unsolicited calls had become so rampant that it was prudent to state one's purpose up front to avoid being hung up on. Su Yang? What do you want? Qui Shuer responded, her tone tinged with surprise. Su Yang quickly explained, it's just that I saw you out today. Before he could finish his sentence, Qui Shuer interrupted, I have something going on right now. Can we talk later? And with that, she hung up the phone. Just a second before the call ended, Su Yang heard a young male voice nearby, and if he had not misheard, it was likely the words, teacher. Chapter 100. After the drink, Su Yang gazed at the disconnected call, refraining from redialing, for when one seeks the favor of another, it is only courteous to await their convenience. However, despite not making the call, he still sent a text message, indicating that he had a matter of great importance to discuss with Qui Shuer. He hoped that upon seeing the message, she would return his call. After all, apart from this, he found himself devoid of other pursuits. Having sent the message, Su Yang hailed a cab and proceeded to the convenience store where Che Yunien was employed. At this hour, Che Yunyan had yet to finish a shift, and Su Yang had plans to pick her up so they could return home together. This time, he chose not to engage in any covert observation from outside but entered the store directly. Upon seeing Su Yang, Che Yunyan appeared both surprised and delighted. With the intention of allowing Su Yang to enjoy his time outside without interruption, she had refrained from contacting him to inquire about his return. Initially, Che Yunyan had assumed that Su Yang would not be back that evening, anticipating that he would head straight to school on Monday morning. "Su Yang, you're back?" she asked, a rather redundant question, yet her face radiated unmistakable joy. Su Yang nodded. "Yes, I'm back." As they spoke, he made his way toward the counter, deliberately avoiding the area behind it where another female employee was stationed. "Su Yang, please wait a moment. We just need to reconcile our accounts, and then I can clock out," Che Yunyan said with a smile. Su Yang nodded in reply. "No rush, I'll wait by the door so as not to disturb your work." After saying this, he stepped outside. Once outside the convenience store, the other girl at the counter turned to Che Yunyan and inquired, Yunyan, was that guy your boyfriend? He's quite handsome, you two seem very well matched." Che Yunyan blushed at her colleague's comment, feeling somewhat shy. Upon hearing her response, the co-worker chuckled and advised, "You'd better hold on tight, Yunyan. A guy like him is sure to be in high demand." After standing at the entrance for a while, Che Yunyan emerged from the store. Instead of calling out to Su Yang, she stealthily approached him from behind and gently poked his back with her finger. Feeling the touch, Su Yang turned around to face her, and a smile spread across his face upon seeing Che Yunyan. The colleague at the counter, witnessing this through the glass door, could not help but smile knowingly. The autumn night air was refreshingly cool as Su Yang and Che Yunyan strolled leisurely toward home. Before arriving, Che Yunyan insisted on stopping by a nearby supermarket to purchase some vegetables and meat, claiming they needed to make up for the meal they had missed that day. After their shopping excursion, Che Yunyan ended up with 2 large bags, adamantly refusing to let Su Yang carry them, citing his arm injury as the reason. Despite Su Yang's insistence that he had recovered, she remained resolute. Ultimately, he had no choice but to let her handle the bags herself. However, if that is the case, does this mean that Yunyan will help me bathe again tonight? Su Yang thought to himself, a mixture of excitement and anticipation lighting up his expression. Upon returning home, Che Yunyan entered the kitchen with the ingredients, beginning to prepare dinner. Su Yang intended to assist, but Che Yunyan firmly told him that his help was unnecessary, showing him into his room. Having spent a considerable portion of the day in a daze with Minajushi at a motel, Su Yang indeed felt a bit weary and retreated to his room to rest. Che Yunyan was quite adept in the kitchen, and before long, she had prepared an impressive spread. After placing the final dish on the table, she approached Su Yang's room door. Noticing that he had left the door ajar, she called out gently, "Su Yang, dinner is ready." "Okay, I'm coming," he replied, slipping on his shoes and heading to the living room. Upon entering, he exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Wow, this smells absolutely delicious." Che Yunyan's face lit up with a radiant smile at his compliment, and she felt her fatigue dissipate considerably, buoyed by the emotional support he provided. "I've chilled the beer in the fridge. Please sit down and eat while I fetch it," Che Yunyan said. Su Yang responded, "Let us wait until you return to eat together." He refrained from retrieving it himself, knowing well that Che Yunyan would insist otherwise. Earlier at the supermarket, they had agreed to enjoy some drinks that evening. Su Yang was wholeheartedly in favor of this plan, recalling the advantages he had gained from their last drinking session. If they were to indulge a bit more this time, perhaps things would become delightfully chaotic. With that thought, Su Yang's anticipation grew. Although his tolerance for alcohol was not particularly high, Che Yunyan's was similarly limited. "Our drinking capacities are evenly matched. With a little effort, we should be able to intoxicate her," he mused, sensing a shared understanding with Che Yunyan. Soon, Che Yunyan returned with the chilled beer, setting it down on the table. Although 2 packs of beer might not seem like much, it was more than sufficient for 2 individuals with low tolerance, especially considering their current state of inebriated enthusiasm. Those who frequently drink with women would undoubtedly understand. If a girl is interested, a few sips will have her tipsy, Yet if she is not, even if you drink until you're under the table, she remains unaffected. Before they began their meal, both Su Yang and Che Yunyan cracked open a can of beer. They exchanged glances and cheerfully proclaimed, "Cheers." In the midst of mutual affection, the drinks disappeared rapidly, with either Su Yang or Che Yunyan raising their glasses in succession. Before long, they had finished both packs of beer. Yet, whether it was due to their exuberance or some other reason, both felt no signs of intoxication. Nevertheless, lacking true inebriation, they resorted to acting the part. Che Yunyan wobbled slightly as she stood up and made her way to the sofa. "Su Yang," she called out, leaning against the couch. Hearing her summon him, Su Yang staggered toward her and plopped down heavily beside her. Once he settled, Che Yunyan removed her cartoonish slippers and draped her legs over his lap, reclining back against the sofa. At that moment, both their hearts raced with excitement. Che Yunyan could even feel Su Yang's heavy breaths against her skin. Noticing Su Yang's lack of action, she shifted her feet to rest them directly on his legs.